I'm so hungry. I was gonna go to the gym and eat. I just showered. And I was gonna do meat. Oh my god. I'm so fucking stupid. What are you gonna eat? I got nothing. I got nothing. Fuck. Did I miss anything? Oh, I haven't missed the first game, right? It's just started. I didn't know. I forgot. I forgot. I'm so hungry. I've been so hungry thinking about food. Fuck. I was so excited to do jack shit today. Let me start my YouTube stream. Shit. Do we have the gambit drops as well? Yo, what's up, pedo? I haven't taken a shit even. I woke up like an hour ago. I woke up 2 hours ago. And I was just, look at my hair. I woke up 2 hours ago. I was so tired and just scrolling on my phone. Because I was like, bro, we got nothing to do today. Lock in. Oh, God. Oh, God. I forgot. I thought it was like on the 19th or something, but that makes no fucking sense. Oh. Sorry, Gonglong. Wait, do we have the gambit drops? What's up in for now? So I guess I have to order food. I'm so hungry. Oh. How long are the games today? There's a new Psylocke skin. I haven't even shitted. 4 best of 5s. Oh, I'm so hungry. 10 hours? Bro. I'm not watching an A. I gotta order food now. I was gonna have a nice brunch at 4:30 p.m. Hola. ¿Qué pasa? Bro. What do I eat? I've been so hungry. I've been hungry since yesterday. Ugh. Ay, caramba. Ay, caramba. ¿Por qué? It's so expensive, this fucking chungus. Need more fiber? Well, I would eat more fiber if a salad didn't cost me like 12 euros. Lock in? What the fuck are we doing? I don't live in New York. I live in Bulgaria. No, all the combos are cooked. Everything's cooked. Everything's cooked. I get Turkish food. Maybe not. Fuck my life. I'm starving. I could eat a horse. I was gonna clean my house. Wait. I need to talk to my chungus. No, guys, I don't have fucking Little Caesars. Why would I have Little Caesars? I live in Bulgaria.
And luckily we have got vision into the lobby. Their eyes work.
My Firefox is tweaking.
At this point, but this is
I can't close the tab.
They're gonna feel prepared. I think
hello?
might be boot camping. That could be one of the things. Just making sure.
Guys, there's 2 days remaining to buy a Glorp.
A potential David and Goliath. I think Moxie going to be
David and Goliath? Who's David and who's the Goliath?
Yeah, I mean, like we said, Heretics, we covered it a little bit there in the pre-show. No,
we don't need a Popeyes. I would eat a pizza, so today's 50% off pizza.
Think, like,
it's Pizza Thursday, bro. Fuck, I'm on a diet.
we could see them
It's fucked
potentially
up.
pull rounds, maybe even a
It's
map,
fucked
especially
up.
on domination, where we're going to be starting off
Fucked
on
up,
Krakoa.
man.
And
All the
this is also a
pieces
map that we have
discounted.
seen Vision do quite well on. It was the one that they won against Reason.
Oh,
They did lose.
I'm
the
gonna,
second
I'm gonna,
one, but were able to
I'm
win
gonna,
third.
Humana.
Blame not
Humana.
necessarily, and it's crazy to still be bringing that
What do I
up.
get? I'm gonna
But
eat
still,
2
like,
horses.
Vision have had some good
Bro, I
moments.
was
They're
not
1-1
planning to
on
stream
it, but
today.
Heretics only played
Keeping it real with you guys.
haven't dropped it because they haven't dropped any of the domination maps yet.
Yeah, they're just that dominant.
Nedis is keeping
Right
on
now,
a
it's really
tight
coming
schedule.
into how do you draft around a team that is this flexible?
Nvidia FPS is on. Overlay FPS. I was wondering what that shit is, bro.
Ban out Vanguard Delta safely against them. You still can, but
I
you've
was
gotta be
wondering why the
prepared.
fuck. What is that
There
shit?
was potential for team-ups with Elsa Bloodstone if that
It's
gets
just
let
a
through,
tiered
or
one.
Jeff potentially is still going to have that team-up anchor with the Mr. Pools interdimensional toy box.
Chicken on
They
grill.
should have their work cut out for them in the draft
Large
race.
grilled
Of course, the
chicken.
first obstacle
Large
we have to break
grilled
through
chicken
before we
new.
even get into Krakoa.
And I think Moxie, the most
I got the
unconventional
FPS
thing I think
counter.
about Heretics has been that they haven't tried to go for,
Okay,
like,
lock
gambit
in,
ban,
get some
gambit
food,
protect one-sided,
get some
Elsa
healthy
ban.
food,
8 of the 10
which
games we've
is-
had, the enemy team has been able to ban Elsa and
don't
Gambit
have that
against
many
usually
options, I'm
one
not
or
gonna
the other,
lie.
but like Heretics are happy to let it through to try and get like a Deadpool Vanguard instead and protect that. The problem I think is that like Vision have been prioritizing Elsa themselves quite a lot, continue to, and some way, right? So it's like, do they need to be concerned about like somebody else
Okay.
play from Vision? Granted, they are playing on ping, but they're still mechanically very strong. That Heretics might.
Do I just get a burrito?
I
Is
mean,
that
the
what we're
big
doing?
elephant in the room for me in terms of ban draft is Psylocke, actually, because when Vision
That's
ran up
whatever.
against Reason on this map, Ballas had his Psylocke banned out. Tanuki has been playing not exclusively
No
Psylocke,
live?
but a vast majority
You
of
can
his
go sleep.
gameplay for Heretics this stage so far has been Psylocke, which
50%
is
off
very strange
sushi.
to see, given that we didn't really get to
I'm
see
sorry that I'm on
any
my
of
phone.
Tanuki's
I'm
Psylocke
trying
last
to
year.
get
And
food
it's
in
sort of
my
like his
stomach because I
MO,
am so
right?
hungry.
He started
Adana
off
kebab
a
with
Black
rice. Who's with
Panther
me?
Magic 2
Adana
trope, and
kebab
then
with
that
bulgur.
was
Who's with me?
at the time before
So
we headed
expensive, though.
into
Why the
stage
fuck is it so
one,
expensive?
You could argue that it hadn't really like found its strength, but then once
I actually
he
remember
started
this
seeing
restaurant
those
not being
getting
that
banned
good.
out against him, he had to move on to other
I can
heroes
get-
and be a little bit more flexible. And now
Hear
we're
me
seeing
out.
that
I can
flexibility
get
evolve even more
a
so
mini chicken
coming onto
burger
a Psylocke.
for
So if
€1.
Vision were worried about Psylocke before,
So I can get
I feel
20
like
chicken burgers
Tanuki
for €20.
Psylocke, the level that it is, especially if Heretics get Mantis through, that might be a ban slot getting burned for a duelist, which will let something else creep out instead.
If there is a player that's had more of a rough time when it comes to how the patch notes have affected their hero pool, it probably is Tanuki. Like you
Okay, I'm
say,
not doing that.
Magic and Black Panther, they got kind of affected by patch notes as time went on and sort of fell out.
That's
of
why I
memory a
hate
little bit.
Bulgaria, by the way. Our
It's
choice of
third
food
duelist
is so
Jeff for a
limited.
little bit
It's
coming in.
limited.
It's been flanking with the
Do I just get a
Captain
potato?
America, of course. We
I
have
think
the
it's
Tanuki
potato
Poly
time.
Poly combo where they
I
just
think I'm
ban
getting the
flank
fucking
by
potato,
bullying
bro.
someone. It's hard to deal with.
We're
Then
getting the
again,
potatoes.
That got taken away. He has had a rough go of it when it comes to how the patch notes have hit it, but now, like you said, new team, new opportunities, able to bring out that Psylocke, and it's been.
Nah, I'm not doing the
extremely
potato.
successful for them.
And Tanuki's already
Oh, it's too
saying,
difficult.
yeah,
It's
my
too
new main is coming
difficult.
out
I haven't
like
even
that.
taken the
It's very
shit
much a pirate,
today.
you know, like Black Panther eliminated in a ditch somewhere for sure. I think when it comes to like what Black Cat is bringing to the table, so Tanuki's going to be very happy. But it is, I think, just a case of like Heretics feeling very confident about how things have gone. Enzo was saying like they feel
Cheat
that they
day?
worked out the
No.
meta. We have the likes of Frost.
They killed
Mountain,
Rogue?
Gambit,
Yes,
Cold
I
Team,
saw.
Triple support merchant. So I'm wondering if you feel
I
like
think the new Tenacity
doesn't
changes
feel
are
very
absolutely
easy
horrible.
to
I'm
able
gonna
to
be
pick out some
completely real with
the
you.
triple strategist, but I do
I
feel like
I'm also gonna be
Mantis
completely
still
real with you. I don't know if
is
it's because I play
the
Mag,
thing that Heretics might want to put the most stock on to try and keep in the
even
game.
Hulk and stuff. But like,
Yeah,
I never
think
thought
so,
CC was that big of a
I
deal
would
in
not be
Rivals.
surprised if
Overwatch had
we
it
see
way
a
worse
Mantis
back in the day.
first save come through for some teams as an
Like,
adjustment now that
you
there's
have a
been
bunch of
an extra
CC
bit
and
of
stuff, but
time
you don't
for
have
teams to
that
be able to
many
play
hard
scrim
stunts.
and go through so many ban draft situations.
I mean, you have grabs and
because,
stuff,
like you
but
said, Mantis enables so much.
it's not that big of a
Because
deal
fresh
because you have
from
so
both
much
the
healing in the
getting
game.
through, it means that you can play the Ultron composition.
That's why it's
or
not such a
any
big
other
deal. You
form
don't
of
really
triple
die
strat
most of
line
the
as
time.
Well, so for sure, Mantis a higher priority than we saw previously.
taking a bit
Yeah,
of
the
advantage
thing
as well,
also is,
starting
like,
to get into the server
I
now,
mean,
so Heretics
yeah, I
are
know.
looking to see if they
I don't
can
like the
continue
Tenacity change. I think it's also gonna be really
I think,
confusing.
actually, when it comes to like not dropping a map, looking pretty good against the majority of teams, including a solid Navi that's been performing.
I kind of want to get a sandwich,
Now,
but
though,
then they
get
always
the
bring
opportunity of
sandwiches
the
with
British
French
Vision.
fries and
Great
just a
stuff
waste of
them in
food,
week
so I don't
one,
want to
week
do
two
that.
Could have been better. They're looking to try to show some promise again.
They've been away. They've been in the hyper.
Instead of scrolling reels, I'm scrolling food.
Out the new strategies, taking lessons from some of the other teams, like potentially Heretics, as they were able to spectate some of their games as well.
Yeah, Black Cat.
As
My honest opinion about Black Cat,
also now all the way,
I think she's
all
busted.
of the games
I think
are
she's gonna be
available
absolutely broken.
in-game. You could go and just hit that replay button on the esports tab of any week, any day, any game, and watch from any
Have you seen the Hulk out clips? You mean the one clip everybody's posting about me doing it? What do you mean, have I seen the Hulk out clips? I am the originator.
Or their ways to adjust, because they would know they have to go up against this extremely.
I was like the first guy to get clipped and posted everywhere.
Well, getting ready to go into the ban line, and ooh, that's different instantly. Not a
Yeah.
Gambit, not an Elsa for the first ban, it's the Jeff instead. So I think this sort of addresses the Team Heretics wanting the Jeff.
Oh,
Vanguard
oh,
Deadpool, or the
oh,
Strategist
oh.
Deadpool, but that does now mean that Heretics will be
I don't know.
able
I
to
don't know what to
secure
get.
themselves
I don't know what to
one-side
get,
Gambit,
guys.
which
I
means
don't know
this
what
ban
to
should be
get.
Elsa or Loki on the side of Vision.
Everything's unhealthy. I'm so hungry.
Yeah, of course, with the prestige
I don't want to
now,
order
but
the same thing.
look, you can
KFC!
use one combo with Madness,
46% off
possibly
KFC.
Double raging royal
No, skip.
flushes, getting a
Yeah.
huge amount of actual aggression to push into your opponent.
What's in the menu?
Great
I
thing to remove
everything's
that
so
big vision.
expensive. Not that it matters, but I just don't understand why everything's so fucking expensive. I don't live in fucking America, bro. I live in fucking Bulgaria.
Meaning the Heretics,
And everything's unhealthy too. I'm on a diet.
At some point, we do have to see the Loki ban come through, though, because if Vision actually get their hands on Loki, Heretics won't have one-sided Gambit. They'll have one-sided actual Gambit, Loki copying Gambit's ultimate, which you're not exactly going to
How
want
is-
as
how
long
is
as
it so
strip away
expensive
the
in
invisible
Bulgaria,
element.
bro?
Next Vision will go for the one-sided
Thank you so much. Thanks so much
Elsa,
to tier 1.
secure,
Guys,
but that
Glorp
does mean
available
they
for
have
2
not
more
currently
days,
banned
okay? Lock
Heretics
in on the
in terms
Glorps.
of that Mantis, so Heretics could still play a triple
I like
strategist
what
line.
Mamdani
We
is
get the
doing in
save
New York
on
right
the
now.
Vanguard
He's
Deadpool. Now,
taxing
Heretics, they get the
rich
option, right? Like, do
property.
you go for
And
the
then I
Jeff
click on
ban so that you
Instagram comments and
deny
it
the
was like
team up
W. I
from
click on
Vision's
Twitter
end?
comments full
Or
of
do you
bots
go
and people are
for
like,
the Loki
oh,
ban? Or do
you are
look
ruining
at,
the economy
something
of
like,
New
oh,
York.
not the Loki,
They're gonna
not the Jeff,
leave our
CG
city. Who gives a
instead.
fuck? Shut the
That's
fuck up.
very interesting,
Jesus
because
fuck.
that now means that Vision will get both the
Who
Loki
cares
and the
if
Jeff,
they leave New
and
York?
don't have to be out of a ban slot for it.
They're not gonna stop
But
doing
it does
business
take
in New
away
York,
one of
bro.
the very reliable strategists with the big strategist ultimates in the form of
No,
like
Twitter is
Dagger
just
and
full of
Invisible
bots, I'm not
Sword.
gonna
Even
lie.
If you want massive reactionary strategist ultimates, you're basically limited to the Jeff.
Why isn't
AoE
Mamdani taxing
also,
Bulgari?
which isn't a huge amount of healing
Maybe I
effect,
moved
but
to
it
New
does
York,
still
bro.
add a
Who
little.
knows? Maybe New York is the
Loki
place.
essentially a strategist ultimate in themselves, and
I kinda fuck with
Snow,
Mamdani,
someone who's not
my
playing
Muslim
a lot
goat.
these days, but does sometimes see play, especially when you're running a low.
Imagine if New York was not a part of America. Should we bussin'? What are the bans? Cloak, Invis, Gambit, Mantis. Alright. Jeff, Loki, Elsa, Invis. Okay.
We've seen how much hovers can mean when it comes to these early games.
Well,
Is
I
Petal
will
in
say
New York?
Both of these teams have dabbled with the Luna, with the White Fox. Vision
They're all
actually played
engagement
it
farming for
really,
Elon's
really
30
well on
cents a
Celestial
month.
Husk,
They're
where
not
they were
engagement
actually able
farming.
to
It's
fully
genuinely
shut
just
down,
bots. I
Gambit,
shit
Loki,
you
and
not.
Bandit
It's genuinely just
composition
bots.
with that being able to put
It's
pressure on the
genuinely
dive.
just
And since we haven't seen
100%
Venom being
just
addressed in
bots.
the ban draft,
Like,
having that charm to be able
not
to
even
put the
engagement
extra
farm.
CC
Not real
onto
people.
both the
Like,
Venom
it's
as
just
well
not
as
real people.
Daredevil, who also slipped through
It's just not real
unnoticed,
people.
is going to potentially mean that the backline does not have to have as many resources pulled away from the front line.
Yeah, I don't know if the Gambit skins are live today, are they? I still haven't chosen on food.
On that Vanguard Deadpool, only one team protected so far. Rogue gonna get some gameplay in before we start to see those adjustments to crowd control coming up.
I mean, I'm gonna visit New York very soon, so.
Both teams currently looking potentially at
How about a poke bowl or rice bowl? That's the fucking thing. I don't have fucking shit in this dog shit city, bro. It's let me name the options I have. Pizza, burgers,
Yeah, Tanuki
over-
is going to be playing the Phoenix
overpriced
instead of the
tacos,
Psylocke, so playing
dog
from
shit
range, but
pasta.
also gaining
This is
lot
just a
of
dog shit
value
restaurant.
from
The
12%
same taco
damage
place,
boost, as well as
KFC,
Enzo on the Vanguard
a
Deadpool.
store
You can
that
see, like,
sells
all of the sites
sushi,
currently from from
a
Oasis
horrible
on the
sushi
Vanguard,
place,
try to build up that ult
doner
as quickly as
kebabs,
possible to
McDonald's,
race out Gainer,
hot
so that
dogs,
they can slam it on the
cheap
Fabulous and go
McDonald's,
for the elimination
pizza,
early.
very fatty Bulgarian food, Domino's, Subway, horrible Chinese food, more pizza, sushi, more burgers, doner kebab, pizza, sushi, pizza. Yeah.
And allow them to take the first fight and get that first percentage. And look at that stagger. Poor Oasis, they know it's doomed, but they're trying
Fucked
to
up.
go down. They're trying to
And there's like
make
50 more
this
pizza
point because
places.
they've burned so much time
Vision
on the board.
capped first point.
Oh no, poor Oasis only goes down now. Crucial first fight one for Vision as well. It means that the Ultron can play
That's
with a lot
miserable, I
more
agree with you,
terrain
bro.
to cover your hitbox,
And
to
then
hide
I
away
don't
from
understand
the
people
damage
that are
being
like
taken
against,
from both the Deadpool.
like that's what I don't get about people that are
Tenacity is the one
racist.
taking
Because
all
when
the
you're
damage
this
from pressure.
racist like
It also
Bulgaria,
means that
we don't
Heretic
get
can't
any
split
good
the score
places,
live.
bro.
With the Adam having
Because
things
we
like
get
Soulbond
all
to
the
be able
fucking
to win the first
fine
fight,
dining
all
out of our
options are in
country.
play.
Nobody wants to
But
live
will
here.
have Banhammer
Why are we
to Gainer
racist
as
for it?
well.
Can we
Heretic
be a
can
little bit
respond
more
with the
open-minded?
Soulbond from the Adam.
Otherwise,
It
we're gonna eat
preserves the
fucking
strategy
pizza
of
and
survivability.
sushi all day long.
Banhammer's traded out onto
No
that.
Indian, no dog shit, no
Priority
nothing.
the drone on the Vanguard, Deadpool on the side. Vader takes a huge amount of damage. So much focus being dropped onto them, forcing out the
I want to watch the tournament, but I also need to get food.
Rage of Ultron to try and keep that pressure onto the backline. Oasis has managed to
What is
rejoin
this?
the team. Beautiful sleep onto Gainer, trying to focus them down into that backline. But all of that Ultron healing is AoE and is doing a lot of work. Vader is still getting focused, but is still tanking through, forcing finally out the Fate of both worlds from Kyubi.
I think I just need to order a fucking burrito. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I'm gonna keep it $1.50 with me.
To the counter push, diving into the backline. Naga is deleted off the board here, but Vision.
I think I'm gonna keep it $1.50.
It's a 1-for-1, but Heretic
I don't think anything else is happening.
with the revive of Naga.
Oh, that was a crucial heartbreaker coming through from Beetle. Connects onto Rex, so only now do we get the White Fox ult coming through. And
Wrap it
unfortunately
up.
for Vision, they've already lost
Burrito
both
so
the
slap.
teammates as well as the point control. So
Really
all
haven't
that
had
does is
Bulgarian
stall out the
burritos.
elimination a little bit longer. Heretics also have Endsong Inferno. They know that Vision do not have a strategist ult to be able to actually survive it. But what we might see is that Zerx is the one who falls prey to the Phoenix summon, given the fact that it will just delete Glottrox in one go, as opposed to just fading everyone and having your Adam rest them all back.
That's very true. If they can land it effectively, it could be huge. BTRM at the ready for
Just give me a
potential
moment.
onto Naga, though.
Okay,
Upside
okay.
safe.
I've decided.
So it's gonna
I've
be
decided.
to be able to find
I'm
a
locked
safe
in.
spot here as Heretics will pull back to the objective. Don't want to get caught out. Just slowing the
I've decided. It's been
aggressive
decided.
push here from Vision.
It's been
They
decided.
look for the right angle, making their way up to the high ground to try and push in from here using the shield.
The best burrito place here
Early gets
is
it,
using
but
AI
not able to
images.
find anything. Counter meteor
I love
coming
to see
on
it.
out to Naga. Kinda has
Um,
free rein, which is quite good position for that Karmic Revival, which may need to be dropped as Tanuki is taken down early. Will res quickly to get them back into the board, but it's only one person down. Everyone's committed to that backline with that
Okay, I'm
man hammer from Enzo to try and push on through.
I can
Rex.
pay
Fix
for
the
priority
good.
delivery.
The rage, with the rage of Ultron.
How about you
Forcing
just deliver
extra
my
healing
food?
commitment. Try to focus the backline, takes
Okay.
out Beetle and Heretic. They hold the point for at least a little bit.
What's
and
happening?
are forced back into the doorway.
Bulgaria has a lot
they
of good
have to
food,
use
but
the
like
Alpha ult to try to give themselves
you
a
won't-
little bit
you
more
won't get-
space.
you can't
Great
order it.
freeze coming on through from QB. Sets up the elimination onto
you gotta
Adam,
go
but he's
to,
got the self-res. Heretics can absolutely bring him back in the fight if they
you
still
gotta
want to
walk,
commit.
bro.
And given the fact that we have the soul
I ain't
resistance
walking
coming
right
from
now.
Oasis, with the team surging forward off of the back of it, they'll absolutely go for that one. As it is going to be Heretics now hitting into OT and Vision. We can
Is
see
the
the
quality low?
desperation, the strange portal attempt from Satan, with players just trying to throw themselves
I didn't even do
onto
my
the point to
skincare.
sort out the OT long enough for the portal to come through, but they're
Team
just
Heretics.
not on the point, and Heretics will be able to sweep.
are you gonna react to JJet video on you? Nope.
Fantastic neutral there.
I got
from
more
Heretics.
important
We saw
things
the
to do in my
ult
life,
trades coming on
brother.
through. Vision seems to be holding their own fairly well. But the second Heretics were able to get
Most
that
nothing
neutral fight in
burger
that
video
little
of my
building,
life.
It's like Vision couldn't even step forward, whether it was the choke point or just the individual dueling capabilities. Heretics were able to claim that extremely effectively at the end. Now we look at ult charge, they're at 94% of their way towards that heartbreaker from Beetle, which means if they're able to get there first, they're gonna have have an ultimate advantage no matter what, because they'll drain some away from QB.
Luna,
Yeah,
Ultron,
it's easier as well
Fox.
to engage with Rogel as
Nice,
opposed
Azzy.
to engaging with Luna, right? Because if you're QB, you're sort of thinking in the back of your head, how close is Tanuki to Ensong Inferno? Do I have to actually like save this? We have to go up against the sustainability of the Adam Soul Bond as well, which you'll have for this first fight. With just like everyone from Heretics also having the potential like damage boost capabilities of the
They're going for
Mantis
TP
to
play.
neutral to boot, as we're getting a strange TP coming on through from Enzo. I mean, ideally you're just going to try and go to grab the Luna or potentially the White Fox, since you know that they're close enough to ult.
Not going to be able to get QB as they went past, and are they able to get any of the followers? Quick retreat. And
They can
QB
kill
have
the
to
mag,
split
maybe,
in two.
if they
can
push
get
him.
past their own portal. No, it body blocks. They have to wrap around and go all the way through the other side of the portal to make their way back onto the objective and try to take some advantage. But already Vision have been able to regroup. Here comes the Heartbreaker. Freeze for counter.
I'll take everything.
But the damage output is still good. Fate of both worlds will get off in time thanks to the freeze, preventing Beetle from getting onto that Luna just in time. Bad Hammer comes out from Gator onto the backline, and Beetle is
Team Heretics
down.
banned
Enzo
4
falls
supports, I
second,
just
and
realized, for
are
Vision.
about to win their first fight in a row.
Oh,
Yo, what's
Tanuki
up?
uses Ensong Inferno too. That is unfortunate on the side of Heretics. They'd lost too many players. I was thinking like maybe you have it to be able to just detonate the White Fox ultimate coming through from Rex, or potentially Xerxes ult, because now yet again you're going to face the same problems that you had on Grove when you lost the first fight. You're running into a setup triple strat line. Rex will have the White Fox ult, so Vision are perfectly okay with just brawling on the point to out-sustain your opponent. And then you have Xerx as well. The moment that we get into close quarters with the Elsa ult ready to rip. Oh well, you have
That was a really
Xerx.
good kill.
Now you don't.
They banned the wrong 4 supports, as opposed to what supports are they supposed to ban. I mean, they left the tank pool and they left Elsa open. I still don't know if the Gambit drops are live today, are they?
They force Vision off the point much quicker this time. Last time Vision got to 70%. This time Heretics forced them off 350.
Yeah, Heretics can choose as well if they want to engage with Gambit. Oh, I think they'll probably actually hold it, since they're the ones in control of the point currently,
Gambit
and they
skins
don't
on the
really want to
19th.
force the issue with Gambit ult, because that
On
means
Sunday.
that Xerx will be able to come through with the Elsa
So for the
ult, not
final.
worrying about the Purify on cast. Beta could potentially hold the space as well with the Meteor M. Much better for Heretics
Right?
to hold the line, not use ults, force Vision to make the first move, lose players, bring them back with Karmic, and then have the Mantis ult to re-engage.
I mean, does this mean there's gonna be a tournament tomorrow as well? From Sunday to May 17th, but May 7th, but Sunday is gonna be the last day of the tournament, right? Tomorrow's DD drop.
Takes down Beetle as Vision looks to commit to the fight, but Naga just around the corner, directly in the line of fire, goes for the revive so that they can keep fighting on the choke point and don't give space over to Vision. Dive back in with the Heartbreaker, and it's heartbroken for Vision as they're pushed off the point and all.
Wait, this also means that tomorrow we have
QB didn't
games
have
as
Fate of
well.
Both worlds to sustain through Beetle's ult. Heretics in driving seat as well for this next fight. They've still got Ensong. If Tanuki goes low, he's got the health reset.
So they're
Oasis with
so
the
we
solar
have new
resurgence as well,
season
since you didn't even
and
need the Mantis ult to push your position after the
tournament
rest comes
tomorrow.
through. We've got the Vanguard Deadpool 1v1 happening on the off angle at the moment. As
Exciting.
They could take the portal if
Wonderful.
they want to. If they go for this long wrap
And
around,
how
they
the
can
fuck
lose
am I
someone
supposed to
just
play
damage
Black
coming
Cat
through
and
from
Watch
Phoenix
Party
from
the
far?
tournament?
We're in last fight territory and Vision have no choice but to commit.
How exactly is that gonna happen?
Into the space all the time, and so finally goes off. Healing coming out from QB immediately with the fate of both worlds, because they have to commit to something. The team is a little bit split, but Vision is still committing through the portal to try and make it. Naga's taken out early, but has Cocoon, will make it back in as Soul Resurgence comes out from Oasis. Keep the team up on the fight. Tanuki focusing down, looking for Kiyumi.
I feel like maybe their scheduling needs to be worked a bit. Because scheduling the new season with the final week of their Ignite tournament is a little bit cooked, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a closer fashion in terms of the first.
Why didn't they
round
just
from
move it
Grove.
another week?
Vision being
Next
able to
week,
win
lock
both
in.
forest fights, however, is a very big surprise given the fact that they're going up against the Adam
Only Ignite
composition
preseason?
and
Yeah, but
no
Ignite
dive
preseason,
element to it as well, outside of just
you
like the rogue trying to dive in, create space, get out.
This is the main
while
tournament right
making
now.
sure that Tanuki has all of the room to be able to work with on that Phoenix. But when we go back into those neutral setups, especially when you're playing on Cradle, the amount of distance that there is every time Vision have to reapproach that point.
I mean,
you
Team
can see it
Heretics just
reflected
gonna...
in terms of what Tanuki's able to do. That
It's gonna
second
be
round
clean for
compared to
them,
the
that's
first.
all I'm gonna say.
Tanuki did go down a couple times there, only 6 and 4 if you go by final hits. Enzo, on the other hand, was playing a 6 and 2. 6 final hits, 2 fatalities, while getting 60 KOs, only 1 less than Tanuki, and only 1k less damage, showing the power of that Vanguard Deadpool, being able to focus onto the backline, where you can see Kyubi went down 5 times, Rex went down 6. There was so much focus of just trying to remove the healing early in those fights, and a lot of times
It is a best of 5.
making sure that they were targeting the right people, using those hit scans to take people out early in those fights from the backline.
Well, it was a closer series, closer than I think a few people expected, but we'll be back with map 2 after this short break.
They had Elsa, how they lose. Is Team Heretics just a better team? Also, Team Heretics has Gambit open. And
Talk
Triple
when you
Sport.
hear a character who is a better solo duelist than Winter Soldier. Storm. Mr. Fantastic.
What the fuck is this?
Iron Man.
What is this?
Human Torch. Punisher.
What?
Hela. Duelist Deadpool.
What?
Psylocke.
Psylocke.
Jean Grey.
Phoenix.
Moon Knight.
What?
That's my boy on my life.
What is this?
To this day, whoop anybody's cheeks all day.
As solo
To the moon,
duelist.
alright, to the moon. Yeah, he take 1v6 for all I care. He take 1v11. All he does is 1v3 in his mind. He can take 1v11 in reality. He's got this.
All right, Matsy's been stressed.
They're asking which character is a better solo duelist than
Wolverine?
Bucky.
Elsa Bloodstone.
Okay.
Elsa Bloodstone.
Why
I was
Wolverine?
thinking too hard, man.
What's stronger?
I just
An
felt
ant
the,
or
the feral
a
leaps
thermonuclear
can really
missile?
enable fights, in comparison to what you see out of Bucky right now. I don't know, but I mean, in that sense, it's the solo engagements, and I think one and the same. Wolverine with the what is it, Last Stand can just absolutely rip and tear anybody. I've seen many a Wolverine just a solo ult. Tons of strategies, or for anyone for that matter. So, yep, I'm locked in on Wolverine. The claws are out.
Bam bam.
Talk when you hear a map that is harder to full push than Central Park.
Bro, can they... I am sorry, Netties. Can you hire me to do these? I'm genuinely like...
Museum of Contemplation.
What are these questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'll do it for free, bro.
After today,
I'll do it
yeah.
for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me make the
Things
questions.
today. That's,
What questions would you
very
ask?
Crushing for some people.
Doctor Strange got the better of
Who
him.
would you want to see in the next
Which bit's the hardest to push?
in the next summer skin skin line?
Which bit's
And
the
then
hardest
I'm just gonna name a bunch of like men.
The final area.
Yeah, I'd say
Gooner
in
questions.
some ways the
Yeah,
first
'cause
and
I know our
last
player
part of the
base.
map, but more so the last part of the map.
I would say the last sixth specifically.
Yeah.
Because that first section of the third, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, around the corner. But when you're at the end, it's like there's spawns right there. There's no good line of sight to protect yourself. It's decimation.
Are they gonna add the black cat here? In my chungus.
In how the action's
chungus?
going so far, Team Heretics thrown a couple of curveballs. I think with like the first band, Jeff, and
Yeah, my name is
some
Jeff.
musical chairs. I suppose the characters being played, but the Tetra, it just seemed that Heretics managed to sort of win out, and Vision couldn't keep up with the pace that Heretics were trying to set.
Yeah, honestly, Vision, they did well, though. We can't not give them that. They actually won first fight both times and had some really crazy ult duels, especially Satam on that Ultron. Those Rage of Ultrons were on point, keeping people alive, but they maybe didn't find as many isolated pickups with it as they
Do you have the
maybe
Land
were
Shark Summer skin?
in those neutral, in those longer fights. But it's the neutral, which with the ult changes from last patch are so important that you've got to be prepared to win more often. And every time that happened, every time there were fights in the neutral, Heretics seemed to come out on top.
A second one?
Like built up pressure, I suppose. And I think it's the first time we saw Beetle play Rogue as well, actually. So he's debuting that. Like,
I actually was a victim to Beto
and it felt like that was one of
in my games, in the sense that we had Beto and we had Enzo, and then Beto was crashing out on Enzo because Enzo banned Gambit, and he was like, how the fuck am I supposed to practice Rogue if you ban Gambit? And then Enzo didn't know it was Beto. He's like, who are you? And he's like, are you fucking stupid?
Yeah, you
Like,
still
he
have to
didn't
worry
know.
about like things
It
like
was
the
his fucking
Daredevil being
teammate.
able to get through, because he's less so about full dive composition, more about being able to mark out your backline, put pressure just by wrapping around flanking, especially if you're trying to run the Adam shenanigans on first. He's really, really good at being able to just take the 1v1 against Adam, win the 1v1 against Adam, force the self-res, and then potentially set up to find the elimination for a comic revival cast.
Oh
or
yeah, you can
even
remove the ad timer. We
before
don't need it
that.
anymore.
But not surprised that Vision are like going for this element of map that they choose, given the composition that they played on the first round was literally all around, we don't want our backline to be diveable. They went for Ultron, who is virtually undiveable by most elements. They also went for the Luna plus the White Fox, so that you have all of those CCs free in total. Luna with the freeze, White Fox with the usual charm off of Spectral Surge, and then with the team up of Mystical Fox Accord.
Oh, did you see the latest Invincible episode, guys? No spoilers.
Snow's side, so
But it was
not a
crazy
surprise.
aura farming.
There's some characters that you expect to sort of be in more of the draft picture, because I feel like Adam Warlock for Naga there looked really
It's
good.
crazy
Mantis
aura
Protocol is
farming.
a good map to be running him on, and Oasis sort of forced onto the Mantis instead of
Don't
the Jet,
spoil.
which is usually
There's a little fighting,
comfortable
bro.
with. But I feel on the other side, it's like Zerx.
You've seen the
is,
boys?
Again, performing well on the Elsa. I think he was
Alright.
15 and 2, 20k damage done. It's just like those eliminations don't really go too far when you've got.
I watched the boys too.
Resurrecting everybody.
I have no complaints about them bringing the
I just need the boys to end. That's what I mean. Like, how many episodes are left of the boys?
You can just get a lot of damage output on and just commit to some early push. And then once you get inside to Grand Central Station, there's a lot of mobility and of course a lot of verticality with the
Five?
central platform area where you can have a lot of fun with Elsa. But Adam, there are some solid hiding points.
Something bad's gonna happen in the future to Mark. I know what's gonna happen to Mark.
When it comes
I'm
to
aware.
damage boosting any of those hyper
I'm aware and I'm prepared.
characters. So
But I don't think it's
wouldn't be
happening
surprised
this
if it's
season.
honestly similar, at least at the start, with some changes potentially in maybe as less of a priority onto those hyper backline characters.
You
that
seen
help
Invincible
last
last
time,
episode?
but
I feel like you just joined the
There is a
stream because
problem
this
that
is
kind of
literally
arises
what we
from
started
that, though,
talking
because
about
we've got a team
2 minutes ago.
prioritising the protect of the Elsa. It's kind of what Heretics did. It was 4 strategists that they banned out. 7 out of the 8 characters that were banned out in that
Wonderful.
game were strategists, right? So when the focus goes on protecting the Deadpool
good.
Vanguard, and notably the Elsa as a first choice, the
GG
Heretics have an
Strive
easy job of
Slam,
like, all
bro.
right, make sure that you're
I would love a
basically
I love a
function
Guilty
small
Gear
capacity
Slam.
by getting rid of invis,
I
Loki,
actually,
etc.
Guilty
It
Gear was
felt
the
like
first
that's
fighting
something
game I
maybe
played,
Vision
and I've
wanna
barely
prioritize
played
more,
it
just
before I
stick
actually
to
started
trying to get Xerxes Elsa.
understanding fighting
I mean,
games at
Elsa
all.
is really, really strong.
Just
but I
put me on
think where it
Slayer. How
becomes
is
a little bit
Slayer?
problematic is the fact that Heretics had so much damage that they broke the summons on Apex Predator multiple times. Like, we saw potentially really good ults coming on through from the side of Xerx, but there was very little follow through because everyone just broke free of the summon before you could actually land the elimination and feel the threat of Elsa, even in terms of like the neutral too. Part of that is mostly down to like what Heretics are doing, the fact that they're running a triple strat line, so if incoming poke does come through from Elsa, they can just
GG
absorb
Strive
it very,
Slam
very
would be pretty
quickly,
fun, not gonna
so
lie.
that unless Xerx is able to land these shots frequently back to back to back, then he's not having those like monstrous rampage games that we've seen Elsa players have. Plus the fact that Vision were losing fights, so when Xerx was taken down, he's then losing. He's scaling back his power by losing those instinct levels, which vastly impact the amount that you can do.
I mean,
in terms of
GG
having those
Strife is
advances up,
Sajum's best
getting the
game.
additional health,
I talked to
and
him
getting that automatic conversion of a shot too.
back in the day.
could be getting into game fairly soon.
Well, getting coffee.
It's just, we're not
He explained
doing
to me
this
that
for the sake. We know
he used to be
4 best of
Thanos on
5s,
GG
easy,
Strive.
And then 4 best of 5s for Americas afterwards, right? We don't want to just have this be a yapping session.
Which I can't really imagine because he's Thanos on every fighting game he plays, I'm
People
not gonna lie.
reacting both in game and out of it. But this feels for
Wait,
Vision,
Moxie's
I
a girl.
suppose, Tedka,
Different
like,
Moxie,
we've
bro.
seen a lot more of these players become
You can see it's a
maybe
different
household
Moxie because
names
her
that
name is
improve a
God
lot.
Moxie,
Is
and
there
then
any player
Moxie's
that you
name
wanna,
is
like, specifically
Moxie
see
with a Y.
consistently perform again that they did in the last map, or somebody that you want to see a little bit more
I feel like
of?
it's pretty
Because
obvious.
QB's been highlighted as a great IGL and knowledgeable player.
Also,
going
you
for a
can.
lot of the
It's
White
pretty
Fox
obvious because of
priority.
the voice.
It's just he has to lead the line.
I feel like if you actually think about it for more than 2 seconds, you realize that's a different person.
They can get some protection onto them and make sure that they can play a little bit safer. Like you say, there was a lot of batting happening in terms of the backline, trying to force them onto some of those more safer backlines into at least anything with any kind of burst healing would have been spectacular for them here. In terms of people I want to see the same from, as Moxie mentioned, Zergs, as long as they can keep that instinct up, I think that would be great. Gane is still playing well, it's just that they haven't been able to find as much as they maybe would have wanted to previously. And Satam, despite the fact that Ultron did not find maybe as much in terms of eliminations with the Rage of Ultron, I do think it really was played spectacularly in terms of...
I got transvestigated because of the whole drama. People were so stupid. What's
Well,
next?
here we
People
go
people
into
are gonna
Rampage,
say
and yet again,
people are gonna
it
start
seems
canceling
both
Einstein
teams
for what
going
he
for
did
the
on that
ban of
island.
Gambit, which is a huge deviation, honestly.
I
from
can't
what we saw
believe
from
this guy
Heretics
used to
in
be a
group stages.
famous
Literally every single
physicist.
game the Heretics played 100% instant
Cancel
ban
physics.
was always Elsa. So we're getting to see something slightly different, and that might also be playing a little bit of
Yes, the
havoc with
Avatar
Vision's scouting
Last
potential
Airbender
off of
movie
what
got
we saw
leaked,
from
and
group stage as
Instagram
well.
is
So it
full
looks like
of
we'll be
reels
getting
from the movie.
one-sided Elsa versus
It looks pretty good.
one-sided
I feel bad for the
Mantis
animators.
yet again, and the Mantis was problematic. We saw for as many fights as Zergs could potentially use that Apex Predator to be able to win out those engagements. Heretics were able to just control the neutral with the one-sided Mantis damage boost.
This does mean that Loki is still
The movie
available.
look. That's what I don't get about execs is that the movie it looks it's basically finished. It looks so good. It would generate so much revenue, and then they decide not to release it.
It's Convoy.
Got leaked 6 months before release. It was supposed to release last year. That's the thing.
Huge work, so take that away. Neither team gets their hands on a Gambit, and both teams get their hands on Elsa.
I think,
Heretics
right?
will protect
I think that's the
Loki
drama.
much higher in terms of priority on Convoy,
And I guess one of the
given fact that
animators
you
got
can literally
upset that
just
they kept
choose your
delaying it,
first hold
and then they
with
leaked it.
Loki, Mantis, Adam. Potentially, if the Loki was still kept in, something that Vision are actually going to go to lengths this time around to save. Last time we actually didn't see any focus on Loki coming through from their end, but this time they'll go for the save onto it. Heretics will ban out the CD once more, so really long-lasting Eternal Bond ultimate to be able to sustain the team also means that you have to have something like a one-shot to be able to take
They just send it to some random on the email by accident.
The survivability of a CD when you're stacking all of your players up to just lengthen out those fights and absorb all of that incoming poke pressure. It's so high.
You know, like
having AoE heal attached to her primary,
you know
but also
the feeling
ability
of
to
your
boost those
heart
heals
dropping
with
into your
available
stomach
items.
when you fuck up and you know you fucked up. I think I would never outlive the shame of leaking an entire Avatar movie by sending the wrong email.
4 strategists, with one being protected on each side in the form of Mantis and Loki.
Thank you, Rennie. How are you doing?
Looking for a
Big
rollout,
raid,
though
7
they may have
million.
to break through a more aggressive
That was a lie.
offering Moon Knight and
But it's still funny to imagine.
case there's any shenanigans on the defensive from Heretics. But Heretics, they're going to be running a 2-1.
Same person that leaked the SpongeBob movie.
On that Elsa Bloodstone and
Now,
Bloodstone.
see, if it was
They are
Steam,
running a White Fox
they would send in their assassins.
So team up. It is White Fox, Jet,
Like what happened when that guy leaked Half-Life.
I mean, I feel for Gainer.
I've heard that they literally killed that teenager. They actually just publicly lynched him, and I actually gave him drinks, wine from his skull. 100% true. I saw it in a documentary.
Like Tanuki's already almost 20% of his first ult off of literally just shooting.
And they're
the
legally
back.
allowed to do that because Valve owns too much of the market. The government doesn't want to fuck with them.
hovering, looking to see if they can catch someone out of position. But in the meantime, the healing output is still extremely solid, taking out some of the clones and taking out Gator.
Also, how do you even hack and steal the movie? The only way you're ever gonna do that is because one of the animators with their PC just wasn't following the rules. Probably was not securing his shit.
I mean, QB's on the low-key, at least.
Probably using a password like cats and dogs 1 2 3.
To bail Zerk's out of that one, and indeed, there we go. Regeneration domain.
Fireman has as firewalls.
Taken off the field, 30-second cooldown. Now
I mean,
down. Rex has got the Cosmic on
yeah,
amplifier.
but I would assume that some of them can work from home, and they have the movie on their PCs, their work PCs. But somebody was opening the wrong links.
Forces the Cosmic Yon amplifier out, utilizing the bubble from Deadpool to block the line of sight. So
don't click on links.
Charm, Saddam looking for a wraparound, gets healed up, almost got dropped thanks to that charm from the White Fox. Tries to go for Magneto, but is blocked out by the bubble. But now Enzo is a little bit separated from his team. Finally will pull back and be able to reach the rest of them. Gets caught by the Glass Rock.
Why is Vision's comp?
That way. Beautiful wall from Gator to make sure
what's wrong with it?
Can follow them with that Glass Rock isolation.
They have 4 supports banned.
Get the pick up here, and finally Vision on the move.
It's an okay comp.
Going their way right now.
Enzo swaps to the Strange to be able to portal the team back. Regeneration domain is going to be used early from QB so it can take down through the ult. As we get Oasis actually utilizing the STF to dodge Gainer's cast of Strangling Prison and also free his teammates from the confines of the Groot ultimate. Heretics pushing back with the Mantis, meeting Enzo in his portal, and Vision have to give up all of the space that they held previously, walking now right back into Heretics' ult pool.
Tanuki rejoins, just able to get through the portal in time after getting taken down early in that fight. Sends out the Glass Drops, looking for an isolation of their own, and Satam, that's how it feels. And here comes the pressure from Heretic. They've got so much damage output, and Groot just does not have the shielding of someone like a Magneto, for example.
Oh, kill that rat. Kill that rat.
Rex gets finished off by Enzo, who's playing a beautifully aggressive Doctor Strange right now, and it's all
yes, guys, here's the thing. That guy can make as many videos as they want, and you guys can make as many videos as you want, but the thing is, I don't know why you guys engaged with it in the first place, because it's just stupid drama farm.
Into Alex's
the more you engage with it, the more you talk about it,
the
more people are gonna click on it.
Outside of the AOE, but that means that Vision get more space. So
I don't get the point. Just let it fade into obscurity, or watch it. I don't really care, bro.
On the side of Vision,
do whatever you want.
Heretics trade one Strange for an ultimate.
There is a little bit of a flank still here. Oasis is behind the members of Vision, so could try and make something happen here. QB attacking from one side, Jeff healing through the enemies to try and keep the pressure and keep the healing onto Tanuki here, trading a lot of damage output with 2 members taken down.
I mean,
the backline as well.
He came into my stream and was telling me to use Angela animation cancel as if I don't know about it and as if I didn't use it one time in the stream. I was like, bro, sometimes people don't use the same, like sometimes people fuck up. It's just annoying. Am I supposed to go to Craigy's stream and tell him, bro, you should land headshots, lock in? I know how to explain any other way, like backseating is mad annoying. It was really helpful. Yeah, it's that guy. It's the melee weave, bro. He made a video about it.
It's completely split fight. Heretics attacking from both angles. Last stand to take one down, but they're able to get away thanks to the teleport of the White Fox.
Yeah, he made a video, and what really, I don't care. If he wants to make a video, if he thinks I'm Hitler reincarnated because I don't like being backseated, sure. Who cares? Do you think? But like, what really irks me is that
we talked about
he's trying to drama farm to get views, and at the beginning of the video he starts with these content creators, quote unquote, and I'm like, brother, all of your content is fake drama farming. There's no fucking shot you're throwing shade at my content.
That mobility just starts taking hits.
Like, what are we doing? You're not exactly doing any content either.
They were fine as well as just wearing slowly down Vision's ult economy, especially the Cosmic Yon Amplify, which should enable this team to be able to push forward and overcome the Mantis damage boost, right? 12 to
People don't understand that, like, if I find you annoying, I will. Probably shouldn't. I'm trying not to be mean vocally and, like, trash talk people anymore. But, like, I'll ban you. I don't fucking care. Like, I don't. If you're just being annoying and rude, who cares? I don't really need you in my stream.
Window of its activity to push into Heretic space, and Enzo just comes back, cycles once on this range, back on the Venom, for Heretics to be able to sustain through what happens next.
Your vision is a slight. There's a slight issue with the vision.
It's a wonder I've survived this long. Well, Pedo, you're actually funny, unlike most of these people.
Satan starting on the Adam, going for revives. They want to try to hold them close. They've got double revives with Rocket and the Adam Warlock and the Loki. Every possible chance to keep people in this fight and buy as much time as possible. Naga starts on the Moon Knight here to try and build up some quick ultimates. See if they could just get a nice early push out here.
I mean, this is also to play havoc with the Loki.
I mean, I'm in the middle of a game, and I'm getting annoyed at the game, and I make a slight miscalculation or a mistake only to be backseated. It's just stupid, like. And then people backseat all the time. Of course I'm gonna crash out at some point, like, I don't get the idea. You should try clicking on Craggy's stream and just tell him every time he misses a headshot or doesn't do an animation cancel. Surely he doesn't know about it. It's really helpful, actually.
Pressure onto the high ground. There's that finish line already. This is very good time for Heretics right now. Vision forced to back away, but they can't give too much space because they have to defend this setup of 65% on a Karmic Revival. They need to be building that faster. Rex, though, will have Cosmic Yard Amplifier, but they may drop it early. Gainer's already down. May have to strain as the Yard Amplifier has to come out just to make sure that they can delay as long as possible. Naga returning on Phoenix, knowing that there's going to be multiple summons that they need to take.
No, I saw a lot of people were defending me in the comments. And I'm glad they were defending me in the comments because the entire situation is so stupid.
With that, were able to force Heretics back, but with 2.5 minutes left, Moxie, Vision, that's not a lot of distance left.
Biggest nothing burger ever.
High ground too. Vision aren't close holding. They're
What a
relying
kill.
on just the distance and spam. Satan will be able to take away his time, which also allows you to build up Karmic Revival too. So now you
What
can
a
actually
kill.
risk losing players. You can see the tightening.
Oh, big
of the
kills.
space
Hello?
coming on through from the side of Vision, pushing up for more, trying to get more eliminations, wearing down the time bank even further, so that Heretics lose the opportunity to make these plays with pushes and ults. Since it now comes down to it, you've got your red cycle in play. Can Heretics sustain through the fight, not just through one Karmic
No, that
Revival
video,
cast,
last I
but
checked,
two?
that video had like 500 views. That's why I don't even want to like react to it or like really talk about it, because what's the fucking point? He has a few K now.
They are in the right position.
Good for him.
Already. The Fantastic Car starts to creep forward once again. Bad Hammer on the flank from the backline. Gainer trying to push on inside introduction. Comes on out, takes out a lot of the Loki Greens. Glass drops, isolates Vader, takes them off the board. It's going to be a Cosmic Yard Amplifier from QB with the ultimate steal. With that, an extra God of Mischief as Karmic Revival comes on out. Can they reach Vader? Vader does just get revived right on the edge of it. And that might be enough for Vision to hold this for at least a little bit longer. But no one from Heretics went down. And that was every single tool that Vision seems to have available. Immediately the push comes on in, trying to go forward.
Is Zerx AFK?
Is in the backline, trying to put some pressure on.
Oh, it's easy to trash talk about like one player, but like, I mean, honestly, Vision is holding this pretty well. But at the end of the day, it is a team game. It's easy to look bad when your team is just not playing as well.
Pretty careful though. Outside of the mag being able to bubble it with the Bulwark, you don't have Meteor Am.
Oh, it's bugged? I see.
Enzo's also coming back on the Venom, so that they can use symbiotic shenanigans to outlive the Soul Bomb.
Oh, crazy kill by Naga. Naga turns out is not a support one trick.
They lose the Cosmic Can Amplifier chance, and this is when they're making their move. They've got the Elsa for the neutral elimination pressure, and they're splitting Vision's players off, forcing one to have to be on point, contesting Heretics hitting the checkpoint before Vision lose their whole team. It's a hostage situation, and one that Heretics win.
Well done, Heretics, taking not only the map, but a second win in the series. One away from a victory in the playoffs and continuing their run already completely undefeated at this stage. Vision, they put on as best of a performance as they could there.
May I get more coffee, guys?
Shout out 2 Satam though, 5 final hits, going 5 and 2 on Adam Warlock was very nicely done. But just Tanuki, just ruling the high ground there. You could see an attempt, you called it, that there was no high ground control from Vision. And that's just because Tanuki was like, well, there's only one person up here. Guess I'll take it. That's mine now.
I mean, Alex doesn't go down once the whole map.
Yeah.
11-0-14 in terms of assists. The power of the Mantis, like
I drink coffee
honestly,
black.
Moving forward for this next map, the adjustment I want to see is Vision looking at that Mantis uptime, because Heretics have used it to brutal effect.
I like my
last two
coffee
maps.
like I like
Tanuki
my.
was able to get as much as he was doing there off of, yes, player skill, but also the fact that he almost constantly had that 12% damage boost, being able to win out the Alsamira versus Zerx.
Zerx did just get 21k damage, which was still very impressive, but not enough to hold on out here. Actually, was able to keep up with Tanuki throughout that game. Either way,
No cream, no
what an
sugar, no
impressive
chungus.
matchup there for Heretics.
Yeah, we'll be back with map 3 after this break.
It's so funny. Buy a glorb. Size and proportions may be inaccurate.
Good fortune for me.
Banger. Love it. Thank you. I know they're on stream, but I appreciate it.
Cat's claws.
It is very cute. Yeah, go get your glorbs, guys. Last 2 days. I was gonna advertise it today on my socials using that gift, but then I had to start stream because I forgot today is Ignite. You can see that I was not prepared based on the fact that my hair is freshly washed.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous. Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path.
Yeah, I'm in shorts because I have no clean fucking sweatpants. Meow. I like this skin. I like the golden and black. How's Black Cat? Probably broken. $5,000 Psylocke skins. Listen, there's a reason why there's barely any tank streamers. We have me. We have Flats, who doesn't play the game that often. Like, he's having fun. You know, he's a tank streamer, but he fucks around other shit. He's on his prime. It's actually his birthday today. I just remembered. Flats. Happy birthday, goat. I hope you have a
Vision 2-0
wonderful
down in this
celebration.
Best of 5 series. Midtown not quite going their way. At moments, I
Guru
suppose,
Space,
the
Cringe,
game
Andrew
that
Kirk,
looked
Charlie
like
Kirk.
forever, but Heretics, when they were on Citadel,
He streams Rivals. I know he's dead.
Against them, Tetcher. It felt that they could claw it back, and there was a good fight, I think, from the strange ult from Enzo a little bit like earlier on. It made sure that Vision weren't really getting that far outside of first point.
Yeah, that was just Heretics taking so much space control. It's something we saw Vision try to...
Used to watch Flats videos from my Flights tournaments.
But it was
Yeah, it's kind of funny how many people watch Flats videos in games that aren't that popular. Like, Rivals and Overwatch aren't that popular. But good for him. I learned a lot. But like Andrew and like Guru is a pro. Space, the Space, like I don't know how much Space grinds rivals. Fringe, yeah, but like again, like Guru is like Snake Case, yeah, but like my point is you don't have like flats levels of tank players, streamers, you know what I mean? Like for Overwatch especially. Like the flat size streamers
it was a full hold, right?
are like the big
So
Gs.
when we saw them give
You have
up
only
so
emo.
much space
Everyone else
that
is
they
a
did within
DPS and a
the first
support.
few moments of their defense, including all of the high ground. Like normally, if you're playing the low-key Adam, you want to be able to just like take a fight, stall it out for as long as possible. You've got Soul Bond. You've
My
got
point
regeneration
is,
domain. You should at least be able to absorb
it's
some
a
of
lot
the incoming pressure
harder
in
to be
neutral
entertained
phase
by
against the attack, so that when the
playing
fight
tank
kicks
all the
off again,
time than
you're
by playing
actually
support
close like
on
a common
Overwatch
revival,
or Rivals.
or
Maybe not
having
support by
that god
DPS for
Mystic
sure.
to be able to copy
Support is
one.
better
The
on
problem for them was that
Overwatch.
they gave up so much space that they lost one of those places that you kite back to when you lose corner control, because it's usually you hold your position in side room, then when that is given up, you kite back to ambulance, and you have your frontline angle
Yeah,
on
support
ambulance so that
support
your
is way
backline
more
can play
popular in
safer
Overwatch
towards main
and
rank,
DPS.
and if they get pressured, they can
There's
hop
only
into
Emon,
rally, which
right?
is
Like
that
from
sort
the
of
big ass
in-between
streamers, only
first and
Emon plays
second.
tank.
That goes away the moment that Tanuki is
I guess Super
unleashed on
plays
the
tank,
high
but
ground,
Super
because
is
he
more
gets
variety
full high ground
nowadays.
control. You can put pressure on both of the vanguards who are trying to use ambulances sort of cover when they don't have their cooldowns and resources to keep them active, or if their strategists have to reload, or they're being overwhelmed by the amount of incoming damage. And then he breaks past the vanguards even before the vanguards drop to go onto the
5
top
minutes
of
into my
ambulance
food.
and put pressure on the backline to force regeneration domain early, to the point that we see the Loki copying the rocket as opposed to copying the Adam, which everyone from the side of Heretics just know, okay, well, we'll lose one person, but we force
Good
out the Loki
morning.
ult, we only have to go through one Cosmic Revival, we can play outside of the Cosmic Unamplifier, they won't overextend because they don't want to risk having to trade someone and instantly pulling
Yeah, being a
out that
tank
Adam
streamer
res.
or
We
tank
can
player,
just buy
oh
our
Zebra,
time and wait
yeah,
for a
Zebra is
moment,
kind of
because
goated,
they
not
give
gonna
us
lie.
so
But
much space.
Doomfist
It
is
was
just
one fight
entertaining
win.
to watch.
Pretty much was down to that, like play by play, and it's just how quickly Tanuki took the high ground as well. Not afraid to go in for those fights, and he commands a lot of respect. In that time, we did see.
How much do you think that's because no one wants to watch the three same tanks? I mean, tank gameplay is just inherently boring in any game. There aren't that many tanks that are entertaining
But
to
I do think
watch.
it's an interesting map to be looking at from like Heretics' POV, Moxie, because they've only played Pulse of Jalia as a convergence map. Now
You can see it from our communities, right? My community is more like young adults, and then Necro's community is just a bunch of teenagers overdosing on Adderall.
Have the ideas similar. They've played a bit of Ultron already. Maybe they want to go for a similar kind of composition, but also what Heretics decide to do on what I feel is the most popular convergence map of Central.
Fast community is all 35 plus.
Dive.
Yeah, and I
Honestly, like,
appreciate
that's
that.
how you're
And I
going to be
appreciate
able
that.
to attack
I
Central,
appreciate
but,
the
like, dive.
uncommunity.
You have to address things
Because
like
they
the
don't tell me
Daredevil,
every minute
the
that Flats
Venom,
fucking
anything they can
farts
literally
or
call
says something
attackers,
about
like,
me or
split around the
fucking
map, split the defense's
like, I don't
attention
care.
so that they can't just guard one
like just
lane
watch
of
Flats,
main
bro. Like
and stop the
it's
attacks
when
from
Necro's
taking, like, the
community,
side angles,
like
the
when
high ground
Necros is doing
positions.
stuff,
But
they're
I
like, oh,
think
Necros did this,
crucially for
Necros said
me,
that,
it
Necros
does
did
not
this, blah, blah,
matter
blah.
which
It's like the
map
seagulls
that
in
we go to or
Finding
which
Nemo.
map mode,
I like
unless
Project.
Vision addressed the Mantis, because this is a problem. We knew it was going to be a problem. We theorized, like, okay,
Don't
does it get to
care.
the point that teams save the Mantis first because you just don't have enough ban
Just
slots
don't
to be
care.
able to take out what the Mantis enables. You can take out the Elsa, but you're still going to be able to get a Hypercarry Phoenix through, or a Namor, or potentially a Hela. Or
Maximilian.
even, as we've been talking about, Tanuki Psylocke too.
I want to highlight some good spots.
Seagull?
Came from Heretics.
Last time
Because
Seagull was
like,
streaming,
went to
we
the
were
upset,
doing a
but they came out,
sponsor
like it seemed like Vision
together.
wanted to go for that, went for Central Park
Like we were doing a
instead,
video together.
wanted to change it back,
This is the last
because
time
we're
I've played
okay
with
it,
Seagull. It was
we
like
don't
last
change
year.
the point out. So does look
was
like
for
there's potential
Wildgate.
going there, but I think it's kind of like what Moxie said, two birds, one stone. Address me. the
I mean,
guy
Seagull
God
got-
says,
I
and
think
it's
he's
how much
married.
he brings together. It does feel like a
He's
bit
just
more of a
chilling, bro.
curveball, because I think Tetra, Semi-Auto Service, we've seen the least, I think, out of all of the Convergence maps.
Streaming
And that
is
includes Heart
exhausting,
Heaven, which we have
guys.
seen a
Streaming
couple
is
times on
exhausting.
It's
Seagull
because it plays
has
so
been
differently
around
to a
for a
lot of
while.
because of just how long that walk up to the
Cringe
end
Alarm plays Rogue,
where you can
so you can watch
do
Cringe.
so much damage, and how the point has beautiful places for stuff like that. A reverb beacon, great flanking positions. There are wraparound points, but you can in theory take damage on the way there. Portal play you'll almost certainly see on this map if it's not banned off, because being able to get behind your opponents and like try and break through that very tight...
Nobody plays Penny, bro. Penny's... Oh, my food is
or
here.
to try and displace your opponents from the high ground if they try and set up on that left-hand side defense side, try and just stop your opponents going for that left-hand wraparound. It's a tough situation to... It's a tough map to push into. With some of the more chaotic strategies we've seen throughout time as well. Once we get to those later points, this is the map where we first saw stuff like the Hulk-Wolverine combo to try and take down Flyers, which you can sometimes see on this map due to the verticality of point 1, giving Flyers a little bit of cover to ping people who try and enter into the objective. This map is just a little bit... It's like this and Shin Shibuya are maps that teams are a little potentially not less prepared for, but it doesn't fit as cleanly into some of the other Convergence maps.
What Tetsuya means to say basically is it's defense coded. It's
Yes.
so heavily
Appreciate it.
defense coded. Like it's not just first that's the problem. First is where your problems start, and then you go into second. And if you lose any fight, even one fight on the attack, you lose all of the momentum, and the defense gets full ability to just hold high ground. Their backlane can be playing in a position which you don't get to see, so you don't get to put pressure on them when they get to put all of the pressure on you. And then we go into third, we get to see the stall potential as well, with the defense being able to just funnel player after player after player from spawn onto the point itself. They win one fight, they can hold up close, they can force you to have to burn ults, just being able to get through those chokes. You're fighting in open space as well, which means against things like dive compositions or poke compositions, open space, zero places for you to be able to kite out of both the damage or the incoming vanguards hitting your backline. It's just an amount of time that you're going to be burning, even if you manage to complete the full push.
And time is, we're waiting for these players as well to get into the server as well. So it's just, for Vision, it's a tough ask, but at the very least we get to see exactly what Heretics are going for. And I think one of the early things, Tetra, real quick, is like Enzo said, we just need reps. We need to practice these matchups, these compositions. We know that we can play everything. It's just about getting experience. And to be fair, even if this is a 3-0 one-sided towards Heretics, they are getting that. They're getting a lot of reps on characters that we haven't seen them play in officials as of yet this season.
Like you said, they're adjusting, they're moving different strategies around, they're trying different stuff. We know how flexible this team can be, and they've got the opportunity to continue to do so. They've now got a completely different map style in terms of how they want to play this. It's not about close-up door defenses, it's about holding onto the actual objective itself, and then, of course, moving backwards slowly, not giving your opponents as much space as needed. So yeah, I'm excited to see how they adjust into this. There is, of course, the opportunity as well where fast characters are extremely good on this map just due to walking distance in a lot of cases.
Well, here we go, getting ready to head into Symbiotic Surface. And I mean, like, honestly, with how often Heretics have been able to go for the save onto Mantis, I feel like the only way that Vision will be able to remove it is if they instant ban it. But that then creates a large problem of like, okay, well, does Elsa get through? Does Gambit get through? Like, is Mantis worth the address? I say yes, to be honest. I think like Elsa is problematic, but much more so is the Mantis composition that Heretics are running, because it wins you the neutral, it wins you the ult cycle as well, having the Mantis ult to both aggress forward to take first turn or potentially use it defensively to play for recontest.
We'll see exactly how it's going to happen. If Heretics are going to take the series 3-0, I Vision can make Clintar a saving grace for them to come back into it. But I guess, like you guys mentioned, it's where this Mantis is going to be in a draft, either a first protect for Heretics or a first ban for Vision. So we'll see exactly how they want to go. Take it away, guys.
Ready to null for Vision here.
What's it to be? Oh, that's a Mantis hover.
Do it. Do it. Do it. It's enabling so much. There we go. Mantis is taken away. Heretics, they're going to stick with the Gambit ban out for themselves here.
I'm muted.
Vision,
I was saying this is breakfast.
on their own side.
Also, I was saying this guy that said, what is this good boy haircut today? That I'm going to permaban you.
Yeah, they can ban Mantis here, honestly, I think would be the play. You can address the Loki a little bit later in your next ban, right? Vision don't get the opportunity to save it before then. Much more important is removing that Mantis so that that Elsa is not as problematic as Tanuki's has been. As we get the Gambit save coming through from Heretics, which now sets in motion the chain of bans. Loki having to be removed so we don't get 2 casts of Raging Roar Flush. Vision will secure a one-sided Elsa it appears, if they want to go for this. Heretics not yet showing, so there's a little bit of debate about where they want to use this ban. And actually, Vision swerve away from the Elsa and go for the Invisible Woman instead, because I think like both of these teams breaking open symbiotic surface is going to come from one of your vanguards splitting from main and trying to hit the backline. Be it the Venom, be it the Captain America, and Invisible Woman literally stands in the way of that.
Having the knockback, having the psionic vortex for pulling people in and slowing them down when they dive you, and of course the ability to jump away and turn invisible makes you very hard to pin down, so a solid takeaway from both sides here. Vanguard Deadpool for one of our first non-strategist bans in 2 games. We're going to see that taken away by Vision. If Elsa's on the board, maybe remove at least one of the other characters, remove the characters that can enable her. We've already taken out Mantis for the damage boost, now taking out the Vanguard Deadpool to remove even more percentage damage capabilities, and even securing it one-sided. Vision really trying to just make sure that their Elsa is the most powerful in the server.
Yeah, but Elsa gets for both sides.
Yes,
What happened to my last
Heretics
setup, bro?
don't
You're
have
like
the
a
Elsa
year
banned,
late.
It's the Invisible Woman instead, so they'll be able to secure that one-sided save.
Okay.
I think as well, like, Vision feel a little bit safer going for the Vanguard Deadpool ban out here because they know that Gambit got through on the side of Heretics, and when Heretics ran the Strategist Deadpool, it was Alex. Alex has been playing the Gambit for Heretics, so if he's left
not
between
caught
the
up on the
option
lore?
of Strategist Deadpool versus
You've
Gambit,
watched like
well,
70
Gambit will be one that
streams
you take
since I
every
moved
day
my
of the
setup,
week,
and today you
especially
asked me
because
why did I move my
Heretics
setup?
didn't just get the Gambit through. Vision, in terms of having to address things like the Mantis, the Loki, the Vanguard Deadpool, have let slip both the Star-Lord for the Raging Roll Flush synergy with Galactic Legend, the Mac
I
to
see.
be able to bubble the Star-Lord so that he is the safest at being able to build that
You
ultimate as
haircut.
quickly as possible, but the Rogue as well. So we have full Hearts as one team up for neutral and synergy with the Gambit ult.
That's a huge amount of long distance.
Just
damage
showered, guys.
from Nico to try and break through at these attacking members, and when Heretics go on attack, they're also going to be able to ping from long distance.
Just washed my
And
hair.
Until once they get up close, just became so much scarier, doing huge amounts of burst damage thanks to this team up. But for now, Vision, we're going to have a look at their composition. They have gone extremely aggressive. Daredevil and Elsa with a Venom and Vanguard Deadpool. This is an extremely aggressive setup here. Rex on the rocket is going to be hovering a little bit far back just in case anyone gets caught out.
Yeah, I like
God
the
forbid
rocket
somebody
jacket
washes
coming
their
over
hair.
From Vision. You know that Heretics have liked to hold close on their defenses so far this series.
I mean,
so
I don't want to
you're
hear
thinking that
50
they're going to
million
go for early
new
flank
haircut
contact. You
questions
don't
as
want
if
to
I
lose
can cut
someone
my hair
early
every
on to
single day.
Hulk coming on through from that Elsa. If you do, you've got the Battle Recall Beacon, and in the meantime, you've got your Daredevil to give you all of the information from where
People
Heretics
wash
are
their
playing
hair,
to set
guys.
up the dive.
And when people
Trades
wash their hair, it
confirmed,
looks
but
different.
As we've talked about, that's benefiting Vision in the long run because they just trade BRB as opposed to an actual player, and Heretics down a Vanguard have to pull back.
He is just dueling beautifully right now. Everyone's trying to dive onto the point. Vision are going hyper aggressive, and they have finally been able to take him down. They're getting a
the
little
Venom
bit of
big.
percentage here. The aggression of Vision forcing Heretics off the board before they're close to ult charge.
You don't usually wash your hair? Brother, I washed it before my stream. You see the difference? Why is this? Do you not wash your hair? I'm sorry, like, I don't get it. Do you not? Have you never washed your hair with shampoo? Do you like? Does it look the same?
Daredevil one-sided information buff. that's what it is. Like, Satam's just perfectly calling where exactly Heretics are, and when they're too split away from being able to help the Vanguards. If they can find those hits onto the front line, we saw what a big step backwards the rest of Team Heretics have to make. But Heretics, they're going to be coming up to some good ults to be able to open up this fight. QB, though, with the It's Jeff, could potentially go for the same play that we saw, using the Jeff ult to grab people outside of Tanuki's when we get the Elsa ult coming through. Alex instigates with the Gambit ult, allowing Tanuki to take prime high ground control, though. The Vision are still finding trades, forcing now Heretics to have to burn solid ult too.
QB's going to be dropping that It's Jeff to make sure that they don't get picked off as well. Enzo portaling back in because Vision keeps getting distance and momentum here. That'll force to back up. Oasis dropping a little bit, trying to keep Tanuki healed up. But Tanuki
You guys are like
still
babies when they
well,
see their father get a haircut or something, or wash their hair. It's like, who is this person? Who is this person?
try and delay and buy as much time as possible. They will now all respawn through the hole into the portal. Coming on in, the Devil's been let out from
Like when they
Santa,
shave their
moving
beard.
onto the Daredevil themselves to try and counter it out. But the momentum
Why does his
is
hair look
heavy
different?
right now for Vision,
Did he
making it
just
3
get a
for
haircut?
2, 4 for 2. Tanuki's on the
I mean,
run
he
to
washed his
try
hair,
and
Loken.
escape. It's gonna be Naga that falls. Tanuki actually gets away.
But like,
there is no one
I mean, unless you're
touching that
bald, I feel like you
result
know
right
that hair
now,
looks
as
different,
Vision
especially
continue
worse,
their
washed.
incredible push.
There's the expected swap. So Tanuki is
Did I get a
actually
new
going to
haircut
go
just now?
onto the Daredevil to have the same level of information and match the Tam when he looks for those lane fights. Oasis goes to the White Fox as well.
I just
Players
went
have
for a new
literally said
haircut.
on tape that it's very problematic. It's almost impossible for the Venom Daredevil to be able to dive into the amount of CC that this team comp brings. But Gaina's already been able to just jump onto Heretics, coming on through with a banhammer to kickstart things and rip through the team despite
Once
Beetle's
Bora ignores
Heartbreaker
super
coming on
chatters.
through. Trades are in play. Heretics
I
might be
mean,
able to hold off of the
it's always
stabilization of the
weird and
Royal
annoying when
versus
people just
the
like
alpha
comment on
damage
your
alone
personally,
in neutral,
how
shredding
you look.
Vision's
You know what I
health.
mean?
Lovely trade
No
there.
matter who
Vision
you are, there
actually
isn't
able
really
to
anybody
control
that like
big,
doesn't
but
get affected.
Heretics' momentum worked out in their favor, pushing back in. Rex on
I think
the White
the
Fox,
fact
giving
that I
themselves
didn't
a lot
crash
of
out on
outguide
him is
as
a
well,
big
but in terms of
improvement.
Ultimates, we're seeing Oasis with a small lead when it comes to those potential Kumihos. End zone 93% towards that Meteor M for quick blow up. Zerks though, Galatrox, Naga, Galatrox, both with Apex Predator just around the corner, looking for their opportunity to push on in. Right now, it's just trying to keep the pressure onto those diving characters like Beta, who gets bullied off the point for just daring to step up.
Yeah, this is the problems that we were talking about, right? You lose one fight, you lose the momentum, and now Heretics are on a heavily anti-dive composition. You've got the White Fox for the charm, you've got the Daredevil to read when Vision want to try to hit and where they're going to hit so you can absorb the dive and potentially
Vision is
even
actually playing
get
pretty well here in
eliminations
defense.
off onto it. Like, Tanuki does not have to go aggressive, you can literally just play to contain the dive. You can make your first turn now, though, with one-sided Gambit ult and just run on top of Vision before they got the opportunity to try to stabilize. They'll let it happen, they'll lose the fight fast, they'll try to come back
Oh,
into
actually,
the next
Vision
one
is
with
attacking,
all
I'm
of
sorry.
the ults in
I thought they were
play to
defending.
overwhelm Heretics.
Oops.
With the chase, making sure that Satam isn't able to stick nearby and see where those defensive positions were. They knew it was low, don't give him a chance to reset, pick them off, force them to regroup with the rest of the team. With 1 minute 20 seconds remaining, Heretics.
We're gonna see if Line Pro is cooking when they play
Fire
against
that
Virtus
range,
Pro and
taking
Navi
advantage
again.
of just how long these approach routes are.
'Cause I feel like,
the game here, as
Team Heretics
is trying
hasn't
to
had
keep
too
the
much of a
heat on.
challenge.
Bad
Like
hammer into
Navi
that fight.
didn't
Beta
show up
is
that
able to
well
get out of
against
this,
them.
get focused down onto the point. Oasis forced to bring out the Kumiho to keep the healing output going and force Vision to
I'm
reset
happy
for
to
a
update
moment.
that my
Beta
coffee
not
tastes like
healed
shit.
back to full yet, may need a Kumiho of their own to keep that fight going. Beautiful
Yeah, Jeff
pick
is
up
S
from
tier.
Tanuki onto Sata, meaning numbers advantage.
Pretty
It's
OP.
really traded out evenly as Gainer takes down Tanuki, keeping that going. Beautiful pickup from Naga though, as
I hate
Enzo is
Elsa.
still holding the choke point.
Every time you leave Elsa open, it's like gambling. You're gambling
Yeah,
whether or
Vision
not your
trying to
team
just
is gonna have a
conserve
good
as many
Elsa,
ultimates
and
as
if you don't have a
possible.
good
They know
Elsa,
that
you
they
lose
have
the
to win
game.
this
Like you just
fight and
lose.
then
There's
the
nothing you
next
can do.
before
You
they
just
get more
lose.
time bank. So Heretics just
You
chased.
genuinely
They've got
just lose the
Tanuki's
game.
information,
That's
they
it.
win the lane fight against the Daredevil, and Vision
No, I don't drink tea
lose
too much, but I
players,
like tea.
forcing them now down to 23 seconds. Their hand will be forced. They have ults, but they've got to use them. And for Heretics, you can now afford to
Like, you
force
can't
the
do
ultimates out
anything
from your
if the enemy
opponents,
team is playing
lose the
Elsa
fight,
with
come into the
Mantis,
next
for
one
example.
with your engagement
there's nothing to
of
do.
one-sided Gambit ult in OT when you can't disengage it, but they don't even have to do that, as Alex is able to find the elimination onto Gainer, survive the dive coming through onto his backline, and Heretics, they lose Tanuki, but they still think that this is winnable. Beetle comes
BTK
through
said
with the
Thankful
Heartbreaker.
is gonna be
All of
bad
the
next
ults
season.
that Vision had are
And,
being drained away. It's OT, they can't
I mean,
cut
not
out
bad,
the
but, like,
log.
he's gonna be
Alex
OP.
with the Gambit ult, you've even got the Elsa ult thrown on top just to be able to sweep Vision away.
Gator stuck with the Deadpool because they know they can make it back to the point in time to keep that fight going. Beetle taken out by Zerx with the kite back. Rex barely surviving that fight. Devil's been unleashed from both sides, but the hit points are not looking great for Vision. But they're holding. It's Jeff for the healing. Zerx and Gator are both down. Portal is available, so they can swap to bring it back or try and rush back in. Gator's over to the Strange as overtime is starting to tick down, but Vision are holding the point.
I mean,
Heretics
I
with the
think
dual
next
Saturn,
season
trying
Black
to get
Cat is
onto
getting
that
banned like
backline,
every
take
game.
out Sustain, but Kumiho comes out for Oasis to keep it going. Portal for
I don't
Gator.
see how
Keep
Black
this
Cat is
delay
not gonna
going,
be
but they
OP.
just lost 4 members.
Like, I genuinely-
No one's a touch.
I don't
That's
see
a
how
hold
it's,
by
like,
Heretics.
I don't see how it's not gonna be
Oh,
OP.
those symbiotes.
Usually it's like,
those
okay, this and that, but
symbiotes.
like,
The walls on Clinta strike again. The elimination on Oasis was
Store
crucial.
without
He was
cooldown.
so close to Kumeho Unleashed.
you have
They
unlimited thing shift.
absolutely had to take the White Fox
You can just
down
keep
before
spamming that.
They took that fight afterwards because Oasis just gets the
You can
the
TP
ult
through
off,
chokes,
gets
you can
the
go
whole
invisible.
health reset as well to be able to come through, anchor his
She has a
position,
crazy
let
team up with
Heretics
Cap.
regroup, and Vision have nothing to
Fox.
be able to instantly melt through it.
And her ult seems
nor
so
can they
broken.
just
Ouch.
get out of the range so that Oasis loses the opportunity to heal. And we have a line
I can
drawn
see
in
the perfect
sand.
composition
Like,
next
it's
season
not
is
just
White
capturing
Fox,
first on
Venom,
symbiotic surface is
Jeff,
problematic. No, like, honestly, a lot of
Captain
teams have gotten
America,
really, really good at
Black
being able
Cat,
to capture this
Daredevil.
map within 2 minutes of their attack. Where it becomes problematic is what happens next.
Wrap it up.
Being able to defend yourself.
Wrap it up.
Looking at their composition, they're actually still not even fully decided what they're rolling out with. Finding a lock on in, they're sticking with that Venom to make sure they get Simbarch and shenanigans on Kyubi. And they're just going to stick with
I mean, the Fox team up,
with that
because it gives movement speed, it unironically might be
and the Jeff the Land Shark
like
to
OP.
get as much healing output as
because you
possible.
can speed boost your dive. You can speed boost them, they can just go in.
Enzo looking to potentially bring us out an incredible Hulk to help deal with that Jeff.
I mean, Heretics here get attack
No
advantage,
Elsa?
though, because what they
I
can do is
mean,
they can
4
step either
seconds on her
confrontation or
dash
and decide
at
if they
max
actually want to commit
levels
to
of your
counter-dive
passive,
back
I
line
think that's
of
pretty big
having
nerf.
Oasis
That's
on the
double.
White Fox, which has proved very problematic for both the Venom and Daredevil to have to deal with. But
Like, you're gonna be
you said, Enzo will
way,
be
it's
on
gonna be
that
way
Hulk. He's
too
going
easy
be
to
able
dive
have
you
those
now.
bubbles to be able
Not
to
too
block off
easy,
the
but like,
Jekyll,
it's
as
gonna be way
we're
easier.
gonna see, like, Heretics, they'll try to walk high ground. Vision will let them. They're looking to try and
Like, if you
hit
die
the
once,
backline and the front line at the same time,
your dash is
buying
gonna be
space
like
for
8
Zergs
seconds.
to be able to apply pressure onto those
Right.
isolated behind, but
10
Enzo
seconds
with the
at
Hulk mobility
max chunk
just
is-
wraps back around, peels his backline, and then makes a play to take Vision's high ground.
Triple support is also gonna be OP.
Be able to leap back, but with no bubble. Beautiful focus
And you can
there.
just ban
Press
triple
the
support
stats
out.
both for Kyubi down as well, and now Vision, they just got wiped off the board, and that means their only chance of a retake here would be a portal or Satam trying to literally rush the point to give them time.
I think the Tenacity change
The
is
objective on this map being
quite the
very
nerf for
difficult to
tanks.
actually portal onto this point because of the way the building's set up.
You
It's sort of
can't.
executed
Like, the thing
therefore,
seems like,
no
I've imagined a world where you
can't.
sit
Team
inside
Hero
Things
will just
Shift
not
as
go for
strange,
Strange
so you
TP
get
because if they
Tenacity so you
lose
can
that
strange
fight,
out them.
For the first fight on second, they have 0 high ground control. Like, for Vision right now, name of the game is hold high ground, get an elimination off from Zerg.
Because you,
potentially
like, you
coming
can
on
get,
through,
you
maybe
can
for
stack up
Kayn
your
also.
Tenacity and then go
They
for a
lose
strange
the
ult without
Elsa,
being
the
able to
BRB
get
brings them back,
booped
but, like,
that
they've
far,
lost
or
so
just
much
even,
space. They're
like,
still
get
being split.
CC
We can
immunity.
see that attempts are having to be made with the team understanding we've lost the fight. We've got to have one person on point so that Heretics at least get stalled somewhat out of just having that push the distance. We get an opportunity to
This
take
game is
a
impossibly
fight
balanced.
afterwards, but they're
I
just
disagree.
being staggered continuously. Oh my goodness. They've been able to isolate Satan fully behind enemy lines. The Daredevil
I mean,
goes
you
down
can't
now,
get
which
perfect
means that Vision
balancing,
have
of course, but
absolutely no
you can definitely
information
not
on
do
where
things like
Heretics are
that.
playing.
And Heretics already pushing over halfway through.
Yeah,
to that
Tenacity
finish
does
line.
provide
Pressure
resistance, yeah.
trying to force them off the high ground with Enzo just leaping up there with Tanuki, putting the pressure on. Here comes the Apex Predator to try and isolate people outside of that Simba and shenanigans healing from Jeff. Allowing them to keep pressure onto the backline. Here comes the counter from Zergs, but their health bars are so low. Bane is already setting up a portal, but they've got to be quick and they're going to have to take this alone because that objective is already touching that finish line. You gotta make it through. They will dive through with Satam and Vader being the only hope onto the board right now. The rest of the team will respawn.
Do you think Tenacity is what we needed? Nope.
Incredible Hulk going for the
I don't think CC was a problem in this game. I'm gonna say it again. Like, I know, like, people complain about it quite a bit, but like, it's never reached Overwatch levels bad. Like, I've never, like, there's just too much healing in this game, and you just don't die even if you eat 5 million stuns.
To ensure they could not get forced off the point, and that is Team Heretics grabbing the point, grabbing the map, and grabbing the series in a 3-0.
I mean, Vision just did not get a team fight. That's the crucial thing, right? Even though the Strange TP comes through, you look at the ult economy, they have nothing to stabilize out. They're not even close to ultimates because of how split they were spread by the Hulk. Showing
Yes,
up on
I
the
think
side
Black
of
Cat's gonna be
Heretics,
really
the
good.
Daredevil that they had to deal with, the Vanguard Deadpool that they had to deal with, the Rogue, like everything that Vision had was basically just a case of, okay, well, we're not getting to regroup, we're not getting to stabilize, we're not getting to battery for a strategist ult, even if we're losing the fight, we're not getting our duelists doing damage at the lead up to said fights, so we don't have an ultimate that forces Heretics to have to give space in respect to what we could use to try to put pressure on them. And then when we get to that last fight, like Team Heretics, they know, okay,
This
that's through the
is-
portal.
they've
but
been
if we just
playing
use
on the
everything in one
post
go before Vision
buff
hit anything
White
that they have
Fox
to be able
patch
to
for a
rebuff
while
that,
now.
we'll just sweep the fight and win. And it was one of the cleanest attack runs that we've seen from Symbiotic Surface.
Like, we were talking
I also
about
don't know
how
why
they
Venom
were
players
doing that
complain.
when they were taking point number 1. They're
Because,
trying for aggression
like,
with their dive composition, but it feels like they just
Venom is still really
unlocked
good.
Heretics were like, okay, let's just try something defensive, a nice setup here, and they got dove hard. And then the second they will unleash themselves, bring out Oasis on that White Fox, bringing out the Daredevil, bringing out Beetle on that Rogue, they just came right back into it. And like you say, they never gave Vision a chance once they moved on to attack.
I mean, you can see here in the replays, right? Vision are just not getting to fight 6v6 because Heretics, their entire composition is designed to force you into having to take split fights, which Heretics are then able to win despite having no ultimates. They've got so many good cooldowns in the neutral. Like, Hulk cannot understate this enough. He is literally so strong in neutral with the amount of sustainability and mobility that he has. We saw Vision trying to set up the pinch onto Heretics' backline and hit on the front line at the same time with symbiotic shenanigans advantage. Don't get to do that. Enzo just jumps the backline, peels it, and then blink and you'll miss it. He's already taking Vision's high ground.
It was pretty much as expected for Heretics, but I do think that they wanted to get the stress tests out as early as they can, especially because they have the winner of Shikigami versus Rad, the best of 5 that's coming after this series, to decide if they're going to be going up in the upper bracket.
You should have been
tomorrow,
quiet
or
about
if they're gonna
CC.
meet other
That's
teams
why-
that
that's
they
what I
can
told
fight
Kingsman
their
as
lives
well, bro,
tomorrow
but he
in
didn't
the
listen.
losers bracket. So it is a tough go for Vision.
Maybe they
But
misinterpreted
I
what
know
we were
good
talking
moments
about.
where
They're
they
like
felt the drafts
talking about
tested being
CC all the
held up
time.
against the likes of VP.
They thought we were
Rad.
talking about
You
crowd
can
control.
Take one thing out in particular, like the Mantis, but good
It's fucked
teams
up.
could just find something else to fill those gaps.
Started
Even to the point
working
that
within
Vision
January.
Heretics
It's the
actually
language
played
barrier.
Elsa today, which they haven't had the opportunity to, and both of the duelists play in the Elsa too.
Just because they don't get the opportunity to normally doesn't mean they don't. And that's the scary thing about a team like Heretics. Their draft pool is so deep because they have all these options, all played at an incredibly high level. And also with the fact that all these dive characters are so strong right now, and you've got players like Enzo and Tanuki on your team who can just make it happen. And Oasis, we were talking him up, arriving for the first time here. We saw some great plays, but the White Fox is what impressed me the most. from
The
them.
Tenacity
Some
update
great
reminds me of the
characters,
monkey's
not
paw.
down to that key moment that Moxie brings out. It's
You
delightful
want
to see
you want
Heretics
less
well-deserved win.
CC?
I'm excited to see
The
what more to come from
monkey
them.
paw.
So
The
it's like
finger
this stuff really
curls.
for Heretics, as the organization picked up these players. Most
Okay,
of them from Citadel,
buddy.
the ones that didn't go over to Americas at the very least.
Your wish
And
is
some other,
granted.
new additions, I suppose, from various rosters, including Beetle, who is going to be out interview very shortly.
Now
like
your
I
character
said,
is dog.
The Rogue was like
Rogue
the
seems
first
like
team
she's
to
gonna be
come
affected
together.
the
We saw
most.
a little bit of it from
Because
previous,
Hulk, you
like,
can
MIDs
still
and
get some
like
value
play.
even if you don't like
But honestly,
do your
Moxie, it
juggles
does
and
feel
stuff,
like
but Rogue is
everybody's
just
so capable
all
on the characters
CC.
in the game currently that the shift arounds on who was playing duelist, who was
Look at
playing
this,
which
boys.
strategist didn't seem to mire
Before
Heretics'
Booger
slightest
Vault
bit.
review, after Booger Vault
Well, I mean,
review.
they got Gambit through. If you get Gambit through, there's no way
It's
that you pass
Fortnite
up the
Lover 4.
opportunity of playing Rogue, Magneto, and Star-Lord. There's like literally no way because you have
Good job,
the
Fortnite,
strongest ult
Fortnite Lover.
combo
You're
to be able
platinum,
to eliminate
platinum
for
2.
strategist ults if Vision even have them up in time.
Ranked up.
And then you also have that team up to be able to just constantly have that neutral damage burst, being able to hit so that the Rogue is so lethal as opposed to what she is sometimes a little bit where you can absorb that damage if you have a triple strat line and just sort of bat her off. And I think like that was really, really crucial to just a Heretic
Don't
having so much
Borer.
space. But I think like in the future, what a lot of teams are probably going to be looking at is White
Borer
Fox
boot camp.
might have to be used and addressed in ban line purely because she directly counters both the Venom and the Daredevil. In the same way that we see like teams wanting to remove the Daredevil and have one-sided Daredevil, because you can take other elements of Dive out, but Daredevil is the only character in the game before Black Cat is added, because we're not playing with Black Cat added, who has that passive, who is able to see all of that information, and that allows you to just have so much read of when to hit, where to hit, and just have it constant application.
We just don't need
of threat,
tenacity in this
not
game, I'm gonna
letting
be
you
honest with
able
you.
to just like sit back in your space and adjust, because you're
We just
constantly
don't need
having to be like, is
tenacity.
he here yet? Is he there yet? Is he behind me? He's already behind me. And you have
just
zero
not
time
need
to
it.
adjust. Like White Fox is very similar in that we see so many strategists having resources that can deal with dive, but up against the Venom and the Daredevil, White Fox has the most survivability in that she can still punish things like the Venom, even if you have Invisible Woman banned out.
I think, Tetra, I remember casting a lot of Citadel last year with you, and we looked at the likes of Enzo and stuff. I remember there being like Spider Islands, for example. Every time it's
30% flat on
Citadel,
tanks would be
and it
fine.
was
Alright, go,
that
bro,
point
go
where
play
a little
Overwatch.
bit bounced out, they were very quick to make the adjustment.
What if we add
Like,
tank
very quick
passives
run
to
back
every
into the
tank
spawn, change
character?
up, and come
What if
again,
we add
which I think was
Roku?
really handy
Every
for
day
this time
we
round,
move
because
closer and
Vision were in
closer to
control when they
Overwatch
were running the
balancing.
dive. It's a method that they've said themselves really suits them, so naturally it made a lot of sense that they were able to do so well. But as soon as that change came in, it was a big deal for them. But we do have Beetle on the line, so we can ask him a couple of these questions ourselves. And I think the first one, Beetle, is because we haven't had much of a chance to talk to you in a Heretics jersey. What was the process of joining the team like? It seemed like Enzo
Well,
was
it's
really keen on
Tenacity.
picking
It's not an
you
Overwatch
and
thing, it's
Naga
a
up in
Rivals
particular,
thing.
but how did that discussion go from your end?
So basically, they were looking for an off tank, and it
Where's
wasn't
Beetle
really sure
from?
if I could
This
even
guy's
play,
Eastern European.
But I was like their first option for sure.
This guy's Eastern European.
So, looking now at your performance in the playoffs as opposed to the group stages, obviously there was a little bit of time for the meta to somewhat stabilize. Do you think the meta has actually stabilized, or do you think that teams are still
Vito,
working out what
Marvel
exactly is strong
Rivals,
in terms of both composition being played, but also
Liquipedia.
ban lines too?
I think like the start of preseason, everybody was banning whatever, like maybe Gambit first, maybe Elsa first. Right now it shifted.
He's
more
not Eastern
into
European.
A Gambit first ban and then an
I was
Elsa
wrong.
First, save. The last few bans are like they can change or whatever we want.
What is
So
Slavdar?
to go a little bit deeper
Oh,
into that then,
Slav
because you're
Radar.
actually one of the teams who had a 100% instant ban rate on Elsa. Why do you think teams have moved away from the Elsa instant ban and are instead looking at the Gambit?
Because if the other team has Elsa, you can ban like supports that can help the Elsa a lot, like Mantis, like Invis, and then basically you want to cut off like any help for the Elsa, so you have a winning matchup.
I wanted to talk to you about your pool in particular. In the previous seasons, before characters like Rogue, for example, were added, we saw you very often on Captain America and characters like that. How have you been enjoying Rogue coming into it, as that's one of the more recent heroes to be added?
I think Rogue without the Gambit team up is not really playable. It really depends. Like if the enemy team have full dive, maybe you can go Rogue and like grab the dive, maybe shift into them. But yeah, with the Gambit team up, you can just jump on them, hit everyone.
Any way
they
to
all
make
take
people play more
easy damage.
tanks?
You could also hit your teammate, heal your teammate.
Tank is always the least
So it's
popular role in every game. That's the
Enzo
eternal
said
curse.
on the first interview that we had with him that the key thing for you guys as a team
Every
was
game,
just
tank
rest.
is the least
Getting
popular
as many matchups as
role.
possible, getting as much practice against and with certain compositions.
People don't
as
like
much as you possibly
eating
can.
shit.
Was today kind of like that for
Think
you?
about
You
that.
were very much going to be the favorites in a lot of like predictions. Did you feel like this was a good chance to be thrown a couple of curveballs? And if so, what were you not expecting from Vision when it came to, like, for example, first banning out the Jeff? Was there a lot of stuff from today that caught you guys by surprise that you had to adjust to, or did you expect it all?
I mean, the meta right now is banning Gambit first, so seeing like a Jeff first ban or a Mantis first ban was pretty weird. But I don't think it's good, so we just got everything wanted.
Were tanks
Play,
ever even OP
easy,
in MR? You asked me, as we
Exactly.
currently have tank pool one of the most OP characters
And
in
I
the
guess
game.
the final question for me is, a lot of these early
Okay,
playoff
bud.
games are like VP versus Peps, Navi versus Fire. They're very much favorites, but your opponent next is either going to be Shikigami or Rad. Seems the closest series out
Besides
of these first
him,
four.
yes, brother.
Who have you got?
Garud is
winning
OP.
that? You've had,
Season Zero
played up
Strange
against
was
Shikigami
OP.
and Garud. Do you think Rad is the favorite in that
Law
one? or
can,
how do you think
please.
that's going to go?
I think it can go either way, but probably Rad have. the
Emma
upper
launch
edge
was
here,
OP.
Definitely. And about
What's scary
Navi
about them?
Fear, it's probably Navi. Rad can just pull out everything, I think. But I'm not too worried about them. It should be fine still.
You think there's going to be, if it is Rad tomorrow, you think there's going to be a couple of interesting drafts between you? Because you're both the same, right? You both play a lot of different compositions that there's only so much you can take out, right?
I mean, I just expect everything. They can do anything they want,
Perfect.
and it would be fine.
Well, we'll get on to that series now, but thanks again, Beetle. Nice to see you in the Team Heretics jersey, and good luck for tomorrow.
Curious about the other times of the
Thank
game?
you so much.
Yes, we've had plenty of OP
That
characters.
was Team Heretics' Beetle. Started to see him show up a lot on different vanguards now, and I mean, Enzo said it, they're ahead of the meta, is what he said in the last interview, and it seemed, Tetcher, that was kind of the case in this one. Vision and a couple of good ideas, but Heretics had the right responses, albeit maybe a little bit later than you would have assumed.
Yeah, like, you say later than they would have assumed. Every single time Heretics lost a fight, if they needed to adjust, they did.
Cap is a good
The
tank.
times they didn't adjust, they would just come back and win fights later. But on the Symbiotic surface, for example, they realized their comp needed some adjustments. They adjusted it right away. It was just too late to stop the first point being taken, as Moxie brought up earlier. There's not much you can do. You need to take the high ground. The portal's hard to do. You might as well just give that up. And
Cap,
adjust
like,
it.
only low elo players think
Perfect way
Cap is
to
a
sort
bad
of Go
pick.
into the second series, Shikigami versus Rad.
My
Four
bad,
best of
gang.
5 on who's
It's
going
not
to
an
be
Necro stream,
meeting
okay.
Heretics later on tomorrow. But after this quick break, so don't go anywhere.
5-minute break. Thank you. Chess while we wait. I don't think I'm locked in for chess. Bow, 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 bow. I haven't studied chess in a while. What is this? What is this guy doing? Okay. I should probably move my chungus. Then I'm done. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bam, 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 bam.
Talk when you hear a character who is a better solo duelist than Winter Soldier. Storm. Mr. Fantastic.
I
Iron Man.
don't, in
Human
particular, like the
Punisher.
idea of trading here because I
Hela.
opened the queen up.
Duelist Deadpool. Psylocke. Jean Grey.
Jean.
Moon Knight.
That's my boy on my life. To this day, whoop anybody's cheeks all day.
As solo
to the moon,
duelist.
alright, to the moon. Yeah, he'd take 1v6 for all I care. He'd take 1v11. All he does is 1v3 in his mind. He can take 1v11 in reality. He's got this.
All right, Matsy's been stressing, but still holding out. Wolverine. Elsa Bloodstone.
Okay.
Oh, Wolverine. Why
I was
Wolverine?
thinking too hard, man. I just
He's
love
opening
the,
up everything
the way that the
here.
feral leaps can really enable fights. In comparison to what you see out of Bucky right now. I don't know. But I mean, in that sense, it's the solo engagements. And I think one of the same, Wolverine with the, what is it,
He's
Last
another
Stand
primer.
can just absolutely rip and tear anybody. I've seen many a Wolverine, just a solo ult, tons of strategists, or for anyone for that matter. So, yep, I'm locked in on Wolverine. The claws are out.
He's gonna try to eat this.
Talk when you hear a map that is harder to full push than Central Park. Manhattan. Spider Islands. Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah.
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 Ooh.
Yeah.
After today, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That hurt teams today. That was morally
Yeah.
crushing for some people.
Doctor Strange got the better of him.
Which bit's the hardest to
C9s,
push?
man, stay on the point. Stay on the point.
Do
bit's the
do
hardest
do
to
do do do
Final
do.
area.
Yeah,
Do, do,
I'd
do,
say
do, do,
in
do,
some ways the
do,
first
do,
and last
do,
part of the
do.
map, but more so the last part of the map.
I would say the last sixth specifically.
Yeah.
Because that first section of the third, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, around the corner. But when you're at the end, it's like there's spawns right there. There's no good line of sight to protect yourself. It's decimation.
Okay.
Rad and Shikigami are going to be playing up now, and it's best of 5 as we move through the playoffs for pre-season. I think for both of these, start with Moxie in this one, like these are two teams that have like piqued interest with various unsigned tenure from last year, even 2025. They are actually now in these jerseys, on these teams for Rad and Shikigami, and looking to prove that they're some of the top talent in the top region.
Yeah, and we don't really know which way it will go, right? I think we're all split. We heard even just then from Beetle where he said he doesn't know which team will walk away with the win. He's sort of leaning towards Rad, which is also what yourself and myself are, Ryan, with Tetcha being the outlier.
I mean, this
thinking
queen has
Shikigami,
to
but
move.
I think we're under no illusion, right? This has the opportunity and should be going to a 5-map series,
I would
given how
love to do
close
an
both of
attack.
these teams are on paper.
Yeah, it's especially because they were in different.
If I do
groups,
this-
Tetcha, it feels like sure, Rad have the better run.
He's
of
gonna
form.
lose
They were
castling
4-1
rights.
when it came to their groups, only losing to Virtus Pro and beating everybody else in Group B. And Shikigami 3-2,
So you can't castle
losing
here.
to the likes of
He has to
Na'Vi
move.
and Heretics. Did take a map off of Na'Vi though, which is probably something that we'll come back to. But ultimately,
And then
I guess people would assume that Rad are the favorites here because they've lost less games, right?
This is probably like the kind of ratio
And
of like which
then-
this is where people are going to look at it. Like you say, Rad is leading a bit more heavily because they have only lost to Virtus
This
Pro, the
should
world
be
champions.
lost.
But Shikigami have only
should-
lost to
I don't think
the
he can
former
move it
world
anywhere.
champions in the form of Na'Vi, which they took a map off of, and the team that beat Na'Vi. So it's pretty
Moves here,
solid performance
dead,
either way.
dead,
This is a
dead,
top 5 team
and
in
take
Europe
this.
right now against another
Probably
top
his
5
best
team
option,
in Europe
maybe?
right now. The question just is where they land. And for me, I'm just delighted to be here because this is going to be great. We've talked about the fact that a lot of people are leaning in the direction of Brad. I believe
This
ever
rook
so
here
slightly
isn't
in the
doing
direction of
anything.
Shikigami, but Shikigami, with a lot of my players who have been like favorites for a long time, who have stuck together since the end of Stage 2 for EMEA, versus Rad, a newer roster coming together with a lot of older players finding each other to actually create something absolutely magnificent. It's like having to choose between Woody and Buzz. It's impossible.
Do I do this?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see how
I
these
contest
teams do with
this.
how the meta has looked. Clearly, both teams have a couple of ideas that they want.
Okay, watch
to try
this.
to
Wait.
establish themselves. We do, however, have a special guest coming in. Craggy from the Team Heretics camp of Watchparty is going to be joining us briefly very soon before we do get into the second series. So his team is going to be the case of who's going to win out in this full best of 5. So be curious to get his impression of it so far. But I think that there's 2 players that I love, one on each team, and it's Crazy Kitty and Leolis. They are the 2 duelists that have impressed me the most. But I also have to go towards Frost Mountain on the side of Shikigami. He was a player that was not a Storm 1 trick, but he did play a lot of Storm when a lot of people didn't. But he's managed to not only flex onto characters like the Human Torch and show a lot of promise there in the Central Park composition Moxie, but his Daredevil looks really strong, and he just seems to be very much on par with some of the more eccentric duelists that we have in this region.
Yeah, I mean, there's an absence of talking about the Vanguard line, which we'll come back to, because
Are you guys
Shikigami
enjoying
and
the
Rad
chess?
both have very strong Vanguard lines, but I believe, Tetra, your hosting duties are calling you, as is someone else.
Not for me this time. Ryan's hosting.
Yeah, it's Craggy's
Oh,
on
yeah.
the line. And as a duelist Vanguard player, no...
Then I'm gonna move this here.
Yes, hero shooter experience, but certainly for Schmungus. I think
Schmungus?
we've got him on the line available, so Craggy, if you could hear us, do blink
Schmungus
twice.
mention.
First and foremost, Team Heretics, you've been watching them, supporting them. Are you pleased and happy with how that series went, or did it stress you out a little bit more, considering
Craggy's on the
expected to
thing.
be the winners, right? But Vision had a couple of good moments, no?
They had a few good moments, a few good hiccups, but for the most part, Team Heretics dominated that match. I mean, we played absolutely out of our minds, I'd say, and there will definitely be more 3-0s coming from Team Heretics in the next couple of days.
Have you been watching 2 of these? Sorry, real quick. Have you been watching much of Rad and Shikigami as well? Because I know that you've been watching Heretics mostly, but I'm pretty sure you've been watching all of the action in EMEA. First and foremost, who have you got for this upcoming series? Because Rad and Shikigami both look good, but they've just been in separate groups, so we don't know how really they're going to fare against each other.
Yeah, so I saw it was pretty one-sided to Rad. I think it was Tetra, the one that went with Shikigami. I'm gonna go with Shikigami as well. I think they're gonna win. I think I think they have the better roster, but it'll definitely be a close match. I mean, it can go both ways, but I think Shiki's gonna take it.
Watch this play.
Going back to your statement just there about many 3-0s in Team Heretics' future, are you alluding perhaps to Na'Vi VP? Do you think that they're also going to be able to go flawless against those 2 teams?
Yeah, so I think the way my prediction went was VP is going to beat Na'Vi, and then Team Heretics is going to beat VP. They've already beat Na'Vi 2-0, and I think they can definitely do it again. I think the 3 strongest team in the world right now is Team Heretics, Na'Vi, and VP. So it can go either way depending on the day between those teams. But I think Team Heretics is looking really strong. They got some really strong players. They're very flexible, especially their DPS players, which is what is needed in this meta. I think with triple support being so strong, and sometimes you have to play 2-2-2, maybe even put a DPS on tank. I think Naga is probably the best player to flex onto all the different roles that they need. And I think the meta for the DPS role is just fit for Tanuki as well. I mean, I think he's the best Daredevil, so I think they got a good shot.
A very simple question from me. What's been your favorite game from Heretics so far? What's been your favorite performance?
I think when they played against Na'Vi, I think a lot of people was doubting Team Heretics' ability because it's a new team. It's a new org and a new team playing against some teams that have been playing together for very, very long. And I think them being able to go 2-0 against them really showed what they're capable of, and that they do have a chance at beating the best teams. So I think that's showing.
He's just gonna do this.
Solidified their spot.
He's gonna
as,
check
one of the top teams.
Yes.
So it's nice to see that you know we've got Team Heretics for the first time involved in Marvel Rivals. It's great that they've picked you up to be the contractually obligated support of them, but still, like, you've also got experience like playing in these tournaments with like Shmonks and stuff yourself. So is there part of it like when you're watching these guys, you're like, just put me in the
What do you
server,
think
like,
about this
please,
play
like,
right here?
you're itching to get
Sacrifice
back
the
into it, or are you more
bishop.
happy to just sit back and
Check
let
the
pros
king.
play and just
The king has to
give them some
move.
guidance if they ask for it,
I'm
right?
just
Like, how
sending
are
it,
you
bro.
enjoying the
Lock
Watchparty
in.
versus play?
I'm not even thinking about it.
Watching them play has definitely given me the itch to play pro. I mean, we never know what's gonna happen in the future. But you know, at the same time, I'm also an old man. My
Check.
reflexes aren't quite what they used to be. I think I saw some stats about like the average age of a team, and some teams are below 20. So I've definitely been older than some
Check.
of these players.
Yeah, you got a couple of 17, 18-year-olds coming through the wings as well.
Check.
I guess final question, like, obviously, again, like, are there other teams that you have been watching that have impressed you, or you're sort of surprised
Check.
when Heretics aren't playing? Because there's so much, like, promising
Again,
talent and
check.
new organizations involved as well. Like, I do wonder
Okay.
if some teams have caught your eye of, like,
And
definitely
then
pay attention to X team.
we
because
check.
it could be from other regions as well, right? Like America's, like, what teams are catching
Use
your
your
eye
rook.
outside?
We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
so I haven't
We're getting there.
watched too much,
Check.
NA, but I think the one that we're also
Okay.
talking about is Swamp Gaming. How well they've
Check.
been playing. And then, but I did expect TLC to do really well, and they did also do really well. But yeah, Swamp
Check.
Gaming is definitely one I wasn't expecting.
And then
But yeah, I mean,
what do I do
for
here?
EU,
Mismade.
since
Fuck!
I'm so familiar with
Am
the
I
region,
stupid,
I had
chud?
a good idea of where everybody was.
Am I a disgusting piece of
I
shit?
think the biggest game will be Team Heretics or Navi versus VP. To see how well VP.
I missed three mates.
still
That's
is,
the
how good
thing.
they
I don't
still
have
are.
the genetic
So,
composition
Being
to.
able to compete against having those teams play against each other, I think will be a good watch.
lock in.
It's going to be an exciting next couple of days, and you're going to be watch partying all of it, I'm pretty sure, Craggy. So where can people watch you?
Well, they can watch me on twitch.tv/Craggy with 2 E's. We'll be cheering on for Team
I don't have
Heretics
too much
whenever
time.
they're playing, and then
My time?
just seeing
I
which
can see
team
my time.
will be the winner of the other games. I think this next game is definitely going to be close.
Yeah, it definitely it's the one that I think the casters are the most excited. So we'll let you go. We'll get into this next series, but thanks again, Craggy.
Thank you very much.
So we get to see a little bit more gloating from the Team Heretics camp, but it is due deserved. But their opponent is the ones that are coming up here of Rad versus Shikigami, and much because there is like a focus on the big organizations, these are two teams that a lot of various players from various rosters in EMEA, they're putting Shikigami and Rad in the top 5 teams in the region. Like, they are the upper echelon, just maybe boxing, not quite the same level as like Navi, VP, and Team Heretics at the moment.
Yeah, there's potential. There's really strong potential for both of these teams, as we talked about. Like, we talked about the duelists, we've talked about the strategists. We have to talk about the vanguards because, like, Kaya has been a standout Venom player, and Ducky has been a standout Groot player from day one, but he's been looking really, really good.
I fucked up.
Flexing onto things like the Magneto now as well.
I threw my
Took a little
Chungus
bit of a
game.
break. He only was a substitute in Stage 2 of 2025 Ignite last year, but
Lock
he has
in.
come back and
We
hit
lost.
the ground
Yeah, watch this
running.
play, watch
His
this play.
Groot is insane. He's had
Watch
some
this play.
whole rounds of domination where he is yet
I'm
to
gonna
go
force a
back
draw.
into that respawn point. And I think, like, for me, that's what gives Rad the edge. The fact that they have such an extent of their hero pools. They've got the Groot compositions. Crazy Kitty can play a absolute stunning Ultron as well in a triple strat line. For me, like, Shikigami, it's always been the dive composition. We have to really see if they can move outside of just being a dive identity team, especially now that we're seeing more counter dive comps with the Luna, with the White Fox, really establishing a counter for Venom.
I think that's a really funny point as well, Tetcha, because I feel like the same thing happened to Vision, where they had a really good first week, and they were like, yeah, the meta really suits us, it's dive, and then it's like the meta was in fact not dive, it was a lot more triple strategist, and they had a horrid week too because of it. It seemed to be a thing that caught some of the teams out, so yeah, Shikigami want to try to dictate the game the way that they want to play. It's just that Rad are so open with the meta that they can play anything they want.
it's not an issue for Rad, like you say. They are so flexible, not just in terms of, as Cracky mentioned, it's so important that your duelists are so flexible because sometimes you have to triple strategies. Sometimes, especially if you're pirates in Asia, for example, triple vanguards be coming in, which is.
I tried to stalemate him.
Over there, flexible duelists.
I had a
are
brilliant
so
play. The
in right now.
sacrifice, the bishop sacrifice was good, but I didn't actually get the mate because I'm stupid. I executed poorly because I'm a stupid chud, bro. I never think about the mates. Maybe I should start like practicing my mates. You know what I mean? Do some mate practice.
They struggled against teams that really sort of banked up the ultimates to make it.
Go into practice range and like practice mating.
Play more in the neutral. The problem is that you have Rad on the other side saying that you can't play honest against us when it comes to drafts.
Checkmates are
So I do
important,
wonder
yes.
How the drafts especially are going to look.
Yeah, I mean, we have both teams here basically playing a whole host of different compositions for the group stages. Like we said, like Shikigami, dive composition have been like stand out, lights out.
Also,
but
I haven't
they
warmed
also
up
play
chess. I haven't
so
played in a few days.
disciplined to the point that their backline does not have to be dive. They don't, like, if they want to go for a full dive composition, it doesn't force them into having to play the Jeff Rocket. No, they've been able to play things like the Luna and the
Yes, I
White
played
Box
deck builders.
themselves, and they just know that when they're
Correlation with drawing arrows. I don't use drawing arrows because I think that's cheating. Who's with me?
Although I will say,
Like,
if
imagine
Blackstone
you're on a
gets the
board
opportunity to
in
spawn
real
someone
life
on
playing
their
chess,
level, he absolutely will,
and
he
then
has done in the
you're
past.
like, you can't imagine the arrows. Like, the arrows aren't like, you're like, how am I supposed to calculate checkmate there?
I think real quick, if we're looking at a highlight on Rad Moxie, it's Ducky, right? Like, Ducky has been phenomenal, not only just
Can
as
I get a
vanguard on
marker?
this team, but the Groot especially. He's had maps that have been fully played out that he hasn't had an elimination against him. With the
Oh,
focus on
fuck.
bunches,
I could have
it's pretty
mated
good
that
team
guy.
between the two of them. No,
But it's
and you've got
okay.
Loki alongside.
But my play was
It just
good.
feels
My
like
play was
Ducky
good.
can
My
get
execution
what's
was
done
bad. I'm happy
when
with
he's
my
competing against the
idea.
likes of Groot.
Yeah, and I mean, Groot's in a really good place as well, where there's
Who's
so
with
much
me?
that has to be addressed in the ban draft. Is there enough room to actually look at the Groot, which a lot of the time Rad have as an option to be able to flex onto, but they're not really starting off with it. But if we do see things like the Elsa come through, then Groot can be one of the best ways at just shutting down an Elsa ult by being able to put a wall directly in the path of the Glartrox and save your team. Like, Ducky has had multiple performances where he's been able to set up his team perfectly and also been able to shut down enemy
That chess game
plays
had me going,
off
yes,
something
yes,
that
yes.
should be
No,
a
no,
fight
no.
win condition, but are just
Banger.
removed with the use of one cooldown.
And when
The
you
map is going to be
mentioned
Hell's
Duck-
Heaven for this first one. Sorry, go on. Go on,
When you mentioned
Kiddy Chung is my pawn. I should have just not moved my queen.
These two played together on Zero Tenacity during phase 1, and I've fallen in love with them as a
Black
duo
Cat
together.
tutorial? Dude,
From the very
there won't be a
first
tutorial
game, we
lock-in.
really saw them where we got the interview with Ducky at the end after they went a solo Vanguard. Magneto with Lugia getting put onto a Wolverine in a triple duelist.
Chess in
setup.
Overwatch terms?
And the way
Nah, I
it's
can't.
not the
Chess is too
composition that
complicated for
excites me,
Overwatch.
It's how the interview went afterwards, where Ducky just said, well, he's the best tank in the world. I just want to let him do what he wants. And that's the level of trust that you want in your front line, the level of synergy, and I love watching these two anytime they're together.
Yeah, but
Are
going on the
due
side of
predictions.
your prediction for Shikigami, if we're focusing on
Predictions
Ducky
are
as being
are
one of the
do be
main
done.
benefactors of Rad that's going to give them the victory here, who is it for Shikigami, you think? Who's the player you think that people should be keeping an eye on to perform?
As much as I usually will glaze Leolaz, this time I'm going to lean into a twofold here. Kaya, as we've already mentioned, is a difference maker. In the front line, they can be someone who disrupts main tank lineups so effectively, and the other one is Frost Mountain. They're so flexible. They're a player who brought out Storm more than anyone else last year in compositions where you didn't expect it, because they will be practicing stuff that you might not expect, but still play all the meta heroes to the level that you want. This is a team with two massive playmakers, and then everyone else has just been playing together long enough and playing at a high enough skill level that they are difference makers. This is a team of difference makers, but I'll highlight those two in particular.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Certainly for like the first map being Hell's Heaven, it's a map that we have seen Shikigami.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you here, like completely honest here. Can we start the fucking games?
The strategists' backlines for
Holy
some of the more
fuck.
experienced ones outside the major teams, right? You've got Mash.
I enjoy the yap.
used to be
God bless
Orseal
your hearts.
and
It's not their
Vertigo on the
fault,
side
but
of Rad.
Jesus
And then you've got
fuck.
Maelstrom and Name that are on Shikigami, all of which have played pretty much since the Invitational, or at the very least the first stage of 2025, right? These are guys that have a lot of experience playing with each other as well.
Yeah, and I mean the depth of their hero pool as well supports
How
that
are you not
because they've
stressing
been
about the
playing
tank
literally
changes
since
coming
the
up?
start of the
Because who
game. They have
cares?
so much experience on
Like, I
all of the
already
strategies
gave you
to
my
work
piece, but like,
meta for all of the different parts
it's
of the
not
game.
that
We've
deep
seen
in the sense that
Invisible
it's a
Woman,
game, and
we've
if you
seen
don't like
the
it, you don't
Luna,
have to
the
play it.
White Fox, the Gambit, the
What am I
Jett,
supposed
the
to stress
Loki,
about?
the CD. They've had to do literally.
It's not
all
fucking
of it.
politics.
So there's not really
Nobody's
a lot that you
livelihood
can
is
do
in
terms of
effect.
just, like banning them out of a comfort pick. They all have their comfort picks open. I think
gonna be
much more
shouting
so, as we heard from Beetle,
about
it's gonna be
fucking
about
balancing
looking
the
at
video
that
game.
first instant save from the enemy team.
Not
and
that
looking at,
serious,
okay,
bro,
what
not
is
that
going to be most
serious.
costly for us to remove that could support that.
I think the one thing that we've not seen from either of these teams too much in comparison to other ones is Mantis, right? Like, both teams have been playing a lot of the Elsa, going for the Gambit, like Name in the case for Shikigami, and then I think it was Mash on the side of Brad. Feels that there is like maybe some ideas here, but it does look, I'd say for both teams typically, you do have very good duelists, Tetra, but at the same time, they're very flexible. Crazy Kitty and Frost Mountain, not afraid to go and switch to a triple strategist lineup if they need to.
This is not, like, hero pools are not really an issue for these teams in most cases. There may be like the odd weakness you could find here and there if you were to dive exceptionally deep.
I'm a
but
fan
you'd
of
be
beans.
hard-pressed to pick one out. For now, though, I am just not too worried about having weak spots for stuff like a Mantis, stuff that's incredibly important right now.
We should be getting into games soon. Again, this isn't us. Like, I know somebody sort of put like it's only into 4 maps out of potential. What? How many maps do we potentially have? 14 left potentially if these best of 5s go the full distance. But it's more the fact that this is the one I think out of the next 3 guys that is going to be the one that it would be more of a shock if it was a 3-0 to either team, right? That's generally what we're assuming. There are going to be traded maps.
Pickles are great.
Especially now that we get into some full best of 5.
Pickles are great.
And I guess it's a good chance to explain, Tetra, like, we do see these game modes play out. It's going to be domination first, as it always is. Then it has to be convergence and convoy, and then it does reset later on, right?
Yes, we start off, like you say, domination every time, which is predetermined. The teams know what map they're going to play on far in advance for their first map, so no need to worry about that. They would have known they're playing on Hell's Heaven before.
I fuck with Pickles
They
heavy.
have the opportunity to practice that, and it's why domination is, especially in best of 5s, an extremely important map type to choose. But then you can choose between convoy or convergence.
What are they even saying? They're just filling in time until the games begin.
Be the last game mode that you have not played yet. Once you've done that, you can go back to either of the other 2 game modes that you did not just play. So if you go domination, convoy, convergence, you can't then play convergence again, but you can convoy or not.
So we'll see where it's going to start with domination and where exactly this series is going to take us. Guys, I know you've been itching to cast this series. No one can really decide
Who
between
did I
them.
vote here?
Let's get into it.
I mean, yeah, we have been itching. I remember actually, Tetra, when you found out that we were the one scheduled for this game, there was a sort of like punch the air moment. Where it was like, oh, yes! This is the one that we get. This is the one that could go the distance to the full 5 maps, at least in day 1, I think, of the playoffs here. But we're getting ready to go into that first ban draft, and this is what we're talking about, right? We don't really think that you can ban
Shiki?
out both of these
Wait, I have an
teams.
idea
think,
for a
like,
video.
It's much more about using the ban draft, forcing them onto a specific composition, and then being able to react around the composition that you put them onto.
YouTube thumbnail.
I'm going to find out which
With the
direction they
meme.
go in, and that
You
is
know
to
what?
head on in and
Lock
start
in.
us off. Already, we're seeing more traditional.
I want the low
start,
cortisol
nothing wild. We're looking at
meme.
Gambit in these early stages of the bans.
I always
Started
end my
off
sentences
a
with
mirror
lock
from
in.
both sides. And nothing too unusual yet, but there's plenty of time.
Also save potentially coming through from Rad into, I'm guessing, a
I voted
Loki or
Shikigami,
Mantis
right?
ban coming through from the side of Shikigami before they go into their own. Let's be honest. Elsa save. We don't have to be a fortune teller to be able to see that one coming. As, yep, there's the Elsa save. Now both teams will likely take the mirror for the Loki, or potentially Rad go for Mantis here, seeing that Shikigami
Why is Lidstro
took
a
it out
Black Widow?
earlier.
There it goes. Mantis.
Yeah,
taken
but
off
Mantis
board.
banned.
Completely identical bans so far from these teams and the locks. So now heading into the mirror, and we keep the theme, Invisible Woman. So far, this could be the draft from last series as well, Moxie, as we're sticking very heavily on the strategist bans that we've been
Wait, they
seeing
have
over the
champion
last
icons?
day, with
Champion
only
Black
Vanguard
Widow?
Deadpool
What the
sneaking
fuck?
in outside, and there he is as
Wait,
a
have you guys
defense.
seen Champion Black Widow ever?
Breaking the fourth wall. It's very Wade Wilson, isn't it? You say his
Sorry, I
name,
read
and
the
just like
script.
Beetlejuice, you've summoned him into
Gotta be
existence.
One time, I think that guy should be permanently banned.
Oh, Rad's going to be removing.
pretty sure
the
they get all the
Daredevil from
icons and
side of
skins
Frost
in the
Mountain.
server.
This means that
What?
Shikigami might feel
Really?
like they have to go for
That's
a ban
so
onto Daredevil
interesting.
themselves,
Wow.
or we could see the split come through if they go for this ban here. There's like debate. If they want to run the dive with the Venom, they know that the Luna White Fox team up is going to be problematic, so they actually remove the Luna and leave the Loki open. And I think this is maybe something that we're actually going to start to see more and more of. Taking out the Mantis so that the Elsa doesn't get the 12% damage boost also then means that if Loki makes it through, he doesn't have to team up with the Mantis, but in terms of weighing Loki up with Invisible Woman gives much more resources to the Elsa to be able to take an off-angle fight, as opposed to the Loki, who's going to be wanting to group up with the team.
We are going to see Loki allowed through for both teams, so it is still available if either one wants to pick it up, as we're going to be heading on into Hell's Heaven for our first game in this best of 5 series. There's a whole lot of weird hovers in the spawn rooms. We'll see how many of these actually make it out, so we won't go too much into detail here. But overall, the one thing
6-7, Hell's Heaven.
here is the one-sided Daredevil. You talked about how it might be important to potentially ban that out as well from the other side. But in this case, there is the option for Rad to get asymmetrical information here if they want to play Daredevil later on.
I don't think that, like, it's there if they want to go for it, but they don't have to use it. I think it's more important that they take it away from Shikigami, because Shikigami, like we said, they're a dive team. They've been playing mostly Daredevil with that dive, and now they don't have the information, so they actually have to take the time to scout out where Rad will be, as opposed to just being like, okay, we'll send this amount of players to this exact position at this amount of timing and be able to find that first elimination. As we're actually going to get a Hulk mirror coming on through. Isidore and Lugia both going to be playing that one. Name's the outlier, but the wolf grab from Frost Mountain delivers Ducky right into the clutching claws of Shikigami's crew, and they find the first elimination, make that the second. That will be point cap unlocked right to Shikigami's side. Rad have nothing to be able to contest this.
Vertigo will be able to get away thanks to that White Fox teleport to make sure that they don't get caught out
What?
here. But wow, lovely start by Shikigami.
Oh.
We talked about just how scary they can be with their dive composition. In this case, it was an isolation style, with Isidore able to lock down Lugia to keep them off their team. And
Wire.
then full freedom for Frost Mountain to isolate that Deadpool and capitalize for that first pick up.
There's something else.
Shikigami going to start to build up that charge. In the
No,
meantime,
it's not.
Crazy Kitty
It's
is
this chunk is.
building up a lot of damage out for here. Wolverine is hovering in the sky with that feral leap with the throw from that cosmic fast pull from the gamma fast pull from the Hulk team up here. They're going to try and push out with the thing. Lugia looking to try and put some pressure onto those mobile characters, but gets locked down again.
Yeah, great exile so that Lugia can't follow up now onto Kaya, but not able to stabilize the Vanguard Deadpool. They'll lose one of their players. Rad also having both Emma and Thing in play means that Frost Mountain loses these grab opportunities on the Vanguards, as Kaya's actually coming back on this range. Lindstrom uses God of Mischief to copy onto
Thanks so much for
Nami,
primer.
having Eternal Bond, which will delay Rad from getting this flip long enough for Kaya to come through on this range portal. We're going even further into delay territory because Isidore commits the World Breaker, and this is buying time for Nami to be able to hit an ultimate and force Mash to have to mirror.
Mash coming on in with that Eternal Bond here for a little bit of extra healing. Glass rocks from Crazy Kitty.
Dinner time, love.
Wolverine tries to feral leap away, but will get picked off by Ducky. Counter from Leo to kite them backwards. Picks off Mash, removes at least some of the healing from Vertigo. Now with their own Eternal Bond, keeping the team topped up to try and delay this fight longer. But all this is doing is trying to allow Rad for an eventual flip, because we're at
Nerf Elsa.
92%.
She got
Delaying is
nerfed.
paying off dividends here. Beautiful end sum though, might be enough finally for that flip, but it's at 99% Moxie, and that's exactly what you want to see on Dom, if you can get the flip to happen when you're already on overtime.
Yeah, it's the opposite of what you want to see if you're a Rad supporter, though. Because, like, now, if you're Shikigami, you have so much point percentage to play with, you can just build up
Thank you so much for tier
We're
1.
actually even going to see that they're going to be swapping. They're going to go for the group Moon Knight and just play for the combo. to be able to take advantage of Mash being the Loki, so the Ankh bounces.
Daredevil is
means
very
that your Moon Knight
counterable.
will hit Hand of Khonshu so much sooner. It also means that Rad don't get the
I like when
opportunity
people
of just, like,
argue
playing
with
for a first
pro
pick
players
before
that play this
Shikigami
game
can
for a
make
living.
play, and Mash is getting very little
Daredevil
heal
is super
opportunities,
counterable
since
in my rank.
Shiki
Why are they
poking at
banning
the moment outside
Daredevil?
of
Like,
that Moon
what the
Knight.
fuck?
Mash has no one to heal to be able
Brother,
to match Lindstrom's
they're
ult.
on a
The
different level.
moment Shikigami hit Loki, they're just gonna go in with God of Mischief coffee.
I feel like they know a little bit more about the game. Oh, you're replying to the guy? Which guy? Should I kill him?
Picks to deal with the Wolverine, but Wolverine is now gone. Arn comes out, isolates two with the help of the fucking Unicorn Shield from Kaya, splitting the team right off the bat, taking out Lugia, forcing out the Apex Predator to try and take them down, but a beautiful wall to allow the retreat, and once again, overtime starts to tick down. Here comes the dive as
What's the reasoning for not...
what's
your question?
That is Shikigami with the flip, able to take back
Why are
control
they
and
not
take the first point.
releasing...
See, this was the thing about
I think that no
Shikigami.
one
When
knows
you
instead
go
of
back, when you
Cyclops.
watch their games,
Well,
and you actually like
releasing
see
characters
from
that nobody
overhead
knows
POV,
is good.
They're so disciplined. They're so content with like not looking for more if they don't
Nerf
have to
DD
do
again?
more. And that last fight, that is just
Valid.
their MO to an absolute T. The fact that they understand, oh wait a minute, we're so close
want a
to
match
our God of
against,
Mischief. If we start doing
pro
any
team?
form of poke pressure, Mash is going to be
mean,
able to
they
just
weren't, like,
absorb
super
that
pro,
damage,
but-
channel it up, have potentially Loki ultimate to be able
It was
to
also
match
against
Lindstrom's.
people that were
So
like,
what we
one
can
of the
literally
tank
just
players
do
in
is
that team
have
were
Aggro
trash
as
talking
Strange
me
play Anchor on point,
and like
plus
crashing
19
out
can
on
put
me
pressure on the backline with
that
the
one
Moon Knight
game,
when the fight's starting as
and,
opposed to before,
start
and
saying
we can
weird
just
shit.
make a play for first turn with
And then they
unmatched
played
Loki
against
ult,
us, and we
which,
played
as I
Scarlet
said,
Witch and
it's
won against them,
unmatched.
and I
They
don't think
can't
he's ever
afford to
been
lose
able
it.
to
They
live that
have to
down.
give up the space and make a play for a clutch Elsa ult, which Shikigami can just absorb.
He's not in any
Really
pro
good
team right
heads up
now,
play,
but like, he's
very
not in
good
Ignite.
macro coming on through from the side of Shikigami, which honestly just finished off the fight before Rad got the opportunity to win it.
A nice, simple, not a gank attempt to a portal, but just a high ground control just to try and get the more advantageous position coming in from Shikigami because they have Straggling Prison. And that Hand of Khonshu already off the back. It's a massacre, Moxie! Rad
Guys, did I tell you
deleted
Shikigami is
off
gonna
the
win this?
board. The charge up from last round not needed. Thanks to
I
the
think
isolation of
maybe I'm the
Fire
goat
and
of
Isidore
predictions.
preventing any need for the wombo, so they drop it right off the bat, and that's Shikigami taking
Maybe
full
have I
control
made a
again.
single
Start
wrong
building that
prediction?
percentage.
Yeah, it's one of those ults that you can go aggressively with at the start of these rounds too, because even though Mash had regeneration domain, it's not enough. The amount of
When?
damage coming on through from those individual talons.
Can you predict if
is
she still
just
loves
going
you?
to shred through the runestones before Rad can live it. They do have Mash's
Navi
ult
against
here
Team
to make a
Heretics?
move, but if they use
I didn't
bursting,
predict
you
it
can
in
already
game.
see Leila's posted up with the Apex Predator wanting to
It
grab
turned into
people
top
out
5,
of the
top
path of
100 through
Eternal
GM
Bond
Celestial.
to
It
set
turned
up
into
for
top
the
100.
eliminations on Shikigami,
Top
who
100
still
is
have
just
not
pro
given the
players.
flip, and they'll hold on to it longer yet since Name has later Eternal Bond, and Rad's whole ultimate economy might be torched just finding the flip the same way we saw previously.
Lose the Moon Knight, but here comes
Brother,
the Eternal
I know
Bond.
why-
Once again, they're just trying to buy
Think
as
so.
much time
Do you
as
think
they
Ghost
can.
will be
Go
trash
for
without
the
Juggo?
this time.
I mean,
Vertigo's going to
I don't think
mid-range.
Hulk's
So all
particularly
of
that good right
Shikigami
now.
is delayed
Anyways.
as long as they can. Frostbatch can try and roll back in as soon as they
But you
can,
don't need the
but
Juggo.
This will be a flip for Rad. They will take control. And this
Like,
time,
it's good, but
quite a bit quicker. 51%,
you don't get to hit it
no
like that
portal
often
re-engagement
in
for
pro play.
Shiki, so it's time to
Or I guess in
potentially
ranked
adjust
you
a
do,
bit.
so.
They're gonna move off of the Doctor's
Depends what
Blade,
you're
wait
asking.
until that portal's back later, and they're going to keep, but they will keep
Um,
with that Moon Knight Groot combo, especially with the fact that Thing is still in play. As long as they don't get caught out by the Wolverine Thing Cosmic Fastball combo, they still have a
I mean,
fantastic
like, the
combo
thing
and
is,
some
people are
great
saying the
targets
Juggo
to
tech
really
is
attack
killing
that
Hulk
side
ult, but like, at the end of the day,
Yeah, taking the high ground approach,
it's the same
scouting, clearing
as
all of the corners to make sure the
Doomfist
crazy
in
kitty is
Overwatch
not
in the
around
sense
one
that
of them,
the really
looking
good
to
Doom
grab
players don't
out
really
the
try to do
Vandal
really
or
flashy plays.
potentially
They're just
that
really
Groot as
consistent.
well.
And
As
they
they're
live
actually
and
going
they
to
counter
invade
enemy
closer
ults and then they
into
hit their
now
exiles and
Rad's own
whatever.
position. We can
I
see
feel like
Shikigami
the
wanting to
worst
just play the
players,
high
which
ground
might
as
be a little bit
Lindstrom
offensive
posted up there
to some
safely,
people, but like,
out
I
of the
think
way of the Thing's
the
covering
rank
time so
players
you can
who are
react to
worse
it
than the pro
with the
players
regeneration
are
domain.
usually trying
Smash
too
has
much
looked
to be
currently
flashy.
uncontested, takes out
And the
Layla,
Juggo
trying to
tech
push
is
some
cool,
pressure from
but like
Missile,
against
there's
good
no
players, you're just gonna
follow-up
die while
from
doing
the
it
Hand of Khonshu.
most of the time.
Frostbite is having to duelite Smashness instead.
Like, it's gonna be
and
hard
Rad
for you
will
to
be able
execute.
hold on to the fight as
It's hard
Alpha
for you
is
to
let
execute
loose.
in general because they know you have your ult.
Rad are taking so
But
much
it's
of an
cool, I guess.
advantage over how this map in particular is set up. They're making great use of the high ground and those those back room areas in order to try and just sustain. keep control and not get caught, most importantly. That way they can just make sure they're split enough to not get capitalized.
Yeah, I think that the thing
enough to take out Kaya.
is eating
that
more
was
shit
so
than
low.
Hulk. Because
Vanguard
it
does
actually
pull
just
through
fucks
the
over his ult.
Banhammer. Mash, though, has allowed the inroad to come through with the God of Mischief copy on.
I need Shikigami to win this or I look like a chump.
Have match. You can see Ducky just waiting, understanding Shikigami's hand is about to be forced. We're about to hit OT. They have to walk through. If you can get the stun up onto the Loki to find the elimination before he can use the CC immunity outside of the Emerald, you might be able to shut down Shikigami's stall.
Crossmount got a kill.
The Eternal Bomb. Ducky still holding on to the Psionic Seduction, just holding it, waiting for the CC immunity to be done. Huge Apex Predator from Layla. Smash tries to equalize.
That's over.
So many players, 2-in-1
Wrap it up.
swoop, including the CD. Nami loses the opportunity for second ult. And Shikigami, they got the Strange Portal through, but there's no Cloak and Dagger ultimate to stabilize the team long enough to actually stall for it.
They didn't have the sustain, they didn't have the strategist. The one good side is Rad did use Portal just in case that went south. This is not something Shikigami knows, but it is a reason.
I'm gonna say another thing that people will not be happy about. But I also think a large part of the community in Rivals is like, I don't like the Tenacity change, but I think a lot of people are slightly like crybabies in the sense that I didn't think CC was that big of a problem in the game. Like, it is annoying, but you can always there's only a few characters that stun you that much. And then there's so much healing in the game. My point was that I feel like people whine a lot about things, and then the game, the developers just try to fix a non-issue and then make things work worse a bit.
The jump cookie will be able to remain even when they swap off. So this is
I mean, it boils down to, also it just boils down to game design from Rivals, because they add so much CC to the game. Like, every character has like a slow, a boop, a dash, the ground, so fucking
how he
know.
invests this Eternal Bond. The immunity CC frames only last for the actual dashes themselves.
It's a game-breaking change. No, I'm not disagreeing with the point that the change is bad. I'm saying the change is bad. I'm disagreeing with the point of why the change was made, and the change was made because people whine so much.
Trying to take advantage. Shikigami, they will take the point with that pick up here, and they once again absolutely massacre Rad.
Things like Bucky get touched after a year. Bro, Bucky is the biggest non-issue right now. Bucky is not that good. That's what I mean. It's people complaining about Bucky even though Bucky is not that good, and then Bucky getting nerfed because people don't know how to play around Bucky. But right now, Bucky isn't good. Like, Bucky's just not a good pick. Bucky eats so much shit against dive because there's too many dive characters. Like, he's just not good. Like, he fell off a while ago and people still complain about Bucky because they're unable to deal with his hook, and his hook is super easy to predict and deal with. A year ago is when people complain about Bucky. Yeah, but the thing is, they didn't really change that much about Bucky, and he still became really useless, and it's just a composition difference. Like, other characters are way better now. So my point is, like, I think netties are trying too hard to appease a bunch of people, and they instead should, like, oh no, the map is changing. Oh no.
Takes it off the objective,
it moved the cloak and dagger road. Oh no.
Into the backline, and Rad, they tried to follow the healing, but they just find pain as they're chased off the point once again. Rad said,
and that's why I say usually, which a lot of people are also going to disagree with, because they're like, oh, you don't understand our issues, is listening to the casual player base is just a horrible idea. The same as listening to the pro player base. You need to have like a little bit of nuance to things. You need to think. You can't just hard appeal to casuals. You can't hard appeal to pros either. You need to like have a little bit of nuance.
As well, forcing out the regeneration domain early on the side of Lindstrom. So Rad have advantage in terms of that cooldown, but they lose Smashness before the Elsa can ult. And Eastor has been an absolute beast on the Groot.
Strangling Prison holds them off the objective. No one can
You've heard
touch
this
the
argument
portal, and
most
Shikigami
games you've
take
played.
control
Yeah,
and
because it's a
claim
good
map
argument.
#1.
Because
Ooh,
like
nice
casual
play,
players are gonna
jumping on
complain
first
about
from Shikigami.
Squirrel
Like,
and
I said,
Scarlet
they're a very
Witch and
predominant
Thor,
dive team.
and
But
then
the discipline
and then
that
they're
they
gonna
have
start
when they play
nerfing
that
those
guy, when you
characters, and
apply
our
it to
balance is
other
gonna look like
compositions,
Overwatch balance.
the potential level
You
is
know what
there.
I mean?
We're really starting to
You can't just
see
look at
that
overall
potential come
statistics
through.
and win
We
rates
saw
and what
mostly
people
known for
complain
Captain
about.
America,
Because people
flexed
don't
onto
know
the
how to
Vanguard
counter
Deadpool
simple
when
stuff,
called
and then
for.
they complain
But
about it
now
instead
we're
of just
getting to
learning.
see a little bit more out of him in terms of playing things like that Groot, and he was putting the work in. Those strangling prisons, even without the follow-up from things like the Moon Knight, when they moved away from it, were so good at grabbing multiple players.
I
on
wonder-
the
I
side
wonder
of
when
Rad.
Chess is gonna have a
Despite
balance
the fact
patch.
that Rad had the cloak, they potentially could have used the dark teleportation to fade out of the CC connection, but he's so good at catching them just when it's used up.
Also, Isidore with just some of the best walls since China, blocking off the fade but the internal bonds from the Cloak and Daggers, blocking off an attempted retreat from Lugia as he just tried to escape after being staggered for so long by just blocking him in the Yanzi Street charge. The isolations onto multiple people, blocked one Glatrox, just art. Beautiful performance there by Isidore. We love to see it.
I mean, the fact as well that he got the elimination on Smash in that last fight on Frozen Airfield when SmashNets had Elsa ult. Like, that's the turn. That's what Rad are banking on being able to win them that fight. And then they lose Elsa before they even get the opportunity to use the ult because Eastor just catches you with the primary.
That's going to be it for this first map. Shikigami take the lead, but it's a best of 5. Plenty of opportunity for Rad to come back in, but we'll be back with map #2 very shortly.
Bow. Dun 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 dun. $5,000 skins to Psylocke. I can hear my washing machine just zoom in the background.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
Why does Spider-Man not get VFX and recolors? Because he's white. This is the hard truth. Name one white character that has recolors. Thor is an alien. Invis. She's invisible. Skin color doesn't apply to her. Psylocke is not white, buddy boy. Luna is Korean. Scarlet Witch is Eastern European, so it doesn't count. Not the same thing.
Of an interesting
Emma is a mutant. Magic is Russian.
Winning out on
Bucky-
Hell's Heaven to bring us to the second map in this best of 5. And we go to Central Park, which is not really
He's
too much
Latino.
of a surprise, Moxie, because it is somewhere that we have seen Rad take us twice before when they've lost. The problem, however,
He's a
is
cyborg.
it's also a map for Shikigami like, and they have some pretty tasty ideas on how to play it too.
What?
Yeah, I mean, this says to me we're going to be seeing triple strategist lines
Quad
coming through,
bars.
but I think there's a larger risk here, and that's that this is a very strong group map. So I think, like, while we're going to Central Park to see Ducky's group
One
potentially come
soldier.
into play, we might
Wait, Emma and
actually
Bucky
get
don't even
the
have
head-to-head
chromas.
of the group versus after Easto's performance there on Hell's Heaven, which, as we pointed
Hawkeye?
out, as we saw actually from the replays.
Does
that
he have
group, the
recolors? I feel like you guys are just saying random
advantage,
characters.
It was very much there.
Did it seem? It seemed a little bit like Ducky was forced off of it because we know how good his group can be. Want it to be on the Emma because it's less barriers, but like for Central Park in particular, Tetra, Shikigami turned.
If
a lot of heads when
Ultron-
they played up against Navi on this map for the composition that they were running before.
If
So,
Ultron like,
real quick,
would
what
Ultron be
characters we've not
white?
seen for
Would
a
he be
while, but we've seen on this
Asian?
map that actually got a
or would
win
he be
against
black?
Navi?
What do you think, guys? If he if he was a human.
Referring to the Human Torch.
Mantis
if I
is
had to
not
guess.
white.
The Torch combo with Mantis and Ultron to basically
Maybe Middle
dominate
Eastern.
the skies with damage boost, AoE, as much control as you need with some burst when needed.
He's racist as fuck. Okay, he's
Would you
white
call
then.
it adjustments because it's the jury's still out as to whether how effective
Actually,
that is.
Mantis, whenever she appeared for the first time,
But
she was
the fact
Vietnamese.
is, it makes approach exceptionally hard because everything's on fire now.
In the first issue, Mantis appears. She was a
And this
Vietnamese
is before any
hooker.
of the other changes
You can
come
check
too,
that
but
out.
I guess the problem, however, Moxie is like.
It's a
Shikigami
funny.
might
They
have
retconned
shown
that.
hand quite
But
early with trying to get that win against Navi. I think it was Frostmountain that said in the interview that like as soon as the draft came through, they knew that they had won that map against Natas, Vincere.
I mean, if mutants were real, we would
Against
have
Rad, I
slurs
don't
for
think
them,
it's gonna
no?
be that
I mean,
clear-cut. And Rad know about this composition
like,
now. So
let's
they're
be real
probably
here.
gonna
If mutants
provide
were
us with
real, like, we
how
would be
you-
calling them slurs.
Well, Rad have also played the Ultron Mantis. They haven't played the Torch variant. That was Pep.
Like, it doesn't matter if they're white
following
or,
in the
like, whatever.
footsteps of Shikigami in their next matchup against Na'Vi. But Rad have still played the Ultron composition, and also if like Ultron Torch comes back into discussion, Star-Lord is like the go-to counter. So if we see Star-Lord, if we see Peter Quill pop up in the ban draft, that's instant red flag of okay, they're trying to make the Torch Ultron composition work here again.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one's going to go realistically, because like I said, we have seen a little bit more experience of Rad playing on this map in particular. I think they picked it against Virtus Pro, and whilst they didn't win out on that map, there were some moments that did stress Virtus Pro out. Just like the overtime push, I remember at the end of that map on their attacking side, there was a couple of moments where Rad could have been a little bit tighter. But I think Tetra for these two teams, like, meta-wise, they're very well experienced, they're well versed, they have an understanding and very flexible. It just kind of reminds me of what Kai was saying about like it's about basically being as succinct as possible,
So stupid.
polishing the team play as opposed to their understanding of it, making sure that these teams are as coordinated as they can be. Right, that seems to be the win.
What is chat right now? We're thinking of
That's
slurs
why
for
when we were
mutants.
talking about these predictions earlier,
But,
like my
I think we should move on.
2% making like 52 to 48% of the vote towards Shikigami. They've simply been playing together that little bit longer. They've had that more time to polish, whereas the members of
What
Team Rad
ethnicity is
have
Jeff?
always
Shark.
played together individually,
Thank you so much, the
but as
primer.
At least a mostly unit. This is a newer team created for MRC to qualify, and while they've been performing admirably and beautifully, it's something that we're still seeing them do. We're still seeing them improve as time goes on.
Jeff is
Rad are attacking
Filipino.
first as well, and the notable fact that I just spotted too. In both times
Black
we've seen them play
Panther.
this map, they managed to finish it out and get to that final checkpoint. Unfortunately, against Virtus Pro, they had to go again, which ended up costing them because VP pushed in.
I wonder.
But this is expected them to be leading the line. Shikigami hoping to have a stalwart defense and a good attack inside themselves. We'll see how they do and whether we see that torch fly in the sky again.
Okay, we've already sort of laid the sort of foundations for what we can expect in the ban draft. The Gambit instant ban will continue, and I feel like that's a no-brainer, especially if you're wanting like a triple strat line. If you are at some point wanting the Ultron, you don't want Gambit plus
Namor
Star-Lord
is
because
Latino for
Galactic
sure.
Legend on its own normally beats Rage of Ultron. Galactic Legend plus Raging Flush, well, that's a whole new powerhouse.
Very much.
Thanks so much to tier 1.
We do see
Schmungus.
the Gambit's taken away.
Namor
as mentioned so far.
rises
So
with the
say Mantis,
tide.
Gambit, see you later. Elsa, welcome to the map. And if we're going to keep going by the theme, Invisible Woman will be taken out, mirrored on both sides. So far, we really do seem like we have found the first half and a bit of drafts for most of these teams. It's these last two, this one protect, this one ban.
Are Mayans
where
Latino?
we've seen
Yeah.
Any
No?
adjustments so
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, this could be like the Vanguard. Deadpool, well, there we go again. He's really good at breaking the fourth wall.
That's how
Isn't
Latinos
he?
came to be.
A timely man is Mr. Wade Wilson. So what did Rad go for here? Did they go for the Jeff to try to take out the team up? No, they're gonna continue going for this Luna.
They're native.
Like, again, I feel like
Okay,
at
maybe
some
not
point,
all
especially in
Latinos.
Central
Maybe
Park,
I should
you
have
know
been
that there'll be elements
more
of that.
precise here,
It's the
but you
way
get
that
the
the
idea.
attacker able to circumvent
There's more
having to
than
be
Mexico
tunneled into
in
one main route
Latham.
on the attack. You can split off, and having that Luna for the CC, having the Fate of both worlds as well for the potential damage boost, or even the CC immunity that it grants the Luna, so she can actually go with the Elsa alt Glatrox path, as opposed to some of these other strategists who are a little bit more static and where they can use their ultimates, is still something that you want
Mayans
to
are
remove from play.
pre-Columbian, but that's my
As
point. That's
is,
what I mean.
Despite the Mantis being banned, the risk of Ultron showing up at any
The Mayans
point.
mix
So
in with
Shikigami secure one-sided Ultron, but not
evil
one-sided
Europeans.
Star-Lord.
And then we have
Very interesting. So this can give them the capability
we have
now
some
to
Latin
not have to worry
mix.
about dealing with multiple
Not
flyers
Latin,
when they head onto
Latin.
the point, but like you already mentioned, damage boost has been removed at least.
Just like Bulgaria.
Mantis, meaning your damage
Bulgarian,
responses are
Bulgaria
lesser now.
originally
Ultron
came
does
from
offer a very
Tatarian
slight
tribes that
advantage. The
they
other
went
option basically still,
to
as we
our
have
part
seen
of
a lot
Eastern
of
Europe, and then
hovers.
they mixed with
More
Slavs.
fun hovers as we
And now
head
we have
on.
Bulgarians.
Shikigami, we're not seeing them start off with this double flyer setup.
And now we're
They
Chinese,
ban
ni
down the
hao.
Ultron, but they're not picking it. Is this potentially something to try and bait their opponents into looking into that or trying to counter what could have been a more
Is
violent
China the
attack?
oldest country
Shikigami
in the world?
looking to
What is the oldest country that still exists?
out the group as we were hoping,
Is it
and we
Egypt?
are seeing them going into the corner for once again. Isolate
Africa.
pick off.
Not just that, but like Wolf can play many different ways. He can play for first turn Wolf, where you're trying to be more proactive.
Amazing.
And picking
Amazing
Vanguards from
answer.
Rad's own front line. But you can also play Peel Wolverine against things like the Venom, the Captain America.
Iran?
There's a lot actually that
Where are they
Plus
running
19
to?
can do, and it will
Japan?
all
I don't think
basically be
Japan is as
determined
old as
by
Egypt, is
Rad's
it?
front line themselves. Since Rad aren't going for the Venom, aren't going for
I
the
actually
Captain
don't know the
America,
history of
aren't going for
Japan.
the Angela, it's going to be more of a proactive play, coming on through from Frost Mountain, ideally trying to grab Ducky in this opening gambit.
Dire is building so much ult charge off of Ducky though, as they just land shot after shot onto this Groot. Ducky is getting healed up.
China is definitely way older than
Matt
Japan.
keeps them topped up onto the borders. Crazy Kitty is looking for any kind of opening. Lugia on the thing once again, making the most of it before these Tenacity buffs that are
Iran.
in the next season. As the pressure on the board,
What is the
Crazy
oldest
Kitty
planet in the
drops low as
world?
they try and set
Your
up
mum.
something into the backline, but unable to find a finishing blow. The regeneration domain will expire as Isidore looks to trap the retreating members. Dive on in, Matt falls down as Frost Mountain found a beautiful angle there to allow that first pickup for Shikigami.
Yeah, Rajas don't have the means of securing space outside of main.
Crazy
This is the
Kitty.
problem of
I actually
Central
really
Park,
like the
right?
fact
This
that
is
Crazy
why you
Kitty is in
always have
on
a
Wolverine
split
because it
coming
kind of
through
fits,
from
you
your
know?
team, but they're just not getting
Because
the
he is kind of like a
opportunity
crazy
to do so.
kitty.
So
Also,
what
we
it's
have
going to
8
do is it
supports
forces
banned,
them
by
to
the
have
way.
to just take these fights and build up
It's
ults.
all
It's taking
support
a
bans.
lot of time,
So,
and it's risky
we
too, because
have
they could
Thankpool and
lose
Elsa
someone before
open.
they can even touch the point, which is why Mash goes through with the God of Mischief, goes for an early copy onto the
They'd rather
Cloaking
ban
Dagger.
every
Isidore
support
already
character
getting
in the
ready
game
with
than
the walls to
ban
just block
Elsa.
off the disengagement opportunities so they
What
can
happened
just
to
take
Yugoslavia?
Mash
Why is it
down.
gone?
Smashness, though, fell for the bait. Cheeky all turn and look at
Disgusting.
the Loki, but the true God of Mischief is the Elsa behind them all along.
Disgusting.
Bashed with the wraparound of
Just
the playoffs
disgusting.
so far, found literally everyone And
Wouldn't China
Shikigami
try to
solid
colonize?
defense,
Okay, let's be
turns
real
to
here.
nothing,
Back in the
and
day,
look at this
the meta
aggressive
was kind of
ball.
colonizing
Look at
every
the
country.
chance
So
to
like,
set up. Don't worry about the high ground. We're fighting on the objective.
like if your country had the ability to colonize another country, they would. So I like.
Yeah, it has regeneration domain as well.
Like,
this
the
is
only
one of the
countries
trade-offs
that
with
didn't
Warlock.
try to
You have
colonize
zero map
anything
control
are the
when you
countries
actually
that
decide to
just
use
didn't
it.
have
So Rad perfectly just split their
the
players, have
positioning
the high ground, take multiple angles
or the
against
time.
Shikigami, so if they lose one person, they can still keep the rest of the team active. Crucially as well, they've still got point control. If Shikigami had been able to complete the full map
Bad
flip
spawn
and
pretty
get
much.
the objective, and then actually get those
My point
crucial
is we can't
eliminations
cancel
onto the attack,
countries for
then
following the meta
split
back in the
the
day.
team with Rad
It's
having
just
to play
like,
on
what
the
are we supposed to
defense
do, like?
side and losing their players to half
Those
the
are the
team still
days.
being stuck on attack.
Like, what are we gonna
could be
cancel
looking at a much
Mongolia?
more problematic time bank. Now though, they've got both the objective moving as well as all of the map space that Shikigami now have to walk
Savory
back
was
into,
also the meta.
which again will come off of something like the
Yeah,
Loki.
it's
God of
fucked
Bliss
up.
being used early,
Bulgaria
so
were
Rad
slaves
will
for
get
600
second
years.
round.
But you don't see me sitting here shitting on Turkey. Like, everybody's fucking dead, bro.
Grab the opportunity, try and make an opening here. Kaya's taken down as well. Lindstrom going for the Eternal Bond with the God of Mischief. Justify time. Give time for a reinforced Dragoning Prison from Isidore. They're down numbers.
Yes,
The
Wolverine's pretty good.
regeneration is just too much though. Shikigami, they just burnt everything, and Rad is still at full HP. They can't find a target. Crazy Kitty will
Crazy
shut down
Kitty
the
is truly
defense
crazy,
with
bro.
another
Okay, Rad is
fantastic
kind of
last
dialed
stand.
in the second
This
game.
is
What the
Rad
hell?
perfectly countering the engage, perfectly dealing with the stragglers, and they are able to guarantee that second point early and already set up Crazy Kitty with a cosmic fastball.
Frost Mountains onto Namor, which means that we're playing for poke, we're playing to scout, we're trying to just deal with the Wolverine. It's been very problematic for our front line to have to deal with. Going as well for Leolas with the solo strangling prison before Eastor could ult now means that Leolas was not there with the follow-up Apex Predator. They've also been able to find an isolated Isidore by forcing the issue.
What the fuck is happening,
both
bro?
the Gru and the Namor, which means that Shiki know this fight is
What
done.
the fuck?
It's time to just go on to the objective and stall it out for as long as possible so you can play for close respawns.
I have
and
some
one
team up
more
ideas.
fight.
Who wants to
Leolas
hear
has been
them?
holding this Elsa ult for so long too. Smashnez, honestly, Tetcha, could just go for the second turn Elsa ult so that when Leolas uses his, he doesn't
Wolverine
get the
and
opportunity
Elsa
to
team
follow
up?
on the Glortrox.
Healing up, Mash goes for the Eternal Bond copy right off the bat to make sure that
What would the team up be, though?
Look for Leo. Can they get that ult off?
Oh, Wolverine gets Elsa's passive. So every time he gets a kill, his shift gets its cooldown reduced. Up to -4 seconds.
Rad tagged through once again. Smashness survives on a
do you think about that one?
slither of HP, and Ratatoska makes their way into the throne room. That is a triple cap for Rad.
Yeah, a little bit
Okay,
of a hiccup.
you want me to
in the
cook again?
first
You want
few
another idea?
engagements on the walker, but that was what we were expecting, right? When you're not playing dive characters, it's going to take fights for you to be able to build up an ult battery, walk into the defensive side, use the Eternal Bond aggressively to set your path so you can have the Terror Cape. Everyone from Shikigami tries to go like, okay, this cloak so massively
got it.
overextended. Istor's
Invis woman with cloak.
going to be able to escape. We all just jump on them. We burn through Eternal
Every
Bond,
time
Rad
she
loses
praises
our
her bubble
engagement
for healing,
opportunity.
it also
Smashnez
works like
passes the self-check with a nat
Invisible
20,
Woman's
and then it hits
thing.
the agility check with a
So it
follow-up
also
natural
CCs
20
enemies inside the
for
bubble.
The Elsa Apex Predator, and from there, like Shikigami just never really got the full regroup after the portal fight. They lost so much time on second. They didn't gain first corner control too, which is usually where the defense is able to stall.
I got a
out
new
the
one.
attackers,
BP and
time
Spider-Man.
mentality, and it just melted into free as well, where they lost players. They weren't able to get a full 6 versus
BP and
6 regroup
Spider-Man.
to force Rad back and respect the space of the defense.
Every
and they lost
time
the opportunity to
BP
go first.
lands a mark, it also works as a Spider-Man mark as well.
Pushed last time as well has come to pass. Can they break that property though and actually not get triple pushed themselves? Shikigami, they
So
are
the entire
starting
enemy
on
team has
storm
like
with Mantis taken away.
has
We're
the
talking about
Spider-Man
There are left for
Chungus.
damage boost and Ultron as well. The
And
base
vice
is
versa. You
there.
know what? Fuck
They're
it.
Give it a go, but you gotta be careful because there's an extremely angry Canadian who has basically mini flight themselves.
Wolverine wants uppies. And Frost Mountain does not want to be anywhere near. As East is
Storm
actually
and
able to
Punisher.
commit the wall isolation onto Ducky so that he falls. And Shikigami with that Storm damage boost too.
Storm
they
and
very
Punisher.
quickly overwhelm Rad's neutral game. Rad,
I got it.
understanding, okay, we're going
She
to
gets
wait
a
for one, we're
gun.
going to back off the point. They can still give up one more
She
tick,
gives up
and they
flying,
can
goes
come
to the
through
ground,
the
starts
side. One person
walking,
should step
and
on
starts
the point
shooting.
to stall that time, but uh-oh, that's miscommunication. Portal does not come through. No one else from Rad actually steps up to the plate to contest it. And Shikigami
The
gets
Glock
both
of
first cap as well as Portal cooldown out from Rad's end.
Glock NATO. Punisher can shoot inside Storm mode, and then it increases the damage of Storm.
And teleports to the new spawn. Absolutely love that, but rough times for Rad. Another resource taken away as Shikigami make incredible time. 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock for them to push on into the second point.
Phoenix no more, Phoenix no more. You get Phoenix no more. Your squids apply the Phoenix sparks on enemies.
Oh, Ducky. Oh, they're able to break the group wall just in time. Bulwark from the mag into the regeneration domain. Bails Ducky out, but Rad are losing a lot of space. They've already
Am I
lost their
cooking?
early corner hold. Lindstrom's going to have ult in a moment too, as well as you have to keep an eye on both
The fire
Wolverines
squid,
and
we're
potential,
missing
but
the
now
fire
we get the
squid.
Loki coming on through, which means that you'll
No, okay, I have a
instantly
better
lose
one.
the ban
Think
habits
no
on
more
coming on
team
through
up.
from Lugia.
Your
Shikigami think they have
squids
time. They've got the
apply a
Hurricane,
grounded
they've got
effect.
the Elsa ultimate. Smashness detonates it at least with the end song Inferno, but Shikigami still have sustainability with the Eternal
We have
Bomb coming
Earth
through from Name's
squids.
end now.
Name was able to take out Ducky mid-air as well, preventing the Meteor M from landing before with the Terror Cape for the little bit of damage it did.
Emma no more team up. Squids have damage reduction and RCC immune, which doesn't matter, but yeah.
5 minutes.
Venom no more.
Their second point here, and we thought Rad were fast. This is
Wait,
insane
are
from
both teams
Shikigami
just horrible at
and Rad.
defending?
Maybe it's time to adjust. That Phoenix came on out. It seemed like a solid choice, but it hasn't found the value yet.
I mean, it's hit scan. Shikigami at least.
Okay,
is
do you want a
stopping
horrible team
half
up?
of that storm. So they lose the one-sided damage boost. They're gonna go for the Wolverine. As
Scarlet
it now
Witch,
looks like
Mr.
Rad might be able to
Fantastic.
stabilize the whole. They just went one
With
elimination,
Penny
one
as
fight,
team.
one fight. They haven't lost someone early to this engagement yet, so they still have the space. They're poking away. They're trying to destroy the terrain so that Shikigami get less opportunity to hide. But with all of the incoming poke and no eliminations off of the back of it, what Red are actually doing right now is battering Lindstrom's ult to be able to match Vertigo.
Crazy Kitty is not fully stacked yet on that.
Fantastic web chaos. Bro, that sounds an actual team up.
The first pickups, they try to push on back and force Shikigami off the point. If they can get some stack and pickups, that would be huge for them. And Kaya is finding themselves very isolated, but they take the 2v1. They're able to counter.
Wait, they're
and
popping
get
off.
pickups of their own. And Rad are
Yeah,
suddenly
VP is
in
last
for a
match.
free Eternal Bond has to be used to buy them the extra time and to keep
Infinite
that
ammo wouldn't
held.
even be
But
busted
Kaya
nowadays.
with the duel of
I'm
the
not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, forcing as well that Eternal Bond from Rad now means that Shikigami go into this next fight. Double strategist advantage. Mash has to stretch one God of Mischief copy against being able to mirror both Name's and Lindstrom's and live the Apex Predator, the Groot cast. Because the Shikigami, they're down the Elsa, but they still want to burn Rad's bank. They think that this is winnable. Eternal Bond comes on through from Lindstrom. Crazy Kitty tries to circumvent the path of it with the Apex Predator coming through from his end. So they grab out Isidore, and that should mean that Shikigami...
Honestly, a
call off
Mag
this
and
push.
Strange
They're
team up
down
would be
their
pretty,
Groot. You can see in their
pretty
full
good.
retreat at the
Good,
moment.
good,
They do
good.
not want to lose someone late.
Mag thing, things that make sense.
There, and they got punished for it, essentially forcing out almost nothing from Rad. Name gets taken down, so no Eternal Bond.
Namor and Punisher, but instead of having squids to shoot, you know, spit, it's just little dudes shooting guns.
Finished this point with 3 minutes 4 on the clock, and they've managed to hold Shikigami to equal that out, essentially. We're at 3 minutes 19 right now for Shikigami, and they still have
Little
plenty of
Punishers.
distance to push this in the rest of the way. Beautiful
Strange
stabilized here by
with
Rad.
Spider-Man
They
team up
still
would go
have the majority
crazy, by the way.
including the one-shot combo.
I think they should bring back the Venom
Not
Spider-Man
just that,
team
but
up.
Meteor M is
Who's
a
with
threat to
me?
E-Store as well. Strangling Prison is a projectile. We've seen multiple mag ults be used to eat the Groots. And Shikigami do not want to see E-Store's ult gone the wayside. Name, though, has to be, like you said, so careful, so cautious about that one-shot potential. Ensong Inferno held for as long as possible, forces out the Dark Teleportation. Frost Mountain gets the last time connection onto Mash, but doesn't complete the elimination. So Mash does get the God of Mischief off. Nama uses ult. That means that Ducky tries to get the one-shot combo with the follow-up. Shikigami caught in the jaws of the Glatrox, weren't able to stop the follow of
Big
Meteor
combo.
M, and that will be that fight done. But what ult economy Rad have left is so little in comparison to the attack.
Vertigo must stay up. They're the closest to having a defensive ability here at
Why would you
71%.
slow on Mag? Why would
They
you
can stay up,
slow
they can build it and potentially hold this, but right now Lindstrom
when
has
having a
just
team up with
got
Mag?
this
Mag doesn't slow.
Isidore making their
Oh,
way in
Luna.
now on the Magneto of their own. They lose a little bit of ult charge here. Lindstrom's taken down early though, so no defensive ultimate here with a Fade of both with a Eternal Bond here. So they have to regroup and make their way back to the rest of the team. And Shikigami, they keep losing people in these neutrals.
Oh no. Tacha, Rad have map flipped. So
They have.
when Lindstrom comes back to the team, they might still be able to pick up the Loki a second
I mean,
time
a
to delay
Groot
this Eternal
with
Bond.
Mantis,
We've got
Groot,
Batman coming
Mantis,
through from
Star-Lord,
We've got both Eternal Bonds as well as regeneration.
Rocket
within,
team up would be
open.
funny.
Mash will be able to sustain through that Banhammer.
Lock in.
Smashner stabilized as well to have Ensong Inferno be held in the pocket of the Phoenix to react to Shikigami wanting to make a play forward. Lindstrom's going to use the Eternal Bond. Smashner gets low enough, 37 HP, has to go for the Ensong for the health reset as Frost Mountain gets to use the environment against Rad.
Oh, you gotta
Feral
kill that
Run
guy.
has one off the map, and Shikigami are making up for lost ground.
Quick teleport attempt from
Nice.
Snapstairs, but they get picked off here. The push comes on in Wolverine.
Oh, the Wolverine's doing so much work, bro.
Off the side, Frost Mountain's doing so much work to hold.
That's
this
what I
together.
said, bro.
But
Why are you stealing my
Shikigami
homework?
nowadays at 90% for their Eternal Bond to try and buy
What if
as much
Elsa
as
Thing
possible.
team up,
Guys,
but
big
it's
onto it.
Elsa
No
ulting
touching.
the
That's
Thing?
it.
You know what I
Shikigami
mean? Like, what if you
enough at
replace the
3-3.
Glortrox with the Thing?
There were a couple bodies for Rad on the board, but there was just too much
And then
disruption.
the Thing
Yeah,
can
both
actually
fights
change
badly
direction because you were the one ulting.
Yeah, but the difference between the two teams is when we get to third. Right, because Rad, when they're attacking on third, they continue snowballing that momentum.
Release the
with
Thing.
the pickoffs onto Shikigami. They get both the Namor as well as that Groot, which means that Shikigami never get to stabilize their team, never get to sync their ultimates.
Yeah, the Thing
into
just
one
spawns
fight,
in.
guarantee win it, and then take all of the map control to eke out the attack. Ultimate economy, time bank, picks on walk up before the fight begins to delay the fight actually kicking off. That's what we got to see Rad just avoid entirely by coming on through with some of those picks onto Shikigami. Shikigami, though, they fall prey to it. They're able to just like go for the full regroup. They lose a lot of time. They're not able to just like push Rad into being able to bully them throughout the whole duration of third, which means Tatcha, they have 1 minute.
Hulk
in
Iron
comparison
Man?
to 3:15. The difference for them, though, was that it took Rad a little bit
We
of
used to
time
have Hulk
unlock
Iron Man.
first. Shikigami
In the
did it
back
in
in
the
my day
first
when I
roll,
used to
and
play
you
the
can tell that
game, we
Rad
used to
is
have
already
a
thinking about a
Hulk
potential
Iron
storm
Man
attack
team
comp,
up.
because Smash Days is rolling
I
out
don't know if
on
you
the
heard
wall.
about it. It's called the Gamma team up.
Potential flanks on the back
The
line.
good old
Shikigami
days,
has
you
to
know
go
what I
for the
mean?
fires and just wrap around with both flyers
Back in
and
my day,
dives.
things
Well,
used to be
Daredevil
simpler.
had, like you say, the potential storm for damage boost is another way to try and pick them off with the Monstros auto-targeting. It's a defensive, safe pickup here. They don't have stuff like a group to combo with for a Horn of Proteus, but it's not about that. You might not even make it to ult with this little time on the board. It's all about buying time, slowing the assault, and preventing a loss on the flank.
Yeah, Ducky not being on Groot as well, despite being on defense on Central Park. This is so that you have more to react to the pressure coming on through from Kaya getting Banhammer up early. You can just bubble with Bulwark your team, or you can bubble yourself with your own Bulwark. But unfortunately, he still gets grabbed by Frost Mountain, taken down, and Rad now sans that Magneto. Might have to swap to the Strange to try to portal back into this fight to keep their player numbers up.
Here it comes. Duck is going to try and reach it. This is where it kind of went wrong.
Okay,
last
Shikigami
time. They're trying to
instantly
make it
capped,
before it
bro.
gets to the point in time, but once again,
And no
Portal
TP.
comes out, not in time. With
I'm telling you,
second on the
Shikigami's
board,
winning this.
Shikigami claimed point one, and now it's that overtime counter. Someone's got to be touching Ratatoska at all times.
Oh, this is a lot of free push coming on through from the
Yeah.
side of Shikigami. I mean, Crazy Kitty might be able to find an elimination out of nowhere here. That is the power of Elsa, but Shikigami already have their players.
Yeah,
so
I already bet
pushed
on that.
up in terms of
Shikigami
the map
wins the
stage. You can see
series.
Frost Mountain, the silhouette that is on the opposing high ground.
We
waiting
have,
to set up
I already
grab
made the
onto
predictions.
Vanguard. Ducky's able to pull off his self-bulwark though. Does not get picked through, and this time Rad can keep that mag on the front line to stabilize it and hold the space for Crazy Kitty to get to work.
Ducky's on the flank, trying not to get zoned off by those group walls. Takes a lot of damage. He's able to wrap around without getting picked off though. Lindstrom creeping forward with these Loki clones so that they can just slowly wrap around the corner without them being picked off early. Right now, positioning's good.
Oh.
Comes on out, grabs one, tries to take them out of position here.
No,
but
they
it's
fucked
mostly
up the
Loki clones
Elsa
that are being
ult.
focused down off the point here. Eternal Bot, full mash for the defense. BTRM right around the corner as is for the Proteus for Rad. They have a huge combo here. If they can potentially land this on top of Lindstrom, they could get a huge blow up right on top of them.
Oh, that's disgusting. The Groot ult.
That means Name is surviving. Eternal Bot number 2 comes out to buy even more healing opportunities. Vertigo healing themselves out. Bad hammer on
They
the
need
back,
TP
trying to
back.
take Out Lindstrom. Kaya's gonna portal back in.
Okay,
And
Isidore just
Overtime
needs to
is
contest.
holding. Isidore is using
Wait,
all
Isidore is
the
actually going
healing
crazy on the
somehow else,
Groot.
and he's trying to make it a home to buy as much
Mag is
time
good
on
here.
the point as possible. Take
Yo.
Vertigo. They've held it.
Wait, they cap second point. I told you
is
Shikigami
still
wins
going,
this,
Moxie.
bro.
Cross Mountain's
They don't
about
have
to get
TP
lost
back.
down. This might be Shikigami's last stand as Rad are just falling to pieces at the moment. They're losing players just at inopportune times. They're not able to get this regroup, and they have to concede second. Shikigami completes the push, goes
Oh,
to third.
she's
It's
staggered.
OT, so no extension
Kill her.
of time, but Layla's just extended the distance they'll be able to pick up with a crucial late elimination going down onto Crazy Kitty. No Elsa in play, no Vanguard's getting poked down early. Eastor is going to have such a safer time of setting things up as Ducky is onto the Emma. He's had enough. He wants to just brute force Rad forward without having to deal with the Wolverine shenanigans.
Shikigami, they've used their portal. They cannot bring it in for reinforcements. Making their way down. Isidore going over to Captain America. Just someone fast to reach the point with some sustain. But a smash net with the wraparound grabs one. Bad hammer onto the backline from Kaya. Last stand. Frost Mountain.
Oh.
Take him down.
Oh,
Smash
they're
their
gonna
ball.
cap
Kaya
third
takes
point.
out Lugia.
What
And
the
Rad,
hell?
Even with numbers advantage, they're getting picked up on the flanks. But it's the whole staircase.
They
still
banned
to
Luna
push.
over
And
Loki is
Rad
because
goes to
Loki was probably
reinforce.
protected.
Glatrox comes on out. Apex
You
Predator.
forget about the two
Crazy
protects every
Kitty
team has.
falls once again.
No, Rad doesn't
Rayo
have
pushing
this.
into the spawn room to try and just zone them out. To
Unless
try
they
and hold
feed
them.
right
But
now.
he's
Oh,
coming back
Frost
in
Mountain
on
fed.
On that Deadpool to buy every
Did they have a
second
support
can.
ult to
Eternal
match?
Bond from Mash.
No.
They're throwing everything they can at this
Leo needs to
option.
hit a big one.
Yeah, but Leolas with the Elsa ult just carries the rest of Mash's team outside of the Eternal Bond healing.
Lindstrom has ult.
Rad closer respawns, Ensong, Inferno.
Wait, that's really
Valhammer,
good for
they're
them.
investing literally everything.
They win this.
Lindstrom
They
with the
win this
Eternal
because they
Bond
have two
keeps
support
Shikigami
ults
up
right now. They
for
just need to
now,
push and get
but Rad have
kills.
been waiting. They've still got the ults. Name's about to come through with another cast of that Eternal Bond, but Ducky with the Emma
Oh,
might
oh!
be able to get the
Oh,
But
the
just
flag
onto the
by
CD before he can
Smash!
escape it. No Eternal Bond, reliance on Freedom Charge instead, but they've spotted two
Oh!
players outside on
Wait,
the
that's a
off
crazy
angle, and
fucking play,
Leolas
bro.
is taken down via Ensong. Rad still just trying to stop Shikigami from getting the full push as Easter runs
can't
onto the
touch.
back line.
That's crazy.
That
Smash
means that the
carried.
cap is not there to sustain
He killed the
position on
cloak with
point,
ult.
And Rad finally stole out the payload, but oh my goodness, Tatcha. 1 minute. Shikigami had 1 minute. And they got to third!
They got
I
to
think
that
we have a
third, they
match.
Got to the entrance to the throne room. Shikigami with just showing. We talked about how aggressive this team can be with dive style compositions, but the flexibility of others there, just with a Groot Wolverine once again showing the combos between Lindstrom and Frost Mountain here. Isolation. Now there's a wall. No one can heal.
How do you let
You're gone.
Loki
There's not
I
much
mean,
to do
tank
about
through
it.
Elsa?
It's truly criminal that Easter lived as long as he
Fuck.
He's just like playing between
Well.
the two walls. Like, I know we have the
First
argument
ban
about, like, what
Mantis.
constitutes a sandwich.
No, first ban
Like, it's a hot
Gambit.
dog
Elsa gets
sandwich.
protected
That
from
was a
both
Great
teams.
Wall sandwich.
Second ban
And you
Mantis.
just, like, you could not get
Because they're
through
more
the
afraid of
walls, you
triple
could not get
support.
to the Groot. Shikigami had
Third
all
ban,
the stall to be able to get the strange teleport through. And it fell
Ultron
apart from
and
there because
Invis,
Rad were just
and then
so
they
out of
protect tank
tempo.
pool.
Like their players
And
were
then-
scattered all around second. They weren't able to complete the regroup. They lost Crazy
Yeah,
Kitty
I
way too
guess so.
late before Shikigami even started pushing that point
That's how it
through
works.
third. And it just meant that they
I guess
gave
Loki
so
didn't
much
get
space.
protected.
315.
But I guess
This
you don't
is
want to
going
play
be a
Loki.
much
I mean, Loki
leading
is
gap
being
to
played
be
here, I'm
able to
sorry.
pull off
But
the
I guess they don't
massive
want to
Shikigami
be
were able to put up.
playing
The Herculean task was
White
completed
Fox
by
Luna. I
Loki
think that's
and
why they
Hercules.
banned
Your,
Luna.
your,
I think Loki would have been a
choice
better
here,
ban,
but
probably.
that does mean it is possible.
I mean,
Already we can see
Mantis is a good
Crazy
ban
Kitty
here for
looking to see
sure.
if anyone was in position as we just said that they were as possible. Didn't find anyone, so he's looking on at the flank, seeing if they can grab someone, which they do. Jump pad, Frost Mountain, taken out early. That Phoenix
Smash
off the board and
instantly
immediate
gets a
grab
kill. I
for
swear to
Frost,
God, both teams
looking
suck
for
at defending
opportunities
this
to
map.
Try and create as much of a snowball as Shikigami did. Frost Mountain not going to the Strange. They think their team can hold this and they can make it back. Phoenix is a quick rotator to make it back to the point, but already several points lost onto the board here. Isidor's isolated, sent off the edge beautifully, and Crazy Kitty is showing the power of the Wolverine on their side this time.
Yeah, so it's not just the fact that they think it's holdable, why they're not going for this range, it's also the understanding of, well, if Rat cap first, they don't get an extension of time, right? So it's actually better for Shikigami because of how much distance that they were able to get in their OT attack, that they hold off and look to now use Portal Fight here to run directly on top of Rat and set up a Terror Cape vulnerability with Eastor.
Oh, what an assassination.
And Rat just were not expecting it.
Isidore onto the thing now, just for maximum delay, maximum disruption onto the
No, this
point.
portal is
Right
fine.
with that Wolverine, but the Wolverine was sent back to spawn. Nice and early struggling for
You just force a fight early on. The more fights you have on defense, the better. Because every time you have a fight, you're stalling the card.
Allowing Name to hold, but it's only delaying here as Rad are once again dominating the fight. But
That's fine,
that
because they just
time
need to
bank
win
is ticking
2 fights
down.
after this.
This is what Shikigami is doing, right? When you're defending in overtime, you take as
They
many
need to
fights
force
as you
another
possibly
fight,
can,
and Rad
let
needs to
down
not use
both
that
the
many
time
ults.
bank and the ultimate economy.
If
Rad
Rad
have to
uses
win
too
at
many
these
ults, the
fights.
ult economy is cooked.
Shikigami don't actually have to win one until we hit OT. Like, that payload still has a very long way to go, and Rad are about to start running out
Leo
of
cannot
time.
win this
They can
1v1
actually
because
lead
I don't know
it
what
with
he's
only
doing.
one person
Smash has
on
too many
it.
dashes.
So Shikigami, they're literally just going to wear Rad down. This is literally going to be a battle of 1,000 cuts.
Vertigo keeping the team topped up. Cosmic fastball.
I mean, they can save ults, but they need to force a fight here.
Catch someone out of position, but Crazy Kitty is going to get dropped low, but will be able to tank on through forward as
They
Margaret
need to
comes on
force
out.
them to use
Covering
ults.
time
Yeah,
from
that's-
Lugia goal. Last
Yep, that's really good.
stand, the backline
That's
is
really good for Shikigami.
decimated. The
Crazy got
frontline is
6K!
destroyed, and
It was a
Shikigami are
6K!
back to spawn.
You didn't see it, but it was
Rad with
6K.
28 seconds remaining.
That was a
Break
6K
point 2, and
by,
Marty's gonna
by
come
Crazy
down to the
Kitty.
final seconds.
But this is
Look
bad
at
for
what Rad had
Rad.
to use to
Because
secure that
Shikigami
fight.
now has
Clobbering
5
time,
ults.
Apex Predator, final stand. What did Shikigami commit? Banhammer, God of Mischief. They've still got Eternal Bond. They've still got Apex Predator. They've got environmental drop-off potentials too with the staircase right there, and we're about to hit overtime.
guess my
This has
camera
been
does
the
have to
fight
be
that
lower.
Shikigami have literally been waiting for, and they've got the ults to go first and get the eliminations to just take Rad's chances away.
But just going deep into the back level to see if they can take out Loki. If they can, that removes so much healing. Won't be able to find the right target. Catches Frost mounted on the flank, though, who's onto the Star-Lord. Built up full ultimate here as they forced back onto the point, sending out that dagger
Shigami
shot
is so
before they
patient
can
with their
recover.
ults,
Keep the
but they
team
need to
topped up.
send it soon.
Lugia is on Spider-Man to try and get environmental. Captain by captain, sent to the
Lugia
depths.
on
And
Spider-Man
Lugia,
gets a kill.
they
That's
have held
insane.
their team. Apex Predator.
Oh, please, please kill them. Please, please, please.
Onto the point here. Leo takes down
Oh, they're
Vertigo,
so low, bro.
removing the healing. Mash is bought as much time as they can with that Eternal Bond as Frost Mountain is being focused by Spider-Man. Flips it, chases them down and picks them off. That overtime starting to look a little bit lower, Moxie, but they're delaying it.
The Wolf
They're
is 1
holding
HP.
Nucky set up his own private
Nice.
domicile. He will not be harassed. He's buying as much time on the point as he can for Vertigo to portal back in. Lugi has moved over to the Cloak and
Wait,
Dagger
this
just to
game
make
is
sure they
so
can keep healing
close.
onto
Go
the
point,
The
bro.
finish
Go
line is
point.
right there. Shikigami need to make sure they have someone at the point, and right now Cross Mountain, who goes down. Bodies rushing towards
It's over.
to buy time.
Oh,
It's
she made it.
Armand Gets to the point in
And then they
time.
counter
We're
TP
down to the
through.
last few seconds. Everyone has portaled. Everyone.
Oh,
has
they win this.
reinforced. As the last portal comes on out, Rad are throwing bodies at this as overtime is ticking down. Wolverine looking for the isolation.
They're gonna
Vertigo
look for a
is
grab.
trying to just
Wait,
siege
Loki
but
almost
keep
has
the
ult. They
shield
need to
up.
finish
Make it
this.
displaced. It could
Come
be
on,
huge.
come on, come on.
Body goes down.
Oh,
Kitty
this
is
should be a
down.
win.
The bodies are off the board.
Oh
And
my fucking
Shikigami
god,
home.
bro.
Masterclass and hard to play OT.
That was too close.
Coming on from the side of Shikigami. It gets close. Like, Rad do a really good job. Especially
was
just
too close.
Lugia coming back on the Spider-Man.
The cloak
which is
touching there.
absolutely wild because it derails the whole plan. The Shikigami
There's one
has
more,
that.
it's a
He
best
still
of
gets
5.
grabbed off of the map when he has Freedom Charge. We get to see as well the pressure coming on Star-Lord Mid-Galactic Legend, who's only able to survive because of being able to use the iframes of the Stellar Shift to live, get the reload, take
The
the
6K
Spider-Man down, and
low-key
continue
cost
that
them the
ultimate.
game.
But at
I
the
think
end
if
of it,
Rad
it was
didn't, like-
Shikigami just
I'm sorry to
understanding,
say
well,
this,
Rad have 3 minutes
Look at
plus
these
on the
stats,
time
by the
bank.
way. Frost Mountain is 17 and 14. 22 and 14, 24-13. Their team 15-7, 50 and 8, 46 and 8. And they still
players
lost.
away, taking map space away. OTs and getting to honestly take the fight all the way to third, so you have closer.
Again, I was gonna say it's a crazy thing to say, but I think Crazy Kitty using his ult and getting a 6K there was bad.
That was a masterclass on how to play overtime, but honestly, from both teams.
They canceled the Northern Line cruise.
Series. And while this is currently sitting at 2-0, could we possibly ask for
What about my ticket?
Could we be spoiled such? It's such a close matchup between these two.
What?
Rad easily could have taken that. Shikigami did take that, but they fought tooth and nail to get anything here. This was a masterclass from both teams in not just when to reinforce, when to take these fights, when to come back in.
You really got a ticket? No. I need to DM Fan.
Adjusting those when needed. The adjustments off the groups at times, just when needed. And wow, just I'm shooketh. That was art from these teams. This is why we love this. We have the best job in the world.
Yeah, that overtime fight is going to go down in history for sure. But we'll see if there's more.
That was a really good
vintage
match, by the way,
historic
between
events.
Shiki and Rad.
We'll be back with map 3 after this break.
Yeah, this was the 6K. I don't think you should have voted that, by the way. I'm sorry to say this. I'm sorry to say this. It was a bad oath. I know it's crazy. It was a bad oath. Unfortunately, it was a bad oath.
Good fortune for me.
Because they didn't have oaths for next fight. Like that, they were 0.2 meters away from capping. Like, if Crazy Kitty had ult for next fight, I'm pretty sure they win.
Let's make a deal.
Like, even if he gets 6K there, unfortunately, it doesn't matter because they're capping that point anyways. Like, they're winning that fight anyways. It just unfortunately didn't matter in the grand scheme. The ult was great, but economy-wise, it wasn't good.
Deliciously dangerous.
I was wondering what this effect was in the trailer, and this is the Tenacity effect. Also, where do you see that the Super Cruise is cancelled? You know what I think happened? I think Northern Lion got pushed into making the Super Cruise by his agent, right? And then they came out with the announcement, then Northern Lion was like, oh fuck, this is bad, bro. I don't want to do this anymore. They canceled it. This happens sometimes with streamers, by the way. Like, sometimes you guys flame streamers for sponsorship deals, even though sometimes, you know, they're kind of like, whatever you say, boss. It was a bad idea, yeah. But, you know, you can be You can be sold on an idea by your agent. And then in the moment you might not realize how bad it sounds. Would my agent do this? I don't think so. I don't think my agent would do that.
Watch out, they're headed our way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
But I don't think anyone would attend a Boar cruise. Like, what am I gonna do? Play Marvel Rivals? Do VOD reviews?
Here's a pretty crazy stat from that last map. 40 eliminations total that Shikigami were able to get. Rad at 77. Rad almost eliminated Shikigami twice as much as their opponent and still lost. On a map choice that it's the same thing as when they lost against Virtus Pro. Pushed to the end of the map, as did VP, and then VP pushing in OT pretty much towards the end. Cost Rad here. We're going to Ariko Techa, and it feels like things could easily unravel for Rad. They've not been pushed like this against an opponent that most of us assumed would be like...
It's a best of 5. Yeah, best of 5.
The fact is, these two teams, we talked about it, are so close, and it's going to come down to who's able to deal with a high-pressure situation. And once again,
We haven't had a single reverse sweep or like a close match.
now
You know what I mean? Like,
quite a while.
I
They're
would
gonna have
love
face
to see a reverse sweep.
mental here where it comes to dealing with
because it will be
tougher
exciting.
matches that go to the limits, whereas Rad, they are all individually like that because we've got players from Zero Tenacity, from Chumps, all these separate incredible players coming together.
It usually went 2-0.
We talked about it before. The same thing happens to them versus Virtus Pro. They've just had the double, triple push overtime curse. And
No way,
gonna
that's
be
Northern
unhealthy
Line
fairly mental.
commentating.
Yeah.
Nope.
On your map
He's
choice
too
as
busy,
well, obviously, it
on his
just
cruise
feels
ship.
Like Rad could easily unravel here, but they've gone for Ariko, which is a map that they haven't played before, against Shikigami, who it's their most played. They've played it 3 times, won twice, lost once. It feels like Rad sort of throwing caution to the wind, and maybe they feel that there's something exploitable here on Ariko against Shikigami.
I mean, it feels like for both of these teams, they're just stronger on attack than defense, right? Something that we got to see on Central Park. Both teams very quickly caved open first. Both teams got to play snowball momentum to be able to secure second. And then Rad were also able to just secure more eliminations later on to pick apart Shikigami to secure third. And I feel like that's something that Rad are going to try to take advantage of. Because, like, if you can get a full push on Arako, then you're already doing much better than a lot of the teams that we actually get to see play this map. Because of, again, it has the same sort of, like, problems as something like Symbiotic Surface. If you lose one fight on second, you lose all of the momentum. It takes a very long time to be able to take
Southern
map space
Tiger.
on first as well, since now a lot of teams have wised up.
Northern
to the
Line
flanking
and
routes, so
Southern
things like
Tiger.
Psylocke, Daredevil.
That's like the
anything
bird
that would
beat
try
it,
to get
and what was
behind
the
his
other guy?
position, and that gets
The
dealt with
religious
very, very
sheriff, what was
quickly
his
while still
name?
being able to maintain a solid front line.
It feels as well like
Faithful
remember Ash
Sheriff.
was saying in one of the interviews that it's hard to play honest against
Absolute
them
LARP,
because they're so
bro.
good at exploiting the draft.
Absolute
Potentially,
LARP.
The drafts have been almost identical outside of a couple of characters towards the end, and more notably, Elsa being protected on both sides every game so far. This is a long sightline map, so Elsa's going to be really good. But we have seen a lot more 2-2-2. Wolverine especially, very good on this first point. Crazy Kitty and Frost Mountain have been playing it a ton and finding success. It really does feel like this is the most honest type of Marvel Rivals that we've seen Rad have to play because of the Elsa being in the game and the 2-2-2 lineups.
Honestly, yeah, we've seen them just being forced into these kind of mirrored setups with Banter's taken out. We even saw the particular man on Ultron really trying to commit to, nope, you're going to play 2-2-2.
Yes, they're justified for flaming you. I'm sorry, bro. Lock in.
Shikigami tried to drive them in this direction, and we've seen some honest and incredible Marvel Rivals from Rad, but right now, they still need to recover. They are on the point of being sent to the lower bracket here. If there's any team that can do it, it's Rad. They are one of the best in EMEA and have continued to show it after coming up from MRC, for goodness sake. They're just that good, and they improve literally every game. We talked about potentially seeing this series go to a 5-mapper. I would not be surprised, especially with how good they are on Elsa, Wolverine, all these characters that excel on point 1.
Okay, so on that subject, sorry, Moxie, to put you on the spot, because it's like, you predicted Rad. Which player do you feel is the one that's going to bring back this reverse sweep if it's going to go that way? Like, is there a particular player, a role, even just a hero that you think Rad need to rely on to bring this back?
I think, like, honestly, depending on how ban draft goes, if you get Elsa, then obviously Elsa has to be the one, like, coming through with a lot of eliminations. But for me, they just need to work on the coordination. It wasn't about, like, one player individually there. It was that multiple times they just weren't able to regroup, weren't able to get the timing right on things like setting up the Strange Portal to contest first, which then led to second snowballing so massively out of control. And more, like, less so about what Rad are doing, more so about what Shikigami are doing, shutting down Isidore. Because we talked about, like, the roster of Shikigami coming into this. We talked about, you know, like, Kaya's being a standout, was on the Venom. We didn't really talk that much about Isidore, but he has been having a career-defining match so far today. He's been unstoppable.
So they need to shut the Isidore, essentially, Techa. I guess that's a direction maybe of their win condition if they want to make this a 3-0. I'll leave it to you guys to debate as we go for the draft, seeing if it's going to be any different from
I didn't really want to stream today.
Ryan's running
I'm
away
okay with
before we can
streaming, but I
criticize
just
him for
hate the
that.
downtime in tournaments.
And I'll get away with it every single time.
You smell me?
Oh, you.
Oh, boy.
Well, let's head into what could potentially be the last game in this best of 5 series, or it could open the door for a potential reverse sweep as we begin where we always begin, it seems, in playoffs at least, with a Gambit instant ban.
Not too surprising here. We're going to see a Mantis, and then we're going to see an Elsa, then we're going to see another Mantis, then we're probably going to see a Invisible Woman. These teams have locked down the start of the draft again. It's when we start to get a little bit further in where we start to see more adjustments as time has gone on. To see adjustments this early in the draft would be a shock, to say the least, and you would certainly hear us react. But so far, everything's following the expected draft.
Yep, Invis, Mirror, ban, right?
Yeah.
There's one from
Cool.
Shikigami.
Oh, it was hovered.
Do Rad equalize with the Invisible Woman being unseen? Yep, there we
Yep,
go.
There we go.
And now what's the save coming on for? Like, previously we got to see a little bit of focus go out onto the Vanguard Deadpool. Very, very strong, honestly, on Arako, having a Vanguard who can take some of those off angles, put pressure, also who has ranged poke as well, without being heavily reliant on melee. But it looks like we're going to see a deviation this time. Rad will be securing themselves the Loki. So they'll be able to have, like, Loki, Cloak and Dagger potentially. Adam Warlock is going to be the instant reaction ban coming out from Shikigami. This is a convoy map after all, and Loki Adam is a surefire way of burning off a lot of time on an attacking first point, or even securing a full hold, which now means do Rad go for the Adam ban? Likewise, no. They go for the Cloak and Dagger, so potential struggle through first, but when we branch out into the rest of the map, that Cloak and Dagger ban will be coming through in full.
Shikigami do have the possibility of going double reses here if they did want to bring in Adam themselves after taking it away from Rad. That would obviously be on defense as opposed to attack, but it's given them some flexibility when it comes to their defensive side.
8
But now
supports
Rad,
banned
they
once
have
again.
given access to the Ultron and Smash.
Nobody's banning
Thinking
Tank Pool, have you
about it.
noticed?
There's a lot of options here for them to try and break out of the first spawn, and as usual, these teams are giving us some spicy hovers. We'll see about any of those.
I wonder why.
Defense. We're looking at a very, just as much sustain as you can, do as much damage to everyone
I
else as
can't
possible,
hear you.
compared to you. So
The music is too loud.
there's a big risk of being
Production.
like Wolverine, like Ant-
I can't hear the
understand
casters.
catch you out of your defensive positions here. So Rad, they are looking
Well,
at
they
the
banned
Ultron
Gambit, so Elsa
white
cannot be
box
banned,
here with
but they can ban
Zoe
Tank
trying
Pool.
to counteract anybody's trying to get onto that backline.
Yeah, good CC immunity, and also, like, you're going to have Lugia going to the Captain America, so basically being able to drive
These
into Shikigami's
games
backline,
account for the recent
but
patch
also
notes,
still have
what?
presence on the objective itself to stall out for as much push as possible, allowing the rest of Rad's team to anchor their positions around actual map space as opposed to the objective itself.
Rad doesn't even play
Crazy
Tank Pool
Kitty
here.
tries to chase down Frost Mountain, who grabs Lugia Go and actually takes Ducky down. So that means no mag for the anchor. Takes out the Captain America too, since Rad down both of their Vanguards know that they won't be able to sustain into a fight. So Lugia makes the decision to self-sacrifice onto the point, go down, still alive for a little bit of push, and also the opportunity to swap onto the Thing to counterplay the Wolverine, which already, as we talked about, these teams both looking stronger on the attack. Secured
very
the first
sweet.
fight win for
I mean,
Shikigami
Shikigami
with
already
very little
got
Rad
2
could
kills
do,
there.
and it reads in Ultimate Economy too.
Rad swapped.
Lugia likes the Thing because Shikigami
Thing
have
root.
forced him to it basically every single game so far. Leo's just trying to take care of those brute walls, look for an opportunity to try and isolate someone. Bad hammer onto the backline, but Kaya's dropped incredibly low. We do have a rocket low-key backline, so potential close onto a Cosmic Gun Amplifier or even aggressive copies with Lynchstrom stealing from their opponents. But Kaya is going to be sniped.
Good into
off
Wolf
by
Elsa.
brought back in the battle
I mean, it's fine.
It's not going to be a permanent sticking elimination, but it is enough to force a
Wolf isn't
reckless
grabbing you with the
retreat
Thing and your wall.
Smashness has to be very careful about his positioning. You can see that Lugia actually is having to mark that right lane to make sure that Shikigami don't take an off angle and put the pressure on the Ultron. Crazy Kitty comes on through with the Apex Predator, managing to secure the elimination there onto Isidore, and that opens the fight up for Rad. You can see Shikigami know they're not going to be able to win that fight. They want to just regroup. They don't want to allow
No, guys, this is not on the new patch because the new patch isn't out.
To recover the ultimate economy that they lost on the first fight loss.
It's not out yet. Like, it's coming out tomorrow.
They creep their way back onto the point. Ducky has Strangling Prison at the ready though. Isidor's at 57%. Here comes the clone. It is going to be the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier for Lindstrom. So damage boost. Here is the commitment onto the point. Smackers immediately pulls down to the low ground. Can't afford to get picked out of position here, so it's a retreat. They can give up a little bit of space here as long as they don't lose the objective as they push onto the point. Ducky looking for an opening to try and isolate people on the point and will find Frost Mountain, utilizing the Iron Root Wall to make sure they don't get locked down. Finds the high ground, keeping the team isolated, keeping them separated by Fox Teleport. Isidore with Dragon Christmas off their own second Cosmic Guard Amplifier is allowing Shikigami to at least take a slight advantage, but Rad not giving up the space as they bring out Kumiho.
Oh, it's cost them both Kumiho and Rage of Ultron, which is why Vertigo had to commit the ult. Smashness down in his ult.
Well, that rat was one.
Teleport wants to be able to refresh the players with Crazy Kitty coming back into the fold so close to that Apex Predator. Shikigami not wanting to get caught out, pulling back around the corner, utilizing it as cover, waiting for the strange.
This guy asked if Torch was ever alive, as if Torch wasn't legitimately Thanos.
Lindstrom having the regeneration domain. First turn comes out onto Crazy Kitty. Big Elsa ult, finding a
Lock in, stop LARPing.
Half of Shikigami's team, and that will be fight one for Rad. Shikigami get one more crack at first point, or we see a full hold.
45 seconds on the board. They haven't used Strange yet, so there is Portal available for Shikigami where it will not be available for Rad. They've regrouped, they've reset. Crazy Kitty retreats
the storm.
Back to move away. And
They've swapped to the storm,
like you say,
it's the central part damage boost. They're just going to try to steamroll onto Rad directly. Like you've got the
Frost Mountain and Storm.
They're
gonna have Rocket and Frost Mountain damage boost, and Leo is gonna be killing everybody.
Things off with Cosmic Gun Amplifier too, which means that Shikigami will be stocking
Okay,
up
the damage boost.
Amplifier number one, Isidore building up towards the Straggling Prisoner, trying to isolate the team, traps the thing for at least a moment. Ducky's taking so
I mean, they
much
should be
damage.
winning this fight, yeah.
So it's just focused down. Bad hammer into the backside as well, trying to focus them down. Nah, mate.
The damage boost.
Okay,
bro.
The damage boost pays off dividends. No portal even needed. They burn the clock down.
I mean, Storm is kind of like Ultron.
Stackable
Junior.
damage boost. Yippee!
Yay!
Oh, poor Mash. There's very
Imagine
little you can
Ultron,
do
Storm,
in that
Mantis,
situation if you're Mash. Fate of both
Elsa.
does not stand up with both Storm
Thoughts?
and Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Stacked one on top of the other, and Shikigami are able to curtail
Am I
the threat
cooking?
of the full hold yet again with Frost Mountains. Swap onto the Storm, which he is so known for. Ducky comes on through the Strangling Prison. The walls from Eastall, though, and there's very little follow-up outside of Rad being able to secure themselves a little bit of more high ground push, but they still can't commit fully to it, as they also have to control corner at the same time.
Gladrox comes on out, finds two, and an immediate blow up there. And once again,
Honestly, a Human Torch and Phoenix team up would be kind of cool, no?
Always in these last seconds where Shikigami seems to be finding value. We have the Omega Hurricane at the ready. Leo rejoins to see if they can continue to build up towards their own Apex Predator here. But smash this. Rage of Ultron, Vertigo, Kumiho. They have a long...
Oh, I have an idea.
Through this, but will they have enough
White
space
Fox
to
and Namor team up where the Namor Squid's charm enemies just after landing 3 hits in a row.
Trying to look for that corner and trying to deal with Ducky on that Gru, who's going to get walled up, going to get focused down, trying to finish him off with the Omega Hurricane coming on out. Down goes Lugia Gold. The backline, they're just trying to blow it up with Ultron, and it's enough. They tank on through that beautifully. Nice job, Smash there.
Yeah, but they've lost Lugia with the clobbering time. He's going to swap to the Strange to portal back into this fight instead. Banhammer, as Kaya goes deep, trying to force out the Kumiho Unleashed from Vertigo. They just don't commit the
Why they give
White
Isidore
Box
Groot?
Looks like they're going to be content instead to just have everyone regroup through the Strange teleport.
Because there's too many
and jump
terrorist
out with the
characters.
Luna
I don't
to be able to
understand. I mean,
stabilize it,
Cloak
but
ban
the thing
is
Body Block,
is
this could be
okay,
very
but like I
dangerous
feel
now.
like
They
better
get
characters to
Fatal Force
ban,
comes
bro.
out,
Like
Shikigami
I don't.
tries to
I feel
disengage
like
the fight
banning
before
Cloak
Rat
is
can
just
get on top of them with
it's
one-sided
just
Luna,
silly
utilizing the
when you can
regeneration
be
domain.
banning other
Stepping tries
stuff.
to buy their path out
You can be banning
and
the
then
tank
back in,
pool, the
but Budo
Groot,
still
the
has
I mean
a
Loki
White
got
Box ult
protected, but you could
ready
ban
to
Loki
go
because Loki
to
got
brawl
protected
through
second.
and keep the team sustained.
Banglin Prison comes on out from Ducky, locks down Kaya, who's just getting healed so well by Name. Here comes the Cosmic Guard amplifier around the corner, blocked off.
Oh, that was crazy by the Strange. That was a crazy flank. Their cloak is strong. It is, I agree, but like I feel like the stronger stuff. There's too many broken stuff.
They've been able to hold without a triple cap.
But they weren't able to complete the full hold.
Very true.
So now do we see like the continuation where both of these teams looked so much better on the offense? Shikigami with the Storm coming on out, and I think that's going to be something that a lot of these teams in the future are now going to have to be very aware of, that this is a swap that Shikigami will do in these last fights to make sure that they avoid that full hold or potentially start with it and punish you.
Is my Prime
that
coming
in turn
back?
has ramifications where you have to start out with something on your defense that could counterplay that Storm. But this was my concern, Tetcha. Shikigami, they got the Adam, they got the Loki through. And like Rad now have to go up against the litmus test of can you avoid a full hold against a double res composition?
And not just that, they've gone for what might be, outside of if they maybe had Rocket instead of Lunar Snow, they've gone for what could be one of the most irritating compositions of all time to try and push into. Oh, you're trying to push it, you try to push it, you get some pickups. Okay, there's Reed vibes. Oh, you try and push it, you want to burst. There's Greens and the Fate of Both Worlds in this case. Oh, you try and push it, you get around the first corner. Surprise, there's a Groot and an Angela who both would like to introduce you.
I voted for Shikigami. I predicted Shikigami wins.
Composition to push into, and Rad are going to have their work cut out for them. Crazy Kitty is going to have to get some...
And I've never been wrong in predictions. Who's with me? Type 1 if I'm right.
Since they're going for the Angela instead of like the Cap or the Venom, there's less
Why they not play
opportunity for Rad
Loki?
to be able to punish the Angela's position, right?
Good
Like
question.
you've got Crazy Kitty on the Wolverine.
I think they decided to
but you're not
play
really going to
Luna
have
White
those
Fox
grab
for the team up.
opportunities. So what they're instead going to have to do is play more around the point itself as
Star
opposed to
Wars
making it like the high ground,
acquaintances.
to force Shikigami into having to take a turn, which they can then use for the grab. Attempted freeze comes out.
That was a
Lindstrom,
good
unfortunately, does not find the
save from
connection, but
Kaya.
Regeneration domain is in play. Vanguard will
I'm
be
surprised they're
recovered,
not shooting
and we
Kaya,
go
who's just
right
flying
back
above
into
them.
the neutral with Crazy Kitty
I guess they're
headbang.
being pressured so hard by Shikigami, they can't really afford to shoot Kaya.
But Brad take advantage with the high ground if they needed to. But now they're going to back up, reset. They've already managed to get themselves a little bit of distance. Name sets up some clones, continuing with the Loki firing squad to just pressure everyone who tries to step on up. You can see the flying Angelas, Wolverines, things, everything to try to take to the sky, to take any high ground to see if they can isolate anyone. Kaya needs a little bit of healing here, but for now, Mash is going to pull the trigger first. Coming on in with an Eternal Bond. Kaya
Nice slam,
unable to find,
but
gets
Kaya's
locked
dead.
down and crashes into the thing. Unable to get anyone into the pit, finished off, meaning that numbers advantage in favor of Rad as they push them all the way back to the hallway.
Crucially as well, Name does not have Karmic Revival just yet. You'll have it up soon, the moment someone takes a little bit too much poke, and you can see that sort of fishing for it, but at the same time, Rada fishing to wait out Shikigami, committing one of their players a little bit too far past choke, find the Grit Wall isolation, and set up the elimination. Like you said, they get Frost Mountain, but Frost Mountain does have self-res, brings himself back into the fight so that Name has the copy up and available. Doesn't look like he uses it now. He actually goes
What's
for the
going
copy
on my
onto
screen, bro?
Lindstrom instead, as we get Apex pressure
He can TP
from
back.
Smashnet, still finding the elimination.
Lucky lands an ult.
Name's alteration,
Counter
Strangling
ult.
Prism from Ducky.
The
Good
link.
regeneration domain so that
TP
Rad
back.
can capitalize as well on the aggressive
Isidore is
position
still
of
dead.
it,
Kaya is
because
not
they can go
TPing.
for
Why is
more
Kaya not
eliminations
TPing? I'm
onto
so
Shikigami.
confused.
crucially getting the Adam before Karmic Revival.
Why is Kaya
And
not
it's up to
TPing?
Kaya to stall things out instead, coming back on the Venom, looking to keep
Why
this
did
point
Kaya
in
not
play
TP?
for Frost Mountain to get a Karmic Revival
Kaya
cast.
could have TP'd.
But it will not matter. They are unable to hold. They burnt time and they built up ultimate charge, but now it's
Now
about
he
that
swaps to
distance
Strange and
there
loses
to
his
finish
ult.
line at the very end of that whole
Oh,
race.
they
Frost
don't
Mountain
like
had already
TPing
charged up
over.
towards
Yeah,
Karmic Revival, just
they like
Corner,
TPing
but
after
has
the point is
no
lost.
cocoon. If
Or the
they
back
get
line.
taken down, that's huge distance that could be gained by Rad.
Yeah, they
but
like doing
won't
this.
gain it with Vertigo, who gets absolutely detonated.
Oh no, Rad again just not prepared for the strange teleport. Like Vertigo is in dagger form instead of cloak, so doesn't even get the opportunity to react with the dark teleportation. Mash too, not able to use the regeneration domain in time to save his fellow strategist. And now Shikigami have all of the map
Spawn
space
is near.
back.
Spawn doesn't
They've got
matter
the
'cause they don't have
objective
direct
in
line of
control.
sight from Spawn.
Crucially for them too.
And if they
Frost
choose to
Mountain
heal
can be
from,
set up
like,
behind the whole team, so
Shikigami
Raptors
just
don't
likes
get
stalling
an
the point.
opportunity to get on top of the res
And the best
position.
way to do it
Like,
is
you
doing
can
this,
play far
because
forward, you can hold the
maybe by the
objective, you can
time
trade your
last fight
plays.
happens, they're
You're
gonna have an
happy
RTP.
taking those trades because
So
you
you're
know
just
that you
min-maxing
can buy them
TPs.
all back with the cost of the animal.
Trying to get an isolation on the smash this. He's able to dash away before getting caught out by Isidor's walls. Slow moving forward here by Rad. They are able to take space onto the objective. They're able to get the knockdown onto
Big.
Crazy Kitty, preventing another isolation. Beautiful Galadrops from Leo, though.
You see what
Once
happens
again,
here?
It's just behind everyone, causing
Even though
issues,
they lost
wiping
first
out their
point, they
own
still
spawn,
hold
pulling them
really
off
good
the
positioning
point
here.
of
They're all on
injury.
high grounds, and
This
there's
is
no way
continuing
for
to hold. They
Shikigami
didn't
to
even
push in.
need to use Karmic Revival there.
Like, they can't hold
and
high
this
grounds the
means
same
that
way.
Rad are going to be having to use
They need to
ults, like,
force
they're going to
somebody
have
on
to put a
card,
lot
they
of
need to
ults
play on
secure
card, and
these
if they play
opening
card, then
eliminations,
that
and then
person on card is
Shikigami
taking
will
a lot of
have
damage.
two reses to be able to stabilize the team.
And they have
Fireback
more
Motor catches
opportunities
onto
to kite.
Smashness, leaves the Elsa vulnerable. We have Mash having to come through with the God of Mischief
It's
to
fine.
just kickstart Rad's position forward into Shikigami's space. They've been able to take out the Doctor's range, but crucially, not
I
the
think
Loki,
they copied
not
Adam.
the Adam. Late fate of both ults comes on through from Nami, holding their space so that the Karmic Revival comes through. Frost Mountain falls, but he's still got self-res, so those reses will still continue.
They- that
through
was
this
spoiled
fight,
ulted.
as late Elsa ultimate from the Apex Predator is used from
What the
Smashness
fuck
once
is
the ultimate's
happening?
done.
What the
Presence being
fuck
both
is
sides of the teleport
happening?
from Vertigo to tag the team through despite the Isidore fall. Lindstrom's Fate of Both Worlds will expire. A Crazy Kitty
What the
is on
fuck?
the HUD. Shikigami come up worse there. They buy time, but they just use every single ability they have outside
Crazy Kitty has
of
ult.
Apex Predator, which just came off cooldown. Rad, the same. except for
Moon
last
Girl?
stand.
Who the hell is
Frost
Moon
Mountain
Girl?
staying
Wait,
on
Frost
the
Mountain
Adam.
is behind them.
Trying to get some ping damage, but it's only on 23% of a charge.
Oh, he's so far behind though. Frost
He is.
Mountain's playing on Rad's side of the map, which means that Rad have to turn their attention. They can't lose
Down.
their Loki to the Adam. Smashness had to turn and deal with it, so we get
gets
the
the
Apex
kills.
Predator coming through from
Last
Layla.
stand.
Oh.
Last stand from Crazy Kitty lands
Nami
onto the
dies.
backline,
Oh,
secures
Nami
the
doesn't die, he has
elimination,
lamps.
and gets the summon to
Please
Nami,
kill
but
that guy.
He's got the regeneration domain and
Okay, that's a
stabilizes the
really
rest
good
of the team
value
the
trade.
moment that the
And
CC
Kaya has ult
ended.
here.
Rad still wanting to make a play forward. Mash has
Okay.
the ultimate, but they're down both the Groot and the Wolverine.
Oh,
This is not the
Shikigami
fight
has
to
a
commit
clutch
to
gene.
it.
Rad have a huge amount of momentum here, but Shikigami hold one more time. Rad, they have the God of Mischief.
Is Moon
And
Girl
really have one
related
more
to
time. That's
Moon
a lot of
Knight?
crowd control. Frost Mountain onto the
They have
Winter
TP back for
Soldier.
last
Just
fight.
More crowd control while it's good to help deal with that Wolverine. Get him off the point because Kaya
Sure.
is gonna be huge in
Is
the
that a
fight.
yes
If
or
they
no?
can get Naya Makamoto without being
Sure.
out of position, that could be massive. But Mash gonna
Why
pull
is she
the
called
trigger
Moon
on the
Girl
high ground
then?
to create the opening, create the pathway to push on in. Big diving into the backline, covering time comes on out, starts
Big
out the
block.
entire backline. Ice Gallant, huge amounts of healing output as Kaya gets the eye of
Big
Makamoto.
strange
The
ult.
Fate of the World from Nami with the God of
Wait, they win
Mischief.
this.
Apex Predator from
They win.
finds
Counter
nothing
TP?
deleted off the board.
Counter
With
TP,
18
Kaya?
seconds left, it's portal time.
Kaya
As
counter
Rad
TP
are
this?
looking for it. Lindstrom was thinking about maybe a freeze, but I don't think they'll reach in time. They're looking
The
to try and
combo,
delay
though.
and force
No,
the
Kaya's
box
not
for
counter
overtime.
TPing, bro.
The
Fuck.
combo. Like, Vertigo has to use Dark Teleportation to avoid Strangling Prison,
Yeah.
or you're all getting caught by Groot. Oh, with follow-up Crack and Impact. You've got the Loki clones, too. If you use those, free resets for Frost Mountain, and here we go. Again.
Oh, don't let him die.
again. Immobilization does come through. Ducky's able to come through with the
Kaya
Strangling
can TP
Prison
back.
onto
Killing the
Frost Mountain,
Strange
but
here
they
is so
haven't been able to
bad.
find the elimination onto into the Winter Soldier, and Shikigami are pouring out Rad's chances of being able to flip this map.
Oh, they win.
They're down Lugia Goat, they're down Smash Nose. Ducky's desperately trying to
I
touch
told
him
you
down on the
Shikigami
Venom.
wins against
The
Rad.
Shikigami have cleaned up the team. The Venom is here, but the freeze,
Wait,
the
hold on.
stun
Lock in.
CC, he's held for Eternal Bond from Vertigo, but is it enough? Lugia's coming back on a desperation Spider-Man.
Oh, it's cooked.
Trooper's Fist
Yeah.
does still apply Earthbound status on this phase of the patch, and Rad lose the CD, lose the map, and lose this series. Shikigami complete the hold
3-0.
and sweep out 3-0.
What a beautiful series. The numbers do not say what the actual result of that was, because that was incredible. 3-0, and you could barely tell. Rad just short of being able to push on in there, literally throwing everything at it. Venom, rush it. Spider-Man, rush it. Just touch the point. Don't go
I don't
down.
understand everything they're doing.
Shikigami
They're basically
with
playing
one
like it's
more hold.
Overwatch.
The
Overwatch
Crack
goats.
Impact only found
Play on
2
card.
resets, but it's enough. It's still time on the board. The last second Winter Soldier being just enough, and Frost Mountain.
Frost
showing
Mountain
just why they're
swapped
so
last
scary.
second.
That
Like last
versatility.
like
We
2
saw them
fights.
play Storm, Wolverine, the Winter Soldier. They
Not banning
were
Elsa is
so
a choice. Okay, guys, you do realize that you ban Gambit and they protect those. Like, I'm actually about to crash out if I hear one more person say not banning Elsa is a choice. The other choice is playing against Gambit comp. You can't ban both. Lock the fuck in. Thank you.
They lost
Appreciate
the
it.
activation of it to have the CC immunity.
They don't
to
choose
dodge
to play
Eye
against
Agamotto.
Elsa. They choose to
So
not play
when
against Gambit.
Shikigami just like disengage, understand that Rad will be walking up the one side as Eternal Bond, and then they come through, catching you at the end of your ultimate to hit 4 players with the Eye of Agamotto out of 6 and clean up that fight. That's the flip, basically, that allows Shikigami to be able to just complete the hold, because then Rad have to go in with like the Strange Teleport, they're going into Strangling Prison, Kraken Impact, they have no strategist ult to be able to survive it, but without Shikigami going for the Storm to break the full hold potential, we don't get to see second even come into play.
It's a vindication, isn't it, really? For a lot of predictions going a very different way, but the most unexpected aspect, I think, of this series, guys, is that it was a 3-0. Like, sure, there was a lot of moments, certainly towards the end of these points, that it could have gone either way, but Shikigami, I think Tetra doing well to just keep their heads above water, keeping drafts very similar, of pound for pound just showing up in those final moments a little bit stronger than Rad, right? It really did come down to the wire.
It came down to overtimes basically every single time, and when it came down to that, Shikigami are the team that came out ahead. They seem to be able to control these high pressure fights a little bit more effectively, whether that was when to use their portals, because they would use them early on second points, like Moxie said before, not to try and delay first points, but to immediately just portal onto your opponents after the point has been taken to pick someone off quickly, and then you've taken a point right next to your opponent's spawn, meaning you have a lot more time to reinforce. If you lose that, you can try and pick them off as they come out, and you get a advantageous position. Shikigami, again, sorry, as Moxie said, Shikigami just seems to be able to catch Rad off guard almost every single time from those portal engages.
We don't really have like a set MVP for series.
I kind of want to go take a shit.
Versus, Vision.
Thanks so much for tier 1.
Like Moxie,
14 months, appreciate
it.
it.
Feels like Isido's probably one of the main front runners, I think, for Shikigami's performance of like an MVP across the series, but quite frankly, it could go to any of the 6 players. I feel like front to back, they played.
What if I never come back?
Amounts of on the nose like Marvel rivals.
Yeah, I mean, literally, every time that Shikigami, like, you look at those players, they all had clutch moments. They all had clutch moments. You can straight up just, like, go back and be like, yeah, Kai with the Eye of Agamotto that we talked about when the replays were running, Isidore that we pointed out as well, Frost Mountain being able to use the Storm as well with the swap from Shikigami to stop the full hold, because if Shikigami had been full held, Rad broke first very, very quickly. We didn't even really get to see the relay race of the comic revival come through, to the point that Name was having to use Loki copy onto Lindstrom God of Mischief instead of the Karmic Revival. Like, Rad were really well rehearsed in being able to deal with that aspect of Shikigami's comp, but when it went to the longer fights, when it went to neutral, when we went into second and they lost all of the map space thanks to the portal play coming on through, Shikigami's macro, I think, as opposed to micro, was the thing that allowed them to come out with such a decisive lead in the series.
You have to look at the backline as well. Like, looking through some of the stats just across the 3 maps, Lindstrom only getting eliminated once in that first map, 10 times on the second, but then here again, only twice on Ariko. That's crazy for, like, you're being eliminated 3 times in 2 maps. I mean, he's got the experience of being on VP. I think the positioning, the backline, how him and Name played in particular, like we sort of mentioned at the start of the series, those 2 versus Mash and Vertigo is a very close matchup, and it wasn't even like down to triple strategist a lot of the time, right, Techa? It was a lot of 2-2-2. We do have an interview coming with my favorite guy, Layla, so I'm excited for that one, but I would say that the backline is often going to get underappreciated with how much they did, notably how little they went down on the side of Shikigami.
Yeah, quite frankly, there was a lot of times where the backline actually just threw themselves at the objective just to buy time, because as Moxie mentioned, it's macro time when it comes to Shikigami. They would throw a Fate of Both Worlds, just to try and delay, with a clone of a God of Mischief. These 2 players, they barely went down, but every fatality felt impactful. They were always making sure that if they were getting taken out, it was value. There was very little waste when it came to Shikigami, in that, especially in that last map. They lost Luna at one point. It was on the objective where the whole team went down together because they were buying time and resetting for that portal. They would be taken down from a couple attempts from Smashness with the Apex Predators. There's not a lot you can do about that. That's, again, a whole team situation where you're regrouping. These 2 together are really starting to impress, and they're trying to make a name for themselves in some of those top strategist duos alongside, of course, Na'Vi and Virtus Pro, when we see some of our favorites over there.
For sure. I think a question I have for both of you, I'll ask Moxie first and then you can follow up, Techa, is like, how, it's such a tricky question, man. How much of this is like Shikigami performing well versus Rad letting it slip out of their hands? Because it felt that they had the advantage both on the last 2 maps in particular. It was a bit of a rough start on Hell's Heaven. They lost every first fight on all 3 points. But like these final 2 maps, Moxie, it did feel like Rad had it in their control and it just slipped. Is it more them dipping, or would you say Shikigami rising in those chaotic moments?
Konnichiwa.
I mean, like you said, it's a very hard question to actually like answer, because I think honestly it's a bit of both. I think like Shikigami, in terms of macro, they understood that they would be the favorite in certain fights, and that they didn't necessarily have to play to win the fights that they weren't the favorite in. They just had to get to a point where they could stop Rad from having snowball potential when they did win theirs. And then when they hit that peak, when they hit that win streak on that composition, they snowball from there. And then like on Rad's end, it felt like, yeah, they had like a really good handle in terms of the full hold potential, but the moment that the Storm comp came through, it sort of slipped away from them. And it was very similar actually to when we saw Shikigami change things in the rest of the series. Rad had a really good handle at the start of the rounds, but the moment that Shikigami were able to break through with something a little bit unexpected that changed the tempo, that was when Rad fell a little bit behind.
I have to get my New York lingo in order. Can you teach me some lingo?
Like a more definitive answer as to one side or the other than that, but I can't. It's the exact thing that Moxie said.
Can you teach me some New York slang?
The fact is, if you talk about potentially mistakes from Rad, they could have been more prepared.
I'm walking here.
That came in the second opportunity. Moxie brought it up perfectly.
I'm walking here.
It was a neutral where your opponents aren't pinging you from range. You know that they've been portaling you in the past.
Champion.
Dagger form. That's risky.
Forget about it.
You're taking the risk that you're waiting for someone to potentially get focused down.
Gabagoo.
Like Elsa from a flank than the portal play that you know your opponents might be doing. It's a risky situation, but then you look on the other side and just see how effectively Shikigami were playing those late game fights. How
bacon, egg, and cheese with salt, pepper, ketchup. Make sure you always order it with a GABA. What is a GABA?
Like the Spider-Man from Shikigami, when they were giving up points in those overtimes.
Salutations.
Who could reach the objective quick enough? Who'd be playing?
Girl plays a fake Italian. Could I have one ciabatta with extra cheese?
It's both.
And one pepperoni pizza, please. Some mozzarella, please.
When it came to the team was the Alcatia one. And I remember Alcatia doing a lot of those like tempo pole.
Bucciarati.
First point on like Central Park. going for a very quick portal to just be able to contest it and buy a little bit more time. They were doing that on the last 2 maps here. I think the reason why I ask it is because, like, seeing people in chat,
I'm
it's
just
a
gonna
very
use
knee-jerk reaction to be like, "That was
JoJo
a
names from
massive
Golden
shot
Wind.
from Rad." And I don't think that's inherently fair. I think the main thing is that Rad play proper Marvel Rivals.
Diavolo,
Like, they tried to draft the same way that
Bucciarati,
the VPs and now these
Sticky
inheritors
Fingers,
will be.
or is that not
I
Italian?
think the thing about this series, Techa, is just that
Giorno, Giovanni, Oregano.
When you got players like Frost Mountain happy to be creative in those instances.
You like
it
Texas
felt that just
barbecue.
in the flying by the seat of your pants moments, Shikigami were a little bit more comfortable than Rad were, where Rad were trying to play a little bit more structured, perhaps. I don't know. I'm curious on what both of you guys think, but we'll start with Techa.
We saw a lot more of Rad reacting to Shikigami.
Let me,
Shikigami reacting to Rad in terms of.
Let me show you something.
It always seemed to start with Shikigami playing the Wolverine.
Yeah, ready? So Texas, you see this? Somewhere here, right? That's Texas, okay? Now, if you draw a line, this is Bulgaria. How often do you think I eat Texas barbecue? Do you think we just sell Texas barbecue in Europe? Do you think that's a thing?
Team, try and put pressure on the backline, try and put pressure on the objective, buy themselves a little bit more space. But like Techa said, the fact that Shiki came out
Yes,
with
ketchup
the Wolverine to
plus
start meant that
brown
Captain
sugar is
America
pretty
survived
good.
one fight and then swapped, but that one fight that you lost already meant that when you're
You
walking
can
back
smoke
into
meat
the second
anywhere,
one,
anytime. Yeah, but we
Sony
wouldn't
and
call it
Sony
Texas
have
barbecue, would
crossed
we?
in terms of having
It's
to,
just
like, take
barbecue.
time, build up ultimate economy to get that back.
We'll see what the perspective was like with the boots on the ground as we speak to
Bulgarian
Loyalist
barbecue is just
Shikigami,
melted ice.
and
I do consider banning you because you might be the stupidest human being alive. Purely because I just showed you where Bulgaria is on the map, but your geography is so unevolved that you think that Bulgaria is Russia when Bulgaria is right next to Greece and Turkey. You do realize Bulgaria gets hotter than California in the summer. LA, that is, not California in general. The fact that you said melted ice, it just genuinely irks me the wrong way. When we're the same climate almost as Greece. Lock in, please. There's a big difference. Get a little bit educated before you talk shit. You could have just called us broke.
Different comps that we didn't really.
Post
know
Yugoslavia
before.
slope. Bulgaria was never a part of Yugoslavia.
Coming in with 1 minute.
Yet another
for your
moron in
overtime
chat.
round,
Lock in.
and they're coming in with plus 3 minutes. That's got to be a grueling task, but you were able to not just unlock first and second, but pretty much all the way through third as well. Do you think it was something that was going right for your team, or were you more sort of capitalizing on the mistakes that Rad left there for you to
That's
take
what I
advantage
meant,
of?
not because climate, but because broke. Bruh.
Well, they capped
bud.
with 3 minutes, so we
Lock
thought
in.
like we need some kind of, we need to do something crazy. So we went Storm, and then we snowballed them to third point, and then eventually we just managed to cap. But yeah, there was a lot of nerves going on.
Brother, I
with
don't
the,
care about that video. How
in the
many times are you
overtime
guys gonna bring it up?
defense, 'cause you
I
could
don't get
probably
it.
tell we
I don't get
were
why
dying a
you
lot
keep
one by
bringing
one.
it up. As if I don't know about it. What's the point? You're just giving this guy attention. Lock the fuck in, brother. Stop being a drama farming frog. You're just giving him what he wants. Stupid
Um,
video from a stupid guy.
It's,
What am I
I'd
supposed to
say
fucking
it's
say,
all of
bro?
us have our own input, but Kaya and Frost Mountain, they talk a lot. They do a lot of most of the calls, and then the rest back up.
I have another question on top of that. Frost Mountain is
Why'd you
playing
kill
out
the
a lot of
Glorp?
stuff that we haven't seen in these cases, like the Storm, which is something we did see him play last season. But how much of it is just freedom of just we know he could do well and just let him play what he wants, and how much of it is specific compositions that you have all been practicing?
We haven't really played Storm once in like this whole season or even the last season, but he just said I could go Storm here, and we were like, you know what, let's try it. So, and it worked.
Love that.
I mean, he does love his Storm anyway. I think he'd want to do that at any given point if he could help it. I do want to talk a little bit about like something that Frost Mountain said before. Like when you guys played Na'Vi in your groups, he said that you kind of ran out of plans. Like you did win on Central Park, but outside of that, that you seemed to just run out of options and stuff like Trust Me's Venom really started to show up against you. Was there many plans in this series? Did you have a lot of good game plans? Because there was so many like overtime fights and moments. It felt like it was very chaotic, which suited you guys more. Or did you just feel like you came in very prepared on how you wanted to take fights and what maps you were expected to go to as well?
Yeah, we were expecting them to pick Central Park, but I would say the main difference between the Na'Vi game and this game was that we were playing more for the meta and not doing our own like draft, kind of. Like
Do you see anything, guys?
We weren't that good at Gambit comps, and so we spent a lot of time playing Gambit since group stage, and now we are very comfortable on both Gambit comps and Elsa comps.
That's sad.
I think Frostmount said as well, like you focused a lot on comfort then as well. But your next opponent is Team Heretics, who you also just recently lost to. It's your final game of groups. I guess the final question is, what went wrong in that
There's a
series?
keychain.
And what have you guys been working on, like to prepare for an opponent like Heretics, like coming up tomorrow? That's a tough opponent, right?
Yeah, they are good, but I would say it's the same thing as the Na'Vi game. Like we're playing for the meta. We have a comp in mind every time we start the game, and we know how to draft. We know what to play. So I think we're just better at the meta than we were before, I would say. And I think it's going to be a good game tomorrow.
Yeah,
I think
hopefully you get
Shikigami
revenge
like
and Heretics
can
haven't dropped
has a
which
chance to
might
upset
you
some
guys
teams.
Really challenge them in the rematch. But I'll let you go for now, so you can enjoy the next two best of fives. But thanks again, Laylis. Awesome
I'm doing
talk to
something
you.
here. Are you excited to see what I'm doing?
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too, pal.
Now, I
mean,
bet a
yeah,
bunch of you are
for-
going to say
for
no, but
the kind of game that you'd want to expect, like a lot of teams, a lot of people would have predicted Rad. I think everybody on the graphic, other than Tetcha, I will keep shouting him out because he went against the grain and came out on top. The shock is that it was a 3-0 series win in a best of 5. Wasn't necessarily one-sided, mind. It was just the scoreline, but like Moxie really did feel like Shikigami starting to really come into their own and show that they
Kinda
are a
fucked
top
it up.
team in the EMEA.
Yeah,
Right.
they've got more flexibility. I think is like that was the concern that I had moving out of group stages. I was like, are they going to get held back by the fact that they've been playing very specific compositions and potentially getting boxed out of those in the ban draft? Are they going to be able to branch out into more? And from what we're hearing there from Leola, is like that's something that they sort of worked out would be a problem, and they've made moves to make sure that when we headed into playoffs, it's not.
Before we go on to the next two best of fives, Tetcha, we have a switch around. Any final thoughts you want to say before we see ourselves again tomorrow, I guess?
No, other than despite that not being a best of 5, that was one of the most fun games I've cast this season, so I'm very glad to be here, thanks.
I mean, it's more action to come for sure. We still have two best of fives. We've got to see Na'Vi and Virtus Pro in action up against Fire Strays and also Peps, respectively. But we're going to go for a break whilst we switch around some of the casters and then get into the action for the rest of preseason playoffs for day 1. So we'll see you very shortly.
El Gato. I just saw El Gato, bro. Okay. Do 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 do. Na, 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 okay, I need to redeem myself in front of stream. Lock in. Lock in. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Bow, 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 bow.
Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me.
Bow, 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 bow. Meow, 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 meow.
See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me.
I wonder
You wake up, open your eyes, break
what is the worst position for him. But I'm just gonna do this. Oh fuck, I shouldn't have done that. I can do this actually. That's not the worst. I can do this. He has to move his Chungus. And then
Show me that you wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it.
I don't want to castle now. And I don't want to do this, but I do kind of want to castle. I don't want to castle because then he can do this, which I don't like. If I trade here, I open up this file. I'm just gonna castle because I don't know what to do here. I don't like this play by him because I can do this. And now he's pinned. And now he has to move this. Correct. And then what's your
Talk
chess
when you hear
elo?
a better team
I
up
wonder.
than symbiotic shenanigans.
I
These are
wonder
team
what
ups
my
that are
chess elo
currently
is.
in the game, not old ones.
A mystery.
Arcade Order, Gamma Charge, Cosmic Cyclone, Rocket Network, Stark Protocol, Chilling Assault, Vibrant Vitality.
Yeah.
Vibrant
I-
Vitality?
I think Vibrant Vitality. I can't say it. It's that good. It's too hard to say. Tongue
I mean,
twister.
the healing and the damage boost is so good, right?
Yeah, and like you get so much out of it. It's like 3 meta heroes all at the same time. That like, yeah, it's just the best there is, I think.
Dan is suffering, so we shall continue. Deep Wrath, Gamma Fastball, Mr. Pool's Interdimensional Toy Box, Sword of Duality, Bestial Hunt, First Steps, Divine Armory, Stars Aligned, Planet X Pals, Primal Flame.
I think I fucked up here because
Parker power up.
he can just take that and
Explosive
then
Entanglement.
he can take that as
Blade
well.
of Khonshu.
Oh, but he's
Less of
stupid.
the Khonshu.
That's why we play 800 elo.
Dan, you believe that Symbiote Shenanigans is the best team up in the game?
I mean, it enables Jeff, right? You can either play.
Now I
it
need to
really
move
far
this
back, that's what
piece.
he's usually doing, but with Symbiote Shenanigans, you can really play up close. You can even facilitate dive with it. But like, I got so close to talking over Vibrant Vitality. I was like,
I think this is a good play.
Maybe it's stronger. I like, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, it does get pick banned a lot. But
It does.
Did you consider that the Vibrant Vitality makes the regen domain real big?
that is true. Yes.
Talk when you hear a team that you think could beat
I wonder
Gen G
if
tomorrow. Chiefs.
I kind of want to take this.
XO,
This is gonna be a
0,
trade.
1.
I mean, if he moves this Chungus,
SLZZ.
that Chungus is Chungus.
Fury.
You smell me?
Team Peps. Triple AD.
I can move this here,
Yeah, we lost.
and then I also move my
Yeah,
knight.
I'm going back
No.
to we lost because it's not will they, it's that they can, and I do think that we lost can beat anybody. Will they? Probably
late.
not. But they are they are capable.
Okay, we
It's the
trade.
flashbang strat. You could
Isn't,
kind of beat anyone if you catch them off guard enough.
Yeah, that's their whole thing. Like they win by attrition, and if they
Yeah.
just wear the other team out, I think they could do it.
All right, we'll keep going for Dan. Pirates.
Yep, I think Pirates can beat Genji. I think they have the chance. They are looking, considering that they're an MRC team. Yeah,
The
they're an
Magnus of
MRC
Marvel
team, but
Rivals.
My God, they got.
I can't
so many
focus. I'll be
huge
honest. It's
names.
so hard for me to
Cody,
focus on chess
Aztec,
while also
Bunch,
playing.
they're all looking really, really strong.
While also doing
And,
this.
I honestly am excited.
Why did he move
I
it
see
like
Pirates
this? That's
versus
my question.
Because oh my God, that is going to be absolute cinema.
If I didn't speak up for we lost, I would have also spoken up for Pirates.
Yeah, I was waiting for Pirates. I was like, waiting for Pirates. I was like, where's Pirates? Pirates right now. Oh yeah, there we go.
Like we've been watching Pirates just dog walk the entire Asia region for the past 2 weeks. I think I think they're ready for Genji.
Do do do.
Felicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me.
Good fortune for me.
Cat's claws. Me,
Ouch.
let's make a deal. Peekaboo.
Meouch.
Stealthy. Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I don't know. He's gonna take this, and then he's gonna have a Chungus.
You crossed my path.
If I do that, I'm kind of fucked. If I do that, I'm kind of fucked.
Good boy, Petey. Meow.
I actually don't know. It's difficult. He's gonna take that, and then he's gonna
Welcome
have
back, everyone,
three
to the
Chungus.
preseason playoffs for EMEA of Ignite. I'm Vodable. We got Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day here to
feel like,
close out the show. Give our other casting crew a bit of a rest and get
Yeah.
into the action for the latter
Did I
half
fuck
of
up?
the
I
day.
fucked up.
We just saw an
I didn't fuck up.
insane series here, Lemon. We felt like it would be the distance, but it's a 3-0 sweep for
I
Shikigami.
thought I did fuck up.
Like, what is going on? It's day one and my bracket's already ruined.
I'm gonna start moving my
respectfully,
king.
I did not expect that. I mean, we all kind of thought that was
Okay,
gonna
here's
be
the play.
upset match of the day, and it pulled it out. And also the fact that
Here's
it
the
was
play.
a sweep, like Shikigami are peaking today.
They're looking really good. Like Dave, I mean, I think you're looking pretty good too, but what about these teams as well that we can see here on the side of the bracket? We have 4 great powerhouses, but 2 maybe a little bit more one-sided matchups.
Yeah, mate. I mean, this is what happens when our side of the bracket has 2 world champions in it, right? Like, we have our mid-season champions in Na'Vi and our grand finals champions in Virtus.pro. Like, EMEA is just the most stacked region. It's a shame, but it's real and it's true. And even now, after that last match, I can hear the echoing smugness of Tetcha's laugh.
Do I have to trade this?
Amongst us all, like, bro's red for tea leaves, so I'm trusting their predictions from here on out. Na'Vi and VP definitely.
I actually watched this play.
The Apex Predictor at this point. That's what his new name
Watch
is
this
gonna be,
play.
as a title. We'll give it to him in the Discord or something like that. But no, we have these teams to mention here specifically. Na'Vi has been around the block for a while. You mentioned it. Former world champions from the mid-season finals. Lemon, what's the main focus you'd say that
Am I
this team
stupid
needs to
chud?
lock in on and relive that former glory we saw?
I am a stupid shit. Wait.
And this
Actually,
team
no.
is the clear
I am
thing.
a stupid
like,
shit.
Heretics and VP have been going at it, and Na'Vi have
Wait.
Na'Vi have shown
Actually
more
locked in.
cracks the
Boom.
armor, but very
We win.
small ones. They lost that one map to
Fuck.
Shikigami that was off of kind of a niche torch comp.
I
that we've
can't
never seen
focus,
before,
bro. I
but we're
can't
realizing
focus with the
that
fucking game
Heretics
in the
really
background.
got to this team. I
Wait,
think Na'Vi
lock
struggle
in?
to adapt when
Nah,
push
that's it.
comes to shove,
New
but
game.
not a lot of teams force them to that breaking point.
You have
And
many
it's like some of the
questions? Bro,
swaps that they
I
do,
can't
that's where
focus. I swear on
I
God.
struggle to see the ideas.
Game
Like
was so bad
Heretics, the
that it
Buckies,
doesn't
the
let
Triple
me
Vanguard,
restart.
Like, Na'Vi swapped to so much to try and beat Heretics that it all just
Did I not
didn't seem
surrender?
cohesive.
Oh, I didn't.
But Na'Vi can stop any other team besides
You did the worst
Heretics
possible
and minus
move.
that one
I
Shikigami
know.
map. So
I
I'm
know
still
I
really hyped
did.
up on this team.
Look at this. Okay, watch
They
this.
had the time.
Mute the game. And now I'm going to become like Magnus Carlsen. Genuinely. Now he's going to move that Chungus. And then I move this. Okay. Why is KQZ Lord Phoenix? It's a good question. I'm just not on the level where I can genuinely lock the fuck in and play well while there's distractions. This trades, put this here, trade, lock in. Do I just take this? I don't have to take this. I can just better my position. I can do this, or I can do this. I guess he can do this. But do I really care? I don't think I really care. I don't really care about this either. And then he can do that. You want to see? Do you want to see terrorism move from me? Sacrifice the queen. Not the queen. The knight. Get this. Then contest this. Then this guy has to move this. And then... What do I do with that? I actually don't know. Something. Take this. You like it? I want a castle as well. Watch this. I'm dialed in, bro. No pussy shit. Sacrifice my knight. Watch this. I like doing stupid plays because then it confuses the enemies. Now he has to move it. I think the pawns are the most important thing in the game. He moves that there. Okay. What do I do here? What's the play? What's my high cordial play here? The best juke. Okay, what if I move my queen here? No. What if I just move this here? Keep it simple. And I do need to castle at some point in my career. Top 500 in chess, buddy. Bottom 500 in chess. Should have gone queen 5f. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Very good. Very good backseating. Keep backseating. 90% of backseaters quit just before making it big. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bow. I can't take because it's pinned. Just trying to help. So smart. Play the game for me. I'm sure I'm gonna learn. Good help, bro. Just tell me every right move so I can never learn for myself. That's how usually people improve. It's a suggestion, brother. Do you not understand how useless it is to suggest things like that? I mean, if he moves the knight. He's gonna move the bishop. Oh, he did it. Very interesting. Very peculiar play. I do want a castle. I'm not gonna lie. I do feel the castling. Pieces moving is pretty good. Prime castle. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, I see. I need to trade. I'm fucked up. I'm fucked up. That's a GG. I'm a fucked up shot. Wrap it up, boys. Actually, don't wrap it up. Lock in. There's a victory chance. Wait, watch this. Come on. Never give up. Never give up. Never give up. Always look for a way to win. Thank you. Thank you. This guy really thought he had me.
Saw a little bit of it
But he
during
forgot
the
about the
series they had
back
on
rank
stage,
mate.
But we need to see a little bit more of it. What else do we expect to see here, Lemon?
I really liked Terra's Phoenix on Arako. We didn't get to see much of it in all 5 matches from Navi, and just that Terra can have a really healthy hero pool. It's like Elsa, Star-Lord, and throwing the
That was
Phoenix in
so
there really
funny.
gives them a wealth
I
of
would be
options.
so
Some of the
mad
best
if I
teams
was that
can
guy.
really get their ankles cut from just like all their duelists just getting taken out of the pool.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough task to
Star
fulfill for
preview.
Fire Strays to try and take on the former world champions, but can Navi reclaim their former
Thought
glory?
process
It's time to
behind
find
move
out in this
17.
best of 5.
Alright, let's get stuck in the
This one?
It's going to be very telling, Lemon. Last week we had a lot more Elsa bans. We saw a lot more
This?
Gambit come through.
Castling?
Seems like once again we are shimmying back over
No
towards
thought
the
process,
Elsa
really.
bans to try and constrain some of these mega duelists like Terra and keep
Just me
them
being a
away
silly
from
goose.
the Thanos era.
Yeah, both teams have that pop-off duelist. Terra versus Sloppo is going to be the thing to watch, but also their styles around the duelist.
I feel
Sloppo's
like
a
the
lot
less
more
you think, the
flank
better
heavy.
it
Terra
is.
really goes in with the
Why not
team,
take? Well, I didn't
and
take
the Infinite is the
because
first protect, which is not something
I
you
don't know.
see every day.
Just feeling like a little goober.
Doctor Strange ban from Navi.
Why play
Like we saw
normally when you
Fire,
can play
it
abnormally?
seems that a lot of their identity in week 2 coalesced around Black So being so good on that boosted up Doctor Strange, courtesy of that Sonic Vortex team up, which really buffs the E. Which is a very short cooldown as well, only 6 seconds. I would not be surprised to see
Bro, look
Navi
at this.
roll out with Doctor Strange
Look at
maybe
this.
deeper into their ban phase here, but they have the one-sided Gambit, which means they're probably going to be able to pull
He
off
has
a few
mate
shit.
and 4.
I would think.
And
the
then he
Mantis
moves the
would be
queen,
a
and
bigger
he just
bio
gets
for someone like Sloppo, but we'll see how everything
Oh
turns out. This was
no.
another match that I predicted
Oh
that if there
no.
could be another upset besides the Shikigami
Oh,
match, it
no.
could be this one. Just because Navi have
You didn't deserve to
shown
win,
that there's
but I
cracks
did.
in the armor, and I'll
I
just put it
found the
that way.
only
While
winning
Fire
move.
Strays have started to really find their
I
groove
found the
towards
only winning
the end
move.
of the matches, like being
Because I
competitive
fucked
against the
up,
top, but
and
still
then I
not
contested the
winning
queen. I was like,
match
okay,
against the
this
top.
guy's gonna
So,
fumble.
This is the map
And
where
yeah,
this is
I
the
was
series
right.
where Fire Strays have to prove themselves that they can contend.
Alright, one-sided Vanguard pool coming out now. The Fire Strays, how do they answer this? This is going to be another strategist gone. Okay, yeah, getting rid of a rogue makes a lot of sense. You do not want to see that rogue buoyed up by the Gambit team up.
The
And it
thing
seems
is,
like Fire Strays, they have been chasing
why don't I
a lot
take
when it
like
comes to
this?
ban draft. Like after
Oh, 'cause he
Gambit
can do
gets
this.
into
I
the
see.
pool, you're like, oh, we got to get rid of a Loki. We got
And
to
then
get rid of
Smith.
a rogue. We got to try and get rid of like a
Now you
viable
see,
second
my
strategy
plan
option
here
to
was
try and
that this
force
is
maybe a triple
defending
strat
my
here.
my chungus, but the truth was that it wasn't defending anything. But because we are on the same brainwave, on the same length of intelligence, like we're both fucking stupid, I was so confident in my move, he didn't even think that it was wrong.
180 team compared to how they started the season, or the preseason, I should say. While Navi haven't
That's the thing.
been on Burden T'Challa, surprisingly, so there's so much yet to discover, which I think could give Navi maybe an edge.
Coughing baby versus coughing baby.
We'll see what everyone wants to go on initially. The triple strat has been the flavor du jour, but I've been really liking that Fire Strays and Navi.
Legless
leaning
Ant
more into the
versus
2-2-2, so it's
Antless
kinda
legs.
looking at these, and I don't say secondaries in a derogatory way, but Jerky and Demon have been the ones that flex to the strategist to kind of pocket their carries, but this time also have to be providing those playmaking opportunities.
I DM'd Flats and I wished him a happy birthday, yeah. Legless Ant versus Handless Ant.
And trust me on the Venom. Would have loved to see Binary on that as well. He's a fantastic Venom player, but as of late has been more of the Hulk, that style change from Fire Strays, and oh, the teleport caught Jerky completely off guard.
Oh man, catching Jerky, didn't see that.
Navi should be winning this.
The portal as Daredevil is because the
You
people
see,
that
by the
are
way,
far away, you can't see through the portal.
you see, I turned off the background noise on this stream, and I instantly won my chess game. I told you. Thank you. Rogue banned, Gambit open, Star-Lord open, Loki also banned.
I feel like I'm waking up from a nightmare. Sloppo's on Jeff? Like, I want to go back to bed. I want Sloppo on Star-Lord and was setting that up. This is a very different look. A Demon will be that solo duelist. And you have a strat pool. That was something Alex from
Full
another
metal
team
lamp
was
versus
kinda
half wooden
splitting,
lantern.
and that innovation is going to help that deathball of Fire Strays. But Na'Vi will be holding the point first, and Terra already has a Galactic Legend watching from above and ready to unleash.
Playing by the backs, trying to avoid that Sonic Pursuit and taking to the sky. There's no real way for Fire Strays to deal with this apart from raw healing. We have Pop the Deadpool in your area, but Sloppo gets a little bit too far away, and then it's easy for the remainder of
I'm surprised they're on Hulk, by the way.
looking very different today when it comes to their target calling. It's clean from the boys.
And for one of the first
Oh,
ultimates
that's
to
it.
come out to be
Ah,
a
that's
Galactic
GG's.
Legend, like Terra
Wrap it up.
knows when to lock in
Wrap
when
it
comes to
up.
these important matches. Na'Vi have been dominant against every other team but Heretics, and I was wondering how much they were preparing for deeper into the bracket, or how much.
You think
really
Na'Vi is
give
gonna
respect
have
to
their
all the
like
teams that come in
revenge
between them and
versus
the grand finals that they're
Team
obviously
Heretics?
gunning for? And Terra, that ultimate made the whole difference. Now Fire Strays, they were kind of changing things up. Now they have their first cycle of ultimates, and you'll also have some environmental eliminations that could come out from the It's Jeff, but Crook could be a victim here.
Crook needs to try and get away. The Bayou Bash to give himself a little bit of additional space and have a Raging Royal Flush, giving over even more movement so he to try and kite away from this one. Fate heads under the wall. They're going to try and meet.
Thanks so much to Primer.
And this is very dangerous for Binary here. Could easily be eaten on up by that Jeff, just following around after them. Releases his
Nice
fellow
Binary.
Vanguard from the jaws of Jeff. And now Blacktoe's looking for an Ascension here, looking for a quick stun. On the other side, it would appear that Rajro has used a Bat Hammer. It might not have been onto the Jeff, just forcing Sloppo away for a second. Still Na'Vi are in control. Unwilling to TP back, knowing that both of their Vanguards are still up and kicking. Damon was overextended, and Crook's there with the punish.
This is the last fight before 100-0 for Na'Vi, and Terra has the Galactic Legend if he even wants to invest this, but against the invisible boundary, he'll have to take a seat. Fire Strays, even with that straddle, still have it flipped.
All right, one last attempt here, coming through from Snot. Oh, the healing debuff from the Venom ultimate was just so much to try and deal with. Terra somehow went down during their ultimate to a miss off the back of a ban hammer. That might just have been the augmented damage that comes through from the upgrade. But Raja on the point is going to be a very tricky customer to deal with on this Deadpool. Looking towards the back, it's going to be difficult for Slopper to try and survive. Black's over, last remaining bastion of Fire Strays, igniting their lights. And Na'Vi snuff it out to claim the Stellar Space.
What was the thought process behind this ban
Not just
phase
a
for
statement,
Fire
but it
Strays?
ends with an exclamation mark.
It's good.
100
It's good bans.
From Na'Vi in a fight that looked
Bans
so
are good.
winnable for Fire Strays. The invisible boundary. There was an endless stall from Na'Vi, just sending the single Vanguard.
Ban Elsa, they protect Gambit. Ban Loki, so you can't Gambit Loki. Ban Invis because she's a terrorist, and then ban Rogue because she's OP. After they protect Tank Pool. You could have banned Tank Pool instead of Invis. I doubt they would have protected Invis, and then they would protect Rogue then. So Rogue is really strong with Gambit.
Are facing, so there's a lot to learn from that first round.
How did Gambit get through? Because you either have to play against Gambit or play against Elsa. Some teams choose to play against Elsa, some teams choose to play against Gambit.
Eventually was gonna go the 99% mark, but
How are these good bans when let go of Gambit, Tank Pool, and then proceed? Brother, I'm sorry to say this, but I just explained it in plain English and you're not listening to me, and the fact that you're arguing with me is just really annoying. Do you want me to explain it again and you want to listen to me, or like what? You can only ban one of these characters. They ban Gambit, Elsa is open. They ban Elsa, Gambit gets protected. Capiche? You can't ban both. Do you understand that? Like, how is this even an argument? You can't ban both Elsa and Gambit. Like, this keeps happening. You guys keep complaining that Gambit or Elsa is open, but you can't have both banned. Because you can protect in pro tournaments. So they choose to not play against Elsa, and they play against Gambit. And then to make Gambit weaker, they ban Loki, because Loki Gambit is OP. I'm not talking about Elsa. Yes, because they would rather play against Tank Pool than Rogue or Loki.
Yeah, you guys
You're again not listening to me. So, like, these teams are better than you. These are good bans.
Is hilarious and it worked. Fire Strays are putting Sloppo back on the duelist. Demon will be on that triple strategist, of course, with the strat pool, which is huge aura plays from Znos, but not a hero we see him on every day.
The protects from Fire Strays, I don't know what they were, to be honest. So I don't know what they protected. I think they might have protected... They're playing support pool, I just realized. I thought it was tank pool. I don't know what they protected. I think they protected Invis and Star-Lord? That Gambit? No, Gambit is banned. They protected Invis and Mantis. Yeah, I think the protects from fire are just cooked. I'm not gonna lie, but the bans are good. Protect Mantis, but not play Mantis. Triple support. And not protect Gambit is also crazy work. Alright, these protects are really bad though. Bans are fine.
I like that it's Jeff Ultimate from Fate, but he didn't even try to escape from the Galactic Legend from Sloppo. Like, he knows it's aimbot, right? Like, Fate kind of just stood there and was a sitting duck, and that freed the rest of
Jerky on Spider-Man.
And
Jerky's on Daredevil.
got absolutely ruined
Blockhead.
by Sloppo. So a good flip for Fire Strays at this point, and 3 strat ultimates to try and stall this out and get back into the lead. But Terra has been a menace on this Iron Fist. He is focused on these strats.
Prepare to unleash for Dragon. Has so many targets together to try and deal with it. Damon's going to try and rebuff them now by unleashing the Kumi Ho. But remember, that's got 900 HP. And Terra does percentage-based damage. Watching from afar, Terra falling so low. The invisible boundary means that Terra can't escape. For slow is too much to deal with. The Feast of the Abyss takes down Closer. Cancels out the ultimate after it was given the damage boost.
If they protect Elsa after the enemy team ban her, you can't protect after something is banned.
Almost has got the full cap over as Damon's fallen down as well.
Yes, guys, this is P7.5.
7.5
isn't out yet.
Under threat, but manages to outduel both Sloppo and D-Hulk the Hulk down into Bruce Banner form.
And Fire Strays are doing a good job of saving their cooldowns for these divers, namely the White Fox Charm for Terra. You're forcing Jerky back to the Daredevil, someone who can anchor better in and stay consistently in a fight versus a Spider-Man.
Support pool, triple support is weird considering that Mantis is open for them, by the way. They protect Mantis and they don't play Mantis. I really do want to point that out. It's the weirdest decision ever. Protect Mantis, go to protect, don't play Mantis.
They need to touch soon.
All right, Devil Unleashed by Jerky a little bit early, but Na'Vi, they're looking to try and collapse all the members as they try and move away. A nice Kunlun kick.
Okay, Terra.
Who just tears through the competition after a Dragon's defense buffs up their punches. Yeah,
he's going for the cancel.
Temporarily stall out this point, but is easily eaten out by Fate.
Eaten out?
Over onto Znost, but Deadpool can't stand up to the justice that Matthew Murdoch delivers, and Na'Vi are looking on form.
VP's last.
And you could tell that Na'Vi were cooking. They were in the kitchen coming up with all these different compositions. Yes, that was the real Jerky Spider-Man that you got to witness, which was fun on such an open map like the Imperial Science Center, because
looks like almost like Fire is trying to run the same strat as Heretics.
So much advantage of that, but trying to get after the strategy.
The issue is that the bans were in the same. I'm pretty sure.
Deter the Spider-Man. And I like that Jerky got on a hero like the Daredevil that synergizes with Terra a lot better. And taking a look at these stats, you could tell that these strategists from the Fire
I don't think they would have played this comp if Mantis is open.
Deaths compared to everyone else. And Fire Strays were also organizing who was going to be their duelist. This is Sloppo, which I can't believe I even saw him on Jeff. That is a waste of talent. And then, you know, him and Demon kind of swapping up who was going to be the duelist. And I like that they ended up on this composition. They tried their best to peel against the divers, but Na'Vi are so suffocating to go up against.
I mean, yeah, Closer had a real rough game like Sloppo in one round of playing Jeff managed to out-heal Closar, which is a bit of a damning stat line if I had to give one. Let's jump into our replays here to think about how that one went down. And honestly, Terra and Demon, or rather Terra and Jerky, being able to play this double duelist line has been a big swap up for Na'Vi, who previously have kind of been relegating Jerky to that tertiary strategist role.
Na'Vi just have been really strong in these first fights, which to get up to 99% and make kind of all for Fire Strays to play for all the marbles at the end, it was pretty insane. I think Fire Strays had the right game plan for their composition initially on Stellar Spaceport with the Hulk to kind of jump in. Instead of the Venom, Hulk is not as cooldown dependent. He can be a lot more mobile, but maybe not as explosive as a Venom can be. So Fire Strays were trying to find that consistency, just unfortunately couldn't really lock down these Na'Vi strategists.
Yeah, and it seems that the first protect on the invis, and it's pretty good if you want to try and make sure that Black Soul can keep rolling forward with the Doctor Strange, but it's no match for a Gambit, which means you can run that double strategist very effectively and let Terra and Jerky off the leash, to be fair. And we'll see if Na'Vi are going to continue having such luxuries afforded to them when we get back after our break.
Here to steal a win. Good fortune for me.
Thank you.
Cat's claws.
Do you know that Black Cat is coming out tomorrow? Isn't that exciting? Aren't you excited? And there's gonna be brand new purple Twitch drops. Hey.
Eat your heart out, Strange. Deliciously dangerous. Now's the perfect time to strike.
Perfect. Perfect. I mean, what's the point of playing BP when you can play Black Cat, no? I also find this fuck-ass pose so random. Like, why is she posed like this? Also, this skin where it just says meow on her tits. Can you meow? Meow. What do you think? Tough? Damn.
Watch out there.
Are you telling me Spider-Man and Black Cat?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
They collab? They scissor?
Well, leg day, are Na'Vi back? I mean, they had the most speed run of a domination we've seen today.
That was very back, I'm not gonna lie. Na'Vi looking very hot. I mean, having access to a Gambit means you can play double duelist, and we often forget that Jerky is on this team for a reason. He was their primary duelist for a long time before Terra was added to this squad, and showing
I like that Lemon Kiwi is now in the middle.
He is still a very tricky customer to try and deal with.
Can't be stopped. The devil was unleashed many times across the battlefield there. And Lemon, it felt like this team of Fire Strays, you know, they talked about it when they were going up against VP, like to have these exotic compositions. They took some notes from Heretics, but experimented on their own, having the Invisible Woman and the Doctor Strange. it just felt like it wasn't enough of a synergistic composition for this specific.
Stop
roster.
covering
I don't know
leg
about
day. Do you want me to turn off my
Yeah,
camera?
Fire Strays were just trying to adapt to so much. Like, also noticing that they protected the Mantis and then didn't play it with the Sloppo Star-Lord, and Sloppo started off on Jeff, which you're already just almost changing too much if you're Fire Strays. Like, what worked for you was, like, your duelist line that was starting and kind of amplifying that. And I kind of just changing who your main carry is or who you're trying to amplify in playoffs, when I felt like Fire Strays really found their footing towards the end of this match, is really surprising. I did like the Hulk kind of composition to
I
dive
just saw
in, but really
what's
lacked
happening
kind of
here. The book is moving by
damage that
itself.
someone like Trust Me had on the Venom.
What is this
which,
black magic?
Also, I think Trust Me almost had top
Hello?
damage in the lobby with
Look.
the Venom. So this is
It's
how
moving by
impactful
itself.
Trust Me is as a Vanguard.
Is this
I mean,
black
this
magic?
Vanguard line cannot be
Is this
understated,
Sue
like,
Store?
on Navi.
Is she
It just
pushing
seems
the
like
book?
they are able to create so much space, distract the back line,
Is this
make
the
it
curse
so
of
difficult for
Ra?
them to even focus on the rest of their team. I mean, part of the reason why we saw so many
Is she a
KOs
witch?
against that back line felt like it was because Rajaro and Trust Me here.
Like, Trust Me
A
just has great
poltergeist,
timing when it comes
perhaps?
to, like, cellular corrosion alongside things like the Feast of the Abyss, but also the Feast of the Abyss gets mighty fine when you boost up with the Raging Royal Flush that they had constant access to.
What
it
the
will just
hell?
one-tap. But it feels like Rajaro in the neutral is just so accurate with the dual Desert Eagles that the Deadpool has. Like, if you allow Rajaro access to that hero, I think that's one of the reasons why we saw Closar go down so much, because the poke that happens before Trust Me goes in is all down to Rajaro's
Yes,
accuracy,
my guy.
and doesn't really miss.
She is a witch.
And yeah, has the training from the Mag Days is what we come to expect with this hero specifically. But Museum of Contemplation, I, Lemon, am kind of shocked that we're going to this one. Museum was one of the maps where eventually we saw, I think it was Terra on Black Panther, towards the end of one of their earlier
This is
series
old
in the
coded by
preseason
CC.
group
I'll be
stages,
honest, I was
just because
fucking
they were
around
full
in
holding so hard.
And
early
to note
access,
that
so I don't know,
Sestroid
but
has
I
been
think it is
subbed
probably.
in, which is another note, because when
I was just being a silly
this
goose.
team likes to go to more open maps, usually they pick something like Hall of Dajalia, which I think I would compare to the amount of space on Hall of Dajalia to Museum of Contemplation to really go behind this binary dive on the Venom, which they've gone now more towards the Hulk these days. But if you want to take advantage of a longer and like further away dive, then the Venom would be key here on Museum. So I'm expecting the binary Venom, but Sestroid was part of kind of taking advantage of these more open maps by playing the Atom, playing the Ultron, and being part of the damage boost basket. So the fact that he's not in tells me there's more changes coming from the Fire Strays camp.
They're trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink in terms of compositions at this team and see what sticks. And maybe Museum of Contemplation is the way to do it, more of a dive-centric map.
Can you
but,
imagine
like,
me as
it
your
feels
uncle?
Like this also just favors Navi.
I just
so
come
much,
in and I
especially
start
because of
just
how
coughing.
heavily they are favored in terms of Venom specifically. I feel like Terra does a really good job on that Star-Lord if the Elsa isn't available. Like,
How are you doing,
what do
nephew?
you think is the thought process
Wanna play
here
Marvel
for this
Rivals
team
with
of
me?
Fire Strays
That
trying to
one
go to
unk
this map as their counter
that
pick?
still plays competitive games.
I'm a little
Single
bit
at
suspicious of
30.
Fire Strays right now. I can't help but notice that they essentially stole Heretic's composition but beat Na'Vi. for
What are you kids
domination,
up to these
when we haven't
days?
really seen
Any of
Fire
you
Strays
have you
play
heard
that
about
much.
have you heard
Like,
about
we know that they enjoy Hulk, but they haven't
Fortnite?
seen,
I am an avid gamer.
Kill Pool
I play
enjoyers.
Marvel Rivals. I'm just
and
saying.
wondering how Fire
I'm
Strays see
competitive.
another Vault here, but like, oh, you know what? We'll have that. That's a pretty good composition right there.
Just to emphasize how good Navi are, this is one of their best maps. They full held Alter Esports on the defense. They full held Shikigami on the defense. They full held Team Peps on the defense. Like, their defense is so strong, if I haven't stressed that enough. So really worried about Fire Strays.
You know, back in my day, I used to be a pretty good player. They used to call me Prime Boger, you know. Yeah, Dr. Stephen Strange, the Benedict Cumberbatch guy. Yeah, that guy, bro. Yeah, one above all. You don't know what one above all is? That's top 500. Top 500 in the world in Marvel Rivals. No, that game isn't dead. We're thriving. We're thriving, okay? Everybody knows me there. Before that, yeah, I was really good. It's like Gorilla.
Very scary when it comes to Fire Strays, who have already lost pretty handily to Rad, but that was during their first week, so maybe we can scrub that.
No, I used to host tournaments.
Yeah, leg room, but can you actually cap point A? It's like me asking for leg room, but I'm 5 foot, so it's like Fire Strays.
Not a great priority.
I do not care. You put me in a box somewhere, I'll be good. So Fire Strays, they could be put in a box though, because Na'Vi are starting off on defense, and that could be what really ends Fire Strays if they don't pull through here.
I'm wondering if we see any more triple Vanguard come through from Na'Vi. I think Fire Strays, they were pretty on it by getting rid of the Rogue previously.
Another
but
Borer Bash.
felt like for a
Next
second
Borer
that Na'Vi had
Bash.
that protect on the Gambit, but Fire
The
Strays
winner
were
is the
playing
guy
catch
that
up
bashes Borer
on
the
their bans
most.
last time, having to get rid of a Loki, having to get rid of a Rogue. And then you got to consider, like, do we let the Star-Lord go through as well? Like, we get the one-sided Vanguard pool, which is so good for Rajro. And admittedly, maybe not the worst thing in the world for Fire Strays, who are very happy to kind of let the Vanguard pool go by the wayside and have Blaxo and Binary be able to play their more specialist Vanguards.
Fire Strays just trying to keep their cards up their sleeve, and man, they kind of threw us for a loop with their ideas. And they've gone, and I've already talked about the Fire Strays evolution, but Na'Vi are throwing Spider-Man into the mix. They're throwing like all kinds of stuff at you and throwing you for a loop. And Na'Vi are a team that I think could execute on almost anything, but when they have those strats prepared. I'm worried about if Na'Vi starts to sweat, how those adaptations come out of panic and frustration or something else, rather than something they've actually practiced. But right now, Na'Vi are smooth sailing. They took that first map in a 2-0, so it's
Did
time
Jerky
to see on their best
Rage
map
quit.
if Na'Vi can be just as consistent.
All right, Fire
Do you guys
Strays
wanna
really
play in the
making an
Borer
adaptation.
Bash?
You know what? We're not going to first protect the Invis again, and Na'Vi have read this. And they've been happy to say, like... oh, hello. Well, Fire Strays, they're going to get the Invis taken away from them pretty quickly here, because, hey, if you're going to first protect it, we know that it's pretty important to your overall plans. You really want to empower the Doctor Strange with that team up, so we're just going to take that one away as quickly as possible and get the
You think
Gambit
Crispy
crossover, which means
549
we'll
can
likely
defeat
see Na'Vi run another 2-2-2, or at least have the capacity to do
defeat
so, because Gambit is a
Terra
is
in
a
the Borer
very-
Bash?
a very capable healer as a strategist, and that means that you generally don't need to have a tertiary strategist in order to make up the healing.
Yeah, the fact that Na'Vi got away with having Terra on Star-Lord with level 1 Crook on the Gambit, like, that was already just so out of hand with the Jet Venom team up. Like, such a good pick ban coming out of their side. Well, I didn't feel like Fire Strays took full advantage of having the Mantis protected and available to them with a Star-Lord that was being played. It felt like Fire Strays' initial game plan got ruined when it was, what, 100-0 in the first round? You're like, all hell is breaking loose. You're getting fire extinguishers. You're overcooking, trying to just throw all of your ideas out into the trash. And Fire Strays looked better on the second round, being able to actually reclaim the point fairly swiftly. But it's yeah, a very suffocating dive to go up against when it comes to
Every time
Terra
there's a
and Jerky
pause,
on the Iron Fist and Daredevil. But
I'm
on a map
gonna
like
lose my
Museum,
mind.
I'm not expecting as the Iron Fist, to be honest. Maybe point A, it's a lot more enclosed, but this could be maybe a Terra Phoenix, because we saw that on a Rocco Convoy. That looks super good from Terra. Of course, you could just run the Star-Lord, but it depends on what's available in the pick ban.
Yeah, she has
The
comic book
players will
collection in
also
the background,
cost,
pretty
will
sure.
jump in pretty quickly, but a one-sided Elsa could make all the difference like that.
Yeah, hopefully any ping issues have been sorted out, as we should be out of our pause very shortly. And like you said, one-sided Elsa, this is definitely a very powerful character to have in your hands, and maybe an
One-sided Elsa.
to what Na'Vi now have with access.
Na'vi
to
doesn't
the
care.
with access to the Gambit. It's going to be Loki, of course, taken off the board straight away. You do not want to deal with double Raging Royal Flush, but now you have to make a choice of your Fire Strays. Do you get rid of a Star-Lord, or do you get rid of the Rogue?
And all you could think about is this Elsa. Like, you got to get rid of all the strategists that are going to fully enable that, and
We'll protect the
making
rogue.
sure that you have the
Again, they
rogue
banned
along with
Invis
the
over
Gambit. It's going to be important here for
actually, no.
Na'Vi, which is funny because Museum of
Last time they
Contemplation
did
is just
ban
known
rogue.
as such a long and large map
Ooh.
that there's been so much dive coming out here, but no Deadpool or Vanpool to accompany that rogue.
Not sure if I'm a huge fan of that. Like, I know that Rajaro has been very deadly on the Vanguard pool so far, but this does mean that now you have Gambit and Rogue team up and Raging Royal Legend from the Star-Lord,
Oh.
which is quite difficult to deal with, and also makes for a very viable single duelist composition here for Na'Vi if they want to play something that's like Ultra Bunker with a bunch of heals off the back of 3 strategists. And Fire Strays are just having their pool of available strategists get whittled down so much.
And now Slappo doesn't have to overthink it. Now he's on Elsa. He doesn't have to do like crazy geometry with the Star-Lord and coming up with 25 different flanks and when he should do it. It's a lot more simple. You just play around your backline, and we'll see how creative Slappo wants to get. But I think safer is always better against a team like Na'Vi, and really taking your time to play front to back if you're Fire Strays. And if Demon stays on the Wolverine, that could be really interesting. This first corner, you can get some nice kidnaps by wrapping around through the right doorway, coming up behind the Vanguards, and taking them into your own team. It's a very offensive side corner, I would say, for Fire Strays.
Is C&D meta?
And
C&D is
trying
pretty
to
good.
break that defensive hold can be really tricky. So we'll see what Fire Strays end up on, which we could also see swaps depending on what Vanguards they expect to see on the other side. And a triple Vanguard
It's full
from
screen. That's
Na'Vi
the thing
is
I
what's
don't
gonna
get.
make this even
Like, I
harder
don't
to,
understand why this
try
happens on the
dislodge.
left. It's full screen.
Hulk is such a specialist character. If Jerky pounds on this character, I'm going to be thoroughly
Like, I don't
impressed.
know.
This is not an easy character to learn or to master.
I even
at the
just
pro
removed
level.
the full screen, brought it back. I don't know.
He
I
just
don't get
goes
it.
burr. He just gets to jump and clap.
I know why it
like
happens.
a dolphin and just jump on out.
I think it's just
I
Firefox.
find him to be really fun. Maybe not as mechanical as others, but the triple Vanguard, this is a special cook from Na'Vi. You could tell that they've innovated a lot, but you got to be careful of where Demon could emerge as that Wolverine, as Na'Vi are already contesting and getting active.
All right, indestructible guard given over here by Jerky. That's going to be very important for bubbling off some of these Vanguards from getting grabbed by the Wolverine and that leap. However, a little bit deeper in his trust me, and well, that's some great walls brought up by Black Soda, cut off the healing, and now Sloppo is able to carve through the remainder of the Vanguards. This is why you protect
I
the
refuse
Alpha,
to use
especially when
Chrome.
you might think you're going to go and face up against triple Vanguard.
Trust me, he's trying to figure out the backup plan. Was on the Venom, now back to the Rogue, and Fire Strays had a fantastic punish onto that Deadpool, and Na'Vi are a bit floundering now. The first plan
I like
did not work
Firefox.
out, and you have to try and retake.
I've always
against
liked
a group,
Firefox.
and you pointed
Just
it out.
since I was a kid, I
Blackstone
know why.
denied the resources at a critical time, and that got the picks for Fire Strays.
Oh, Jerky already being afflicted with the Banhammer. That means that movement isn't in their favor. Actually gets taken down by the Smoke Demon, laying down by Elsa now. Demon getting up close and personal. And the Vanguard's just suffering so much percentile damage. Between the Wolverine and the Elsa, there are no easy outs.
How are
here,
you
and Terra's
doing?
gonna
Are
find
you
themselves
okay since the
staggered
cruise
behind.
cancelled?
This is going to make it harder for Na'Vi to meet the
Fiona,
counter.
I'm in shambles. You understand the heartbreak when the news hit? It was like the second
defend
tower
the end
being
of
hit
that
by the
point
plane
with a
type
crew,
shit.
And you have an Elsa lined up.
I
You didn't
was
even have to use
heartbroken.
the
I started
Apex
crying on
Predator. Slappo's
stream.
ahead of the game, and this is going to be
I
a
couldn't
lot of
believe
long
it.
lanes, but also different
They
sections
canceled
of
the
lanes
the
that Na'Vi
Northern
can
Line
play at.
Super
Rajara's on the
Cruise.
Captain America,
And I've been
along with
holding
Trust
back my
Me on the
emotions 'cause
road.
I'm
This
live
is
on
such a
stream, but I
run it
just
down anchor Vanguard line that Fire Strays
I had to
is trying
refund
to
my
dislodge, but also
tickets,
really
man.
comes down at a distance.
I
Look
had
at
bought. I
Slappo
was gonna
Farm.
surprise you and Duty and Cam. I bought us 4 tickets for the Super Cruise. It was gonna be an exciting time, but they fucking canceled it. I can't believe it. Fuck this Chungus live. Heartless. Heartless. Absolute disaster. My goat Northern Line got bullied into canceling the
Fire
Super
Strays are not
Cruise.
kidding around. An absolute collapse as Na'Vi got chunked
It's
down on
fucked
the
up.
approach, but
It's
Terra
really
hits to help them
heartbreaking.
stabilize.
It was gonna be so fun. I was gonna play Slay the Spire with Northern Lion. And then he was gonna stream for us, and then I was gonna say something stupid, he was gonna flame me, and I was gonna laugh, and it was gonna be... I swear to God, we would have been best friends. Just give me one chance, Northern Lion, please. You can call me the Southern Cougar.
Yes, Terra on the Phoenix. This is what was
The Western
promised. I love him on
Jaguar.
Rocco Convoy, just playing that ranged duelist. You need something to contend against Slappo. All melee might not be the answer here for Na'Vi.
The
But
Eastern-
now playing this corner, it's a lot easier. But
The Eastern
rotation from Fire Strays
Panther.
coming around the backside, trailing Prison from Blackstone is what they really want to set up.
The Eastern Kitty. How are you doing, fan? Good mythical morning. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry because Fiona probably just woke up, and the first thing she sees is that the Super Cruise was cancelled. You must be heartbroken as well. I know you're crying. At least we have Fafa. Fafa too. Lighten up the burden. Justice for Torch. Buddy, they killed half the characters. They killed Hulk, they killed Rogue, they killed Torch. But don't worry about it, guys, because Phoenix, Groot, didn't get any changes. Invis didn't get changes, Gambit didn't get changes. So we all get to enjoy our favorite characters. Do not deviate from the path. They did nerf Cloak though. Torch funeral. I haven't seen the actual thing. Phoenix takes skill. Alright, buddy. Fan is not eternity. She actually deranked Celestial too. And that's because she played without me. Luna is also buffed. It's okay. It's okay. You derank, but I'm gonna rank back up.
Oh, and Sloppo's
Need a bower boost. We can play tomorrow. I think I should be free.
And they're gonna pop the Royal Flush to bail them out, but it's too late.
Let me see.
Winning hand now. Raging Royal Flush. Level 1 crit means that everyone gets to do so much damage, and we'll close it down. Firestray is going to be lacking in that healing. It's only Znost here with the Doppelgangers. Brings up the regeneration domains. Try and have this little bit of stability purchased for Firestrays.
Jerky is so good with his decision making. I mean, he had a great imperative patch to help the team with that extra health when Demon's Wolverine ult came out and was about to completely dismantle Na'Vi. Speaking of Demon, he's now in the white box. Still have the triple strat now for Firestrays, investing into Sloppo. He's been that huge playmaker, and these flyers from Na'Vi better be careful.
Is Hulk actually cooked?
Damon tries to get involved now into a melee form, doing so much damage. Rajro forced to flee away. So2 is the end song Inferno up close and personal. Zost has fallen down, and trust me, well on the chase. The team
You had to solo tank?
Sloppo tries to disengage, but all they can do is watch their tree get cut down in their wake. Grabbing 2 on the exit, 30 seconds remain.
You have inspired push Celestial, that's exciting.
If not the only team to even get past point A on their attack against a Na'Vi. They have had to change their
Add player camps today. I would guess that they added player camps for those that want camps.
It's just about trying to keep their distance and damage boost Hera as much as possible. Firestrays, they're on their way in.
The music has started now, harkening the end of this one.
This is delayed. Am I crazy?
Gonna give a lot of favor. Oh, the
audio is delayed.
Absolute steal. The New York Thieves.
Hulk is dead. Okay, I don't think Hulk is dead. I'll be honest with you, because I don't think.
What a play from Znost off the back of their duplicity.
Can I be the voice of reason here?
It's quick to get onto the car.
I don't think the juggle tech makes him dead.
As those overtime spawns take so long.
I do think he's
late
weaker
eliminations means Firestrays build
also, the question is,
momentum
was he
from
ever
here on
alive? That's
out.
the real question, I'll be honest.
Yeah, quite a nice highway here for a very hungry Apex Predator, but Na'Vi have really prioritized the high ground. Any nooks and crannies they can try to get a jump on Firestrays.
I mean, you also forget the benefit of the fact that if somebody becomes CC immune, like a squishy or something, while they're juggling, you can just combo them for like 5 million damage without having to actually aim.
In these moments, fantastic awareness from this attack, and
like if they get booped, if the boop is lesser, you have an easier time hitting it. So maybe I'm just saying stuff, you know, like Hulk. I think it's still a nerf, but you need to see it in play. There could be interesting things, but I don't like the change overall. I don't like the change too much, I'll be honest. I'm just kind of coping.
And Raja is going to be the one to deliver it. Freedom charge towards the back. They really want the Luna. A mid-air collision for Terra means not much has been gained off the back of their ultimate. And here comes the Glartrox. A pair of Vanguards captured. And now Fate finds himself out without any help, really.
Thanks, Nah.
Had one player within them, I believe.
The thing is, also you forget that Hulk benefits from the CC reduction thing quite a bit. Like, it's a pretty big buff for his ult in the sense that
value.
He,
but as long as
it's
good
very
ultimate,
very
you can
likely he
combo it
does
with
become
something
CC
else.
immune
The Raging Royal Flush is what's on the
when he
menu.
ults.
Rajara on the Emma, just any kind of shield to block some of this damage. But here's
This
the Raging
VP
Royal
play
Flush.
after this match.
Crook already heading towards the back. A great anti placed onto a strategist. However, the regeneration divine is going to give them a moment of stability. Terror falling low as Jerky looks for a target, and Binary's the only one that presents himself at the moment. Doctor Strange.
Bro, the desync annoys me.
So stands on business. 3 players grabbed inside of the ultimate. The strangling prison though does not claim any lives, and now Black So's able to grab Rajara on the other side. Duplicity exchange from Snost to get
Thanos,
away from
please
their
save this
angry
game.
sister. The Angela needs to be dealt with.
We'll see tomorrow, and I'll give you my opinions tomorrow after I play some games on the new patch. But I don't like commenting on things before I test them. I don't think it's good, but I might be wrong.
Has to just feel for themselves and try to rejoin the team, but these are the type of macro decisions that Na'Vi have been really punished on, and Fire Strays have Sloppo delivering all
Or
the
tier
big
list when?
eliminations.
Today. I'm making the tier list.
Doctor Strange has made it so deep into third point. Damon going to be the next big target. As in
Big
comes
bomba.
the end song Inferno. A coup de grace from Terra as they set
Okay,
the
can we
offense
fix
alight,
this?
but Fire
Mad annoying. Mad annoying. Can I refresh?
Na'Vi stopped themselves from fully bleeding out. Level 1 Croak, I was worried about how they were going to get punished in this off angle, but to be the one to assassinate Sloppo is a massive
I mean, making
play.
tier list
Na'Vi
towards
were
the end
able
is
to
the
keep
correct
their
choice,
heads
but
above water
like
after
towards the middle of the
swapping
season.
from
But the
triple
earlier I
Vanguard
do
to
it, the better
triple
it is.
Strat
'Cause
to
more people are gonna
anything,
watch,
everything
so.
from Flyers to Jerky and Terra were able to at least really output that damage at a distance at point C, but Fire Strays carried so much momentum. This
Level 2
backline has
Crook.
been amazing. Demon has been evading any dives going his way. He provides a lot of nice AoE heals to Fire Strays when they kind of need to bunker up and peel for each other. And Sloppo has been impactful as ever. So Fire Strays, this is a really nice performance. A very far push for this map.
Okay, looks like we might have a slight connection issue here. So, oh, hello, Vod. Welcome back.
Hello.
You know what? We're in halftime, so you can come and chat with us during
That's
our
valid.
brief pause here. Fire Strays might get like Lemon was pointing out that there are a lot of like hostage scenarios with Na'Vi. Are Fire Strays managing to turn their off angles against them?
Oh man, I feel like they are, and what's so interesting too is like they went to the map that Na'Vi has so much confidence on, and I feel like maybe they were overconfident in this. Maybe they weren't practicing it as much, and that is kind of showing a little bit here based on the compositions we're seeing coming out from Fire Strays. They studied all the footage because there's so much of it, and have used that to their advantage against Na'Vi, which I think is a brilliant move here specifically. So hopefully that'll be enough for Fire Strays to potentially eke out a map. But if you're Na'Vi, I think they still have all the confidence in the world, right? They have the ultimates, they have the combinations. We're seeing a little bit of a change potentially coming out from Rajaro if once they get reconnected. I think they were the one who disconnected here. So I don't know. I mean, Jen, specifically for Na'Vi to change things around, this is the most we've seen a team take space against them. So it's like we're in uncharted waters.
Yeah, and I'm surprised we're not just seeing a
Low-key
random Iron
Tenkai.
Fist, because it's like when fire happens, there's an Iron Fist that's
Terra's
there to bail
locked
them out. But that's clearly a joke. Rajaro, yeah, has been the one that swapped anything from Captain America to whatever, and he got target banned. His van pool is gone, and you could tell that that was such an important hero for him to be consistent on. And now he ended up on the Emma, and then it was the Captain America on point B, and so many different things. Like they have this brawl
Yeah, guys, buy
Vanguard line,
glorps.
and they're trying to synergize with a
There's
lot of
2 days
flyers
remaining
and a
for
lot
a
of
glorp.
range duelist. And Na'Vi, you could tell their macro is getting a bit messed up with
Wait,
a lot
can
of
I
heroes
move
that have
without
different
moving my
play styles
frame?
or places that they like to play at. And I think Fire Strays being able to sit back, teleport away, like if you have a White Fox, and freeze if you're closer. Like Fire Strays have had an answer to the brawl of Na'Vi. So it's about Rajaro and Trust Me trying to find their place on how they can kind of best set up Jerky and Terra for success.
All right, thanks for the input, Vodable. We'll see you in a couple of minutes, depending on how well Na'Vi do with their
Is that
push.
tough?
Getting stuck back in. It's Na'Vi's turn to attack.
Fire Strays got very far on this map. To break that first corner is not easy to do. They've had some good punishes. Black Swan, one of his best heroes here of the group, once again, was a huge part of denying resources by walling off Terra and friends. But with the Phoenix, he can break down those walls quite quickly. And Fire Strays are taking a lot of poke, though.
Boger
I think
approaches
Blackstone might
you
actually
like
be
this
aiming
and
to
asks for
catch
your
a bunch
number.
of
Do you
this turf,
accept?
knowing that they have 3 strategists behind them, it can be a little bit difficult to try and keep up when it comes to the generation of strategist ultimate. Seems like Jerky hasn't got too much off the back of their first feral leap, but don't forget they got that primal flame team up. Trust me, gets isolated by a moving wall that was placed on the front of the
Fire Strays might
Batmobile
win
there.
this map.
And
I'm not
Fire
gonna lie,
Strays
bro.
have no mercy in their heart. They're chasing down all
They
of
might
these
be
players.
goated.
What a sailboat. I gotta write that one down. Groot Walls.
I will be
can
so
move
surprised
with
if
the
that
fuzz.
happens.
Nice plays from Fire Strays. And winning that first fight means you've built up towards that first ultimate. The banhammer from Binary to be able to take someone out of the fight. And because you really don't want to shoot or do anything at all once that banhammer hits you. And if you stall long
Navi
enough,
trolls
Blackstone's
too
gonna
much.
have a strangling prison before any
I-
strat ults
I will
could
agree
come
with you.
out. So
I
Navi are
think
in
they're a
trouble.
little bit too silly.
And Sloppo is just going to run this town when it comes to this long line here. If you move down here as a Vanguard, you are going to be eating so many monster piercers. Terra ready to go with the End Song Inferno. All in onto Binary. A follow-up is good. Strangling Prisoner to try and turn it around. A nice dodge from the Glass Rocks too, but Fate still gets caught within. Still while players are low, level 1 Crook learns to feast. Black So is not going to be able to make any progress on towards the car, and it's going to have to be a TP back here for Fire.
You know, I'm
Terra's
gonna predict
using all these
something.
End Song
At some
Infernos
point
to
in
just
Marvel
get
Rivals
himself out
development
of strangling
cycle,
prisons
they're
and
gonna
ultimates
buff
that could
Groot
trap
so
him,
that
but
whenever
it's
Groot
not
ults,
hurting
whoever's
fights, it's
ulted,
saving
they're gonna be
him, but there is a
grounded. So they won't be
reemergence
able to
here
use
from
any
Navi to
abilities.
Oh,
Like
Black
any
Shark
ults,
coming
that
back out
is.
as well on
Like
the
Phoenix or Cloakhold or whatever.
Wolverine. Raging Royal Flush from level 1.
You're gonna see.
Shut this one down
It's
before
gonna
it begins,
happen.
and getting Sloppo first is certainly going to be ideal. Strangling Prison on top of it. Navi have burned 2 pretty important ultimates here to try and make this one work. And still there's going to be a little grab from Jerky. Has the last stand. Is he brave enough to try and use it? Has already taken out Black So, and so it's not going to be necessary.
Imagine when Black Cat comes in later on, they're just gonna have so many claws out, like Wolverine on Wolverine and everything, like in the Jerky versus, well, no more Wolverine on the Fire Stray side. Navi knowing if they could kidnap Black, so that'll really destabilize the front line. You just have to know that he's not going to be anti-CC'd in that condition with his bigger wall. Now Navi, they feel like they've gathered some momentum. They got that point cap after all, after some initial ult cycling trouble. Now Jerky to look for a final stand here as they take the high ground. Fire Strays are going to try and counter position into shelter.
All right, Sloppo, up close and personal. The Monster Pierce can do so much damage here. To Trust Me, who's gone deep amongst all of this. Jerky ready to go with the last stand, but do you want to use it inside? It could be a little bit more difficult to hit, but Terra's getting up close and personal. Not a single ounce of fear is seen within the Canadian's heart as they run down the members of Fire Strays.
Wow.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Navi should be winning this. They're
Trapped
locked
Fire
in.
Strays. You thought you were safe, but no, you're trapped in there with Navi. And to defend now this last point with a Groot, with close to a strangling prison, Rajaro's gonna have an important role here. He has found his footing in this map, but Jerky's looking for the back line.
Raging Royal Flush already forced out those ultimates as well. Oh, they grabbed into one place and they're flash broiled by Terra. Call that one a pressure cooker.
My God, from the Iron Fist Daredevil duo, the
Morgan
deadly
Freeman
duo
left
from Burn
nipple.
and T'Challa, enter Wolverine Phoenix Supremacy from Navi. What a sick combo. To ignore that Vanguard
All right.
line, to go after the strategist, that was the win condition
name.
of Navi. Now the wind is in their sails. They have not lost a fight for that point B, so they have a big time advantage going into this final part, and if they can keep on going, they'll go up to match point.
Binary back onto the Vanguard Deadpool. Wants to try and earn an early ban hammer here, but it's a great catch early. Grabbing the group, getting that percentage health damage, and even the ult of Closar can't save them. The fate of both worlds to be decided right here and now, it would seem, as Jerky, you just can't get him off Binary. He's just sitting on top of these Vanguards doing so much damage. Ban hammer given over. Sloppo's nothing to Terra. Burns them before the almighty Phoenix Force casts them into the fire from whence they shall never return.
I think Closer and Znost were trying to coordinate who was going to ult first. They thought they could take the initiative with Znost, and Closer had to be the one to react quickly to the last stand of Jerky. So Closer not able to save Flaxo, and Just when it rains, it pours. Fire Strays have now not
I
won
mean,
a fight
Na'Vi
in
have
quite a while,
Gambit
and
ult.
Terra is just heating
Trust
up,
me,
and
they
all
have
the
6
ults are
oaks.
on
They win
Navi's
this.
side.
Like,
They
there
have
is
all
no
6
no
pretty
way
much.
they don't win this.
6 ticks to try and play with. Raging Royal Flush, I believe, was copied over by Znost here. This might be a moment of stability that can be
Blackhole
found.
gets
The
a
big
kill
round,
though.
trust me.
Oh,
Rajara
they actually
already
lose
down.
this fight.
Subway finally
It's
impacting
fine.
here with the shotgun, the Monster Hunter next
I'm
to
surprised
try
they
and
didn't
make a
invest
move.
more
His
ults
fate is a
just to
little bit
win.
scary for Binary to try and deal with here. 2 strategists win the 2 versus 1.
Luna, White
But with
Fox,
Terra already
Loki.
falling down, it's going to have to be a reset for Na'Vi.
Sigh of
Loki to
relief.
copy
I
the
like that
Gambit.
angle from Sloppo to be on the high ground to try and target these backliners. That's what Na'Vi has been doing to them this whole time.
Triple support.
And Fire Strays can really take advantage of that weakness. So it's going to be important for
But
Na'Vi
I don't like it too
to
much.
get vision here because
I
Sloppo's
think
going undetected.
I think it's that good. I feel like Ultron would have been better than White Fox.
That Apex Predator. Could be everything. Seems to have been momentarily
They just
stunned.
cleansed the
Multiple
Groot ult.
players inside of
Also
the Groot
ult.
ultimate. And yeah, guess what? You think the CC is over? You could not be more
Okay.
wrong, my friend. There's even more.
I
on
need
top of that.
Na'Vi
Fire
to
Strays
go
expend
in.
2 important ultimates for a bit of stability.
Na'Vi didn't panic
Trust
though,
me, needs
so
to
they didn't have
ult.
to really use much. Fire Strays, I mean, Na'Vi go into this point with 4 minutes. Half of that is gone. They just need a really good Strangling Prison into Endsong Inferno. Fire Strays
Blackhand could get
probably
me
aren't
into a
sure
Strangling
if Closer
Prison.
has the fate of
You know what
both
I
worlds
mean?
if you're ult tracking for
Smell me?
Na'Vi. So that's going to be the big question mark if that comes out in time.
Occupying the high ground here has been so important for the side of Fire Strays as well, forcing Na'Vi to make these movements in order to try and dislodge these poking characters from the top.
I mean, Thrust me uses ult, doesn't matter.
To
Oh.
their ultimate from the back. Jerky gets a massive grab onto Black So, and there's nothing to try and save him now. It just has to be Binary staying around on the point. Heartbreaker in towards the back. Terror just dropping down a dive bomb onto the back line, but it seems like there hasn't been that much that's gained off the back of it. Maybe was simply avoiding the attention of the ban hammer from Binary, as Fire Strays need to try and figure out how to make this defense work when they're down on Vanguards and low on time.
Now you're going towards the end of the finish line. You got the Royal Flush versus the Fate of Both Worlds. This is the last stand for Fire Strays. They have respawn advantage.
Big grab coming in from the Strangling Prism. A follow-up is not
Are they
going
gonna
to be there, but
lose?
closer, still a couple of seconds left on that Fate of Both Worlds. A critical mistiming from Rajro, and now
And Znost can copy Gambit. It's over.
On to Trust Me, and suddenly
Fire
for
Strays
Na'Vi,
gonna
they are
win
starting
this.
To worry about the time.
They're gonna copy Gambit, Gambit
Fire
ult.
Strays
They
are bringing
have
this to the
also
last
probably gonna get
seconds, the
Deadpool
final
ult.
fight to see if they can tie the series. If they could take their first map against Na'Vi, this would be
Bro.
insane. Only Shikigami and Heretics have been able to shake Na'Vi this much. And Na'Vi now have Jerky on the Star-Lord. Terra will stick to his gun, stick to the fire. That has brought so much life to Na'Vi. Now we'll bring the fight to Fire Strays.
Looking in towards the back, wants a quick charge, but Damon unable to connect. Still, while they look towards the back, they're not looking towards.
Nah, it's
Rajro, and
over.
Binary is able to gun them down with the dual Desert Eagles, unleashing the Kumi.
They have
Na'Vi
4
say it's
O's.
now or never, and we need to get another one crook up towards that Raging Royal Flush towards the back. There are no options.
Please
for
don't
Terra.
throw.
Just has to flee
What are
away.
you doing?
So
Oh,
Terra
he actually kills
Terra, and
Terra.
Indeed, will find his man. Choose through Terra, and Sloppo's going to be uncontested on the point. As the
They're
Sword
gonna
Door,
lose?
the avatar of death and destruction that reigns over the kingdom of Doctor
Bro.
Strange. Well, there has been a momentary portal back coming through from
Bro,
Rajaro. He
what?
can't stand up for long. The next player comes
What?
with a worthy flesh sacrifice, but one that the gods of Marvel
How?
reject as Fire Strays
How
go
do you
1-1.
lose that?
And they were on fire doing this. I can't believe it. They were getting bulldozed through pretty much from point B to this point of the map. I was worried because there was 4
What?
minutes for Na'Vi to just win the one fight. And it was because of Fire
That is
Strays' positioning. They were so
insane.
split that it was hard for Na'Vi to get a good Strangling Prison to kind of go off of the main win conditions. So they kind of have to go off plan. They had to start
Oh
contesting the high
my
ground. Terra was able to fly
God.
up there along with Rajaro and anybody else. So Na'Vi had to
What
adapt to
a
Fire Strays
troll.
so much, but Fire Strays were so elusive and hard to lock down throughout that. An amazing job in the macro department from Fire Strays on the defensive front and leveraging Sloppo where they could. 20 final blows from that Elsa, by the way, at 34,000 damage. This is Sloppo reimagined. This is unbelievable from him.
Yeah, and being able to win out against a one-sided Gambit as well was something we needed to see.
No, they had
Flash straight
6
here in
ults,
this
and
series.
instead of using the 6 ults, they let the enemy team just Gambit ult and Elsa ult and roll over them.
So many duplicitous swaps
I feel
with
like,
doppelgangers to get Elo
yeah, you can
level
play
1
more
push and
slow,
steal away
but
the
like,
Royal Flush with the God of Mischief.
just keep up the momentum, no? Just send everything and win the fight for sure. Like, there's no way a Gambit and an Elsa would, like, wipes you there.
That's a little bit of innovation right there.
Just
And
pull the
Closer
trigger
gets
sooner, you have
MVP
every
from
ult in the
Fire
game.
Strays, and I think a lot of it is from the utility. You pretty much were single-handedly forcing Na'Vi off of melee characters, because Closer was hitting like every freeze on anyone that came nearby, and also 46,000 healing, doubling pretty much like Demon, and Znos was up there in the healing too. Like, Closer was so pivotal at healing for the backline, forcing Na'Vi to play more of ranged duelists and to play more flyers. So Na'Vi tried to change the plan so much. At least we were fans of the hero choices this time, but Na'Vi, they lost their best map and their map pick. This is crazy.
Well, Fire Strays, evidently they knew something was in the water when they decided to go to Museum of Contemplation, because we were all like, what are they picking this for? But I'm kind of flabbergasted. That was a crazy performance as well. Binary showing us that the Vanguard pool does.
Do you think Na'Vi gets pissed off here?
I would love to see Na'Vi continually
and don't
see
lock
this,
in?
like, Vanguard pool
Do you think
back
they
in
lock
something,
out?
But it's been a lot of value so far.
It really was. Fire Strays, this was their map pick. Na'Vi, that was their playground.
Bro,
but our
if
heroes
Na'Vi loses
tied
against
1-1.
Fire
Now
Strays,
Na'Vi's
they're gonna
choice.
be throwing the
Next,
predictions,
so
and I'm gonna
give them
pissed
some
off.
time. We'll see you after this.
They did throw. They did. Okay, watch this, guys. Are you ready? I'm like the bullet genius. Genius of bullet gaming. Watch this. Boom. 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 Okay. Boom. Boom. Open the file. Now's the perfect time for me to begin my chungus. Been the queen? I mean, it doesn't really matter. Okay. This doesn't concern me at all. Lock the fuck in. Fuck. Fuck. I still win though. I still win. You know why I still win? Because I'm the GOAT. Yep, I win. Okay. Lock in. He cannot checkmate me. Fuck, I fucked up. I'm checkmated. No, I'm not. Yeah! Outplayed because I'm a genius. I'm Magnus Carlsen. I'm Magnus Carlsen. They call me fucking Tupalov. That's how you fucking win this. 2 blunders, buddy. You don't know what I had to go through. Lock in, watch this. Yeah, watch. Oh, I'm I'm white. I forgot I'm white. Oh my fucking god, I forgot I'm white.
What an insane series of events we have had so far today. Shikigami getting the 3-0 sweep over Rad. Now we have Fire Strays tying things up against the former world champions in Na'Vi. Lemon, talk to me, break it down. It feels like there's a bit of a difference this time in the Vanguard lineups between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, you had Binary and Blackso kind of trading roles where Binary
Oh, I got
was
this.
so well known
Locked
for his
in.
dive and his venoms, and it
Okay.
was Blackso
Boom.
that was running that. Blackso was running the Groot game. I feel like Rajaro got
Boom.
a bit threatened and tried to mirror it because it's like,
Boom.
how do you beat Groot? Well, with a better Groot
Boom.
most of the time.
Boom.
Because man, those walls were
Boom.
an issue. Blackso was so pivotal.
He's gonna
at
take the rook.
Kind of isolating fights at pivotal times. And then Na'Vi, we were kind of talking about the mystery heroes of all the different
Oh.
stuff that I can't even
Boom.
recall all the
He
things that they
spinned.
went through. But Na'Vi,
Boom.
I recall their success on Hall of the Jolly.
Absolute genius levels of gameplay right here.
I don't know if we can call it success
Boom.
necessarily because they
Boom.
got through with
Okay.
their, without a ban happening at
Boom.
the end. I know
Move.
like
Move.
you talked about that in the interview afterward. You're like, how did this happen?
Move.
And you guys still won. It seemed a bit sloppy on their side. They weren't as confident.
Okay.
And Heretics even said that like Venom might
Okay.
not be best for this map. I mean, what do we expect after Na'Vi going to a
Okay.
map that they should have rightfully won last time and need to
Okay.
this time?
I'm wondering if they have an answer for the White Fox Luna. Like, we heard the whisperings amongst the scene. The streets were saying that Luna White Fox is a very good anti-dive duo with that Kumiho team up, allowing for 2 charges of Spectral Surge, essentially, to come out and charm someone who's making ingress, whether that's a Rogue or a Venom, and that definitely seemed to be doing a great job of
Give me
to be a
Grandmaster.
little bit more conservative.
Give me
Going
Grandmaster.
as well as pulling Jerky.
I'm the most talented human being to ever play this game.
Was really creating a lot of instability for Fire Strays.
It's a tough spot to find yourself in if you are Na'Vi here specifically because you're like,
I'm
okay,
cheesing Chessy. Look, it's not my fault these guys don't know how to checkmate
especially
me.
going to the Museum of Contemplation, you're
It's
sitting
not
in
my
something
fault
like
they
that
think
with their
slower than
comfort
me.
Zone, they look so good before, and then
You know what I
they are
mean?
in a nightmare
Yeah, watch
currently
this.
in this series. It's no longer Fire Strays. The fear has come back instead.
New 1 minute.
But talking about this specific matchup, what we can expect to see from Fire Strays now that we've seen that Luna
Okay.
and White Fox, do we see maybe a priority in terms of protection?
Oh,
so
I
that they
gave
can
it my
keep that
chungus.
going here against more of the dive mindset that Navi's typically known for this map.
I think Na'Vi just need to feel comfortable with their Vanguard line. You saw kind of how much it affected them to not have the Van pool available for Rajaro and how he was swapping from Groot to Cap to whatever else. that
Oh no! I misclicked!
Venom on this floor. I still think despite them losing this one to Heretic, they still almost completed the map. They almost got to the third point.
Oh
which
my
not a lot of
fucking
teams can say they
god.
push Heretics to that edge. And
Oh
Hero, the
my
Star-Lord, is
god,
ever
that's
so
so
dominant, and I think if you have Crook or Jerky on the
embarrassing. That's
benches,
so
if that gets through all the eggs in the
embarrassing.
Terra basket, I think he was trying
It's
to make a
so
lot of plays on Museum. A lot of the
embarrassing.
picks went Terra's way, but you need a team around Terra, and you need everyone on their comfort picks.
We'll have to see exactly how it goes down for this next map, specifically what competitions are going to look like. If it is going to be Fire Strays taking the advantage, Na'Vi having to bounce it back here after being dished another map loss. They've been here before, though. They lost one to Shikigami and were able to turn things around and close up the series. But this is the best of 5. It's a different ball game and a different series, so we'll see how this one goes.
Na'Vi's fate is in their hands. A map pick now going to Hall of Jalia, one of their most iconic maps where they first took a map off of Virtus Pro.
Locked in?
That was the beginning of the end for the
Tell me I'm not the
mid-season
best
run
chess
for
player
Virtus
to ever
Pro.
play this
They were
game.
forced to really batten down the hatches before making their World Championship run in the second half of 2025. As we
Virtus
jump
Pro is the
into
last
rounds
game.
Again. We'll see if Elsa is going to be a priority here for Na'Vi. And yes, indeed, Na'Vi are going to get rid of that Elsa now to make sure that Sloppo can no longer dominate the lobby.
And the last time we saw Fire Strays on this map, I
Can't
hate to
believe
keep
they
bringing
made
up the
chess into a real
substitute,
game.
but Seshroid was in
They
at the
should
time, so
start selling
how
like
much of
card
a
packs
strength without
for
him,
chess.
that
You
was
know what
a
I mean? So
triple
we can
strat
buy
that
like
brought out a
skins
really
for
fun Iron
pieces.
Man comp, like Fire Strays were
This
even
guy
during
just
the
challenged
normal
me.
matches of the preseason.
1500 elo. Lock
Now
in. I
it's,
got it.
How is this Elsa keep getting by? Now it's gonna be Terra that'll get to enjoy that, not Sloppo, because you saw how much of a difference it made for Fire Strays last map.
Okay, once again, Fire Strays are going to shy away from playing the Gambit themselves. Just making sure that level 1 Crook doesn't have access to it. Na'Vi are happy to reban that to make sure that Gambit stays off the table. But the one-sided Mantis here could allow for a singular duelist to try and match up towards a Terra Elsa.
I'd really like a Sloppo Star-Lord 2 worst case scenario and how that gets paired up. All the strategists that I think when you have such a mobile hero like a Star-Lord that also heals well against, you would say that it's, yes, it's an attacking duelist, but also a very good duelist at healing against Venom, because a Star-Lord being one of the most mobile duelists can chase down a lot of these characters that run out of cooldowns and are trying to escape. And so a Star-Lord can try and chase that down. But the Loki Mantis is gonna be a fun backline for Fire Tracer.
Blackso would love to play the Groot here.
Boom.
That could be a bam at Navi's mind, but I'm actually it's kind of low priority. I wouldn't mind seeing them take the Vanguard Deadpool away from Binary.
Lock in. I got
Considering
this.
How much he did on that previous map, being able to knock some players down. Yep, it is going to be Vanguard Deadpool taken away from everybody.
Which I don't know how much that really affected Rajara. I don't know the guy personally, but that is his best hero by far. I would say the best Van pool in EMEA. Like, he puts out numbers that would rival any Elsa on a Vanguard. So we'll see how he'll adapt on a very open map. He swapped to anything, I think even including the Emma at some point. Like, Fire Strays, or Navi, I should say, felt like their Vanguards were so frantic to find a solution.
I think I'm
so
cooked.
Hopefully Navi can settle in comfortably, because they had so much time to finish the map. I thought Navi was gonna win Museum of Contemplation.
Where do I go?
Execution and better macro from Fire Strays. Navi, through that chaos, was quite frantic on how they were trying to figure things out.
Bro, this guy's 1500 elo. Questionable place. Of course. Lock in.
Don't have to try and play for that White Fox.
The pawn. Brother.
When they really
I'll
want to
fucking play Bullet first and foremost. Lock the fuck in, brother. Lock the fuck in.
So I think that getting rid of the Venom there means that they can be a lot more kind of stationary, a lot like lower mobility with their backline, as well as taking away all potential team-ups from Fate, which means that you're not getting as much out of that gem.
Can't underestimate how nice that sleep is too from the Mantis. I mean, Closer was fantastic on the Luna, getting freezes to heal, but the Mantis sleep a little bit.
I didn't do the chungus.
Freeze at times, and if Navi are gonna run it down with a very well-known, trust me, Captain America, this is gonna be fun. But I think Rajaro is gonna help.
I think we lose.
See if there's a portal play for
I think there's a
Navi.
chance we lose this. Right? I know.
Layers of shields, the onion of defense.
Okay, watch this. Okay, fucked up, bro. Fucked up. Fucked up. Fucked up. Okay, we go again. No, never mind. The game started. Navi had 3 minutes.
And Navi are already going to pressure the point and start that capture.
My pieces were throwing that game.
Really caught off
I'm not gonna lie.
To adapt it in a blink of an eye, I don't think even Virtus Pro can do that. Like, very good call.
Hey, listen, I don't mind
Rajaro
losing
on the Doctor Strange,
because I feel like I'm learning.
Fire Strays
Also, I don't play
will be
Bullet.
able to stop that full cap.
Yeah, unfortunately, Faye actually fumbled one of their joyful splashes.
It's playing fast. I have 1 minute.
Oh, Blackso's coming over on the Thor. Someone's gonna make a fan out of me today.
We're playing Bullet.
You know what? When you're going up against a Doctor Strange,
Yeah, it's okay. My pieces were throwing that game.
And Captain America, it's not the worst thing in the world, but Blackso does overextend with not much healing behind them, and so that is an opening now gain for the side of Navi. Rajra going in with a fully charged up E, and of course does have the
Elpis's
behind them, throwing the shield for Sentinel strikes from Trust Me, knows that it's time to make in towards the backline while Binary will have to fight
A
alone
Thor in
for
pro
the
play.
objective, and always lonesome, he can't do much.
I know why he's in Thor, I'll be honest with you.
Rajaro is fragging today on the
Which
Doctor
one in chat
Strange of all
was it,
things.
by the way,
Fares
that
so well
that
with the
invited me to
Invisible
play?
Woman. It's gonna be
Review yourself.
the team up that you would want to play Doctor Strange with. Otherwise, it's a portal simulator. Navi, I think we're very happy for Fire Strays to recontest, because that means they got to build up towards some ults, which are going to be strong win conditions.
I won't ban you. I won't jump you. It's okay. You're safe.
Binary on the Venom, so you just got to keep watch and have Terra
You're
feel
safe.
for if needed.
So there are grippers on my
He's in
radar.
YouTube chat? Ah, okay.
Jarvis? I'm not going to say
I'm
it.
gonna keep ignoring him then.
Aya Agamotto, Apex Predator.
I'm surprised they let Elsa open. I'm surprised they let Thera play Elsa. Are they trying to ego him?
Shield of a Seraphim to cover their own escape, and Navi know that without their solo duelist, this one's kind of unwinnable.
Sloppo is bringing out the Terra Phoenix with the Ultron. This was kind of the Terra Jerky duo from Museum of Contemplation. But wait a minute, Rajaro was trying to go for a big play.
All Jerky needs to be heavily pocketed here, and indeed it's going to be the Guardian Shield of the Invis that makes that one work. The remainder
You know
of
what
the
I
team
really
don't
respect
seem
about
very
the guy that
afraid of his moment
invited me to
forward,
play
though,
is
so
that if he lost, he would have lost like 5 million points. So I respect the fact that he was down to clown. You know what I mean?
Glartrox, mind you, which might not be ideal, but Rajra is going to be there to close anyway, as Closar is going to fall on down. The remainder of Firestray is going to have trouble getting out of this one, as Elsa's on the chase with full Hunter's Instinct.
Fire Strays are realizing they have to keep putting pressure on Navi so this Elsa doesn't just free fire. There's a lot of options to answer to the Eye of Agamotto, and man, it's tough to lock down people
save
when
Gambit?
it's Loki doppelganger. Doppelgangers
Fire
that you have
Strays
to try
doesn't
and
save
sift
Gambit?
through, and Rajaro
Yeah, they
still
don't.
was able to punish 2
Don't care.
strategists. He is having an incredible turnaround compared to Museum of
It's like punching
Contemplation,
down.
and Navi are about to cap.
It is.
Oh, very close to getting that cap indeed. Had to be the
I'm much
last second
worse than
touch
him.
coming through from Binary. Closes already down. That's a major source of healing now missing for Fire Strays. They're just going to be sipping at the healing that was given over by his nostrils.
But still.
Soul Resurgence. Binary's attempted disengagement could be stopped by the Force Physics. Regeneration Domain is once again brought out by Closer. A close respawns of Fire Strays are serving them well here, but they still need to remain on the cart at all times. 2 players quickly stand up by Slopper. There's not really any follow-up to come on through. Terra's building up once again, taking out Slopper almost to the Apex Predator. A quick eat here from Majef to get the Vanguards off the cart is all that you might need, but it is going to be a full investigation, like a full investment here from Damon with the Rage of Ultron. All the Vanguards grabbed on off, and they're easily cut on through by the Elsa.
They have copy.
She's banned all the time. She just makes absolute mincemeat
Never
out
mind.
of them.
Need to go
Ooh,
Daisy
that
9.
cap went through, and Closer thought it was
Daisy 9.
still winnable, so you're not going to have that. I guess you stabilize
Daisy 9.
if you were
The
to want to
Maxi
cope,
9.
but the Apex Predator from Terra to pull Fire Strays away from the LOS of their strategist was huge.
Wrong
Black Soul also
bracket.
self-bubbled to save himself from the Apex Predator, making that only a one-man Apex Predator, and Navi maybe didn't get full value of all these ultimates.
No, we cannot
but
forgive you,
he's
Zazzy.
still capped, and they're on a roll. 3.5 minutes for the final
Maybe you would have
point,
updated the
and
bracket
Fire
if you
Strays
weren't busy
use
playing
Closer
Black Widow in
straddle.
tournaments,
So
you know what I mean?
this is going to be really tough. They're relying on Snos to build up towards that Soul Resurgence, and then is that going to be enough to stop Navi? They're looking incredible.
Slopper needs an early pick here. They just need a mechanical outplay to try and buy a little bit of stability. And now you've got to worry about Trust Me in the back. The paranoia cap. That's going to be constantly taxing your comms, taxing your information. Terror just bit off a little bit more vigor.
Sloppo.
Damage boost just carves on through the Huntress. And so Jerky's not going to have anywhere to really go.
Pretty well played.
Disengagement not really on the cards for this Ultron. All they can do is stall.
I feel like Phoenix might be on par with
This
Elsa
is
next
such a
season because
difficult
Phoenix
part of
didn't
the
get
map to
nerfed and
push
Elsa
through.
got some pretty big
Entering a
nerfs.
fortress for the defenders, and Navi just wanted to keep pressing.
They
the
haven't fucked up
WP. At
yet,
this
Fire
point,
Strays.
you
They can
kinda
still
slow
hold
it down
third
at
point.
this point of the map, but ton of ults now for Fire Strays. Strangling Prison. Blackso has been on it, and Navi have to try and defend against it. They got shields. They got ways to get around it.
All right, Rage of Ultron to open up here from Jerky in an attempt to try and answer it.
What?
Oh, a mid-air interception. I think the Terra might have actually leapt in the way of it there.
Did
Putting
Terra
their
just
life on the
fly-
line
what?
For the remainder of Navi. Synergy? Full synergy. Bro is so committed to the team right now, but
What?
Navi have to be recommitted.
Did Terra fly?
to an
It didn't.
X.
It didn't show kill by the Phoenix
And the
suit.
Strangling Prison and an
It
Ensong
showed
Inferno
left
only
click,
getting
no?
one elimination is not a ton of value from Fire Strays, but it did allow them to keep holding this corner, which is ideal, and build up towards Strat Ultimates. So for Fire Strays, it's about playing the long game. You still have 2 minutes you have to dwindle down.
Oh, it's a bug.
All right, Rajaro wants an eye of Agamotto. For now, just going to play it a little bit more slowly. He's not going to answer here.
By
with
the
Soul
eye of
Resurgence. Extra speed for
Agamotto.
everybody on Fire Strays, and you can see that they are going after Navi with no mercy. Trust Me's Freedom Charge already.
Oh, that was a good Mago. I really like it.
Glartrox there coming on through, and the healing
Mago
side
think
as
the Elsa
well.
is
They
pretty
don't
good
get
value.
Apex Predator. Fake can't get inside of the invisible boundary. Was too quick to go underwater.
Brian Bogar!
All three of the strategists, they thought they saw
That's
an opening,
big.
but Navi simply flipped their trap card, and the pot of greed has been well and
The pot
truly
of
expended.
greed.
You
Okay,
need to
okay,
make sure
like
that Zos
that.
didn't have the sleep because there's no invisible woman to push Rajara away. So he leapt into the action and it made Navi's fight so easy. Now they head towards the end. A minute left, but Navi are going to pull the trigger first.
So Resurgence, copied over from Znost by the God of Mischief and Rajro. Good moves here, but disengage is very strong. And Rajro's still living. This is some excellent pocket, and Terra's going to try and punish for chase.
Blackstone needs to be careful. You are a Groot, not a shield haver. You kind of need to play around your fortress, but a flanking Groot?
You missed.
Okay, one player
Laugh.
grabbed on in. Don't think there's going to be too much in
Brother.
the way of follow-up after that one. And Sloppo couldn't really find anything off the back of their
Brother.
Phoenix Ultimate either. And so Black Zone now just had to stand on business on the cart. Both of these Vanguards don't want to move too far forward. It's
That's
going to be
tough.
Jeff moving in towards the back. Snost and Damon are already down. Only the Loki remains for healing, but might well be
Do they have
inside
lamps?
of the fish. Black Zone plays for their life, just wiggling around like a little tree should. And the remainder of the Vanguard core of Fire Strays have been torn asunder. Yeah,
Can they
the
touch?
Predator
No.
doesn't get too much, and Sloppo wins out on the duel, but it was just a distraction anyway, as Na'Vi win with 007.
What if they
in
change
the
the
time
Soft CC gives less door
Yeah, kids,
triggering?
don't write
I don't
that
think
down.
Soft CC
Brute is
should
not
trigger
a
it, yeah.
flanking Vanguard, okay? It looked cool on paper, but it didn't
Oh,
turn the
doesn't
fight
make
for
sense.
Fire Strays. Maybe you're trying to cause
Doesn't
some
make
stress
sense.
to split the focus in the Na'Vi camp, but they have been playing the front
Bless you,
attack
question
so
mark?
well, and I think that's what Fire Strays
Why do you
needed
question
to do,
mark
just
the
play
bless
behind
you?
the card, play for stall, and I think Blacks was trying
Bless
to
you,
go for a
question
Hail
mark.
Mary play with a flanking, strangling prison. Just the issue
Would
was
you
that
like
no
the
one
game
was able to
tomorrow?
follow
Yeah, I
it
saw
up.
your DM,
So, yeah,
but
you got
I know
targets
if
in prison, but they
first,
had
like,
to,
I
and
do want to
Na'Vi
play
broke
Black Cat.
out,
Second of all,
and
I'm gonna
then
have
you
to
had
watch party.
kind of Fire Strays all destabilized,
So I know.
even with respawn
I think I'm gonna play on my main.
Na'Vi,
I think that's a
drove the
terrorism
truck
move,
straight
anyways.
through them. The cap
We're
on
gonna
this
have
map
Black Cat
is
terrorists.
fantastic. 7 seconds to whatever. It's the fact that you capped, and Fire Strays have to try
You can go in
and
Sabrina.
match that.
Do you
And
really
I
want to
thought
see me
Fire
playing
Strays were
Black
gonna pull
Cat
out
and
some
Celestial too?
miracle, more conservative defense.
I
like
mean,
they
I'm
did
down
on
to get
Museum of
slurred.
Contemplation, but I think Fire Strays tried to do too much, and sometimes
Double
you
DPS
just have
duel,
to play
me on Black
defense
Cat.
and not have to always make a big play.
I mean,
I think we're gonna hear some very interesting words.
Full band away from him, but after seeing what man achieved,
I can go in
with the high
Sabrina, bro. I
Agamotto
wish.
test, like, is Rajaro bannable? Is the big question. This guy's having a standout game so far today, and might well have a standout year if Na'Vi continue to be.
Slur Saturday. Learning every new slur.
All right, trust me, back on the Angela, something we got a glimpse of during this series, but also in the most recent matches, hoping
They just TP.
to really push these Vanguards away, not
Enemy
going to be able to
team knows,
interrupt
bro.
the
They
portal.
know.
So here comes, okay, whoop.
Oh.
Fire Strays are now on the platform.
Yeah, a little bit gate capture away from that one. Damon has not gone too much off of the Feral Leap. Ivor has already expended their passive. The healing factor is gone. And Fire Strays have lost their initiative. That was far less aggressive than we saw from
It's
Na'Vi.
delayed again. What's happening with the
Even though everyone
audio?
from Fire Strays went through the portal. Like, it was
Hello?
kind of disjointed from Fire Strays, but, you know, you got to expect those portal plays just like they hoping to see more of on Museum of Contemplation, even burning T'Challa, but
Okay.
you got to take advantage of all the space on this map compared to the Hulk that has
That's
shorter
fine.
leaps. And Na'Vi are in control, and they have so much pushback having an invisible woman who can heal so many people at once. So Fire Strays need a committed and focused push against this.
Dude, Fake's just so difficult to deal with here. Just excellent angles to try and play with. Unlimited healing, essentially. It's just going to be an attempt to try and rebuff Binary's push off the back of a force physics from level 1 Crook. And now it's used for escape tool to recommit to this fight. Knowing that with everyone going down this corridor, you can build up towards that invisible boundary so quickly. As well as, of course, rescue, trust me, should things go a touch too far.
Yeah, playing stack like this is going to be good for level 1 Crook, but here comes Fire Strays. You made them angry, and now they got Strat ults.
And indeed, there it is for Soul Resurgence.
Oh, the kiting was so good.
They want to get on top of
They just
Fate,
ran
but
away.
For now, the kiting's good. Sloppy
What's going on? I
denied
can't see
that
anything.
frag, and Clozar deep inside of Invisible Boundary is absolutely skinned alive by Na'Vi. Out comes Damon, trying to make something happen off the back of the Rage of Ultron, but I think that Na'Vi are far too well supplied to try and...
Yeah, letting
pull down to this
Elsa
one. Terra's just
out
domineering in the neutral.
might be
Half the
might have
time
been
bank
a
is
slight
gone
mistake.
for Fire Strays. The job gets easier when you get a tick going. Sometimes you can just cap it off of zoning without a decisive fight win, but you have to access someone like Terra, who has had fantastic spacing, trying to be as far away from the action, far away from a Venom as he can, and Fire Strays have triple strats to support
The thing is, they
upcoming
let
attack,
Elsa
and
out,
Na'Vi have triple
and then
strategists to
they don't protect
Terra,
Gambit
so
comp, so
it's gonna
like
be
I
an
don't get
Eye
it.
of Agamotto play from Rajaro. He's been on point with this, and
You just have to
Fire
ban
Strays will
Elsa.
just hopefully try to sleep it and try to back away from it. Not really much you can do to defend it.
Elsa is
in
not
terms of
banned every
utility.
game first because they either play against Gambit or Elsa. And now you're gonna say Gambit isn't that strong, but he is. Thank you. Gambit is that strong. Yes, that is 100 teams Terra. Now Na'Vi Terra. Oh, that's big. They didn't kill them. What?
And yet Rajaro refuses to fall, clinging to life. as everyone's caught by
Nah, now we should be winning this.
in the back. Heaven has been brought to earth by Trust Me and Na'Vi.
Not
are looking
after her
so
next
strong
nerf.
on the defense.
Fire Strays are
Yeah, I
trying
think
to
Phoenix
go
might
for
be
these
better
zoning
after
fights
Elsa's
where they
next
just
nerf.
collect ticks and they kind of just chip away at this
Oh,
defense. And this
oh.
stall is going to ruin things. Fire Strays only have 40 seconds and they never confirmed
Gambit has
that
counterplay?
second
Not
tick.
really.
This is disastrous and they invested so many ults.
Gambit comp has no
Emergency Psylocke
counterplay,
is
that's why
coming
it's so
out.
broken.
Demon is 40% away from the
Why is
Galactic
neither of them
Legend.
playing
There's no
Gambit if
clear
it's
win
not banned?
condition from Fire Strays. If they can't win a fight with ults, how are they going to do it
What made
without
you
it?
think
It's gonna
Gambit
take a
isn't banned?
massive mistake from Na'Vi for them to give up this defense.
Like so, over onto the Thor, but the healing available from a Jeff and a Mantis is going to be a little bit substandard.
It does say Gambit banned on both sides.
Black so just sticking close to this Doctor Strange, making sure there's constantly that Shield of a Seraphim available to stop any over-aggression coming their way. Jerky's already been taken down, though.
Nice
They
kill.
managed to catch them by surprise. And now level 1 Croak has to play a little bit more conservatively. Doesn't want to expose themselves
I got
to too
you.
much. Not ready to do too much. Binary's already going to use their symbiotic resilience and the cellular corrosion as well. How do you deal with this one? In towards the back, a stun onto Snost. Closar down as well. Fire Strays find themselves torn to pieces at the hands of Rajaro. The Finnish giant rises on up and kicks the puppy as Fire Strays tried to raise themselves from the
Star-Lord
kennel.
is already
There's
really
a
good.
lot of bark from Na'Vi.
Star-Lord doesn't
A
have to climb
full
up. He's already on the
hold.
top,
I can't
bro.
believe it on their map choice. The work that they did to turn around their composition and execution from the time they encountered Heretics, that loss made them mad. And Terra, when he's mad, he plays even better. Your MVP on the Elsa. You should have never let this guy
What are the
get the
exclusive
Elsa.
drops?
Let's even look at the stats. 23 final hits.
Oh my goodness.
That you were doing so much for Fire Strays to commit to try and eliminate this guy. Binary was trying to do it solo. Fire Strays were just trying to like get on the point and zone Na'Vi away from it, and it still was not enough to collect the second tick and to even get anything going for themselves. That was an unbelievable defense from Na'Vi.
Like when I look at this scorecard here, this is kind of a Na'Vi that was promised, right? When we first heard that Terra might be trialing for Na'Vi, we're like, okay, we give them a real powerhouse.
It isn't that
Swords
good
player.
now.
And this is one of those times where it did seem like Na'Vi were playing a bit more.
Why is
Battlefield
Elsa not
Thief
banned?
style, but like give everything to Terra.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking crash the fuck out. Okay? Do you understand how the bans work? You ban one, you protect one. You can't ban Gambit and Elsa. They chose to ban Gambit. Therefore, Elsa open. Some teams choose to ban Elsa, and then Gambit is open.
In the middle of 6 people with Fire Strays and hitting a Maelstrom that would
You
always be
cannot
getting
ban
elimination.
both.
He was hunting down strategists
Unless
as a Doctor Strange.
you for some
Rajaro
reason
was
do not
doing
protect
everything,
Gambit, which
including,
is a throw.
jump scaring Znos
Thank
on
you
the
for
initial
listening.
Entry from Na'Vi, so they brought their own portal plans, and Na'Vi look amazing.
I'm thoroughly impressed. Like, Na'Vi, I don't know if, like, I was trying to sell everyone that Fire Strays were going to make this one close, because I think that Fire Strays in their second week looked very strong, and they've also been able to level up again
Deodorant
going into this
maxing.
week. However, it feels like they are constantly behind on their drafts. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan
I'm gonna get some
of
water.
Mantis first to protect when you don't have access to the Elsa. But aside from that, like, Fire Strays, they're finding their openings, but Na'Vi, like, if you give Terra Elsa, what can you expect?
Fire Strays look good on Museum of Contemplation and fell through, getting full held. Will this be Na'Vi going to the upper or continuing through the upper bracket, or do Fire Strays have something else up their sleeve? Their map pick is next, and you won't want to miss it.
Ooh. How many times are we gonna watch the skin trailer? Until we're satisfied. Until you buy 50 million skins. 6,000 skins. Doo-doo.
Watch out, they're headed our way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Are any NA games today? Yes, but I won't watch them because it's gonna be pretty late for me. Maybe Sunday I'll watch the finals. I would lock in for the final matches on Sunday. I just don't wanna. I wanna stay up late for nothing. Who are you taking the NBA playoffs? What do you mean? Who am I taking? Done, done. Did you say RZ5G? Thanks for the follow. No. Here, you can have 1 hour timeout. Da, 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 da. Show YouTube chat some love. Okay, I got you. Let me read out YouTube chat. Let me guess. I'm gonna predict. Boger doesn't read us. Why is Boger not reading? Why is Boger not reading us? Bro forgot he has a bishop. GG's Boger. I'm so washed at bullet. High quality production. Venom got cooked. Navi woke up. What's the best way to nerf Gambit without killing him? Thanks for sharing your thoughts. We got an actual good question. Just nerf his ult. Just nerf his ult. Remove one of the 7 things he does when he ults. That'll be good.
Navi are now hoping that we're back to our regularly scheduled programming with that 3-0 victory on Hall of the Jalia. What we probably should have seen from them necessarily against Heretics.
Like remove the cleanse.
Clutch things up here.
That's not even a problem, I'll be honest. Remove the movement speed, reduce the movement speed. I think that's gonna be a good one. I think reducing movement speed would be a good change, because I think that's like one of the biggest strengths.
Was incredible from the portal plays.
I'll be playing Black Cat on release.
Aggressive. That's what we loved about Navi. It kind of replaced the N with the W. That's all they did was just hold down the W key. Sometimes at their own
take away the
demise,
jumping.
just
That's
trying to
another
push
good one.
into the defender's spawn at the 3rd point. Like Navi at some point.
I think the
need to
team
let
up
go of
also
the
makes him
W
quite
key.
strong.
But
I'll be
that was
honest.
what the big problem was, and I don't think you can just send.
I think
just
the
binary
biggest
on the Venom
strength
from
to
Fire
Gambit
Stream protected
is
alpha
that
of
the
Herod,
ult
so
is really
you
good,
cannot be
but it's
letting this
everything
team have
around
the
Gambit
ults
that
that
makes
Fire
it really
Stream
OP.
do a better
So
job.
like 2
Dealing with
Gambit
the
ults
level
is
1
really
for
OP.
Gambit than a Terror.
Rogue is really OP with the team up.
That is the big question.
Star-Lord with Gambit ult is really OP.
See the Gambit ban. I mean, that's like the 50-50 coin that you have that comes out. Sometimes you see both, depending on which side you're on, if they can't protect it in time. So I think the biggest
So
issue here
I think it
is
just
that
enables like a very
prioritization
strong
that we
composition
saw
that
on
you kind of
the
need to
Mantis,
match.
Loki, and Groot didn't work out as well as they were hoping to.
What's a
Midtown,
great
though,
first
might be a little bit of a
message?
different story.
Hi, Boer, you're beautiful, handsome, amazing at video games, and truly the most fantastical being to ever play and touch this game and Twitch.
Have shown an unwillingness to play Gambit, so you're always winning the first part of the ban phase because you might be going up against.
What makes Star-Lord the best to come with Gambit ult?
Likely have
He moves faster,
Terra
does more
or
damage.
Elsa, who doesn't really need the Mantis. Getting away with just the Ultron damage boost.
Yeah.
The raw mechanics.
He's just way faster and does way more damage.
Fate and Co just laying down the damage.
And gets healing.
Looking at this map specifically, Lemon,
I mean, I'm not talking about his normal, but like with Gambit ult. He just doesn't die when he gets Gambit ulted.
Or are we feeling like that now we're just going to kind of clean things up here?
Star-Lord is not good with Gambit.
This map, I believe, Midtown when it comes to this team, but I think it fits their style and their composition well. Like Black's being so good at the Groot. This is a very strong.
I think this
Groot
guy
map.
probably coaches
How
Virtus
narrow
Pro
these
and the
streets
best
can be,
teams.
and how you can section off the paths, and they also have.
Is that
to
why
try to
every
run
team
Demon
plays
on the
Star-Lord with
Wolverine,
Gambit?
To not so great success on previous Hall of the Jalia, but I could see it on a smaller map like Midtown that you can maybe grab some people and close them in with the Groot, and you have a strong neutral win condition. But I did feel like Demon really struggled to find his place on Hall of the Jalia, and it kind of was the Sloppo show, but it just can't be all about him, or at least it has to be triple strategist around Sloppo to make that work.
My biggest worry here is many teams have said, we saw from Rad into Vision, we saw a little bit of it in Midtown at the start, that this team in Fire Strays doesn't really have
Rogue
the
is
best
not good with
answer
Gambit
to
either,
triple
right?
Vanguard. And, well, if you get the Gambit and you triple Vanguard, we've seen that hold happen so many times on Midtown. It might happen here again. Could be a viewing into one of the possibilities from Doctor Strange. And maybe we'll see more Doctor Strange if it gets through the ban draft. But it'll be Na'Vi versus Fire Strays. Fire Strays looking to bounce back and force our first map 5 of the preseason playoffs. Can they do it? Time to find out.
All right, students.
Answer my question if you bring up my profile. I'm sorry, I don't answer questions for people that rage bait in chat.
And willing to make the Gambit work.
And this is
Rage
something
baiters
Fire
do
Strays
not
has
get
scrimmed and they have a
answers.
plan for. We haven't. There's no tape on Na'Vi on Midtown either, but you can kind of extrapolate based on other maps that are similar to it. Like if you want to say Central Park and how like narrow it can be at that.
I'm
point.
so
But
surprised
it's so much about
Fire
the
Strays
macro here.
actually
There's a very
protected Elsa this
important
time.
high
Like,
ground
I
you
don't
have
know
to
why
take,
they haven't
and
been
some
protecting
teams, like full prio will send
Gambit
all
or
6
Elsa.
to that first high ground. Others will play the main and have people tackle them into their own team. So Fire Strays, I could see them really running a strong brawl here, and we'll see how the pick ban goes, but it's a one-sided Elsa.
Yeah, one-sided Elsa here is going to work out pretty well, in my opinion, for Fire Strays.
They need to ban
He's taken off the table. No double Raging Royal Flush.
Star-Lord or Rogue. I don't get the Invis ban. I'm so real with you. I don't get the Invis ban before Rogue or Star-Lord.
And Na'Vi, they want
Like,
one of
I
two
wouldn't
things.
care
They
too
also
much
are
about the
Gambit, and you
Invis.
saw how important level level 1 Crook was on Museum of
Like, if you're gonna leave Gambit
Contemplation and
up.
just the team play around it, but
But
also
maybe
the
I'm wrong.
solo playmaking ability. It was so hard to dive Crook even on
You
Burning
could ban
Patrol,
Tank
and
Pool
he
too.
dashes at the perfect time, provides a very important anti-heal, which is already an expensive utility to use for a Gambit, and it gave a strong neutral win condition for Na'Vi because you know
How can you tell if somebody's rage baiting? I refuse to believe that somebody in chat said that Star-Lord is not good with Gambit.
Yep, having that Vanguard dead.
The Venom ban. I'll be honest, the Venom ban makes no sense when they can just ban Jeff. Like, I don't get it. I don't get the Venom ban. I don't get the ban at all because they can just still play Jeff. And they have like one of the best Jeff players.
Swappo's turn to deliver in the biggest
I don't think
ways
Trust Me
and go
would
back to their
default
tried
to
and
Venom
true.
because
Invest
Rogue
in
is
him,
open and Tank
it
Pool is
will
open.
pay off. And now, how do you kind of accompany that?
Did
Well, the
Fire
Rogue
ban
is
Elsa and
free,
Safer?
and
You
have
only
the
ban for the
Mantis
enemy team.
for that team up as well. If Blackso goes to that.
Okay, this is what I want from you guys, by the way.
The real struggles happen.
Thank you for streaming. Okay, this guy's still rage baiting. I don't know how to tell you this. I don't like people that rage bait for no reason. Thank you for streaming, Bor. You're the light to my darkness, the clear skies to my rain. Easily top 10 Bulgarians. Joy bait. I love Marvel Rivals. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Shout out to this guy.
You don't want anything to stop your dive once you get it going. Fire Strays.
I'll
it's a
untime him
Vanguard
out
line
and
that
then
I'm
time
most
him out again
interested
for
in.
5
It's
minutes.
very much brawl heavy in this first section.
Stop
but
rage baiting, bro.
focus on the
It's
defense,
annoying.
'cause
Lock in.
Once they leave, they're pretty locked in. As a Thing player, I hate Thing. Because you really lack range and you lack
My mother is
these
not Bulgarian,
playmaking
so
abilities unless you get your ultimate online. You can farm those up, but you also allow the enemy team to farm up their ults off of you. But the best way to play Thing is being a
shit
corner
Borger's
holder.
mom.
And just maybe being a chaos
Why are you
distributor,
shitting on my
running
mom?
Everybody down, popping them up like popcorn is a very
Yeah, you should
fun
try my
way to set up
dad.
a team for
Lost the
success, but
50-50.
is that really the
You can
best
roleplay as
Vanguard
you can
that
say
we've
the other
seen
line.
from
I'll
Trust Me?
forget what you
Probably
said about my mom.
Cosmic Fast.
Come on, pass it, dude. You can
Ready to
redeem
go.
yourself.
The question is, where is Binary going to throw Damon here? Wholehearted hold of a high ground doesn't seem to be on the cards here for Na'Vi as they quickly surrender it. And this is going to mean that Jerky could
Shit Borger's dad, he's dead.
try and poke down for this pair of hit scans that are approaching high ground.
And to cope for Trust Me, maybe distributing that damage resist amongst these three Vanguards that Na'Vi are running once again will be enough. They ran that on Contemplation first point, and that doesn't matter. And Elsa's going to chunk through all of that.
That is a lot of walls, and Fate found that most of their Ice Arts claps were rebuffed by the greenery that was erected. Na'Vi, are they going to go for a quick recontest here? No, they're actually going to swap over onto Angela instead.
man, and you get to just
The truth
set
is the
up on
game was rigged from the
groove.
start.
Isolations are going to be key here. Blackstone 40% away from the strangling prison, and Demon's going to maybe force them into a fight that they are not ready for. Watch out for if Demon wraps around this left.
I wouldn't
room
believe that
and
Gambit
forces
is the
somebody
best with
into the line
Star-Lord.
of fire,
Here's
but
the thing,
no,
though.
Navi, we're not ready for that.
You have the decency of realizing that if every pro plays Star-Lord with Gambit, right? On like, yeah, if they play Star-Lord with Gambit, like most situations, you are like, yeah, okay, maybe there's something to it. But then this guy comes in, and he's like, actually, Star-Lord isn't good with Gambit.
Wolverine, but just got immediately spotted. Fire Strays had their eyes peeled. There's a lot of good counters to Angela here too when you have the sleep.
That's
and
just
of course,
like
a Wolverine
amoeba
that can just counterpin you,
eating his
and
brain.
kind of take you out of that flight. So trust me, has to.
If you're asking why he's not playing Star-Lord here, it's because the map is too closed off. So it's too easy to deal with Star-Lord here. But because it's so closed off, he chooses to play Daredevil. Also, first point, they were playing triple tank to stall.
I believe that was from Binary, but I'm not sure onto whom. Seems like it might well have been on the Gambit, but just hiding away in the.
You know, I want to invest in the stock market, but like the stock market is such a weird spot. Like I've invested before, made some profits. It's such a weird spot. I just genuinely don't believe in anything. It's all a scam.
Nice high ground
Like
game
it can
from
collapse
Navi. I was
like
worried about
in a
how much
week,
progression Fire Strays were
or
getting.
it can keep going up. I don't know. I might as well just go to the
Because when
casino.
you run at Angela, you're kind of running a solo Vanguard a lot of the time when it comes to the objective. Like, Trust Me is trying to get a position where he can tackle somebody, so Rajar was kind of by himself. So that's why Navi lacked so much cart presence, but then once they had that power position,
The tip is to
they
put your money and
executed.
forget about it.
Very good
That's a
job
good
from
tip.
Navi to take the time for that to pay off. Now, Fire
I
Strays have to
agree,
fight
but,
for that position, and Blackstone does deny that CC from the Angela with the wall.
I don't know.
Good Ironwood wall usage. Level 1 Croak already forced to disengage here due to Binary's accuracy, but needs to move
I had
away
good
out
luck
from
with
the
the good predictions with the stock market before. I made good money, but now like it's just gambling, bro.
Fire Strays to begin chasing, but they can't go too far because Binary's fallen low in their own right. An attempt to try and charm Terra above it all with the damage boost onto that Phoenix. They can't really find much in the way of.
Why play Daredevil and not Star-Lord? Because Star-Lord doesn't have the range on this map.
Come through. Fate was too far away, even with the fate of both worlds. It's not his ice ace on the other side. Big grabs. I think that's 2 Vanguards within, and soon everything is going to be over. A big crunch from the Glartrox, who has himself a nice lunch, and Jerky's going to try and follow in here as well. Letting the Devil out on top of the Heaven's Retribution. 2 of the strategists are down. All of the heals are gone. Only Jerky remains, and it seems like this dried meat is more than enough for you to try and chew through. As Binary just going to chase down.
You just answered your own question.
What a messy fight.
Yeah, what? So chaotic from Sloppo denying Terra to Jerky, giving a really good refight for Navi, but also that was expensive as hell for Navi. They have nothing left to defend this final point with, and maybe it's also, let's see if
Punisher ult is easy to dodge. Star-Lord ult is impossible to dodge. You smell me? Star-Lord is a little bee that can keep stinging you at Mach 5 speed. Punisher is like a big ass dude that will kill you if you stand in front of him, but you don't have to stand in front of him.
Laxo would love to go first here, claim the initiative. No one grabbed by the. Oh, that's a real stinker of a strike.
Here though, Star-Lord ult isn't that useful because there's so many rooms to hide it. But if it was domination, Star-Lord would be picked 100% with Gambit. No, I'm not playing Deadlock. Why use the ceiling wall? Because people usually just don't break those. People usually focus on the walls on the ground, but they don't break the ones on the ceilings. And they still help, you know, they still do damage. Walls aren't useful always because they break LOS. They're also very useful because they do damage or healing more if you have Mantis. I thought about it, and Star-Lord could be good with Gambit if you have good aim, I think. Good job. Good job, nephew. I'm proud. I'm very happy that we're learning day by day. Good character development.
3 minutes. You got an Apex Predator.
5 minutes of thinking.
With the initiative, the Raging Royal Flush. When does that get pulled? You may not even need it if Binary's going to be overextended.
Oh, the damage boost onto Terra. Absolutely brutal to try and deal with. Jerky with a selfless swap away from a Daredevil and onto a Mantis, realizing we need to fight fire with even bigger fire.
Okay, Terra.
Binary's trying to play the Vanpool like a Venom. Like, you gotta go in with the team. Like, Deadpool is a Vanguard that doesn't always have the best protections,
they're
and
so
you need an
tight.
umbrella against the storm of a Phoenix.
Oh, we all forgot our spacing.
You think Star-Lord needs more range to be viable? He's already viable.
A torn limb from limb. What is that? Fate's ultimate? Okay.
Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind.
They got a Mantis.
Oh, Fire Strays, now they're starting to look panicked from the...
Why are they not running triple support?
Zero-man strangling prison
They are.
to kind of a
Navi is playing
panic,
triple support.
it's
Both
Jeff, but,
both
or
teams are
Navi
running
on
triple
the- on
support.
Navi side, but they're sitting pretty. Like, they're winning neutral fights just off of Terra picks. Like,
What are you
Fire
typing,
Strays need to
guys?
not overextend.
Both
They need
teams
to
are on triple
communicate.
support.
Dude, Terra's just standing here doing aim training. He's having the game of his life right
Oh
now.
my god.
Lost their ultimate as well. Oh, the Eternal Bonds at 0% for Fire Strays. This is absolutely devastating. Na'Vi right now, someone called Bully.
Bro, I said triple support and they fucking canceled the
Fire
tournament.
Strays, how do you break out a spawn when the defenders can watch you leave out the gates and you can't even like engage with the Eternal Bond because Terra just double headshots you? That is incredible. Fire Strays are trying to find instead of a way through, a way around.
Oh,
and Brajar was up to no
kill
good.
this guy. Kill that boy.
Debuff temporarily. The Banhammer laid down on Black So for now. An Apex Predator. Oh, they're so tight again. Their spacing is just continually punished by Terra. Fate only 29% of the weight of it. Okay, does get one. That's Terra. That's a good pickup for now, but still Fire Strays are not in control of
That was
the car,
personal.
getting in close and personal off the back of that Soul
Oh, they
Resurgence.
missed.
No one grabbed thus far by the Glartrox on the callback. It will grab a Vanguard, but it seems like a punishment's going to take
And they
a
use
while.
Gambit out.
It's Rajro who finally gets taken down now, and the disengagement from Na'Vi is far from clean. They invested multiple ultimates in that one, but didn't actually get anything. What a reversal of fortunes.
I don't mind Fire Strays doing the one-man strangling prison. Like, Terra was the win condition for Na'Vi, and you also executed him before the End Song Inferno came out, which could have bailed Terra out, just like he's been doing through Museum of Contemplation, but that sets momentum in Fire Strays' favor.
Living Bullet is everything. Coming up close to Terra now. This is the important 1v1, and Rajra is here to make sure that it's not a fair fight. Everyone tries to make a play over to the high ground. Terra still has the End Song Inferno up close and personal to level 1 Crook, who manages to get away using the Bayou Bash. And now you've got to look towards, trust me, in the back.
Nice.
On the
I'm sorry, I
angle.
was mesmerized.
Fate's in no man's land towards the back, but you can't spare the time to chase him right now because of your Fire Strays. You need to stay on the cart no matter what. A Living Bullet ready to go. Sloppo looking for some kind of entry here as Fate is ready to start things. A bad hammer over onto the members of Fire Strays, and Terra hangs above it, ready to strike down.
Thank you for streaming your POV. I'm learning a lot about the ban system and other things about this game. Look, I'm not even crashing out in chat. Character development? No problem. Buy a Glorp to support Borination though. 2 days remaining for a Glorp. Museum of Contemplation. Thank you so much, the Primer. Appreciate it.
Just manages to reign over it all. Finds their counterpart in Terra. Trust me is all that remains. Flies daintily about the point, but is he ready to sting like a bee as well? Inside of a strangling prison, once more Terra finds himself to be the #1 target of Black So. Despite the Raging Royal Flush, it seems like Na'Vi's running out of steam. Their respawn times get longer and longer, and trust me,
Beautiful.
faith from the remainder of the roster. Fire Strays finish.
If I get a
Cap
teammate
on
that
this
refused to
map
go
is
anti-dive to help, do I just
unbelievable.
accept my
From
fate
getting
as support?
spawn
Go
camped
Jeff the
to
Land
Fire
Shark?
Strays thriving in those moments. First, you got that first pick onto a strat.
You don't always have to run
Terra. That was a big win condition
the
for
hard
them. I like
meta in
that
lower
Rajaro
ranks.
bubble on the high
Like
ground.
Jeff
It just
is a
helped
pretty
to have
good
any
second
kind of
support.
footing in this
Even
map,
if your
but
team
Fire
says
Strays,
otherwise,
they
it's
just
still pretty good.
sent it, and it paid off. Sloppo stepping up big
I run
time
Jeff quite
and
often.
punishing
Second
Na'Vi in
support.
those
It's
moments,
just good.
kind of giving them a taste of their own medicine after Closer lost. the
Bro, this
Ultra.
might be the
Just trying to get
closest
out of
series I've
spawn
ever
there
seen.
for Fire Strays. I like that Fire Strays just stayed composed in a moment where you would
Isn't
start to
crazy
give
that
up
I
when you're
wanted to have a
looking at
chill
down
day
at a
today
series
before
like
tomorrow,
this.
but
You're
I didn't
spawned
get
by
that
one of
because
the
the
best teams here.
fuck-ass
Fire Strays
tournament
managed to
started
break out
today.
and kick Na'Vi in the dirt, and even just
Fucked
the Apex
up.
Predator on the high ground was crazy from Sloppo, and you denied Fate from the It's Jeff from claiming too many people. Binary hunted that Jeff all the way
Why you
down
mad?
to the defender's
LARPing.
spot. Like, Fire Strays, they didn't give up, and they did not surrender.
I mean, like, it's such a bit of discipline as well.
I went to
deny
sleep
that
at like
from
6 a.m. as well
Fate's
because I couldn't
ultimate,
fall
but had
asleep.
to be on the cart for overtime.
Oh, the line cruise got canceled. Why did you have to fucking remind me, bro? Do you understand how this affects me? Do you understand how fucking how upsetting it is? And you just remind me this? What's next? My father is dead?
Not an easy feat, and Fire Strays, there's a strong
Like, what the
chance they
fuck?
force a
Sabrina
game
Carpenter doesn't
5
answer
here.
my
Starts with
DMs?
This defense, the first point, I think one of the most difficult parts of the map to get through. A lot of teams
No
get full
mercy.
health here, and Na'Vi, not with the triple strat this time, but with, or not with the triple Vanguard, but with the
You're
triple
not gonna
strat
believe
this
this.
time, trying to pressure the high ground.
Believe
while
what?
Fire Strays create shelter around
You have crazy
their
news
brood,
for
and
me.
I think Na'Vi are in control here.
Yeah, seems like Na'Vi, they have the ability to go for these triple sieges onto high ground. They need to displace Sloppo. They can't allow Sloppo
The
to get
poker
already up
bowl.
there and farm towards the Apex Predator, but great usage of the antis coming through from level
Do you think
1.
I ever get to meet Sabrina Carpenter?
Constantly forced to give up this space.
And Rajar already farmed up towards the ultimate. You have Fire Strays on the back foot. Na'Vi is pedal to the metal. You have Fire Strays sweating. It's time.
I think we'll reach that point.
Hammer sent on out. I think
I think it is canon event that I will someday meet Sabrina.
with the orbs. Level 1 Crook though coming close to that Raging Royal.
You know what? It remind like when we were playing with Silky. Was it Silky? It was Silky, right? Am I crazy? Did I forget his name? Yeah, Silky. Okay. When we were playing with Silky, he said that at night he watches Marvel Rivals streamers, and I realized that maybe he has clicked on my stream at some point, and then I thought about it, and I was like, maybe Sabrina Carpenter has watched my stream.
Played split and thought they could converge.
What do you think,
and
Shine?
pinch Na'Vi
Possible?
from all sides, but Na'Vi just took advantage and pushed one side, and they weren't even fully aggressive. They just zoned Fire Strays. And speaking of zoning, oh my God, Fire Strays got caught off guard there.
Once again, their spacing is being turned against them by Terra. Speaking of which, Terra's falling low. Can't quite afford to peek into this one.
I mean, Cody Christian used to watch my streams. The Teen Wolf actor. I know because he DMs me on Instagram when I was a 20 times smaller streamer and asked me why am I not live.
Prison, all right, not getting bailed out. Fire
And I'm
Strays,
like-
they need to react. They need to counter.
Okay, one inside. This is going to be level 1 Croak. Road focus fire coming through from Fire Strays to try and turn this
The
one
voice
around.
actor of Cloud as well from Final Fantasy remakes. The new one. Not the old one, obviously.
Going to save their own life using the end song Inferno, but can't make any direct impacts happen, and so it's a little bit less.
Yeah, I was chilling and he DMs me on Instagram and he's like, why aren't you live? I was like, bro. And turns out what he does, what he used to do was get high and watch my Overwatch streams at night. And he's even gifted me subs. I just never knew it was fucking Cody Christian.
And Blackso sets up that fight perfectly with the Groot walls. You were able to kind of push Terra out of this fight just based off of that. A lot
So
less
funny.
damage comes out of Na'Vi, and Fire Strays throughout the Apex Predator. And
He even
plus,
watched me
that's all
play
you need to
Pow
do
World.
is sustain and retaliate. And I love that out of Fire Strays. Strangling Prison up next with not a strat ultimate to spare for Na'Vi. And there's the initiative.
Oh, once again, an early go sign. This time, Blackso gets a little bit more value off it, but trust me, still add that iron.
No, I'm not going pro in the rivals. I do want to get champion in Overwatch though, and Eternus in Deadlock, but I don't know when that's gonna happen.
Strangling Prison on the high ground. Okay,
Might be
Na'Vi
grinding
is
next
gonna
week
try to
though.
jump
I don't
scare
think
them.
rivals drops are gonna be that massive. We'll see. Maybe I'll just play a bunch of rivals.
Binary's overextending again. He does get bailed
Before I
out.
leave for
Fire
New
Strays
York.
are down to Clown, but I need to actually get back and
What is
heal
Sabrina
back
main?
up. This is scary. Na'Vi are pushing them down.
Momentary heal wall.
Yeah, I do want to hit Eternus in Deadlock for sure. I should play some Deadlock next week. Drops will not be big this week, bro. New York is hot as fuck. It's gonna get hotter when I arrive. Do I care about the new mods? I'll be honest. I'm just a competitive goblin. I just play comp. I like casual game
Na'Vi
modes.
are gonna fight through it with an eternal bond.
I like my roguelikes. I just don't like it when things don't have risk. I just can't lock in.
The backline falls apart, but Sloppo's in your backline as well, and Sloppo just there and manages
I need
to
something to
get away
lose.
while the Kumiho is being unleashed by Damon. Vulnerability applied onto it.
Gambit drop start this week too. I guess so, but like, yeah. Gambit drops and new drops. Still, the drops are lackluster. I feel like Overwatch is like hard mogging us in terms of drops, and I feel like it's a little bit upsetting because I feel like we can definitely
the back of all of these
do better.
from the final
Because
hits too.
Overwatch is a fun game.
Watching the desperate escapes from the portal.
Don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's like that vastly different to Rivals in the sense that I still don't like a lot of the balancing choices Overwatch does, and I don't think people do as well, but they do pretty good with Twitch integrations. I think we're missing out on those. 20 years of Overwatch streams to get one loot box? Yeah, but it's beneficiary for the streamers. At the end of the day, like, that would go pretty hard for Rivals. Maybe not 20 hours, but like 10 hours to get like a cool skin or units in game. Like, if there was like a lattice drops, like for 200 lattice or something even, that would genuinely give us like 100,000 viewers. Like, everybody would be streaming Rivals.
Inside of this corridor, it's a free flight for Terra, and well, the remainder of Fire Street just have to reset on the cart. They can't afford to lose any more.
Like even Ninja would come back and Tim would come back. Like, they don't even need to pay them.
Seeing if you can just catch Na'Vi lacking.
They never do lattice. They only ever do units. We've never had units drops now.
Off of these surprises, but Na'Vi, they watched it all happen. A big terror cape came out.
200 lattice isn't that much. It's more useful than fucking
to get a big time bank here.
purple reskin of X character for the 70th time. Yeah, the Gambit is getting so much value this game.
A momentary caesura. Because trust me, as they lay down the strangling prison onto one member of Fire Strays.
Here is the things I want for the future of Rivals. I need Rivals to give us reworks for certain characters. Phoenix is bugged out, but I know if you can see it. Look at this. Rework some old ass characters because genuinely their kits are so stupid now. They just need to rework them, and they need to make drops better, and they need to allow custom game settings, bro. Didn't they give units for Christmas? Oh, maybe. Maybe you're right.
When it came down to the extra round,
but
don't always look at the time banks and sign off from there.
Yeah, we need some casual game modes.
We'll have to see just
like we need custom game options. That would open up so much content.
Blank if Fire Strays had played first better. Getting only one fight at a first point midtown.
Custom games would do so well. I don't know why we don't have them yet. I guess it took quite some time for Overwatch to do it as well.
Doing too many disengagements. I would love to see Fire Strays on their second defense actually commit to a couple more fights and maybe get 2 fights.
I mean, the fact that the player base peaked during Deadpool release, it just means there's sauce. There's still sauce. A lot of people know about the game. They just need to make some good changes.
And if you can get rid of him,
custom games in Overwatch, you can customize like a bunch of stuff. You can change up everybody's HP. You can change up like you can buff people. You can customize your own games. You can make your own mini games.
As much of the straddle charge as you can off of this thing.
Good Twitch drops would let the player base skyrocket. It's less than letting this player base skyrocket. I don't think it affects it too much, but it would give them a lot of ads for free. You know what I mean? Like, it's such a good way to advertise your game. Like Overwatch, new seasons would be getting 10 times less exposure if they were in like these ridiculous drops. And again, I'm not flaming them. I'm saying they're making the right thing. It's just free exposure. You don't have to even pay anybody. Like even Tim the Tatman is streaming Overwatch.
And here comes the end song Inferno, and they
what are your thoughts and concerns with the new CC system?
Yeah, it's close, but who's going to be there to catch them?
Oh, this is cooked.
But it's a nightmare that's given over to
yeah, it's over.
The remainder can't make
honestly, Fire Strays played pretty well this series.
Very easy win condition before them.
I think it's bad. Like it's just triggered by a bunch of stuff.
That we thought was going to happen from
it's getting triggered by every single small CC, and I don't like it.
An ironclad defense, playing around their ironwood walls, marking Demon
Rogue is
on
so
the
awful.
flanks with the Wolverine, being very predictable in that case, having Terra on the high ground, pretty much untouchable, while Fire Strays were playing more of, okay, let's scale binary, get the Deadpool ult as fast as possible, and see if we can have early win conditions, but no high ground pressure meant that Terra was free flowing. He was in that flow state, and he really
They're gonna
has
change
reached
it
that
before
point.
release
You have
100%.
3 minutes for this attack. You only need to win 1 fight, and you're gonna get
Wow.
several ult cycles out
There's
of
less
those
than
3
24
minutes.
hours,
It's
so
probably only gonna take 1. So best of luck to Fire Strays.
let's see.
Na'Vi are looking to close it out.
This would be a monumental.
There's 1 day. There's less than 1 day. New season comes out like 1 p.m. my time.
So we'll have to see. If
Or
that's
two.
really the
You
case.
also just not even need the ultimates. You could just run a triple Vanguard if you're Na'Vi. We've seen that before. If they just wanted to run Rajaro Thing down the lane and kind of force Fire Strays off the objective and out of the way. They could almost just win without eliminations if they really
What
wanted
would
to.
my
That's
version
how
of the
threatening
CC
Na'Vi can
changes
be
look
in these
like?
neutrals.
I would nerf CC in the game, but like I wouldn't even add that system. I said it before, but I don't think CC is that big of a problem. It's annoying, but dive still gets so much value even though there's so much CC. Like, what's the point? Like, Venom gets so much value even. Like, the thing is, the game has so many inflated numbers that it's based around the fact that, hey, Venom doesn't have a shield. He doesn't have a way to cleanse CC. But at the end of the day, he has so much HP and shields, he can survive most of the time. And also, it doesn't deal with the biggest issue, which is like command grabs, I guess you can say. Like Emma grab, Elsa grab, Rogue grab. Those are the most annoying ones that people hate.
Big congratulations to Na'Vi. They don't do it in a sweep, but they do it in commanding fashion there at the end. And good choice of the Moon Knight. Once you get the ult, there's no one contesting that. And when you're in one fight, basically zoning territory, that was huge. The respawn advantage is massive for the attackers as well. Terra with another MVP performance. And once this guy peaks, there's
I'm not
just no
professional, but
stopping. You
nerfing
have to
CC
throw the
individually, I
whole
think, is a better
army out of
approach.
to try
Yeah,
and
for
stop
sure.
a
It's
guy
like
Terra. Almost
it's like if I'm playing
50,000
Street
damage
Fighter
going into extra innings
and
with
I don't know what's the
20
state
final
right now,
hits.
but imagine
This
like
guy
a
is
few
no
characters
joke.
are
And the way he could play Elsa, Phoenix,
are like
Stronghold, whatever that's
can apply too
demanded,
much pressure
he
without
will
having
deliver
too many moments to
consistently.
punish them, and instead of nerfing those characters, you instead add it so that if you block 6 punches in a row, you become immune to damage. You know what I mean? Like, you become immune to damage for like 1 second, and it's like just nerf the characters, like just change the stuns.
Getting onto third, either they just kept going into the aimbot Terra down mid. I would have liked to have seen them
Or
get
what?
some,
It's more like maybe if you take 3 grabs in a row
charge and so many sparks.
and you don't tech a single one, the
was
4th
off
grab
his
won't
game
won't
today.
be
I know
affected. You can't be grabbed the
strategist
4th
and
time.
duelist,
I
but
think that's a
Marco
better
delivering,
example.
it has to be an insta swap, and
If you don't
he
tech
has this particular
3
style
grabs, the
that
4th
can be
grab will just not
predictable,
work.
and I think just the triple strategist has been what worked so well for
How they win
Fire
without
Street,
triple
because
support?
Swappo could rival talents
Both
of-
teams
of
play
Terra
triple
with
support.
his own mechanics, and
Why am I being
being on
rage
the
baited by you guys
one-sided
today?
Elsa was huge for Swappo, but Fire Strays needed to fire on every single one of their cylinders to try and punch Na'Vi in the gut, and it was competitive.
All right, let's welcome Vodable back in here to break down the series.
Hello,
That
Vodable.
one was fun to watch, bud.
Yeah, it was fun to watch, and it reminded everyone that Terra is still Thanos. We saw it happen. The 2 MVPs on the hit scan with the Phoenix. Yes, you might not give them the Elsa. It does not matter because they still have all the accuracy to boot and are able to lock in. And that's
Guys,
what we
get
saw,
ready to
not
bet
just from
all of
Terra,
your
but the
savings
entire
on,
team. Like, trust me, at the start, especially when Fire Strays were pushing on attack, it felt kind of lost a little bit. Then
On,
move towards the group. Rajaro, of course, was just consistent throughout all
on
of it.
VP.
In the back line, great work. Jerky, I would say.
I don't want to block
love
their
the
faces.
adaptability that we've been seeing, right? Swapping into the triple strategist when needed, going into
But I do
Moon
want to
Knight
queue up
towards the end
chests
here
while
just to
waiting.
secure the victory 100%. This flexibility is what was missing, it felt like, Lemon, from Na'Vi in the first couple of weeks, and now they've come to show this is what to expect from them from here on out.
Yeah, Jerky fills those shoes so well. Whatever is demanded of him, he will deliver. If it's the double duelist doesn't work out, pocket Terra, like he'll accept that and do whatever it takes to win, including even a triple Vanguard setup from Na'Vi. They brought out so many different looks today to the point where it made us nervous that it's like, okay, how deep into the strat book are we going? Is this this panic? Is this predetermined? And yeah, Museum of Contemplation didn't go their way. It was like a 4-minute defense from Fire Strays, so that was a tough one. But Na'Vi, I mean,
How
they
do I
pulled
enable
through. I
pre-move?
like
I
that
think
when
I can
push came to
pre-move
shove, like they stood up
on
taller
my
and stood up straighter instead of kind of crumbling under that
on
pressure,
my
and that was the
phone,
big
but I
question going
cannot
to playoffs
pre-move
for Na'Vi.
on.
Leg day, I feel like if this was a best of 3, we could have seen Fire Strays come out with the
Ah,
victory.
I
This
did
seems
it.
to be more of the benefit for these teams who have the history together, have
I got
played
it.
throughout these kind of competitions, and show the experience of, okay, you know, as the series progresses, we know what to target.
I'm sorry, Vaultable.
What does Fire Strays need to do in the lower bracket now to take some of that experience that they got from this series into their next one?
I'd love to see continual protection of the Elsa. I think Sloppo does have the talent on that hero to make things work. Maybe not the generational talent that Terra is. Terra's kind of like a once in a generation. Their defenses, like I gotta keep harping on it, giving up Midtown in one fight.
I fumbled my queen and he didn't take it.
In terms of your defenses, you need to burn the time bank there because if
That's
they
so
had held
fucking
it,
funny.
even if they just lost 2 fights, like they would have burned more ultimates.
Both as Gambit declined.
High ground controllers easily.
That's so good.
And we would have seen a much tighter time bank for Na'Vi as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. I felt like Na'Vi, they had their W key like bound down, taped down on Museum of Contemplation. I was worried about if that over-aggression would ever bite them in the behind. And then Na'Vi went to like a full stall comp into extra innings. So I think Na'Vi are capable of slowing things down. Find that balance. And he spoke about Audible. What does Fire Strays have to do in the lower bracket? Well, they're facing the loser of Peps versus Virtus Pro. So I think they would rather face Peps in that moment. So they're going to be watching this next match very carefully to study up for their next match.
Speaking of like these next matches that are coming up, Na'Vi after this performance having to play against Virtus Pro, likely if Peps don't get the upset on the other side of things. After kind of the shakiness from this leg day, how do they lock in even more so against the team you have to basically play perfect against?
I feel like Na'Vi, they're just going to learn to trust each other. Like, the more that they can rebound from bad situations, the more the trust builds in this roster, right? Like, Terra's a little bit newer here, very, very vocal guy, used to being a leader, used to getting all the resources. And as Na'Vi, like, start to see rewards get paid from that investment into
The Bulgarian Gambit.
It wasn't their previous style. They were never like a, we dump everything into one duelist style team. Like, when they see the rewards that they get for, like, accumulating some of that 100 Thieves kind of style into their overall more aggressive diving flavor, I think that Na'Vi, they're going to go from strength to strength as they realize,
I love this. It's so funny. It's so
we'll
good.
be hearing from Terra in mere moments when we get this interview going as well. And actually, as I say that, the man of the hour is here, Mr. MVP himself, the Canadian assassin that we saw on the ropes here against this Fire Strays roster. Welcome in, Terra. Touted as the best duelist in North America, now moving across the pond to Europe. How is the new flat with Trust Me treating you so far?
It's been treating me really well. I just kind of don't go out. I'm like locked in the attic, I'd say.
You look like you've gone through it, but hey, it was successful in the end. Talk to me about Museum of Contemplation. I can't believe like 4-minute defense from Fire Strays got to y'all. What happened there? Why didn't it work out?
I mean, we rolled them with 4 minutes, and then we stopped doing the same thing. Then rolled them with 4 minutes. And we changed the game plan when we don't want to just do that. So I mean, that's the only thing that we messed up on. People have like a different game plan when the game plan that we used for 4 minutes just got thrown out the window, I suppose.
Oh.
I mean, any character is just terrible compared to Phoenix. I mean Elsa.
Oh, I think I'm done.
Getting gutted, so like it's just gonna be more impressive triple support, but you just kind of have to find a way. It's like not.
Bro, Terra looks like he hasn't left the basement. Poor Terra, bro. What is Trust Me doing to him?
Or even like a non-pocket Elsa is like doable, but like if they just have any resources for their Elsa, it just kind of becomes unplayable. You just have to like never peek the guy ever. I never peek supports. Just take outrageous off angles, I suppose.
And
My next question is going to be further down the bracket. So that's the first match. This was very exciting. We got to see you peak and get all these MVPs. But now you have to face like some of the teams in the other groups. If VP win against Peps, that'll be your next opponent. So what do you think about your match against VP potentially?
I mean, the VP match is going to be good. I mean, at the end of the day, we both all taken maps off each other, scripts and all that stuff like that. They can say it, we can say it. It's just whoever shows up on match day and whoever wants it more. At the end of the day, we both know each other.
Chicka bow bow.
People and different teams and all that stuff. We all know each result can go either way.
Talking about that and what we saw.
I actually
from
don't know
the
what
group
to
stage
do
now
here.
going
I can do
into the
this.
playoffs, has the prep for you guys
Can do
changed at all
this.
going into this stage of the competition, where it feels like
And
as a
then
team for
I
the most
can
part, there's been
do-
more synergy
I'm
than we
gonna do
saw in that group.
This.
I'd
And
say
then
so,
he's
yeah.
gonna check
I mean,
me.
Group stage is kind of like
And then
whatever
he's gonna
half the
do
time.
that, and I
You
don't really
lose
care.
anything,
And
you
he's
don't
gonna
gain
do
anything
that,
in
and then I'm
playoffs,
gonna do
so,
this,
if you lose a match,
and then I'm gonna
it's
do
like
that,
whatever. Not really
and
an
oh,
upset, but
and
people
I'm gonna do
call it
that,
whatever.
and then I'm gonna do
But
that,
if
and
you
then I'm gonna do
qualify, you
this, I'm
qualify.
gonna do this, I'm gonna do
Benefit
that,
is when
I'm gonna do
everything
that,
matters, so, yeah, I
and
think
then
it's
he's gonna do
taken it way
that, I'm
more
gonna do
serious
that, I'm
than
gonna do that, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do that, and I win.
Speaking of that too, Tara, final question for you here. Any words that you have to the fans or the
Hey, listen, I
doubters
just need
out
more
there,
more
the floor is
practice.
yours.
I mean, anything can happen in this meta. This is like one of the metas that like.
It's not random bullshit. Go watch
just
this.
Anything happen. It's just triple support stall, and you have to play the game perfectly with all cycles. So anyone can lose a map, and it's just only gonna get not changed next patch. So I mean, it's gonna be the exact same thing of who can play the game more perfect.
Well, we hope to see some more perfect play because that's what we witnessed from you today. Thank you, Tara, for joining us. Enjoy your break and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, thank you.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-bow. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bow.
I'm personally hoping that, trust me, like, you know, let's go on a team dinner, you know? Like, apparently we're not going to get that very much.
Yeah, at least get him out of the attic.
We need a free-range terror. Get that boy some vitamin D.
Rose Dub has the high ground. He's trying
Tell me
to,
I'm
you know,
not a
get the
fucking
essence of the
genius.
Phoenix, just in like some sort of roost in the flat itself. I don't know. Either way, it seemed like the
You know, I just
pressure
needed
is
to warm
on
up.
for all these teams, right? He said it himself. You have to play perfect in this meta. So there's a
Tell
lot
me
to look
I'm not
forward
born to
but
play.
We do have one final series for EMEA. It's Virtus Pro, the world champions, facing off against Team Peps after this.
Worst player ever is asking for a rematch. Nah, bro. Lock in. That was a textbook game. Thank you, man. Thank you. I do have the seed of greatness. Did you see that Royal Caribbean Cruises lost 3% of their stock value after canceling the Super Cruise? They've dropped 9% in the past 5 days. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, whoa, whoa. What the fuck? Ba 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 ba. Na 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 na. Do 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 do.
Penny Parker.
Do 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 the horse, the horse, the horse, the horse, the horse. The horses, the horses, the horses. Oh, what the fuck was that play? Well, I'm so flabbergasted, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, check. We just keep checking this guy.
I feel like Magneto the 9 to 5 solo Vanguard that is out there, right? Like, you clock in, you clock out, it's hard work, and unfortunately it is, you don't get thanked for it very often, but you have to do it if you are showing up for your team. Maybe not as much this season in the pro scene, but definitely when you're playing ranked. I've played Magneto as a solo
What do you think
Vanguard
about the
4 times
100
and I
Thieves
think
signing?
now
What
I
is it?
correctly
Is it
don't
Spark
think
Chief?
Gaskin's still going. We move on. Rogue. Emma Frost. The Thing. Gaskin, you believe that Doctor Strange is the best?
I'm almost at
solo
rank up.
Vanguard?
I think he is. I think whenever, well, I have a solo Vanguard a lot because no one ever wants to do it in my ranked games. But
We're all here with you.
I just think Strange is the solo Vanguard. I think if you're struggling, if everyone's playing duelist in ranked games, you just need to go onto a Strange. I think Magneto is a great shout. I just think that having the portal as well just seems to make Strange that little bit better as a solo Vanguard for me. He just adds a little bit of extra, little bit of flair. So yeah, I'll go for Strange.
There's also the argument of playmaking with the Eye Nakamoto versus Reject. Black Cat. TSM. N1 Hex.
Oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm not in trouble. I'm locked in.
Sentinels.
Ooh, very interesting. And you just lost your Chungus and you can't trade, and then I can do this.
I think Heretics beat him outright, but Sentinels would have been
Very
a
good
closer
play
one. I was
by
like,
you, my beloved.
I don't know where the 100 Thieves. I think 100 Thieves are in a very strange spot where they certainly know what they want to do and what they want to achieve in the game, but at the moment they are just getting outplayed in certain areas. And I do think them versus Sen would be a great game. Them versus Heretics would be a very one-sided affair, I feel, and they might get a little bit stomped. But we'll see. 100 Thieves, maybe they'll surprise us. I'd love to be a 100 Thieves fanboy, but yeah, it looks.
I mean, would you say it's bronze 1 on my 850 elo on the other thing?
Man,
I mean, I'm
You have
850
the
on
break, and I have
10
the gear
minutes.
as well. It's okay. It's okay.
That's like
I'll
silver,
take a
no?
break whenever these two are casting. Either way, though, we have our final series of the day. It is going to be Virtus Pro, our current world champions, reigning in charge. Haven't lost a map since the one they did against Na'Vi, and now facing off against
Silver,
Pepsi,
thanks guys.
one
I
orc
think
who took the first ever
if
map
I go back to the
against
grind,
this
I can
team.
hit
They go to you on this one, I mean,
the 1K this
real
year.
history repeats
I haven't
itself.
grinded too much lately.
I mean, I'm not sure if I can make a compelling case that it would, but I mean, it's always a possibility. Like this.
Anyone above 600 elo is good. Magnus said I'm good at chess.
I'm not gonna lie
Mashallah,
to you. Virtus
Magnus.
Pro, in theory, should be walking away from this 3-0. I think.
Guys, it's Virtus Pro time.
EMEA is exploding.
Yeah.
They're doing a bit of a cosplay of Americas at that point, from what we've seen before. But Jen, specifically talking about players to look out here on Peps. We can talk all day about Virtus Pro. We've seen them. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about Virtus Pro. Never mind me on this one. Sparker, still the best duelist in the game
What the fuck?
for a reason. What makes them so good?
Well, they're just so flexible. They can run the triple Vanguard, the triple strat, have Sparker be solo, have Fi into the mix. Fi can flex to anything, and we've heard it in interviews. If you ask Fi to learn something, he'll do it in under 10 hours and be the best at it. Like, from anything from things that are very risky, like the Wolverine, and making it look easy, to just, again, enabling Sparker for success. And even Sparker has a laundry list of duelists that he can bring out, and the weakest we've seen VP is when you ban 3 duelists. Like, that's what kind of, I think, really hurt VP when they went up against Fire Strays. You have to see Sparker on the Punisher, which I'm starting to be a Punisher believer myself, but if he can even make Punisher look good, what can this team not do?
I think the big thing here too
No!
is like whenever they're forced in the
Oh!
gambit, they have a really good rogue player. Whenever they're forced, they have the Elsa available for some reason. Sparker is just unleashed.
Oh
but we
my
gotta talk about
fucking
this
God.
Pats team. Frankie Boxing, we've heard from the
Oh
most
my
in the
God.
interviews here leg day. The
I
most
just
improved,
watched my
I would
flash,
say. How does he
my
lead
eye,
this team
my
to
my life
potential
flashed
map
before
victory?
my eyes.
And Frankie Boxing is an exemplary
So
Angela player,
fucked.
also very good on the Thing, who we've seen a surprising amount of play on
I
today
actually.
thus far. I
Okay,
think
here's the
that
play.
Frankie Boxing is a good frontline leader for this team. And like, I imagine that we spent the last week probably learning a little bit more of that Vanguard Deadpool as well, which definitely seemed to be something that was missing from a Team Pep's roster. But if IMLK and Frankie Boxing have brought out the Vanguard Deadpool, but I don't think it looked like quite as like top tier as it does with other teams in their hands.
And Tara spoke in the interview. Sometimes a lot of these series is about who wants it more. And I feel like maybe VP are too used to winning. I don't know. But it's like Peps that also are trying to think about down the road, the future. Are they going to end up on different teams? This is going to be your best chance to really surprise everybody if you can make a team like Virtus Pro sweat. Like, yes, there's a lot of highlights around this Vanguard line, but someone like Pink has certainly stepped up, especially in the more range duelist
Actually,
department.
Giga
Like, he's
Mogged
bringing
him.
out more of the Phoenix than the Daredevil Wolverine.
Absolutely
I think the floor for
destroyed.
Peps can be quite low because of decision making. Sometimes they chase eliminations, or they're a little too aggressive at times that they shouldn't. So I really need Peps to be on the same page and locked in and not make any mistakes, because Virtus Pro will
You
punish
think
you.
Well, Virtus Pro.
Do you think
doesn't
Gotham
have
Chess
any
would be proud of
experience,
me
at least in preseason on this map, and Peps, it's the exact opposite. They've gone to every single sub map possible the both times that they have played it. Unfortunately, they lost the first time against Heretics, but they won the second time that we saw against Alter Esports to clutch their spot into these very same playoffs. Big difference though that we saw leg day. More of a prioritization towards that Mantis, and still also having Frankie on the Doctor Strange and Baby Bat on the Invisible Woman. Do we feel like this potential like triple strategist with 6 on the Ultron with
Navi
the,
won.
like Frankie Boxing, Strange, Invisible Woman, Baby Bat might be the play here for all the damage possible for this team, or is there like a different
I mean,
strategy that might
I
be
don't
here?
think there's a
I think
chance
that
Peps
that
can
is
win
a-
this. I'm not
is a
gonna lie.
respectful Invisible Woman player, and really goes well with Frankie Boxing to try and get value out of that Doctor Strange team up. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Team Peps run that triple strategist.
Well, we'll have to see if Team Peps can be the team to take the first map against Virtus Pro one more time in history, or if VP will continue their reign of terror through the preseason, undefeated and looking to sweep with a 3-0 finish. We'll see how it goes on Burn T'Challa.
Perfection demanded, and Virtus Pro, we expect big things from our reigning champions, and presumably the best team in EMEA, but we've seen from Rad's defeat that Group B might not have been the most difficult group, Lemon.
Yeah,
What
and
do
it
you
was
mean?
interesting because
Best
when I
team
looked at
in
Peps initially,
EMEA.
like, 6 looked like the
Best
most
team in
mechanical
the
player on
fucking
this team. Was
world.
incredible on the Phoenix, and just any character delivering massive amounts of damage. Pink seemed to be specializing in these kind
Undisputed
of melee dive
champions.
characters, whether it's
Winners.
Psylocke or Wolverine,
First
or
place in
Daredevil.
every single
and
tournament
that's
except
where, you know,
one.
melee characters are going to be the most punishable.
They have
type. But now
Zype,
this team is shifting
rank
towards
1
really
player,
supporting Pink
multiple
and all of
times.
their ideas, and 6 even
Undefeatable
taking a backseat, being that
Goliaths.
third strategist.
Look at
'cause
this.
6 probably has that more expansive
Liquipedia,
hero pool compared to Pink.
Ver-
So
VP
been liking
Marvel
kind of the evolution
Rivals.
of this Peps roster.
All right, looks like it might be the one-sided
Watch
gambit
this.
here. 14
Watch
Peps,
this.
I wouldn't mind seeing
If
that.
you
Well,
don't
no,
vote
never
for
mind,
this
they've pivoted
team, you
over
are
onto
throwing your
Mantis, is what
predictions.
Volleyball was bringing up.
Look at this.
Protoss is a very,
Never,
very
never
Mantis player. I
have
think
they
one of our
ever
better individual
placed
Mantises we
anything
have in
below
EMEA
third
definitely has been a standout on
place,
Team Peps
bro.
thus far.
First
But when
place,
you're
first
going
place,
up
first
against
place, third,
probably
first,
Sparker on the Elsa, you're gonna need a lot of healing.
And yeah,
Lock
you may.
in.
I think Peps have that identity around the Angela, why they've looked so strong on domination because of that. But Virtus Pro, now that you know that that's on the menu, there are so many counters to Angela.
I
even
know
just
how to
starting
remove
at the
the
strat line,
counter.
anything from a White Fox Luna is gonna ruin Frankie's life to anything else in between that could tackle or even isolate the Angela. And as long as you have eyes in your face, you could also
this.
just see the Angela coming. And Virtus Pro are a very aware team.
I wouldn't mind seeing a counter protect here onto the Vanguard Deadpool from Virtus Pro. Just make sure that Jojo has everything they need.
Ult
for
R?
Jeff to have that
I'm
additional
scared, bro. I'm just gonna shut down my
viability. I
PC.
like the pivot onto the ban here for the Ultron. Just making sure there's no double damage boost onto whatever avatar of destruction that Team Peps decide to put one of their duelists on. That would likely be probably
Why is the dwarf
6
still on the floor?
on the Phoenix or Pink on the Human Torch. I have played a very aerial comp previously.
Mr.
on
Mishmar Glorp?
The on Celestial Husk, but I'm not sure
Watch
if
this.
Burning T'Challa is quite as accommodating for such compositions.
And I think even Virtus Pro said in their interviews that like domination is so centered around the first fight, and if it's a triple strat team that's winning that first fight, it is so hard to take it away from them. So just really focusing a lot of these bans on the strategists to make this line as weak as it can, and to maybe persuade teams to running more of the 2-2-2 is always great. But Virtus Pro now have the Daredevil for Phi
Spark
and
has
also for
Elsa?
Sparker. It's almost GG already. Like,
Yeah, the alternative is Zypion
She's
Gambit.
She's right.
Teams like banning every support against
this
VP.
whole time like that.
Two champion Widows and Peps.
I think Team Peps, they definitely have something to work with here. We might even see this Primal...
Dread Road, Mr. Fan.
We did actually get some good value in our previous Museum of Contemplation in our previous matchup, so it's not off the table in particular. I'd love to see Frankie Boxing roll out here with a... maybe with a Magneto? I'm not sure if it's going to be an early portal here for Team Peps. I'd assume that's going to be the choice.
I don't love Angela on this, except
I
maybe,
do
like,
have the
Golden Balls
angle
is
downwards on my
storage.
camera, but I don't have a
It's such an
choice.
open part of the map, and
My monitor's
you
big.
kinda need something that can
Like
have
I don't get
presence
streamers that
front
have
line,
like the
especially when
camera
running
be towards their eyes. Like
running
I don't get
Angela
how they do that.
and
Makes no
Elsa.
sense.
We've seen in previous
I also
series
don't want to
how
have my
difficult that
monitors on the
is.
side.
And Frankie was able to put up like 30,000 damage on Doctor Strange in his last match, so this is a very strong secondary form. But they don't have the invis, and not having that team up really
Tripods.
sucks.
Yes, they're going to be relying on the massive amount of healing you can get out of that Cloak and Dagger Loki combination.
Do you think my camera is floating?
Seems to be a little bit out of time. Virtus Pro have already cleared their
The
way through it
tripod,
using the speed boost.
like there's still a monitor there, bro.
Now just trying to take shelter, but these walls are pretty much as thin as paper.
What do you
so
think
not a
my
safe
camera
space.
is on?
Virtus Pro already putting the pressure on, and then Sparker with first blood.
Yep, Protoss the first to fall.
The only way I can have my camera be at my eyesight is if my monitor is down low, which I don't want to do because my neck hurts. So I keep it high.
And Virtus Pro
So
and
that's
Domination
healthier.
are so relentless. Winning that first fight is very important as well, but last time I saw Virtus Pro, and even something like Krakoa, when Nevix is on Venom, as soon as they pounce, the whole team is on the same page.
If Virtus
It's
Pro
like they
loses
don't
this,
even
I'm
have to
shaving
speak.
my
Like,
my
they're just
chungus.
synchronized mentally. Virtus Pro, they've done this for years, from even beyond Marvel Rivals, so it's going to take the best to beat the best. And Team Peps now have Frankie
What
on
they ban?
Angela,
They
which
banned
is
Elsa
not ideal,
and
but it's an opportunity creator
nope,
if you can catch
I'm
Virtus
wrong.
Pro
They
not
banned
looking
Gambit
and even getting Psyche
and
off
Mantis
high ground
and
would be ideal
Ultron
too.
Sonic pursuit
and
on top
Invis.
of Protoss. Fire ready to roll on down, and once again, Protoss is just instantly annihilated the second that anything happens. Yeah, Nevix has been taken off the point here by Pink, but you know what? Pink's going to go down with them. Fire's already ready for yet another engage, looking towards the back. IMLK just his back to the cliff, looking cinematic as ever, but unfortunately, it's just a reset.
Does Virtus Pro have any
I just like that
subs?
Team
Like,
Peps
what
tried to
happens
take
if
the
one of
fight
them
at
like
that perimeter when you have
forgets
double
to pay
shots,
their
you have
electricity
Angela,
bill?
and you did have Wolverine, but they kind of were the victim of their own game plan. Now it's over 60% from Virtus Pro, and not
Damn.
even, I think, even needing to use ultimates yet. Team Peps are cycling to different things. Daredevil from Pink just trying to battle out. But can you even access the backline of Virtus Pro? They're the ones who are just engaging into you, so it's hard for Peps to counter when they really have to stick to peeling. And 6 is on the Psylocke, so a lot of different choices. Team
Imagine
Peps
the
have
aura though
played
if they
this
win
before.
5v6.
Now they're trying to get all the way around Virtus Pro, who are tracking them very carefully.
Oh, Team Peps have actually, they used their Jeff team up early to give everyone a little bit of extra HP. Virtus Pro decided not to engage on those more tanky players, and oh, this is going to be difficult to survive if you happen to be 6. You just got to get inside of the Eternal Bond, but they've set up on the point for now. Fire's been taken up by Protoss after having bitten off a little more than they could chew. Fincy keeping this point contested on the outside, doesn't have their pull in your area anymore, and so is forced to disengage. Going to be a flip in favor of Team Peps. Virtus.pro give that one up with a couple of ultimates to try and play with. The Feast of the Abyss doesn't get too much off the back of it. Now Drijo coming in with the It's Jeff. There's no healing here for IMLK. Six just going to try and instantly eviscerate Drijo with the Dance of a Butterfly. It's the perfect way to use the ultimate. It's well managed here by Team Peps, but now can you let the devil out? Pink is taken inside of their own Jeff for a moment as Protoss tries to kick them in relative safety from a dive that Virtus.pro are ready to proth her over, but now with the point flipped, Team Peps are all hands on deck moving towards the backside.
I like how they swapped the camera just as Frankie Boxing was getting a kill. Sparker, my boy, I need you stop destroying their hopes and dreams.
Frankie Boxing stands on business within the Heavens.
No, the tournament will not be played in the new patch because they don't have time to practice. So it's gonna be played on this patch.
Just has to try and rely on the Jeff to stand here and face the doom that Team
Virtus Pro.
Towards them.
Oh, and now another portal, Team Peps. I mean, they're running out of gas, and the best case scenario is building up ults for the next round. What is that, 100
It's
to
weird when they
very
call the
dominant
ults
from
the actual
Virtus.pro.
names.
And I think it's very hard
think
for
it's
Team
chill.
Peps to lock down just how fluid this Virtus.pro team is. A lot of focus goes into Nevix.
I get to
tosses
learn a lot of
Symbiotic
the ult
Resilience
names.
at the perfect time, and in the blink of an eye, he's just gone. So it's so hard, and you want to chase that down. You want to run Virtus.pro down when they're escaping because you think they're weak. You think there's fear in their eyes, and what's waiting for you is an Apex Predator courtesy
Some
of
of the names are
Sparker,
cool.
the best Elsa in the world. So it's very tough to have this push and pull with Team Peps when there's such a strong backline to a Virtus.pro. And you got to appreciate all the different swaps that Team Peps have done. It also sets them behind on the ult economy, which, speaking of which, pretty even going into Warrior Falls here, but Nevix being so close to the Feast of the Abyss, that's going to get people so low for Fi to finish off.
Okay, I don't mind the baby bat swap here to the White Fox to try and counteract some of this fast dive that's coming through from Virtus.pro. Team Peps have made themselves a little bit more elusive when it comes to these early fights where the Loki was getting constantly ganked early on.
First fight important, Virtus.pro. Not very
You
low
can put
ceilings
the
for the
camera
Venom. We'll see
lower
if
by
Nevix has
placing
fun
it
and Fi
between the
unleashes.
monitors.
Oh yeah, the Devil's being let out towards the
This
back.
is how
Take out
big
the
my
counter
monitor
here.
is.
Can you double blind Matt Murdock? The questions that Science is afraid to answer.
If I put it in between the monitors, I need to look like this. I don't want to do that. You understand? My monitor is big. Like, I still can't look directly at the camera
And
while
Nevix
playing.
was like tickling the backline, and maybe it doesn't result in eliminations,
Like,
but it
it's this
forces
big.
out cooldowns, and he got even frozen. But it gets the Team Peps backline attention towards Nevix and not
It's
the rest
dual
of the
ones?
team.
No,
And
it's just a
so
big
much health to
monitor.
chunk through along with that symbiotic
doing dual
resilience,
ones.
and Fi
It's one
staggers
monitor.
out Pink. What a hunt down!
On top of Sparker, they need to try and shut down this Elsa, but here come the shenanigans from Jeff, giving over extra bonus health to that backline. The Apex Predator sends Frankie Boxing towards a briny grave, and indeed he will be filling it from 6 feet under. 6 inside of a healing pool given over by It's Jeff. Can there be a counterplay here coming through from
I'm gonna buy
Protoss?
like
Seems like
small
there's
ass
a couple
monitor
of
just so I
players who
can
might well be
have my
caught
chungus.
inside. Is there going to be enough room though to
Try and
try
solve this puzzle?
punish this one is the question.
Unsolvable,
Next to the
bro.
White Fox,
Like,
Fi feeling
unsolvable. I was gonna say
undeterred by the
Pandora's
drawn-out
box, but
claws
that's
of
not a puzzle.
Of the Kumiho herself and Sparker make sure that IMOK will not be reporting any survivors.
Stop
This
complaining
fight
about
already
someone's
didn't start
setup.
off on a
I
good
mean,
foot for
nobody's
Peps when you lost
complaining.
Pink so
I just
early.
said
You also
like
have 2 Vanguards are not their most
I
comfortable
like I
heroes.
can't do anything
I
about
mean,
my camera being
Team
high
Peps
up.
in general just don't run a lot of Venom dive, and Frankie Boxing not a ton of Van pool. But they're gonna do their best to just try and work
Dridro.
around each other's comforts. And
I wish that
Virtus.pro
would have
now
killed
has its
Dridro.
Jeff, and on a map like this, if you
How
take the
else
fight
not
towards
banned?
the point, there's a very nice environmental cliff to throw everybody off of. And if things get bad, Saipe's always there.
Inside of a fog, Matt Murdock sees everything, and Protoss did not have to re-engage with little in the way of HP, and instead they're just going to try and go up against their counterpart, chasing Pink out in a 2 versus 1. It's not exactly fair, but when did Matthew Murdock ever play fair? Fi takes him out with a Devil's Chain, moving over now towards Frankie Boxing, not scared of the HP pool of the Vanguards. Is ready to... Nevix just like, you know what, I think he's got that one. I'm just going to take a little breather over here.
Pink has been isolated so many times. This is about to be 100-0, barring Pink portal in time. One last second touch, and we'll talk about that later.
No,
Can
the
they
thing
make
is,
the 0
Shine,
to 100 comeback?
whenever Elsa is not, whenever Elsa is banned and Gambit is not banned, people are like, why is Gambit not banned? Like,
The Vanguards have been sent down to see if the T'Challa's still down there. And
I mean, it's,
oh my
that's a
goodness,
GG, just wrap it up.
Through the portal? Oh it? They're already gone.
Wow. Well, that's a Virtus Pro map for you. 100-0 on Warrior Falls. Only 6 Warriors remain on the orange side. And it's the season for the Polar Bears. I think just mistakes
Banding
on the
system
Pep
sucks,
side.
make it, like,
Obviously, you're
comp.
not confident being on
No.
your best heroes. Pink also kept disengaging away from his team. He went towards health packs instead of a strategist. And you know Virtus Pro are not going to let you go tell Cersei it was you. Like, Pink was a victim initially in so many of these fights. And the best looks from Peps have been when they work around Pink. But Pink also needs to work around his team. 9 deaths, that's just how much he was hunted down. And Fi is going to be a top daredevil to try and
Tough.
mirror against. Only 1 death from his side and 7 deaths in total from Virtus Pro. This is them not missing a beat in playoffs.
I mean, Virtus Pro are just so hard.
I
to
mean, I'm gonna say
play
something,
and
but
ban
like
against,
they
right?
need to
Like,
start
you're
nerfing some
probably in the
characters.
chat with your
Like
pushing
Mantis
fans
needs
of,
to
you
get
know,
gutted.
why
I'm
would you let
sorry.
Sparker play Elsa? What's the
Like
alternative?
this character has been so OP in pro play for a while. Like they need to change her up a bit. And then
Yeah, it's like
Gambit
you
needs to
wanna
get
go up
nerfed.
against
Elsa's
good
getting
teams,
nerfed,
play
thankfully.
around
There's
the
too many OP
Gambit,
characters, so
or
now
wanna
every
go to
like
Chad
every ban
Elsa. And
phase isn't that
surprisingly,
interesting.
that is a very
Mantis mains are
good
gonna cry. I don't
and
fucking
not
care.
surprisingly, but yeah,
It's
you
time
would
for you guys to
rather
realize that
face
your
a
characters are
Gambit, you
strong.
would think,
Time to
but
grow up.
something slips through the cracks,
Mantis
and
is in a weird
Team
spot
Peps are
where
not
she's
just
horrible with
playing
double
for
support, but
staying in
then
the
if you
upper
play it
bracket,
properly,
but
she's
to
broken.
really set themselves up for the future, because this is not going to affect your chances into getting stage 1, but this does affect your chances into maybe getting recruited to another team, or if your team even stays together. And
I
it's
mean,
about
what's the
being
alternative? You
resilient
make her
as a
heal
team,
more and
even
do
when
less
Virtus Pro
damage?
punches you in the jaw.
I'd love to see
Then she
Team
becomes
Peps
another
lean potentially into the Gambit.
another
Protect.
heal
I
slope
don't think
character.
they got any use out of the Mantis first protect. Like, if
You
you're
can't
gonna
balance
play
heroes
that
based on
Mantis
pro
first
play,
protect,
yes.
that is a
What is the alternative? I'm
very
gonna
clear
balance
signal.
around casuals.
You are locked in on one duelist.
I'm gonna start
Legitimately,
nerfing
we are
Scarlet
going
Witch
to
and
fight
Mr.
the top
Fantastic.
one player on
Like
our
get
team,
real,
and we're gonna
lock
hope
in.
that they can bring it to Sparker.
What are we gonna do?
I
Nerf
think,
Blanca in Street
Peps are
Fighter?
a little bit
I don't know
overwhelmed.
what
Didn't
to
really
do
get much
against
detail
his
on
dash
it.
across the
So
map. Like, what is
like
she
this
spinning? What am I supposed to do?
This all come through from
Fucking
Nevix and Fi. So I'd love to see them move
hold
over
the
towards
block key,
Gambit
maybe?
here to
Lock
have,
in?
like that powerful ultimate in their wheelhouse.
And what is going to be left in the Peps wheelhouse? It's a best of 5, the first best of 5.
Blanca needs to be nerfed. I was just giving a random example, I'll be honest.
Well, what's on the menu next? We'll find out after this.
I know what's being played right now. Bow, 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 bow.
Felicia's here to steal a win.
Man's in a weird spot where she's good in ranked. Good in pro play, bad in ranked. She's good in ranked too, people just don't know how to play her. She's OP. Like, if you look at the streamers that play in like Eternity lobbies or One Above All, people always play Mantis triple support. Wow, are you guys excited for Black Cat tomorrow? I'm scared. Don't be scared, my little chudling. It's all gonna be fine. Why does she walk like that? Oh, because her ass and tits probably have more weight than her fucking torso and organs and head combined. She walks like Groot. Okay, you try walking with these proportions, bro. You think it's easy? Why is she called Black Cat if she's white? Why is White Fox called White Fox when she's Korean? Why is Luna Snow called Luna Snow when she's not made out of snow? Why is he called Spider-Man when there's no spiders to be found? Why is it called Emma Frost when she's made out of diamonds? Why is it called Rocket Raccoon when he's not a rocket? Yeah, why is Venom called Venom when he's not venomous? Why is Mantis called Mantis when she's not a mantis? Why is he called Black Panther when he is not a panther? Why is he called Winter Soldier when he's pretty hot?
That is a case study as to why you don't let the best team in the world have Elsa and Daredevil together. Maybe focusing a little bit more on the Gambit, specifically is that they play that and then maybe ban some of the accelerate.
Why is he called Star-Lord when he's not a star?
The accessories like the Rogue and then maybe the.
Why is she called Scarlet Witch when she's not a witch?
Have success with that, but
Why is he called Deadpool when he's alive?
This past map. Looking at the players though that were popping off on the side of Virtus Pro, we didn't mention it too much here. Lemon Finzi looked insane.
Absolutely, and it's like there's so much to highlight on the Virtus Pro side, from Nevix being able to command
Strange is a
so
doctor,
much
to be fair.
attention while surviving, to Sparker, I mean Apex Predator when anything
Why is he
even
called
comes from all
Mr.
these
Fantastic when
directions,
he's low-key
by
ass?
continuously hunting down Pink, to Finzi gets to sit pretty and output pretty consistent damage. I think he was third most amount of damage on his team, and Finzi is flexible as ever. To
Why is she called
withstand
Black
Nevix.
Cat when
And
she's
when you
not
have a
black?
strong Venom player, you
That's
need
what
a
I'm
strong
saying.
secondary that can anchor objectives, and when you go to a convoy map like Yggdrasil's Path, it's going to be important to see what Finzi does.
Leg Day, my question for you, and a lot of people in chat were having the same question as I was reading along. Do we focus on the?
Why is he called the Human Torch when
What they
he's
did
just a
last time? They
human?
faced off against Alter Esports, and they didn't really play it much in the last map.
I'm not gonna understand. Like I was doing a little bit of a Protoss glaze. I think Protoss is a fantastic mantis. I just don't think it lasted for very long. Like I feel like if
Why is he called Blade when he has a
if you
gun?
get the Gambit in your protect in your ban phase, then you inherently have force a.
Why is she called
reaction to the
Invisible
Gambit
Woman when you
protect.
can clearly
need the
see
Rogue
her?
To be banned from you, you need the Star-Lord sometimes to be banned away from you, and often you're going to see the Invis banned away from you to try and get rid of one of the most, let's say.
Okay, the thing is made out of things.
Of two strategists between Gambit and Invisible Woman. So at that point, you could force like that kind of reactive banning from Virtus Pro rather than kind of being able to pick and choose what they want. You can try and get rid of that Daredevil. You could get rid of the Vanguard Pool in particular. Vanguard Pool's a great ban when you're playing the Gambit because the ban hammer affects Gambit every time he misses one of his cards out of his 3 spread. It's a fantastic way to try and deal with that.
Why is she
ultimate.
called
You know
Penny
what?
Parker?
We can get off of that Vanguard Pool because he's just like he's
When she
quietly
can't
doing so
bark.
much damage to facilitate these frags.
Well, it's so tough because if you do let the Gambit through and target the Elsa, then Finzi's just gonna be playing Rogue instead. And Finzi was like the best Rogue player we have like seen out there like time and time again. And I'm expecting some like big things from this, or not Finzi, excuse me, Nevix on their side. Finzi
Oh,
still
wrap
played
it
pretty
up.
good, unlike
I
Doctor
don't know.
Strange,
I'm
the
just
Heat Field
filling up
squad,
time,
so
losing
good
my
for them next
mind.
but we do have to see something different.
Why is
from
it called a
team
Hawkeye?
that If they do want to take down the Kings, Virtus Pro.
Where there's
ranked
no
three,
Hawkeye.
one map at a time. We'll see if they continue their tear here.
It's best of 5, Lemon. We've still got some legs in this series yet, and Team Peps have time to learn and adapt. As we head into our ban phase here, I wonder where we're going to see a. Yeah. Team Peps have been reading chat. You know what? No more of that. No more.
And it's the mental that I'm really curious about for Peps. At what point, like, are we getting negative? Did you think you were gonna lose before the series started?
Why is she called Black Widow when she isn't
like
black?
after it happens? And Yggdrasil's Path, I like this choice out of Peps. This was the last map that they won before entering playoffs. It looked very good against Alter Esports. I said they weren't a Venom team, but they started to convince me with IMLK and how good he looked on the Venom.
You guys
especially
made the
Pink
same
and MVP
joke.
on the Phoenix. They run a lot of the triple strat here usually, so we'll see if that ends up being the case. I mean, Peps have shown their cards, and VP haven't.
You know, I'm not gonna be mad about the mantis. Like, I'm like a parent at Christmas right now. Like, if I buy you an expensive toy and you play with it consistently, I'm not mad. But If I get you the RC car that cost $4,000 and you play with it for 2 weeks and then you're done, I'm gonna be mad. So I better see some Mantis play out of Team Peps here.
Right. And there's just no tape on VP when it comes to Yggdrasil's path. And Peps is about, okay, this is the most recent match we've won. Let's go back to what we know and hopefully get what we need out of the pick ban, which is aiming for the triple strat. And at least you have the Mantis part of that equation. That's what Protoss was so good at. And 6, I was very surprised to see him on the Ultron in that match against Ultra Esports. It was like
Why is he called Star-Lord when his father was a
got kind of sacrificed to the Wolves last map. So if Pink is not on his A game, then we gotta switch who we're investing.
You fucked him up.
Okay, Team Peps might well have that investment locked up here if they protect the Ultron. I'm surprised to not see the Vanguard Deadpool and out this time around. That seems like it's going to be. It's just something that they've chosen to deal with. As we've said before, with Vertical, you kind of pick your poison. There's no real good draft against them, I think.
Last ban over here, and yeah, you don't get to see Ultron protects too often, but Team Peps need to have a comfort pick. Usually they're fine at adapting, but
I just read that and then I read the flatted correction.
And trying to deny any kind of Phoenix or Elsa. Again, going after the duelists is a very good idea to go up against VP, so that they have to go to their tertiary duelists, like a Punisher or like a Daredevil. That's clearly still open, so it'd be funny to see.
Oh, why is he called Magneto when using a magnet?
Star-Lord for Sparker, which means that
I'm
Raging
thinking
Royal
about
Legend is going
more.
to be on the table between the Gambit and the Star-Lord. That's something that
I think
needs
we
to be
genuinely
really
named
fast.
every
Maybe
character.
answer that was not like a Meteor M. If Frankie Boxing wants to stand on business on the Magneto, it's been a while since.
Because a
Magneto
child of
has
a
been,
planet is a star.
as ubiquitous as he was in times previous, but now
It was just funny that he
as,
mistyped
pointed out in our
flatted and
pre-show,
typed plane.
is one of the most impressive rogue players we've seen thus far,
Magnet
especially
is
when brought back
Spanish.
And when Rogue puts you on your back, it's also very good at punishing teams out of position, players who are overextended. So
Why is he
Team Peps
called
gotta be
Loki
able to
but
bail
when
each other
he's
out,
anything
especially
but
when you have two
lucky?
flyers of the Star-Lord and the Ultron. It's going to be important to have a good hit scanner, someone that can reach.
Why is he
someone
called
that
the
can have
Incredible
good
Hulk
gap
when there's
close.
nothing
And
incredible?
Team Peps maybe sniping with a Black Widow out the gates, but not expecting that to stick. And if anything, we don't get to see a hella
Oh.
too often. Is this gonna
Black
be the
Widow
actual
played
rollout
by
here
Team
for
Peps.
Peps?
Hello?
Will be glad to greet all of these shots
he
with the
swapped.
shield up, and VB can just cower around the corner. Worst
Why
case.
is she
Team
going
Peps just don't
rogue
wanna
when
be,
she's not
spawn held.
sneaky?
Now it's the Star-Lord, and of course the triple strap with Ultron.
Yeah, the triple strap with the Ultron, gonna make sure that everyone's gonna be powering up their chosen.
Why is he
avatar.
called
Pink
Moon
versus
Knight when he's not a
Sparky here.
knight?
Remember that Pink
Is he a
has
moon?
this, strategy behind the ultimate when it comes to combining it with one of their strategists.
Just some posturing here
The
for Team Peps.
move.
You do have a bit of a split between VP and Frankie
Why
Boxing
is she called Penny when she makes
couldn't
no
really
sense?
take advantage of the split, and if anything, Peps are getting punished.
That's also really good because it also sounds like makes no sense.
Swings of a Claymore of Eric Lynch.
That's a double
Team
whammy.
Peps walked into the trap rather than being able to punish Virtus Pro in that moment. And walking with sword, yeah, walking him like a dog. Peps got to take to the skies, and
Why is
now
she
the
called
Angela is
Mantis
part
when
of
she's
this.
not
There's a nice flank
praying?
angle to the right here from your POV. See if you can push these vanguards into the line of fire.
Okay, Frankie Boxing finally has made some penetration in towards the back here, just keeping Fincy's head.
Alright guys, we're kind of escaping the confines of Marvel Rivals.
Out of the position. A damage boosted Rage of Ultron here from 6 looking towards the back.
Oh, yeah.
To try and dance out in their own rage as well. And it seems like 6 has been able to gain too much off the back of that ultimate, despite the lack of real.
I mean, this is gonna be absolute stomp by the Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro, it's great spacing yet again. You see the approach of the Angela, the Venom, whatever it's going to be, and they'll back up all the way towards the end of the point. It's just how far do Team Peps want to reach, and what kind of counter does Virtus Pro have in store? Now it's the Raging Royal Flush. Virtus Pro haven't had to sweat. Now here's the Meteor M.
Okay, the Meteor Ram, great answer for the incoming damage. It was blocked out there by Frankie Boxing, was just standing in front of Magneto, making sure there was no target, but the shield of Angela.
Why is he called I Run Man when his name isn't Ron Man? Oh my fucking god.
Inside of the Heaven's Retribution, there's nothing but pain to be found for Peps as IMLK is laid down on the ground, given a gentle kiss goodnight, and Team Peps are down to a minute and a half.
There was good initial pressure from the Galactic Legend of Pink. You had Virtus Pro in the tiny room, but you didn't see enough of a Vanguard presence to keep them there. And Angela's not exactly like the anchor Vanguard, the one that's going to sit there and tank. She's creating opportunities, not really sustaining space. And IMLK on the Venom isn't doing that either. So this is a purely engaged comp from Team Peps, but they're not fully getting clean team wipes. So now Virtus Pro are back like they never lost the payload.
Okay, a lot of
I want to see my most, like, the match I'm most excited about is Team Heretics versus Virtus Pro.
So many tendrils attached to members of Virtus Pro, but the Heartbreaker in the midst of all of it. Nevix is trying
Why is she called Angela when she can't even res?
The Rage of Ultron declared, the counterpart taken down.
That's a better one.
After strategists fall before the imperious gaze of Phi.
Yeah, you got multi-eliminations from
Virtus
Finzy
Pro always
last
wins.
fight. Now it's Phi with the Rage of Ultron. Anything Virtus Pro.
Why is she
bring
called
out,
Elsa?
they
She
will
doesn't
get
make
impact
ice
out of.
castles.
And silver lining for Peps as well. They're out of ultimates. They're about to get the Meteor M though, and it's not like there's a Galactic Legend to worry about. Team Peps got to maximize the push.
Parker's locked in.
Would be a long shot to try and get a cap here on the first point, but they'll do what they can.
How does Peps have Gamma and Elsa banned for them? Because they decided to protect something else, I don't know. I think maybe protected Mantis. I think it's a wrong play. Every team that's done this and, like, have had their Gambit and Elsa ban have lost. Except Team Heretics. But they're kind of built different.
And now here comes the re-aggression. The Raging Royal Legend looking for a target. Catches one respawning. Everyone's hiding away, but they need to stay on the cart. Sparker goes up against their there's no help for Pink. Sparker guns them down in the streets. And the streets are saying that
There is the best DPS player in EU currently. For the sole exception of Sparker.
Can't blame it. There's a big difference in Vanguards here just on the choices. Virtus Pro, even when things get a little hectic, they will always trade. Like, I like Frankie. Okay, you try to trade out with one of the strats. That's totally worth it for Peps. They have closer respawns, so it's gonna Peps picks matter more in that moment. But Virtus Pro just sent their Vanguards to sit on the payload, so Peps got no progress from the aggression, from the pressure they created. So despite Peps even having small wins
The
here
sole
and
exception
there,
of
they never
Sparker.
really got progress from the payload. It never even got close to the end of the point. So it's just really good awareness of the Virtus Pro Vanguards, especially the trust that they have in each other, that even when they're down a strat, they're still
Why is she called Jean Grey when her jeans aren't
for the
grey?
remainder of this series, though. We saw IMOK and Frankie finally manage to coalesce onto a singular dive and take out Dredro. They put all of their Vanguard resources into it, but like it starts with a single frag, right? You turn a frag into a fight, you turn a fight into a point.
Are we moving on to names?
Virtus Pro, though, for now, are looking very perfect.
Why is he called Frankie Boxing when he doesn't even box?
A 3-3 based around.
Why is he called Pink when he's not even pink?
Room on the left-hand side.
Why is he called a Punisher when he is clearly a Punish him?
People do it with more Vanguards in tow. Now it's the triple strat. And it's going to be important for Pink now on the Vanguard, not a... Oh yeah, they do have the triple
Why
Vanguard.
is he
Pink's
called
gonna have to anchor it better than
Castle?
ever. You're really fighting
He's
for a
clearly
flawless
a man,
defense,
not
which
a
is gonna be difficult
castle.
to do against a team like Virtus Pro. At least Nevix is on the Venom, so you can just kind of focus on what's in front of you and also what's in the air a little bit.
Soft dive from IMOK there, just trying to force out some manner of resources in response to their frenzied arrival. Protoss losing out on Doppelgangers and losing out on the Adam Warlock as well. A massive pick onto 6 to begin with, at least for Cocoon Revival, will bring him back because Team Peps know there are no second chances at defeat here. The second they lose
I
control of the carpet,
mean...
so close to being taken down. Frankie Boxing actually catching a melee there from Phi as he needs the remainder of the team to step up here and help alleviate some of the pressure. In and out with IMOK, Pink wraps around the outside as the ban hammer is delivered, and Protoss now has access to the God of Mischief if they want to try and go for
I'm just waiting for Virtus Pro to win so I can end stream. I can't take this anymore.
A hold of the Eternal Bond. That should be enough for the remainder of Team Peps to survive Sparker's onslaught.
Peps don't want to overextend because any pick for Virtus Pro could spell the defeat. As Virtus Pro just need one good push and they will win the map.
What is his called Thor when he doesn't have a lisp?
With a stellar shift in towards the back, yet another
I don't get
eternal
it.
Bond, but Team Peps, can they be shut down? A nice
Oh,
Finzi
Finzi.
just gone bowling. Frankie bowling. Oh, you got to see Finzi bowling, mate. That's going to be Frankie going on down. I am okay up against the world, but it's a good knockback coming through from side.
Sore.
Instantly cleansing all of the negative effects. And Team Peps are feeling plenty of negative effects here. As Cypher didn't even need to use the Raging Royal Flush. Instead, lays his hand down and says, meet me at map 3.
It was a good attempt at the shield there from Frankie on the Magneto. It's either the shield like 1 second came down or the Meteor M flew slightly above the shield. I just can't believe Finzi still got that. Sparker another MVP without dying once, by the way.
Is he called Adam Warlock when he's not a
They'll
damn?
beat you on any map pick, only suffering 1 death as a team. Virtus Pro, you're wondering if they could still bring this level of firepower into playoffs, where the underdog's gonna step up and try to punch up. And for now, Peps are looking
damn
down the barrel of a
Warlock.
quick series unless they got something else up their sleeve for the next map pick.
Oh my fucking god.
Like going against 3P is always rough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nevix 22 and 0 dropping a bunch of frags. Sparker, of course, being able to use the Raging Royal Legend. It was just so difficult to try and deal with the strategists that Team Peps had in their wheelhouse there. As the Rage of Ultron, fairly useless against the Galactic Legend. You only get 50 HPS. You can't really direct.
Can they
any
finish
of your
this
healing onto
series so I can
yourself
end
during
stream
that.
before this
And,
goes?
honestly, for Team
It
Peps,
keeps going on.
they're taking this as the experience as it comes. They're building up towards their dives as well. We're seeing IMOK and Frankie Boxing get on the same page for going after Dorito.
And whoever wins the series faces Navi. Whoever loses goes up against
Are you
Fire
actually finding it
Strays.
funny?
And,
Yes.
Based on that direction,
I do
it's gonna
find the
be
joke
exciting to
about
see
Adam
Navi
Warlock
versus
not being a
Navi,
damn
and
funny.
Navi's ready to face anybody, and Fire Strays took a heavy loss earlier on, but Team Peps, I'm gonna be excited to see if they still have some hope and they still have something else that we haven't seen out of them. And they have one final map pick unless they want to do a reverse sweep, so don't go anywhere.
Where's my chess? I found it.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
Ba ba bow, ba ba bow, ba ba bow, bow 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 bow, bow, ba ba bow, bow 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 bow, ba bow, ba bow, bow 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 bow, 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 oh. Na 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 na. What the fuck? Okay. Do 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 do. Din 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 din. Din din din. Down, 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 down. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bow 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 bow. Bow 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 bow. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Na na na. Na na na. Na 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 na. Your singing sounds like my dead cat moaning. I'm sure they said the same thing about Sabrina Carpenter. But she locked in. She's an inspiration. Where Yazan isn't playing in the tournament. Also, if you're a Yazan fan, go watch Yazan. Like, why the fuck are you asking me this question? Yazan isn't pro. Go check it out yourself, bro. He streams. Why the fuck are you asking me? I ignored your first message. You come back. Get a hint. Lock in. Ask him yourself.
You know, Leg Day, I feel like there's going to be some discussion in the locker room for Virtus Pro, for Dredro, and saying, why did you go down? Why did you not give us the perfect map?
Thank you so much
We
for
could have
tier
all
1.
stayed alive the entire time. I'm sure they're clowning on him in the end. I mean, all smiles.
No, Yazan doesn't play in this tournament, brother.
The player games that we had there. Shout out to production, by the way, for adding that here for playoffs specifically. Team Peps, though, on the other side of things, ranking boxing, getting that one elim, trying to lead the charge for their team, and it felt like comp-wise, they still had things going for them. It's just maybe the ban and protect phase still not in their favor, Levin.
Yeah, letting the raging galactic legend, whatever you guys call it, come out. At least the one thing that has been consistent has been Six.
Why is she called Squirrel Girl when she has no quarrels with women?
Second, because he went to Adam. But Six has been the bright point here of Peps when it comes to someone who can make the big plays or at least put out the damage. Frankie, I mean, trading out with the strat was probably the best opportunity Peps could have had, but it's just the go side. And it's how do you approach this series mentally when things, you just don't, it's an uphill battle, but you don't even have your climbing shoes on, you know? So Peps will choose to go to Central Park, where there can be some shenanigans that get pulled out on maps like this against top teams.
Could say they were trying to ice skate uphill or something of that sort. Central Park here specifically, though, as we were talking about Leg Day, this is the map that we saw Rad take Virtus Pro the distance all the way into overtime. So I'm curious if that's the mindset that Peps have here, trying to emulate that success and maybe do a little bit better defensively.
I mean, a lot of that came down to Smash Days absolutely popping off to no degree on like the Psylocke was crazy from Smash Days, and I think we've seen good Psylocke play from Six, I believe, on Hall of Jalia, or rather Bin is the Charla. For our Imperial Institute of Science, we saw a little pivot onto a Psylocke. I think it got some reasonable value. But this is also a map where the flyer comp can work out as well. With the Ultron, the Johnny, and the Angela, we saw Shikigami defend against Na'Vi here using that flyer comp, the same comp that we have seen Team Peps bring out on something like Celestial Husk. So that wouldn't be an overly surprising pivot.
Yeah, a couple of different options that they can go for on this one, and this is their last chance. All options exhausted against the world champions. Backs against the wall. Can they pull off at least a map or a reverse sweep? They'll have to do it here and now.
All right. 2-0 to Virtus Pro. Can they make it 3-0? Thus far, their run has been flawless, despite some scares that were given to them by some teams in Group B.
Yeah, there's a lot of tape on Virtus Pro when it comes to this map. When they faced Vision, they went into extra innings. That Rad versus VP game was also one for the books. A lot of these Sparkers Psylocke, but that only comes out when you ban like every other duelist, like Star-Lord, like Elsa, like Daredevil.
They banned the Elsa.
The teams that have done their homework prioritize.
Does anyone stand a chance against VP? I think
no matter what you do,
if it was a LAN event, I would be excited to see VP versus Liquid.
Deny some of the team ups. Yeah, Sparker looked just as good on the Psylocke.
But that's not happening anytime soon.
So tertiary duelist, he can pull it off, but we'll see what he ends up with on Central Park. Because like you said, the Flyers are very strong here.
All right, and finally, Team Peps leading into the Gambit.
Oh, this skin is actually pretty good for Daredevil, I'm not gonna lie.
That does mean they're gonna have an easier
The
time
drops
running
tomorrow,
those dual strategies.
this is unironically a pretty good
This
skin.
might force Virtus Pro to have a little bit of chasing ban, like we see already. The
He looks like a
Loki is out.
Beetle.
We might see the Rogue simultaneously banned out from both teams here.
And then you get this emote.
IMLK or Frankie Boxing are particularly confident on the Rogue, but they know that Nevix is very confident on the Rogue, so that needs to be taken out. Hellfire!
I mean, it's better than the other skins.
Defense too. On the hunt. to start off on. So I mean, Peps, they chose this map despite not playing it in the regular preseason matches, probably because they cooked something up special in scrims. But based on this being their second map pick,
I mean that
this
the
is gonna be
bar
a
isn't
Hail
that
Mary
high, but
play
yeah.
to force the reverse sweep. So Peps are good at getting out of spawn. They'll have the special picks for that, but it's getting into
Strange
the
team up
fortress
is going to
that
be really
is,
bad for when
the
he ults
central
because it
part,
has a
the
huge chance now to
convergence
cleanse him
point,
from your ults.
that there's so many high grounds for the defenders. There's a choke point that favors
I don't
group
think so.
players.
I
There's
think
a
that's
lot
going to
that
happen
Virtus
too
Pro
often.
can throw at them to make it so Peps don't even cap the point.
Okay, the Mantis out of rotation. This does mean that maybe there's a world where we see Fi re-emerge.
Strange just doesn't
on
have that
the
much
Daredevil,
CC.
But they are going to have access to the Rogue. I think that might be IMOK's wheelhouse. I don't know if I've seen a huge amount of it thus far from Team Peps.
Yeah, it's probably something that they've practiced and, like you said, not something they've run a ton of. I mean, their Vanguards have been fluctuating to a lot of different picks. IMLK, even from the Vanpool to the Venom to kind of around those kind of more pigs. And a bit of Rogue with Frankie Boxing's Angela on Midtown Convoy, for example, but only if they have the Gambit. So, I think Team Peps just have to rally morally to try and get back into this and at least go out kicking and screaming.
At the risk of getting banned by the mods in chat, they need a Peps talk. Are we anti-puns here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we might be anti-puns. Lock me up.
We need a
and
bit of
throw away
humor.
the
You know
key.
what? Yeah. Throw it out.
Some ban like they. If anyone wants a job, come.
VP and Navi are Thanos teams.
Oh god. In this
Team
economy,
Heretics
there's gonna be a
hasn't
lot
dropped a
of
map
answers.
and they won 2-0 against Navi, so I know what the fuck you're
Bro,
talking about.
I mean, this is where you got wiggle room to experiment, not even show all the cards up your sleeve when you're in this good of a position in the series, but nothing that you're like, oh my god.
Currently,
Virtus Pro, write that down. This
I
is
haven't
different.
watched
Like,
you
Virtus Pro
log
can run
in.
any composition like that you want. So right now,
We need to see the
it'll be
rematch.
2 Vanguards, 2 Duelists, and 2 Strats. Cool to see Sparker on the Phoenix too. It goes well with the name, right?
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Team Peps roll out with this composition, though. Having access to that Raging Royal Legend, I think is definitely going to give them a great way of trying to hunt down Saipe. What they have to do is be very careful of tracking Saipe's cooldown on Bayou Bash to make sure he can't get behind cover before a good angle is found by Pink.
This is good spacing from Virtus Pro, even from Yggdrasil's path. They know how to give up space and to retake it.
Navi
They
looked
play the
great
tug of
last
war
Ignite.
So well, and
Okay.
Road Walls, you see that
Team
IMLK is
Heretics
looking for
look
those
really good now.
isolations, and Virtus Pro are just playing slightly out of reach, where you're not able to fully block off or really affect Virtus Pro with this group.
Saipe giving that Guardian Shield for a little bit of additional survivability, but I think some ground has been taken here by Pink. However, may not know that the remainder of their team has already backed off here due to the damage that Spark is doing. Needs a rescue. The remainder of team.
I'm so sorry I clipped you for the torch change and you sarcastic said torch made upon us and people couldn't see it was sarcastic. Yeah. That's why.
Fincy was dangerous on it.
It's fine. It's not your fault.
Nevix didn't miss a shot on Baby Bat.
It's not your
Like,
fault,
he doesn't
people are
even have,
stupid.
like, a reaction, and then when the banhammer's on
I was gonna
top,
say that's
there's
why I don't
really
like
not
people
much
just
you
clipping
can
me out of
do.
context,
What a
but
flame
I
and
realized you were
what a
talking about the
backline,
early access
pressure
stuff, so
created there from Nevix. Just when Team
It's
Peps were
like,
trying
what
to
am I
support
supposed
Pink
to?
going in.
my bad for being funny.
He's having a bit of fun with it for this one. Frankie Boxing down as well. IMLK does punish Fi. Like it's not that free low. You can't do that. We are gonna punish you.
Who does the
Just
draft
when
for Team
Peps
Peps?
started to have a groove, you were getting Pink into a
What's your problem
position
with
to
the draft,
attack.
bro?
Team
Tell
Peps
me.
was starting to take space. All of a sudden, Nevix is
Bin
in your
bin
backline,
8
and all of a
2
sudden
2 free.
Sparker is trying to clip on you. So Protoss making
No,
the call,
VP
though.
hasn't dropped a match since October.
Comes the Royal Legend. Team Peps roll on forward now with the help of Protoss. Cypher still 10% away from it, and Trijo has left behind an invisible boundary. Now Sparker on
It's
the
been
angle,
half a
doesn't
year.
want to commit to this thus far. Knows that Daredevil is just playing around the backhand side. Cypher temporarily antied, ready to go forward now with the Royal Legend. You can see that Fi is in a good position.
They ate the
to try and shut this
Groot
one down. Fincy above it all.
Terrorism, bro. Fincy.
Baby back, yes they can. A twisted meaty salad where
Finzy ate the Groot ult and then dunked 2 people without any assistance or damage
The
boost.
stagger does not help when Pink is in Narnia, and I think also IMLK didn't place the Groot walls at the entryways. You weren't able to fully close off the back.
Zype is dialed.
Anything, you were giving them even more cover to play around. So IMLK needs to place these walls.
They have
with
Gambit ult?
intention,
Oh, I guess he
and
did.
It's hard when Virtus Pro are just
My bad,
so
bro.
out of reach,
Finzy's washed.
slightly out of the range advantage of the Groot Wall isolation, tries to create a safe base, but there is no safe space when you're going up against VP.
Yeah, VP's spacing pretty sublime at the moment, just staying well out of the poke range here of Frankie boxing, so they don't get comboed. In comes the Endsong Inferno, bit of that down to a Sonic Pursuit of 5, trades out for Dredro, so all's even Stevens here, as there is some play towards the back. Pink managed to take out Saipe, finally, now coming up close and personal to a Magneto. Daredevil should be able to win out that duel, indeed they do, but
They can TP
where
back.
is the portal? Dredro's already summoning it.
All right, this is to contest the final tick. All Peps need to do is zone them off enough.
Since you went Luna.
This Groot, IMLK's in trouble.
Sparker for the first time on Wolverine potentially, and that's going to be the race. Wins out their duel against Pink. Unbelievable.
Wait, Zype. Zype is fighting demons. Nah, you can't kill that guy.
To slay the Magneto. Dredro overwhelmed, yes. Now who's going to come and keep this point contested? It's going to be Nevix with Deadpool in your area.
Oh my god, Nevix, the aim.
Cutting them down in the streets. This man is guilty, I tell you, guilty.
And the gates of the Central Park will close soon. And Fitzy had to play Luna just so that you could portal in. He hits the freeze on Pink and he could not move at all. One last rally here for Peps for the final tick.
Isolation here of Dredro as well. Needs to be chased on down by Pink as he lets the Devil out in towards the back line. The healing's going to be
Nah, bro. These guys are demons.
Down with the dual katanas moving in. Sparker down to a last stand. Fi's caught in place by the strangling prison. For a many
Demons, demons, demons.
Well. Sub-Zero ice cold in the veins
Demons.
of Pro. Winter
Demons.
has come.
Absolute demons.
About 88% captured there for Peps, so you do create a win condition.
The thing about Virtus Pro is that they're like the best, in their irrespective row. It's actually insane.
And
like Zype is like arguably one that supports Dredro as well. Sparker is a demon. Fi is a dive demon. Nevix and Finzi are like the best tanks.
Because Pink was starting to work this backline a little bit. They were not giving enough respect to Pink, and you have to earn it. And he started to harass the backline. He had eliminated removal.
They didn't have a weak link.
And then Finzi hits the freeze of a lifetime, and you're just cooked at that point if you're a Daredevil getting Luna frozen. So VP, the way that they can overlap their heroes, change up to something that they've never played, at least on paper before, and still do well is so impressive.
I mean, we've seen Dredro be a victim a couple of times now for Virtus Pro, so we can only assume he's getting kicked in the gap between preseason and stage 1. F in the chat for my boy, saluting emoji.
Now it's about having the kind of same perfect defense that you tried to do on Yggdrasil's path, but trying to do it on Central Park. It is more defenders heavy. Surprised that you don't have IMLK on the group, but when you have
How much does your watch league experience help? Quite a bit. Also, it helps that Virtus Pro have been scrimming and grinding since the beta. Like they have invested in this way before, way before tournaments became official.
Potentially here on Central Park, but
yeah, they used to be Team
Cats.
Cats.
The team up will be for Protoss. Every fight has to be perfect here for Peps.
Team Peps, they're playing this high ground angle here, but you got to be careful about the force physics from Dredro. A real danger when you play this high ground is you might get yourself pulled off into the mix to Virtus Pro. Now, no real means of disengagement. Look at those sparks occurring here.
Oh, 6 of them? They had a different tank back in the day. They had KSA, and then they had... Okay, that's just GG's. And then they had Doge, I think, but yeah. Ed Lindstrom? Yeah, maybe. Maybe some changes, but the core was still the same.
They know that this one's over for now, and they're going to have to run it back. Bracket.
Yeah, they gave there was 2 people that respawned that did not swap to Strange when that could have been a portal
Jesus
play.
Christ.
I think it's good. It was a good effort from Peps, but not marking Fi on the Daredevil. How was he just... He's not invisible.
GG's boys, see you tomorrow for the new season, okay? Lock the fuck in. See you tomorrow, guys. Have a beautiful Chungus day. Stay silly. And I'm gonna play some variety games with Fan. But I'm not streaming because I'm super tired, okay? But I'm gonna raid Fan, so you can go watch, okay? And the points, yeah, we can do that, Chungus. Did a Hunting Thieves win? No, I'm not streaming it. I didn't plan on streaming in the first place today, okay? Lock the fuck in, okay? See you tomorrow for new season, guys. New season, new mid-season patch. and more MRI and more games, okay? Have a beautiful Chungus day, everybody. I'm just too sad to keep streaming because Northern Line canceled the Super Cruise, okay? You're already live. Peace. And buy Glorp, you have 2 days remaining.